Breaking news. At 10:23 a.m., Flight NA620 of An Airlines lost contact while flying over the Pacific Ocean. Water rushed in from all directions, and he felt like her chest was about to explode. The suffocating feeling made her struggle with her arms and legs. Suddenly, she felt a force lifting her up from below. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of the waves faded away, and she opened her eyes wide. How did she end up in a bathtub? He remembered being on a plane to Country A when it shook violently during meal service, followed by shouts about smoke coming from the wing. The plane had fallen into the sea, and people were panicking, struggling to put on life jackets as water filled the cabin. At that moment, he felt confused. Was this a dream or reality? A tickling sensation in her throat made her cough, and then she heard footsteps outside. The door opened. Seeing a familiar face made He's eyes water. Pouting and reaching out for a hug, she said, "Jiang Qiao." Her long eyelashes still held droplets of water. Confused about whether this was a dream or reality, he was filled with an indescribable fear. Jiang Qiao was He's husband. They had been together since high school and married after college. If anyone spoiled He, it was Jiang Qiao. No one else came close. He thought Jiang Qiao would hug her and kiss her cheek, telling her not to be afraid because he was there. But the next moment, he tightly gripped her throat. At that moment, he realized something was wrong. The man in front of her looked like Jiang Qiao, but also didn't.
"Who sent you?
You have some nerve to show up like this." The man's cold gaze fell on He's face, as if he were reminiscing about something through her. But that emotion quickly turned into a fierce, dark intensity, and the strong aura of danger made He's pupils constrict. She had no doubt that the man in front of her wanted to kill her. "You have two choices. Either change this face yourself, or I'll help you destroy it." His tone was light, but the pressure was unmistakable. This was not a joke. After saying that, the man straightened up and pulled out a tissue, as if wiping away something dirty with force. He's hair was still dripping wet. She shivered, feeling both cold and scared. In her memories, Jiang Qiao always had a smiling face, accepting her stubbornness. She liked his youthful and fresh appearance, so even after becoming a father and a powerful leader, he never styled his hair like other executives. He would tease him, saying that his boyish charm didn't match his status. Jiang Qiao would just smile and remain unchanged, always looking fresh and sunny. But the person in front of her was different. He had a slicked-back hairstyle, wearing a tailored black shirt with 2 buttons undone. His once bright eyes now appeared dark and cold, giving off an intimidating aura. In her memories, Jiang Qiao was a warm, clingy cat, lazily stretching in the sun. The man before her resembled a lurking panther, ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. Her gaze fell on the man's collarbone, where there was a barely noticeable scar from when he was injured saving her years ago. He trembled, looking at the fine lines around his eyes. They carried the weight of time, but how have you aged so much? The change was significant, but he was sure the person in front of her was Jiang Qiao. His hawk-like eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression darkened, filled with disdain. "Your voice sounds similar, but I never settle for substitutes. Whoever sent you here, if you don't want to die." "Qiao, you don't recognize me? What's going on? Am I dreaming or have I traveled to another world? This is ridiculous." Before she could finish, she was interrupted. Angrily splashing water, he shouted, "Are you Jiang Qiao?" Jiang Qiao remained silent, staring at her with a grim expression. Anyone else would be terrified. This look from him usually meant trouble. He was initially scared, but her adrenaline surged, and with his familiar face, her anger outweighed her fear. "Did you used to live in the East Alley of Rain District in Yun City? Were you good at everything except singing? Did you have an allergy to mangoes but ate them anyway because I loved them?" He rambled on. As she touched her sore neck, tears began to fall. She felt both angry and wronged. She was already scared, and now she was being treated like this. Crying made her feel embarrassed, and she raised her arm to wipe her tears in a childlike manner. The fact that Jiang Qiao was the one who hurt her made her feel even more aggrieved. Lin He didn't notice that the man in front of her was becoming paler with each word she spoke. His hands trembled uncontrollably by his side, and the redness in his eyes was even more intense than his earlier anger.
Who are you?
His hoarse voice was filled with a noticeable choke, as if he had used all his strength to squeeze out those 3 words. I'm Lin He.
Who else could I be?
Lin He stepped out of the bathtub, and the tears streaming down her face blurred her vision. She grabbed a bathrobe nearby and forcefully pushed the person standing next to her away. Get away, you annoying person. Annoying person was what Lin He called Jiang Qiao whenever she was angry. Jiang Qiao, pushed outside, stumbled against the wall, gasping for air like someone who had just been rescued from drowning. Then, as if remembering something, he clenched his fist and struck the wall hard. His furrowed brow relaxed a bit as he stared at his bruised knuckles in a daze. It hurt. In the bathroom, Lin He changed out of her wet clothes and into the bathrobe. After venting her emotions, she was a bit confused about the situation. She was sure the plane crash wasn't a dream, and she was still wearing the clothes from the flight. But how did she end up here? What was going on with Jiang Qiao? Just as she was about to go out and talk to Jiang Qiao, the door was suddenly burst open, and she was tightly embraced. The familiar hug made Lin He's tense nerves relax slightly. She murmured, "What is going on? The plane crashed into the sea. How did I end up here? And what was your attitude just now?" As she spoke, Lin He paused, noticing the wetness on her neck. Jiang Qiao was crying? Lin He, you've been missing for 15 years. I've been going crazy looking for you, Lin He. Feeling the tightening arms around her waist, Lin He was stunned. What? There's a popular saying that Lin He found very reasonable. When you close your eyes and open them, a day has passed. If you keep your eyes closed, a lifetime goes by. But to say that 15 years could pass in the blink of an eye seemed very unreasonable to her. Anyone would find such a thing absurd. Did you team up with that little brat and Un to set up hidden cameras? And are you pretending to cry? Well, your makeup is quite successful. Lin He noticed that the more she spoke, the tighter Jiang Qiao held her. I'm going to break my waist. Annoyed, Lin He reached to pinch Jiang Qiao. This little gesture from their dating days hadn't changed even after they got married. I'm sorry, Lin He. Jiang Qiao quickly loosened his grip upon hearing her words. Lin He snorted and tried to pull his hand away, but when she felt something was off and looked down, her expression changed suddenly.
What happened to you?
His right hand was covered in blood, with several cuts and swelling. Lin He pulled Jiang Qiao to find a first aid kit, which is usually available in hotel cabinets. Jiang Qiao followed closely behind, his gaze fixed. What did you do? You seemed fine when you were holding me just now, she said. Lin He paused while applying the medicine. Something didn't add up. If he was acting for a hidden camera, he wouldn't have used so much force. She turned on the phone on the coffee table, and the date clearly showed it was 15 years later. Hee, where have you been all these years? 15 years ago, a plane crash left 123 passengers missing. The black box was found on a small island, and the bodies of the missing passengers had been discovered along the coast over the years. Jiang Qiao wanted to find Lin He, but was also afraid of what he might discover. Seeing her alive in front of him was a scene he had longed for in his dreams. Lin He couldn't hear Jiang Qiao's question. She was lost in her own shock. 15 years. How is that possible? Isn't it really 21 now? The 1st and 15th. Lin He suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with determination. You need to video call, An. I want to see what he looks like now. Qiao, call him. If this was real, then what did those 15 years of blankness mean? She needed to see her grown-up son to believe it. Seeing Lin He getting excited, Jiang Qiao quickly reassured her, okay, I'll call him right away. He dialed An's video call, but it took a long time for him to answer. It wasn't until the 3rd attempt that he picked up. What's up? The cold tone and dark screen instantly calmed Lin He's anxious heart. This was definitely not her dear son An. That little guy always called her mama sweetly. How could he have such a gloomy expression now? "An, is that you?" Lin He held the phone up to her face. There was a pause on the other end, followed by a click as the screen suddenly brightened. The moment she saw his face, Lin He froze. How could she not recognize her son's features? This was a grown-up version of An, and he hadn't changed much. "Hey, if you're looking for the wrong kind of woman, don't come dancing in front of me." Beep, beep, beep. The video call was abruptly ended. Lin He. Did her son just scold her? For the sake of her mother, Lin He's confusion was completely cleared away. She slammed her phone down, picked up a cup from the table, and drank half of it quickly. Then she said, "Tell me what happened." How could her adorable little one have turned into a little hedgehog? Jiang Qiao looked down, his shoulders slumped, looking dejected, with sadness in his eyes. "After you went missing, I searched everywhere for you. I neglected the kids, and they have some misunderstandings about me. I'm sorry, hee. Lin He pursed her lips, knowing that he was playing the sympathy card. He had always acted pitiful when he was chasing her. But then she thought, if she really had been missing for 15 years, it meant the children lost their mother, and Jiang Qiao lost his wife. Their whole family was broken. Lin He felt extremely sad. It seemed like a cruel joke from fate. "I don't know, Qiao. I don't understand what happened. The plane had an accident and landed in the sea. I tried to escape the cabin, but there were too many people, and I couldn't get out. I swallowed a lot of water." Lin He truly didn't understand, and even now, she felt a bit dizzy. "When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a bathtub, and you were holding my neck. It hurt so much." Lin He sniffled a bit, and as Jiang Qiao held her, she wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her forehead against him, feeling the pulse in his neck, which calmed her heart. This series of actions felt very natural. Relying on Jiang Qiao was a habit deeply ingrained in Lin He. "Don't be afraid, he. I'm here, and I will protect you." As Jiang Qiao comforted Lin He discreetly lit the incense on the bedside table. The wisps of white smoke rose, blurring their figures. "How could I open my eyes 15 years later? My mind is so confused. An has become so fierce. He must have been unhappy all these years. And the kids so young." As she inhaled the sandalwood scent, Lin He's awareness faded, her voice becoming more indistinct as she slowly drifted into sleep. Once he confirmed that she had fallen into a deep sleep, Jiang Qiao dialed a number. "Get Dr. Zhang here immediately." After hanging up, Jiang Qiao opened the computer on the bedside table and typed a few keys. The hotel hallway surveillance footage appeared on the screen, showing the time right after he left the room. While doing this, he held onto Lin He's injured wrist, never letting go. At that moment, Jiang An's room was in complete disarray. He was far from being as indifferent as he appeared in the video. The moment he saw the face resembling his mother's, his mind went blank. Quickly snapping back to reality, he felt extremely disgusted. Was that person out of their mind? They were actually trying to create a substitute narrative. In his anger, Jiang An smashed everything he could see in the room. Those who knew him understood that jokes among friends should never touch on his mother. Even the slightest hint, even if unintentional, was unacceptable. Whenever anything related to his mother came up, Jiang An would react like an enraged lion. The chandelier above shook and ultimately couldn't withstand the chaos, falling and plunging the room into darkness. Curled up on the sofa, Jiang An hugged his body tightly. In his hands was a birthday gift from his mother when he was 6, a hand-carved necklace. Holding it close was the only warmth he could find now. A soft whimper broke the silence, sounding like a wounded little creature, helpless and lost. "Mom, I really miss you." After a long while, Jiang An suddenly opened his eyes. No, he wouldn't allow any imposters to take advantage of his mother's name. Dr. Zhang, a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, had a serious expression as he checked Lin He's pulse, his demeanor focused. After a moment, he relaxed and glanced at the incense nearby, which he had prepared, and was also the reason Lin He was sleeping so soundly. From the pulse, there are no major issues, but there is some deficiency in the heart and spleen, and emotionally, there seems to be some anxiety. Dr. Jiang chose his words carefully. Since entering the room, Mr. Jiang's gaze had not left the person lying down, and his sharp expression softened only when looking at the patient. He had been warned for being too curious and looking too long. Dr. Jiang focused on his task, not daring to glance around again. As he was leaving, he thought for a moment and added, "Don't use the incense too frequently." In the past, Mr. Jiang had never taken Dr. Zhang's advice seriously, but this time, he immediately took note. Mr. Jiang's insomnia was severe, and Dr. Jiang had prescribed a strong dose of incense. Even so, it didn't have much effect on him. However, for an ordinary person like Lin He, it worked wonderfully and had a calming effect, so using it occasionally was fine. It was the first time Dr. Jiang had seen Mr. Jiang so compliant, and he couldn't help but feel curious about this young lady's background. As he left the hotel, he wondered if someone would finally manage this stubborn patient in the future. Relieved that Lin He was fine, Mr. Jiang continued to watch the surveillance footage. There was no fast-forwarding at all during the entire time. No one entered the house while he was away, not even the cleaning staff. When Lin He appeared, the ecstatic Jiang Qiao still had a hint of rationality inside him. He feared it might be a trick. Over the years, many people had deliberately found women who resembled Lin He to get close to him, each one looking more like her than the last. He had dealt harshly with those behind it. For a long time, no one dared to target him in this way, but he couldn't rule out that Jiang's enemies had started using this tactic again. Jiang Qiao knelt beside the bed, gently rubbing Lin He's hand against his face, gazing at the face he had missed day and night, his eyes clouded with deep shadows, unable to see clearly. So far, he hadn't found any flaws. If this was truly a clever trick, he would accept it. Jiang Qiao preferred to believe that his he had really come back. Lin He slept very soundly. When she woke up and saw Jiang Qiao, who was holding her and had dark circles under his eyes, she stared for a long time. She couldn't bear to think about what he and the children had gone through during her 15 years of absence. Good morning. When Jiang Qiao woke up, he first looked panicked, but relaxed when he noticed Lin He was still there, a faint smile appearing on his lips. This was the first time Lin He had seen him smile since last night, even though he used to be such a cheerful person. Lin He recalled what Jiang Qiao had said about the children and the misunderstandings. The use of children meant that not only An but also Chuyi and Shiwu had conflicts with their father. Lin He kept this in mind but didn't ask too much. She planned to see the children first before discussing it. After a simple breakfast, the two boarded the plane back home. In fact, Jiang Qiao noticed Lin He's concerns, but didn't dare to bring it up. It wasn't just that the children had a cold relationship with him. The relationships among the children themselves were also strained. Lin He had 3 children. When the plane accident happened, her eldest son was 6 years old, and the twins were 2. Before returning home, she thought about calling Jiang An first, but considering her strange situation, she realized that a few words wouldn't clarify anything and might lead her son to misunderstand, so she decided to wait until they met. Thinking about how her children had spent so many years without their mother, her heart ached. Meanwhile, in B City, Jiang An felt the same way. He was mostly angry. When he rushed back to the old villa in the morning, he found that a large patch of Damascus roses had been replanted in the yard. These were their mother's favorite flowers. Did that woman even imitate this? Ever since their mother's plane accident, the villa had remained unchanged for 15 years. Not even a vase had been replaced. The place has changed a lot. The old sofa has been replaced, the stairs have new carpet, and the coffee table is different too. Has he gone mad? Is he trying to erase everything about my mother for his new partner? Jiang An's eyes were filled with anger.
Stop.
Don't change anything. The busy servants in the house were startled and stopped, looking to the butler for help. The butler hurried over and said, "Young master, it was the master's order." What did he order? Jiang An's voice was so cold it seemed to chill the air, making the butler shiver. Knowing the young master's temperament, the butler didn't dare to make excuses. A thorough cleaning inside and outside, planting Damascus roses in the garden, and cleaning the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The butler's voice grew quieter because Jiang An's expression was frighteningly dark. The old house's servants knew that the master bedroom on the third floor was off-limits. It was where the young master's mother lived. For years, only the master could enter, and he personally took care of its cleanliness without anyone else's help. Now the master had ordered the servants to tidy it up, and with these instructions, everyone understood. A new mistress was coming to the house. After the butler spoke, he signaled the other servants to continue, thinking the young master would not interfere. "I said don't touch anything. Can't you hear me?" Jiang An was not in a forgiving mood. He could accept his father being with another woman, but not like this. If there was a new partner, then move out. Why erase the places that held memories of his mother? Moreover, that woman clearly got her position by resembling his mother. Did she think she could take everything from his mother and take her place? Not a chance. In the end, the butler dared not let the servants continue cleaning. Seeing Jiang An sitting on the sofa with a fierce expression, the butler felt anxious. When the master returned with his new wife, the young master was likely to cause a scene. During this time, the butler tried to contact Jiang Qiao, but the phone was unreachable until he heard the sound of a car outside. The butler's mouth trembled slightly. The master was back. The servants inside were silent. The atmosphere was tense. The butler quickly went outside to greet them and was stunned for a few seconds when he saw the new mistress in a light green dress. He had come to the Jiang family 10 years ago, and although he had only seen the late mistress in photos, he could tell that the new mistress looked exactly like her. Initially, the butler thought a man could honor his wife for 15 years, which was commendable. But looking at the new mistress, it was clear that the master had not moved on. "Sir, the young master is in the room. Before the rest of the not-so-happy words could be said, the new lady's expression brightened and she exclaimed, "And in his home?" He didn't expect to see her son right after returning. She released her hold on Jiang Qiao and quickly ran towards the room. Seeing his suddenly empty arms, Jiang Qiao's mood darkened, and he followed her. "Butler, the new lady is eager to please the young master? This might not end well." Jiang An's ears were sharper than the butler's. He had already heard the noise outside and caught the name An. His anger grew. Who allowed her to call him that? Excited, he rushed into the room, but before she could give her son a big hug, she was stopped in her tracks by a loud shout. "Get away! You woman, stay far from me!" He was taken aback by how much her son had grown. Her gaze fell on the necklace she had made for him, and her heart settled. No matter how big he got, he was still her treasure. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a soothing tone, "This is hard to believe, but..." Jiang An ignored her and rushed past her to his father, now as tall as him at 20 years old. "Why would you do this? My mom can't just be replaced by any woman. Does she deserve it? Are you crazy?" Angry, Jiang An sneered, "Yes, you've been crazy for a long time." Though they should be close, father and son felt like enemies at that moment. The hatred in Jiang An's eyes shocked Jiang Qiao remained calm. He walked over to He, took her hand, and linked it with his arm. Then he calmly told Jiang An, "Let's talk in the study." It turned out that bizarre situations were hard to believe. In the study, Jiang An's anger remained. "You made up such a ridiculous reason just to let her in?" Jiang An couldn't understand why his father would treat him like a fool. Seeing her son's reaction, he suddenly had a thought. Did Jiang Qiao really believe her? "She is your mother," Jiang Qiao said firmly, holding He's hand tightly. "My mom passed away long ago." Jiang An had never accepted his mother's death, but seeing his father's expression, he shouted those words for the first time. Looking at the young woman in front of him, who was not much older than himself, Jiang An shook his head. This was madness. It was truly madness. Do you remember our little secret? We carved a necklace together to give to Dad as a birthday gift, and you said you wanted to write our names on the back. Jiang An looked surprised. This was indeed a promise he made with his mom. But the servant also heard it, so they could easily find out. Jiang An couldn't believe such a ridiculous thing. Not wanting to dwell on it, He looked at Jiang Qiao and said firmly, "I don't care who you want to be with, but don't involve my mom. This villa belongs to her, and if you live with this woman, you can't touch anything related to my mom." Mentioning his mom made Jiang An's expression falter for a moment, but it quickly turned to determination. If pushed, he could do anything. His young face showed a hint of threat, sounding like a cornered wolf cub. Facing Jiang An's intensity, Jiang Qiao remained unchanged, while Lin He looked on with tears in her eyes. Jiang An frowned, thinking she was really good at acting. "How have you raised your child all these years?" The fact that he can say these things shows you haven't given him enough security. An is the sweetest baby. He should have grown up in a loving environment, not feeling so miserable. Lin He felt sad, realizing her son must have suffered a lot over the years. Jiang An was stunned. He watched as Lin He cried and twisted his father's ear in reprimand, showing no mercy, making it look deformed. No one dared to treat his father like that. The key was his father's attitude. He let her bully him. There was no anger, not even an attempt to push her away, as he softly said not to be upset. "Not upset? I'm about to explode. Don't eat dinner later. You need to tell me about the kids." Lin He regretted not asking sooner. She shouldn't have felt sorry for this. With Jiang Qiao, Lin He was as ruthless as autumn winds sweeping away leaves, but when she turned to Jiang An, she became a warm and gentle mother. "And I know it's hard to accept, but this is the truth. I really am your mom. You must have felt so wronged all these years without me. I'm sorry, baby." Jiang An told himself that the woman in front of him was just pretending. The woman outside was using all sorts of crazy tactics to get close to the Jiang family. But when he met her gentle gaze and heard her call him baby again, he felt a sudden wave of emotion, making him take a step back, feeling overwhelmed. Lin He sniffled sadly and pulled out a few strands of hair, placing them on the table. "Baby, it's good to be cautious. This is my hair. You can take it to a trusted place for a DNA test. The report won't lie. During this time, think about what only we, as mother and son, would know. Once you see the results, come back to confirm with me, okay? Mom will always be at home." Lin He gently coaxed, noticing that her son, now grown, still resembled the little boy he once was, with familiar expressions and gestures. Seeing the slight bend of Jiang An's pinky finger, Lin He knew her son was listening. Jiang An tried to accept what he had heard, but it felt too absurd. He took 2 steps back, then, as if making a decision, stepped forward, picked up the hair, and walked away without saying a word. After he left, Lin He began to interrogate Jiang Qiao. She was not concerned about anything else. She just wanted to understand the growth experiences of the 3 children. After the plane crash, bodies of deceased passengers were found near the black box location, but many people were still missing, including Lin He. Jiang Qiao held on to hope that Lin He was still alive. He personally led search teams for a year, continuously looking for her. At first, Jiang An was with Jiang Qiao, but the young boy couldn't adapt to life on the boat, so he was sent back to the villa with a nanny. The twins were placed in a kindergarten, cared for by professionals. From then on, Jiang Qiao's life was divided into 2 parts, work and searching for Lin He. With limited energy, the children were neglected, and gradually, the father-son relationship grew distant. Jiang An has been in boarding school since childhood, staying there during the week. I hired 10 private caretakers to manage their daily lives. I know I was wrong. I didn't take good care of them. Please don't be angry. Let's live happily together as a family and never be apart again." Jiang Qiao tugged at Lin He's sleeve, his eyes filled with caution. "I need some time alone." Lin He didn't expect Jiang Qiao to handle things so poorly after her disappearance. So, after losing their mother, the children had, in many ways, also lost their father. Lin He pushed Jiang Qiao out of the study and sat on the floor, going through the children's photos, report cards, and records from the caretakers over the years. She worked hard to piece together the fragments of her children's lives. At the entrance of the study, Jiang Qiao sat on the floor after being kicked out. He wanted to stay there to feel secure. That night, the Jiang family villa was brightly lit. Lin He didn't remember when she fell asleep. The album she was holding slipped from her hands and startled her awake. Outside, it was getting light. As she stepped out of the study without looking down, she almost tripped over someone on the floor. It was Jiang Qiao, who was waiting by the door. Before they could speak, the butler came upstairs holding a phone. "Sir, the young lady is calling." Lin He looked at the phone with intense interest. It was her daughter, the older sister of the twins, Chuyi. Jiang Qiao took the call and wisely put it on speaker so Lin He could hear her daughter's voice. "Dad, can you give Assistant Jiang more authority? Next time, if it's under 10 million, can he not ask you? It's such a hassle. I need 8 million now. Please transfer it to my domestic card, and don't get it wrong. I'm busy, bye." Without waiting for Jiang Qiao to respond, Chuyi hung up without hesitation. The main way the father and daughter communicated was through phone calls, usually involving one asking for money and the other sending it. "Butler, please contact Assistant Jiang and have him wait." Lin He interrupted Jiang Qiao, pinching the bridge of her nose, feeling a headache coming on. "If the child needs money, you just give it to her? Chuyi is only 17. What does she need 8 million for? Did you find out what it's for before sending the money?" After having children, Lin He promised herself she would not raise them to be spoiled. Now, without having met her daughter yet, she realized through the phone that Jiang Qiao had spoiled her. Seeing Lin He clearly about to get angry, Jiang Qiao quietly defended himself. "He, you said to raise our daughter well." His failure as a father made Jiang Qiao generous with money. "So, should we not send the money for now?" Jiang Qiao asked cautiously. Lin He remained silent, and Jiang Qiao continued, "I'll ask her what she needs the money for." On the other end, Chuyi was surprised to see her father's call coming back after she had asked for money. "What do you need that money for?" Jiang Qiao asked. Chuyi was taken aback. It was the first time her father had asked her that. Just to use it, buying clothes and bags, it goes quickly." Chuyi's answer was vague. Jiang Qiao looked at Lin He, wondering if this reason was acceptable for sending the money. Lin He frowned. It was clear their daughter was lying. Jiang Qiao understood and immediately lowered his voice. "Chuyi, don't lie to me." Chuyi tightened her grip on the phone. Her father had never cared about her life. Realizing her father's abilities, she chose to be honest even without being asked. "There's a classmate who gets teased for being poor, so I plan to buy him a bike to show those bullies." This time, Jiang Qiao didn't need Lin He to signal him. He asked, "Is it a boy classmate?" After a moment of silence, a soft hum came from the other end. "I don't know about Han Sun. I just wanted to give it to him." "That reason doesn't work." Chuyi wanted to explain more, but the call was suddenly ended. She was stunned. It was just 800,000. Why was her father being so stingy? Later that evening, Chuyi received a call from her aunt, saying someone saw her father bringing a woman home and asked if she knew what was happening. Chuyi suddenly realized. Her father must have been influenced by someone. That troublesome woman. When she got back, she would definitely confront her. But that's a story for later. Right now, Jiang Qiao felt uneasy after hanging up, as he noticed Lin He was in a worse mood. "You really don't care about your children at all." Lin He said this while grinding her teeth. Jiang Qiao, being a smart man, knew he should have paid more attention to his children to avoid this situation. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Jiang Qiao didn't argue and simply admitted his mistake. The butler held his breath, realizing that this new lady was not ordinary. He thought that in a tense situation, the new lady would be the one to give in, but instead, the young master left with a frown, and the husband showed no masculinity in front of his wife, completely under her control. The head of the Jiang group was giving his daughter 800,000 and had to consider the new lady's feelings. No one would believe it if they heard. It seems the saying holds true, where there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather. The butler silently criticized. From then on, the butler became even more respectful. If the master could argue with his children, then a small butler like him could easily be replaced. He couldn't afford to offend the new lady. The butler reminded himself of this. So when Jiang Muhua called to test him, the butler didn't mention anything about Lin He. Jiang Muhua was Lin He's cousin and Chuyi's aunt. After Lin He's incident, she often visited the school to see Chuyi and Shiwu. Jiang An knew that his mother didn't get along with Jiang Manhwa and ignored her. The two younger ones were unaware of the situation and kept in touch more often. Jiang Qiao understood this and thought it was good for the kids to have a female elder looking out for them. He could give Jiang Manhwa some money. It wasn't a big deal. They had managed to get by this way for years. Right now, Jiang Manhwa has heard rumors about a woman appearing next to Jiang Qiao, so she hurriedly called the butler to ask about it. The butler, returning to his room, was still in shock from realizing that his employer was quite submissive. When he saw it was Jiang Manhwa calling, he let out a cold snort. Every time this person was with the young lady, she acted like an elder. One might think she was the mistress of the Lin family. Her little schemes were too obvious. He casually brushed her off and hung up the phone, then sighed as he looked out the window. He had a feeling that his workdays ahead would be very eventful. Upstairs, Jiang Qiao was trying to redeem himself. Chuyi is studying abroad as an exchange student and will return next week. On the 15th, he will go to a nearby city for a marathon with his classmates, so he won't be back this week. As he spoke about the children's whereabouts, he wanted to prove he was not completely neglectful. He leaned his head on Lin He's shoulder, holding her waist tightly, his voice unconsciously softening. If the butler saw Jiang Qiao in this dependent manner, he would be even more shocked. Lin He ignored Jiang Qiao. The situation at home was more chaotic than she had thought. And it was like a little hedgehog. Her daughter seemed to be lovesick, and her youngest son probably wasn't doing much better. She decided to rest well and tackle the problems one by one. An might come back tomorrow, and she wanted to present herself well so An could see her as the mother she remembered. However, Lin He didn't wait for Jiang An. Instead, she encountered another unexpected guest. "Butler, this tea you bought is quite nice and fragrant," Jiang Manhwa said to the butler, but her gaze kept drifting toward the staircase. She was here to meet that woman. Jiang Qiao had maintained his integrity for many years, and the sudden appearance of a woman made Jiang Manhwa feel threatened. Yes, Jiang Manhwa had feelings for Jiang Qiao. The butler was in a difficult position. He wanted Jiang Manhwa to leave, but his duty prevented him from sending her away, especially since she claimed to be delivering something to the young lady. "This paintbrush is a gift I got for Chuyi. He forgot to bring it. By the way, butler, I heard." Unable to get information over the phone, Jiang Manhwa came in person, determined to meet that woman. "Butler, who is here? It's so noisy." Jiang Manhwa's voice trailed off as she looked at the graceful woman walking down the stairs, her expression stiffening. Though the woman was wearing a face mask, it was clear she was quite beautiful. The slender waist, glowing white skin, ample chest, curvy hips, and a smooth neck without a wrinkle. Jiang Manhwa, who was being scrutinized, held her teacup tightly, her fingers turning pale. Youth was gone forever. No matter how well she maintained herself, she couldn't compete with the youthful charm of younger women. Lin He had just gotten out of bed and planned to relax on the second-floor balcony. Hearing a noise downstairs, she came to check it out. Upon meeting Jiang Manhwa's hostile and jealous gaze, Lin He recognized her immediately and understood the situation. This cousin never changed, always coveting what wasn't hers. As her eyes flickered, Lin He formed a plan and said with a playful smile, "Oh, we have a guest. Before coming down, I let Hani sleep a bit longer. He's been very tired lately. Is there anything you would like to tell me?"
I can pass it on.
Realizing Jiang Manhwa didn't recognize her, Lin He began her act. Seeing Jiang's pale face, the butler silently gave a thumbs up in his mind. The new lady of the house was impressive. With just one sentence, she had caught the other off guard. "Butler, who is this?" Jiang Manhwa ignored Lin He and, suppressing the urge to confront her, asked the butler, deliberately showing her familiarity with the household. The butler was caught off guard. Mr. hadn't mentioned anything yesterday. To be precise, Mr. had been too busy with the other person to pay attention to him, but it was clear that this was the new mistress. However, since Mr. hadn't introduced her as such, he couldn't do so himself. The butler hesitated and remained silent, causing Jiang Manhwa to lose face. especially with Lin He's light laugh accompanying it. The sarcasm was palpable, and Jiang Muhua's face turned from pale to red with anger. Lin He's next words were even more infuriating. "Excuse me, ma'am, are you a relative of Hani? How should I address you?" "Ma." Jiang Muhua felt her head spin, and when she saw Lin He adjusting her collar, her mind spun again. "Did you two sleep together?" Lin He paused, realizing from Jiang's gaze that she had misunderstood. Her hair was tickling her neck, and as she adjusted her collar, it revealed marks left by Jiang Qiao. Lin He's delicate skin had turned slightly red and purple from the earlier encounter, and the collar barely concealed the traces, resembling marks left from intimacy. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Please excuse me," Lin He didn't explain, smiling brightly while internally cursing Jiang Qiao, and continued to adjust her collar to cover the marks more thoroughly. Jiang Muhua saw the smug look on the other person's face through the mask and thought they were showing off. She felt angry inside. What an uncultured, shameless person. The Jiang family isn't a place where just anyone can enter. You should know your place and not make a scene that embarrasses your family. There have been many before you, and none of them ended well. In the end, you'll only harm yourself. In the past, Jiang Muhua often scolded women who had feelings for Jiang Qiao, looking down on them in a way that made many girls turn pale.
Oh.
"I get it, you're Hani's mom," Lin He suddenly realized. The butler tried to hold back a laugh. The new lady was really good at making sharp comments, implying that Ms. Jiang was old-fashioned. Seeing Lin He give him a look, the butler stepped forward and said, "You misunderstood. This lady is the young lady's cousin." "Cousin? A distant cousin?" "Saying that makes me think she's a proper elder of the Jiang family, but it turns out she's not." Then, in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear, she muttered, "What a ridiculous situation." Suddenly, someone couldn't hold back a laugh. Jiang Muhua angrily looked around, noticing all the servants had their heads down, avoiding eye contact with the person who laughed. Her anger grew. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that. Over the years, with the support of the Jiang family, Jiang Muhua had gained a lot of respect outside. "Do you believe I can kick you out?" Jiang Muhua pointed at Lin He. "Do you believe I can kick you out?" Lin He mimicked her voice and clapped her hands twice. So impressive, so powerful. Jiang Muhua was quite sharp-tongued. The women interested in Jiang Qiao came in all types: strong career women, cute interns, gentle teachers. Each one had their own personality, some explosive, some trying to play mind games with her. Regardless, Jiang Muhua always came out on top. Those women never received any attention from Jiang Qiao, but Jiang Muhua could come and go freely in the Jiang family. The Jiang family's twins were even close to her. This was her advantage and made other women hesitant to challenge her. For years, no one had made Jiang Muhua this angry. Lin He managed to do it effortlessly. At that moment, footsteps were heard coming down the stairs. Jiang Qiao was coming down. Jiang Muhua regained her composure, quickly hiding her sharp demeanor, and said sternly, "Miss, you are being unreasonable." Then she looked up at Jiang Qiao and questioned, "Why did you bring her back? What about my sister? She's been away for 6 months and has missed you, her father. Seeing someone else here might hurt her feelings." Lin He rolled her eyes, thinking how dramatic Jiang Muhua was. As Jiang Qiao stepped down the last stair, Jiang Muhua finished her speech. He glanced at the butler beside him and said flatly, "Show her out." Hearing this, Jiang Muhua looked at Lin He with satisfaction, thinking, "Let's see if I can get you kicked out." Then she was escorted out. "Ms. Jiang, please follow me." Jiang Muhua felt the butler misunderstood. How could she be the one to be sent away? That woman should be. "Honey, who is this person? Can she represent the Jiang family?" Lin He, sitting on the sofa, waved at Jiang Qiao, her face tightening as she added, "She wants to kick me out. She's not an important person and doesn't represent the Jiang family. You are in charge here. Only you can decide who stays or goes." Lin He was quite the performer, and Jiang Qiao was the perfect partner. Others couldn't handle Lin He's dramatic moods, but Jiang Qiao matched her well. Of course, this was also Jiang Qiao's honest opinion. Jiang Muhua was stunned. She was so shocked that she was half pushed out of the villa by the butler and stood at the door for 3 minutes, trying to regain her senses. Oh my! That sly fox has really won Jiang Qiao over. This was something Jiang Manhwa never expected. Realizing she wouldn't get anywhere by going back in, she took out her phone and called Chuyi. For the first time, Jiang Manhwa felt a sense of threat. This little enchantress was different from the other women. She needed to quickly get Chuyi's attention. Inside the villa, it seems Jiang Qiao has had quite a few admirers over the years. Jiang Qiao thought this was bad. Jiang Manhwa must have said something outrageous. What Jiang Qiao?
Hehe, I'm Honey.
As he spoke, Jiang Qiao casually sat next to Lin He. Just as he was about to clear his name, a phone call interrupted him. The landline rang, and Lin He nodded, signaling Jiang Qiao to answer it first. Forget it. Our matters are more important, Lin. He remained silent, just watching Jiang Qiao. In less than 3 seconds, Jiang Qiao gave in and went to answer the phone. As soon as he said hello, Jiang An's cold voice came through the receiver. Let her answer. Madness can be contagious. Otherwise, Jiang An wouldn't understand why he really used his hair for testing. As he grew older, Jiang An didn't say it out loud, but he gradually accepted that his mother would not return. He thought he had forgotten, but suddenly every memory came rushing back clearly. How much can a 6-year-old remember? Too much. He remembers his mom making him phonics flashcards, taking him to the zoo, and telling him every idiom story. Jiang An sat on the sofa, lost in thought, feeling as if time had stopped. Memories flooded back, making him feel a deep emptiness inside. That woman looked so much like his mom. Even her tone when she called him baby was the same. The memories kept coming back. At 8 in the morning, Jiang An received an email. The urgent test results were out. He told himself that he was only checking the test to see what tricks that woman was playing. But the trembling of his fingers on the screen revealed his anxious heart. With hope comes nervousness. Perhaps there really are miracles in this world? He opened the email, and a miracle happened. Jiang An felt like his mind had gone blank. After a moment of recovery, he couldn't even describe his feelings. The report in front of him brought a wave of disbelief. Jiang An picked up his phone and called the old house. Baby, it's Mom. Where are you? Can we meet and talk? Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang An's eyelashes fluttered, and he tried hard to keep his voice steady. I'll come back at noon. He needed to confirm things. Okay, I'll wait for you. Jiang An hung up the phone and walked awkwardly to the bathroom. His body was awake, but his thoughts were far away. He needed to think carefully. On the other end of the call, Lin He was very happy. She knew her son must have seen the test results. Jiang Qiao, nearby, poured cold water on her excitement, saying, An is very cautious. Even if there's a lot of evidence, if he thinks it's unreasonable, he won't believe it. Lin He's smile froze, and she crossed her arms, huffing at Jiang Qiao, and wasn't this stubborn when he was younger. Anyway, she was truly strong enough to handle the situation. Lin He stood up, looking down at Jiang Qiao. We'll settle your account later. An loves the sweet and sour ribs I make. I'm going to cook. With that, she walked toward the kitchen, ignoring Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao frowned. He also liked sweet and sour ribs. He used to say that this family liked him the most, but it turns out he was just joking. As Jiang Qiao mentioned, when Jiang An returned home, he did not recognize Lin He. He still had that distant attitude. Lin He was not sad. She had prepared herself while busy in the kitchen, knowing that the child needed time to adjust. And I made your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Lin He cheerfully called him to the dining table, ignoring his cold expression. Jiang An stood still and said, I want to talk to you alone. Lin He was surprised but quickly took off her apron and walked to the sink. Okay, you wait for me in the study. I'll be there soon. Jiang An nodded and went to the study, not even glancing at Jiang Qiao sitting on the living room sofa, let alone greeting him. Jiang Qiao was not surprised and didn't see any issue with it. In the study, Lin He and Jiang An sat facing each other. Why do you pretend to be scared of bugs when you're not? Jiang An asked out of the blue. Lin He smiled and replied, When you were 5, You would scream and jump 3 meters away when you saw a bug. I thought if a girl ever gets scared of bugs, you can't just compete to see who screams louder. My son should be the one who saves the day. I pretended to be scared and you would stand in front of me saying, "Mom, I'll protect you." And then you would throw the bug away. During that time, I had Wang Ma find many bugs to put on our path, and you went from being scared to fearless. As Lin He spoke, Jiang An's tense expression gradually relaxed. His question came from a memory he recalled. As a child, he had cried and said he wanted all the bugs in the world to disappear. His mother looked at him sadly and said, "What will you do if you fall in love someday?" Clearly, that resonated with him. Jiang An asked many questions about his childhood. Most of his memories of his mother were fragments, without context. Hearing Lin He talk about the past clarified many of his doubts. His image of his mother became more vivid. Of course, Lin He did not remember everything clearly. There were a few things Jiang An mentioned that she had no recollection of. And do you believe me now? Lin He unconsciously clasped her hands together, feeling nervous inside. Jiang An pressed his lips together and replied, "I don't know." Lin He felt steadied by this answer. Her son was willing to express his true feelings, which meant he was starting to accept her. "I need to think more about it. I'll go now." After speaking, Jiang An quickly left the study and the villa, as if he were afraid of being followed. He had begun to suspect Lin He's true identity, but he didn't know how to face it. Should he act like a child and cling to his mother's leg for comfort? He couldn't do that. 15 years had passed, bringing too much distance and strangeness. Jiang An's mind was very confused. He needed time to think. Lin He understood her son, but still felt a bit disappointed. "Didn't you reach an agreement?" Jiang Qiao, who had just been on the balcony making work calls, walked over to Lin He and saw their son driving away. It's normal for a child to struggle with the sudden return of a mother who has been missing for 15 years, especially with such a fantastical story. It wasn't just about acceptance. They needed a new way to interact as mother and son. Lin He sighed. Her baby was no longer 6 years old. Jiang Qiao comforted Lin He by holding her close. "It's okay. It's just a matter of time. He will accept it eventually." He pulled out a chair for Lin He to sit down and turned to see the dishes on the table, suddenly stopping in his tracks. "Where are the sweet and sour ribs?" The maid, who was serving the last dish, explained, "I packed them for the young master and put them in his car." Lin He had a feeling her son wouldn't stay for dinner, so she had the chef pack the ribs for Jiang An. She had been quite foresight. Upon hearing Lin He's explanation, Jiang Qiao responded with an "oh," smiling as he served Lin He some food and soup. On the surface, everything seemed fine, but inside, he felt like crying. He should have stopped their son earlier. Noticing Jiang Qiao's mood, Lin He smiled slightly. Did he want to eat her cooking? She would see how he performed in the future. In the afternoon, Jiang Qiao had to go to the company and wanted to take Lin He with him, but she preferred to stay home. In the end, Jiang Qiao couldn't convince her and went to the company alone, giving her detailed instructions, even about where she kept her hair ties. He was practically pushed out the door by Lin He, who thought he could have talked for another half hour. Lin He internally complained that Jiang Qiao was still so chatty. Not going with him to the company, she had her own plans. After watching Jiang Qiao's car leave the villa, she called the housekeeper to the study. "The housekeeper has been with the Jiang family for 10 years? "Yes, madam," the housekeeper replied respectfully. During lunch, Jiang Qiao had informed the housekeeper that from now on, Lin He would be in charge at home. This was the official announcement. Lin He was the rightful mistress of the Jiang family. "How has the relationship between you and the children been over the years?" Lin He asked directly. When Jiang An came over, there was no communication between him and his son, which made Lin He feel even more troubled. How could the conflict between father and son be so deep? Regarding this, Jiang Qiao spoke lightly, brushing it off as a misunderstanding, but Lin He felt he was hiding something from her. "Madam, when I came to the Jiang family, the young masters and young lady were already not living at home, and the master rarely comes back." The butler was not lying. The house was most lively during the days Lin He returned. Usually, when Jiang Qiao came back, he would go straight to the room of the lady on the third floor and stay there all day, leaving for several days afterward, repeating this pattern. The eldest son never stayed overnight, and the eldest daughter and youngest son occasionally returned, mostly staying in a house near the school. The old house truly felt like a home that wasn't a home. Lin He sighed, feeling shattered. Accepting reality, she was no longer sad about the situation. It was okay. She was back. Realizing she wasn't getting the information she wanted from the butler, Lin He was about to tell him he could leave when he said with a pleased tone, "Madam, since you arrived, I have seen the master smile for the first time in 10 years. The butler's quote from a domineering CEO novel may be late, but it's here." Lin He's lips twitched. She rejected the cliché of a domineering CEO falling in love with her. Usually, in such stories, the original partner doesn't have a good ending. Meanwhile, in a long business car on the road, Jiang Qiao was reviewing documents, his expressionless face making the two assistants sitting across from him quite nervous. In the company, Jiang Qiao didn't need to show any expression to reprimand his subordinates. Even a calm statement about the issues was enough to make those who made mistakes sweat profusely, not daring to make the same mistake again. Some people didn't need to exert pressure intentionally. Their presence alone was enough to create an undeniable aura. What the butler said was not flattery. It was heartfelt. The Jiang Qiao beside Lin, he was a side of him that the company had never seen, and even the household staff had never witnessed. Now, Jiang Qiao's gentleness was a limited edition for Lin He. No one else could touch it, not even his own son. Jiang Qiao called Jiang An, saying, "Don't disturb her in the next few days." "Huh. What are you afraid of?" Jiang An, who was caught off guard by the request, wanted to mock him further, but he heard Jiang Qiao's calm voice on the phone say, "If you want her to disappear again, go ahead and cause a scene." Jiang An's words were abruptly cut off, and his face turned pale. "Before we understand what is happening, no one can predict what will occur." Jiang An said nothing. His silence was an answer. Jiang Qiao understood, and then hung up the phone, ending the call. Rubbing his nose, Jiang Qiao said in a deep voice, "Notify all department managers to meet at 2 o'clock this afternoon." The assistant acknowledged. At that moment, a text message notification sounded on Jiang Qiao's phone, and he quickly picked it up to check. Madam asked the housekeeper, and then went back to her room to sleep. Jiang Qiao let out a breath, looking out the window with eyes as dark as ink. Whether it was fate or human action, he would never allow He to disappear a second time. Regardless of whether Jiang An accepted it or not, he did. When he saw Lin He crying in the bathroom, Jiang Qiao had already believed that He had returned. He still needed to investigate what was happening behind the scenes. He couldn't bear to lose her again. The two assistants exchanged glances, unsure of what was going on, but they found Jiang Qiao suddenly very intimidating. Back in her room, Lin He did not take a nap. She logged into her social media accounts. WeChat, Weibo, email. After meeting her eldest son, she began to organize her life. Having been gone for 15 years, she could legally be declared dead. Now that she had reappeared, she had to be careful. Talking about her 15-year absence with family was one thing, but sharing it with outsiders could lead to being seen as crazy. Jiang Qiao had saved all her accounts well. They could still be accessed without being cancelled or frozen. The phone number she was using was also from 15 years ago. Once on WeChat, she saw an unread message from a week ago, sent by Hu Dai. "Miss you so much." Hu Dai was Lin He's college roommate, and they had started a cosmetics company together after graduation. She wondered what the company was like now. Thinking this, Lin He logged out of WeChat and logged into Weibo, searching for Hu Dai's account. Her follower count had grown from 100,000 to over 5 million, and her Weibo bio stated she was the chairwoman of Beijing Cosmetics, indicating the company was likely doing well. Their partnership was more accurately described as Lin He being the investor. It seemed her past self had quite an eye for business. However, Lin He soon found it hard to smile. When she opened Hu Dai's Weibo comments, she saw nothing but insults. Following the keywords mentioned in the comments, Lin He discovered the reason. A product under Beijing Beauty had faced major issues, with various problems and exceeding standards. The product quality was not the main concern. The main issue was why this incident affected her, a person who had been missing for 15 years. On the popular square of the North Star Cosmetics controversy, a revealing Weibo post gained attention, detailing the early history of the company's founding. The article indicated that the problematic product was based on a formula provided by another founder who passed away years ago. Out of friendship and in memory of him, Mr. who decided to keep the production line running, even though it wasn't profitable. Unexpectedly, the formula had issues. The Weibo post emphasized that this product had not changed its formula in over 10 years and hinted that Mr. who had been badly misled by his partner. He remained silent, wondering if the angle of the defense was too clever. She had been missing for 15 years. How could she be dragged back into this? Coincidentally, just as he finished reading the details, Dai posted an apology on Weibo, sincerely admitting her mistake, and soon after, a text version of her interview was released. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the tone of her words aligned with the Weibo post. Mr. who was good, while the other partner was bad. He thought, is this how I return, with all the blame on me? I didn't even provide the formula. This incident didn't make a big splash, and didn't even trend. If he hadn't specifically searched for the topic, she wouldn't have known about it. Additionally, North Star responded quickly to the public relations crisis with timely apologies and compensations, which reduced the backlash from netizens. However, the dissatisfaction still found its way to He. While the netizens didn't know the identity of the other partner, they managed to uncover He's account. Years ago, Dai had mentioned He in a Weibo post, and every year, she would leave a birthday message on He's automatically generated birthday post, making it easy for netizens to find. The account named He Miao Qing Qing belonged to that troublesome partner. Dai had been doing well over the years, becoming an inspiring figure, and her success led netizens to admire her more. Those who idolized Dai eagerly shifted the blame for the product failure onto He, directing the dissatisfaction of curious onlookers toward her in an attempt to clear Dai's name. Seeing Dai's birthday wishes on He's Weibo, netizens believed some of the accusations and cursed the heartless person who had passed away before moving on after consuming the gossip. Just when it seemed the matter would settle down, a turning point occurred. Fans of celebrities often use an app that shows updates about their idols, including when they post on Weibo and whom they interact with. One user was shocked to discover that He's Weibo account was online, and it had been active. So, is this account really that of the deceased partner? The person has passed away, so who logged into the account? From the app, it shows that it was only active today after 15 years. Is it too unfair? Is the ghost showing up? /dog emoji if someone logged into this account, then the fans of Dai have no ground to stand on. You are too naive. It's just a public relations tactic. No matter what, if there are problems with the products, it's the boss's responsibility. She can't just wash her hands of it. The calm situation has stirred up again. He. She didn't expect the situation to turn so quickly. So what role does Dai play in this? He smirked. She had to get used to her world changing completely. Co-founding Beijing Cosmetics with Dai was not He's main job. Back then, she was a somewhat well-known comic artist, and her work account still receives fan messages asking why she suddenly left the industry. Not only was her family broken, but her career was also in chaos due to 15 years of stagnation. While he was lost in thought, her phone beeped with a private message from Weibo. Mr. Jiang, did you log into He's Weibo? Don't worry about what's happening online. I will handle it. The public relations manager acted without permission and involved He. By the time I found out, it was too late.
I'm sorry.
Beijing is He's hard work. This incident is due to my mismanagement. I'm sorry for /crying emoji. There are too many issues with the overseas agents, and Pyre is particularly difficult to deal with. I didn't consider the domestic situation, which caused this mess.
Sigh.
As He read, she felt something was off. Was Dai trying to take advantage of her to gain benefits from Jiang Qiao? Claiming Beijing was her hard work, mentioning her recent troubles, and even naming specific difficult people. Lin He even suspected that the public relations team was trying to shift blame onto her, and that Hu Dai was deliberately trying to communicate with Jiang Qiao through this. The Hu Dai she remembered was a simple-minded big sister. Now she had changed. She could even say that Beixing was her hard work. Regarding Beixing Cosmetics, Hu Dai was more involved in management, while Lin He mainly handled finances. If it were truly a labor of love, it wouldn't be accurate. The year she graduated was when she had the most money, and she invested freely in many companies. Beixing was just one of them. Lin He's mother was an international collector who passed away from cancer when Lin He was in middle school, leaving her a large inheritance that she could only access after graduating from university. So, Beixing Cosmetics couldn't really be considered Lin He's hard work. It was Hu Dai who was adding drama to the situation. Lin He did not reply, tossed her phone aside, and lay on the bed looking at the ceiling. After a long time, she sighed. Life after 15 years is really terrible. Home doesn't feel like home, and friends don't feel like friends anymore. Fortunately, Qiao hasn't changed. Lin He turned over, picked up her phone, and sent a message to Jiang Qiao. What are you doing? In the Jiang group building, the conference room was filled with people. The atmosphere was tense and quiet, with only the sound of the person at the head of the table flipping through documents. Jiang Qiao closed the folder and slammed it on the table, casting a cold glance at the middle-aged man in a blue suit on his left and said, "Is this your emergency plan?" The man was sweating nervously and wanted to explain, but knowing that Mr. Jiang didn't like excuses, he swallowed hard and said, "Mr. Jiang, give me 2 more hours, and I will present a plan that you will be satisfied with." "No need, Limon, you take over." "Understood, Mr. Jiang." The man in the blue suit turned pale. "This matter." Jiang Qiao's words were interrupted by a notification sound from his phone. At that moment, everyone felt a chill. They feared the sound was from their own phones. Timing like this was like pulling teeth. Then, everyone saw Mr. Jiang open his phone. How to describe Mr. Jiang's expression? Suddenly, like a spring breeze. In the previous second, his face was cold, but now it warmed up. Not only that, the slight curve at the corners of his mouth indicated a smile. A bold young manager who had just been promoted stole a glance and caught that hint of a smile. "In a meeting, we'll be home soon. Thinking of you." Jiang Qiao was certainly happy. The main idea of Lin He's message was that she missed him. Meeting adjourned. Closing his phone, Jiang Qiao spoke decisively. With the official matters done, he didn't want to say anything more. Someone was waiting for him at home. Once Jiang Qiao left the conference room and turned the corner in the hallway, everyone finally started to talk. Vice President Hu, in the blue suit, felt like he had survived a disaster. Not knowing who sent that message, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He wished the sender great fortune and long life. Vice President Hu clasped his hands together, quite sincerely. After leaving the conference room, Jiang Qiao took the elevator straight to the underground parking lot and drove home. A simple message asking what he was doing made him eager to return. On the way back, his assistant reported the situation online regarding Lin He's 15-year disappearance. Jiang Qiao was conducting a thorough search, not just on that Pacific island but also online. As soon as any news related to Lin He appears, he doesn't let it slip by. After Jiang Qiao got home, he shared this matter with Lin He, especially focusing on the person named Hu Dai. Hu Dai got married a year after Lin He's plane accident, divorced 3 years later, and has been single ever since. The person she married was Lin Bai, a mutual college classmate of theirs. After the divorce, Hu Dai focused on her career and successfully managed the Beixing Cosmetics company. The second year after her divorce, she expressed a desire to buy back the shares under your name. Hu Dai used Lin He to appeal to emotions, claiming it was also Lin He's hope, and Jiang Qiao agreed. "Over the years, she has gained many benefits from me." Jiang Qiao hugged Lin He, gently rubbing his cheek against hers, and said in a pitiful tone, "Every time she wants something, she brings you up and shares things about you that I didn't know. She thinks she hides her intentions well, but it's just me playing along because I want to hear about you." For 15 years, anything related to Lin, he has been healing for Jiang Qiao. I'm telling you about who died to prepare you. You are still you, but your friends may not be, as you remember them. The earlier remarks were a prelude. Jiang Qiao was subtly warning Lin to be cautious of her friends. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of ropes for 10 years. Jiang Qiao didn't dare to speak plainly for fear of Lin's temper. Because of friend issues, he almost got dumped back then. To put it simply, Jiang Qiao dislikes all of Lin's male friends. Even though there's nothing romantic between them, he just gets jealous. At first, Lin indulged him, thinking it was a little couple's game. But as Jiang Qiao became more excessive, she stopped accommodating him. Jiang Qiao still remembers what Lin said. Jiang Qiao, I love you. But if this love costs me my identity, then my love for you will become cheap, and I will stop loving you. At that time, Lin said it lightly, but Jiang Qiao was shocked. Since then, he hasn't dared to interfere with Lin's friendships. So when mentioning Hu Dai, Lin's best friend from college, he approached the topic very carefully, choosing his words wisely. He didn't dare to sound forceful. I know, I've seen the things online. Lin touched Jiang Qiao's face and then handed him her phone, which displayed Hu Dai's private message. I don't want to be used by her anymore. Lin nestled in Jiang Qiao's arms, her tone a bit downcast. For her, having dinner with Hu Dai was just a few days ago, and now everything is different. She had been used as an emotional ATM by Hu Dai for 15 years, constantly benefiting from Jiang Qiao. All right, I'll listen to she said. How should I explain my sudden appearance? Honestly, people will think I'm crazy, she added. No need to explain, Jiang Qiao replied, holding Lin gently. If outsiders ask, you can say you were taking care of your health abroad, or use any other excuse. No need to give them an explanation. Lin sat up and looked at Jiang Qiao, holding his face with her hands. If the sky falls down, she said, I'll be here to support you. Jiang Qiao finished her sentence, and they both smiled at each other, as if they were back in college on a carefree afternoon, lying on the grass and watching the clouds. Qiao, I'm glad you haven't changed. I'm glad to have you, Lin said, leaning forward to hug Jiang Qiao's neck, playfully swaying. Jiang Qiao smiled and hugged her back, burying his head in her neck with affection. For the next few days, Lin was busy adjusting to the world after 15 years. In today's advanced technological society, even a few years can bring significant changes, let alone 15. Everything felt new to Lin, and she couldn't help but marvel at the progress of technology. She felt like a new player in a game, exploring the beginner's village with Jiang Qiao as her guide. Lin was also waiting for her eldest son to contact her, but it seemed like Jiang An had disappeared. When she couldn't hold back and wanted to call her son, Jiang Qiao stopped her. And is busy working on a project with his mentor, he explained. Hearing this, Lin decided to wait until her son was done. She realized she was being too impatient. A week passed, and then the first day of the new year arrived. Actually, she was supposed to return 2 days later, but she left school early to catch that woman off guard. An, who had been expecting 8 million, was confused. She never thought her father would refuse her request for money. An spent money freely and didn't have a habit of saving. Usually, Jiang Qiao would give her a sum, and she would spend it as she pleased, asking for more when it ran out. So, wanting to spend 8 million on a car, she had to request funds from her father, as she didn't have enough money. When she couldn't understand her father's refusal, she received a call from her aunt, which revealed that her father had found a new partner, and her inability to get money was related to that new relationship. This week, Chuyi hasn't been sleeping well. She asked people in her circle, and many mentioned that their fathers remarried, and after the stepmothers had children, they caused all sorts of trouble with nasty tricks. Chuyi couldn't stay away any longer. She had to go back and check things out. As soon as she landed at the airport, before she could get home, she received a call from Han Sun. When she answered, a strange voice came through the speaker. At the private room on the second floor of May restaurant, in less than an hour, make Han Sun unable to walk.
What?
How dare you? I'm on my way. Chuyi hurriedly took a taxi, her eyes red with worry. I blocked her. She probably thinks it was you who did it. Anyway, I don't want to deal with her. Lin He was lying in a rocking chair on the second floor, eating grapes, looking quite innocent. On the other end of the line was Jiang Qiao. After spending a few days resting with Lin He, the company's paperwork had piled up, and he had to return to work. The idea of a relaxed CEO only exists in novels and dramas. In reality, the workload is overwhelming. Managing the livelihoods of all the employees in the group leaves no time for leisure. Jiang Qiao had to work late today. They talked about Hu Dai. Since she hadn't replied to a message on Weibo, Hu Dai sent Jiang Qiao a message on WeChat. Jiang Qiao didn't want to respond and asked Lin He if he could block her. Lin He had no objections. She had already blocked her. After chatting a bit longer, Lin He hung up and went to her room to take a nap. Just as she lay down, the butler knocked on the door. "Madam, the young lady has returned to the country." The police station in Xing'an district called, saying they need someone to come and bail her out. Since Jiang Qiao said that family matters were to be decided by Lin He, the butler, after much thought, decided to consult the new madam. Lin He sat up suddenly, her sleepiness vanishing. Return to the country? Police station? Bail? The combination of those words made her quite uneasy. "Madam, should I report this to the sir?" the butler asked. Lin He shook her head. Jiang Qiao would come to bail her out anyway, so it wouldn't make much difference if she went with him. Over the past few days, Lin He had prepared herself. The three children had different personalities, and An's way of recognizing them wasn't suitable for the fraternal twins. She could confidently say that even if she pulled out all her hair, the twins wouldn't use it for DNA testing. Even if a DNA report was presented to them, they might think it was fake. "No need, I'll handle it." She decided to find out what was going on first. Family ties are strange. In the police station, there were about 10 teenagers, including 4 or 5 girls, but Lin He immediately recognized the girl with curly hair, who was facing away from her, as her daughter. The boy with chestnut hair on the left, who had fair skin and was wearing a black t-shirt, was likely Han Sun, the one who promised to buy a sports car over the phone. Lin He had figured out the whole situation. Han Sun's father owed gambling debts, and the debt collectors found Han Sun. They learned that Chuyi liked Han Sun and wanted her to help pay off the debt. Han Sun was unwilling, so the group took his phone and called Chuyi. When she received the message, she rushed over. Upon arriving, Chuyi was heartbroken to see Han Sun's bruised face. She offered to pay the debt, but insisted that the people who hurt him should be punished. Chuyi had a fiery temper. After saying this, she grabbed a bottle to defend Han Sun, and during the commotion, the restaurant owner, sensing trouble, called the police. These young people were reckless, and if someone got seriously hurt, the restaurant would be in trouble. Since it was near the school, there was a police station nearby, and the police quickly arrived to take the group in for questioning. The group that attacked Han Sun were seasoned troublemakers and had their own excuses ready for the police. Chuyi was worried that the situation would escalate and affect Han Sun. To keep things calm, both sides agreed to settle, and the police decided to give them a warning. Since Chuyi was a minor, the police called her parents to come pick her up, and she provided the housekeeper's number. When the police saw Lin He, they mistakenly thought she was Chuyi's older sister. Although they didn't say it directly, their implication was that the family should keep a closer eye on her and limit her contact with unsavory characters. Lin He signed the necessary paperwork, and the police took her to see Chuyi. "Jiang Suizhao, your family is here," the officer announced. Chuyi, whose full name was Jiang Suizhao, asked from inside, "Is it just me?" She had clearly asked the housekeeper to bail both herself and Han Sun out. What if Han Sun's mother had a health emergency while coming to the police station? "Yes, hurry up and come out," the officer urged. Chuyi glanced at Han Sun beside her and whispered, "Wait a moment, I'll come out and bail you out too." Lin He saw her daughter speaking to Han Sun through the window, her eyes full of concern, while Han Sun looked gloomy, staring at the ground and not lifting his head. Lin He narrowed her eyes. After Chuyi mentioned Han Sun's name on the phone that day, she had made it a point to learn more about him. Han Sun is a high school classmate of Chuyi. He comes from an ordinary family and excels in his studies, being quite popular at school. Chuyi takes great care of Han Sun, claiming he is her best buddy, but it's clear that she has deeper feelings. It's hard to hide such feelings, and everyone can see Chuyi's crush, but no one has mentioned it openly. Unfortunately, the beauty of school romance mostly exists in novels. Linhee thinks that Han Sun is not as simple as he seems, but she needs to confirm this. Having gone through youth herself, Linhee knows that it's best not to interfere in young love, especially since she suddenly appeared in their lives without any emotional connection. Housekeeper, what about Han Sun? Once outside, Chuyi urgently asked the housekeeper to bail Han Sun out. What are you hesitating for? Can't you hear me? Chuyi stamped her foot in frustration and noticed the housekeeper looking behind her. Turning around, she saw Linhee. Chuyi's memories of her mother are unclear, and she can barely remember her face from old photos. She didn't see anything special about Linhee and even wondered which troublemaker's family she belonged to. After a quick glance, Chuyi dismissed her and tried to urge the housekeeper again, only to hear him respectfully call Linhee Madam. Chuyi's expression changed. Madam? It couldn't be what she thought. Linhee nodded at the housekeeper, signaling that they could leave. As for bailing Han Sun, she didn't usually get involved with other people's children. As Linhee walked past Chuyi, followed by the housekeeper, Chuyi watched Linhee's figure grow distant until she turned the corner and disappeared. Frustrated, she ran after her. Why is this woman here? Feeling embarrassed and insulted, Chuyi was unhappy. She felt at a disadvantage before the battle even began. Seeing Linhee get into her father's usual business car, she hurriedly took a seat in the back. Did you marry my dad? The shock of Linhee being called Madam made Chuyi forget all about Han Sun. After receiving a call from Jiang Manhwa, she thought her father had just started dating. Although she had asked others how it felt to have a stepmother, she didn't believe her father would marry someone so quickly. She had underestimated the situation. If the housekeeper was calling her Madam, what did that mean? You returned home so suddenly, and there's no food prepared. Shall we go eat at a nearby restaurant? Who wants to eat with you? Before she could voice her disagreement, her stomach growled, making her words stick in her throat. Hey! Han Sun is still at the police station. Stop the car. She slapped her leg in frustration, blaming this woman for making her forget about Han Sun. The driver didn't stop but glanced at Linhee's expression in the rearview mirror. Everyone in the old house knew they had to listen to Linhee. This was a direct order from the master. The butler had made it clear that if anyone thought their long stay in the Jiang family gave them special status, they were mistaken. Those who tried to take advantage would be shown the door without hesitation. With this understanding, everyone in the old house treated the new lady with great respect. The benefits at Jiang Manor were too good. They didn't want to leave. Chuyi noticed the driver's reaction and widened her eyes. What was happening? Why did everyone listen to this woman? When we went, the police had already contacted Han Sun's mother, so there's no need to bail him out, Linhee explained. Chuyi suddenly remembered that Han Sun's phone rang when they entered the police station. It must have been his mother calling.
Oh.
Since Aunt Han knew, it didn't matter whether he was bailed out or not. Linhee smiled, realizing that her daughter forgetting about Han Sun because of her presence showed he wasn't that important, not to the point of being desperately in love. She was a bit love-struck, but there was hope. For instance, now that she knew Han Sun didn't need bail, Chuyi stopped worrying and instead pressed on with her previous question. You and Dad got a marriage certificate? You're legally married? Linhee didn't answer and changed the subject. The 800,000 was me stopping Jiang Qiao from giving it to you. I also sent your aunt away from Jiang Manor. From now on, your allowance will have a limit. Any extra expenses without a good reason won't be covered. Chuyi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her stepmother was indeed cruel, even worse than her friends had said. Chuyi was so angry that her chin trembled. She had a lot to say, but what came out was, "You actually call my dad Jiang Qiao." Linhee found her daughter's focus quite cute. Chuyi looked like her father, but compared to Jiang Qiao's sharp features, she had a round baby face. When surprised, her eyes widened just like when she was a child, making silly faces while blowing bubbles. Before meeting her daughter, Lin thought a lot about what she would do if her daughter turned out to be spoiled and unable to tell right from wrong. After seeing her in the first year of middle school, she realized she had judged too quickly. That phone call didn't really show anything important. Being a bit spoiled isn't a bad thing. It's okay for a girl to have a little princess attitude. Right now, Lin felt more aware of her daughter's strengths. Even though her daughter didn't seem to like her, she didn't say anything hurtful. Her resistance was soft, showing she rarely attacked others. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and her daughter's clear gaze lacked any malice. Even when angry, she looked innocent and easy to deceive. Regardless of any bias, Lin thought her daughter was wonderful. As long as her core values were good, everything else could be taught. Jiao Qiao really likes this nickname, Lin said with a smile, growing fonder of her daughter. Just like Jiang An, she was her own child. Don't think that just because you're smiling, I will like you. Who are you to tell my dad how much money he should give me? As long as I'm here, you can forget about being the lady of the Jiang family. Chuyi thought her strong words would have an impact. She expected Lin to look shocked and explain that she truly loved her, following the typical stepmother role. But that didn't work. She wasn't someone who could be easily fooled. She wasn't the kind of girl who would let a stepmother take advantage of her. But I am already the lady of the Jiang family, Lin replied, defeating Chuyi's confidence with just one sentence. So arrogant. Too arrogant. That's because I haven't made my feelings clear to Dad. If I do, you'll be kicked out. As they drove into the Jiang residence, Lin remained calm and smiling, unaffected by Chuyi's words. Don't think I'm joking. You know the difference between a biological daughter and an outsider, right? You may have entered the Jiang family, but can you stand your ground? I'll tell you, you can't. Lin walked ahead while Chuyi chased after her, talking nonstop. Once they reached the study, Chuyi, out of breath, put her hands on her hips and declared, anyway, don't think things will go well for you. As she finished speaking, a picture frame was shoved into her arms. Who told you to take my mom's photo? Chuyi snapped, moving to put the frame back on the shelf. When she was younger, Chuyi often looked at her mother's photo, but at some point, her father had put it away. She saw it less frequently, but she remembered this frame. It used to be on the left side of the living room shelf. Do you remember your mother? My mom passed away when I was 2. What could I remember? Halfway through her words, Chuyi stopped and shot a glare at Lin, huffing. Why should I tell you this? Stop asking about my mom. You can't compare to her. I'll be staying at home every day from now on, so let's see if you can keep the peace. After saying that, Chuyi skipped away. She didn't want to waste more words with this woman and would talk to her dad when he got back. Lin chuckled softly, thinking about her silly daughter. That night, Jiang Qiao worked late until 11 and got home close to midnight. Chuyi had gone downstairs and didn't even return to her room. She sat in the living room watching TV, waiting. After a 7-hour flight and a long day at the police station, Chuyi was quite tired, so when Jiang Qiao came home, he found his daughter curled up asleep on the sofa. After turning off the TV, he could still hear her soft snores. Chuyi, wake up and go to bed. Chuyi groggily sat up, rubbed her eyes, and walked toward her room. After a few steps, she became more alert and said, Dad, why didn't you tell me you have a girlfriend? Everyone at home calls her Madam. Are you two married? Have you forgotten about Mom? This last question was something Manhwa insisted Chuyi ask. She said it was important to bring up her mother for comparison to make her dad dislike that woman. Jiang Qiao knew Lin was hiding her identity, but didn't know how she spoke to his daughter today. He chose to stay silent to avoid saying something wrong. Seeing her father not respond, Chuyi angrily said, She said I can't spend money freely anymore, and that there will be a limit. Dad, does that mean I can't buy the things I like anymore now that you have a girlfriend? At this point, Chuyi felt like a pitiful child, tears welling up in her eyes. Dad won't take away your food and clothes. Jiang Qiao's words were a silent agreement. Chuyi was on the verge of tears. She couldn't believe things had turned out this way. How could her father side with that bad woman? She was his real daughter, wasn't she? Although she didn't rely on her father much, and their relationship wasn't very deep, being compared to someone else and feeling like the one not chosen made her realize what sadness truly meant. How could Dad do this? In Chuyi's memory, her father was a serious man who rarely smiled and spoke coldly to everyone, creating a serious atmosphere at home. She thought it was normal. Several of her friends had even stricter fathers. Most fathers are not good at expressing their feelings, but their love shows through their actions. They never restrict their daughters from spending money. Now, Chuyi feels that love is gone. "I hate you," she said with a cry before running back to her room. Jiang Qiao remained calm, showing no emotional reaction to his daughter's outburst. But when he looked up and saw Lin He standing at the staircase, he suddenly felt sad. Chuyi is upset with me." From his tone, Lin He sensed a mix of frustration and a desire for sympathy. As Lin He approached and reached out for a hug, she gently leaned against Jiang Qiao, rubbing her forehead against his chin. She didn't need to say anything. Her comforting gesture softened his heart. "I'm here for you. Just tell me what to do, and I will follow your lead." After slamming her door shut, Chuyi waited for a long time, realizing her father didn't come after her. Did he really not want her as his daughter anymore? Carefully, she opened the door to see if her father was resting in his room or standing in the hallway, unsure of how to talk to her. She was willing to give him a chance. But when she looked out, she saw her father at the staircase with that woman, looking very close. Quietly, she closed the door, her heart breaking. Her dad was completely enchanted by that woman. He really didn't want her anymore. Feeling more and more upset, Chuyi took out her phone, found Jiang An's name, and removed him from her blacklist. Then she sent a message. "Someone has taken Mom's place at home." Jiang An always defended their mom, and if he knew another woman had come into their lives, he would be very angry. He was smart, and together they could deal with that woman. For the first time, Chuyi felt weak in her own home. Hudai felt her career luck suddenly drop. First, there was the issue with the overseas agent. Initially, Pierre seemed open to negotiation, but now he wasn't even answering her calls. Then more trouble arose at home. The issue with excessive additives had been suppressed, but suddenly a blogger released a video exposing it, and it went viral. All the negative news about the company from recent years resurfaced, and there was no way to keep it under control now. Exhausted and overwhelmed, Hudai wanted to ask Jiang Qiao for help, but she found herself blocked. Not only that, but she also discovered that she couldn't see Lin He's Weibo anymore, meaning she had been blocked too. The company's ongoing troubles did not overly alarm Hudai. It was only when she realized she couldn't reach Jiang Qiao that she felt the situation was serious. Beijing's progress today owes much to the support of the Jiang Group. With strong backing, she has benefited from her past relationship with Lin He, gaining many advantages from Jiang Qiao. Regarding the additives, Hudai intentionally mentioned her partnership to leverage Lin He's name for favors, hoping Jiang Qiao would help her with international connections. No matter how hard she tried, her efforts wouldn't be as effective as a single word from Jiang Qiao. Why had she been blocked? Did Jiang Qiao find out she was deliberately shifting public opinion towards Lin He? Hudai felt a sense of urgency. She needed to deflect responsibility and maintain a good relationship with the Jiang family. While scrolling through her phone, Hudai's gaze landed on a post from Chuyi. As Lin He's close friend, she naturally had a warm attitude towards her children. After years of interaction, Jiang An would even call her Aunt Hu. Hudai often sent Chuyi little gifts that girls like, and they had each other's contact information. "Chuyi, you're back in the country? You look more beautiful than ever." Hudai commented on Chuyi's post. Others might not see the deeper meaning in Chuyi's post, but Lin He would understand. It was a declaration of ownership. The photo was taken on the balcony of Chuyi's room, showing a view of the courtyard, along with a selfie of her. The caption read, "My home." Less than a minute after Hudai's comment, Chuyi replied, "Yes, I'm back." Seeing Chuyi's quick response, Hudai opened a chat and sent her a voice message, asking how she had been and suggesting they meet for a meal. This wasn't the main point. Hu Dai subtly inquired about Jiang Qiao's mood and whether he was home, all without raising suspicion. However, Chuyi had her own thoughts. Aunt Hu, the Zhao family's birthday party is the day after tomorrow, and Dad is invited. I'll be going too, you should come. I miss you. Chuyi wasn't a deep thinker, but she understood that family matters shouldn't be aired publicly. She wouldn't mention her own grievances about her allowance to Hu Dai. She had her own plan. At the Zhao family's business party, her dad would bring that woman along. If Aunt Hu was there, as her mom's best friend, she would surely disapprove of that woman. Aunt Hu's keen eye could uncover the issues Chuyi noticed but couldn't articulate, and it would be best if that woman's true nature was revealed. She has already called her cousin, and with Aunt Hu joining, she believes they can handle that woman. Hua Dai didn't expect to fall asleep and wake up to a pillow. She was worried about not seeing Jiang Qiao. The Zhao family has connections with her, so getting an invitation to the party is not a problem. Seeing Hua Dai agree, Chuyi smiled like a little fox that stole a chicken, her eyes narrowing into slits. She quickly scrolled through her recent chats and saw Jiang An's name, her expression instantly freezing. A whole day passed, and there was no reply at all. You act like you love your mom so much, but you're really not that great. I will handle that woman myself. If you have time, you can also check out the birthday party at the Zhao family the day after tomorrow. As expected, this message sank without a trace. Chuyi tossed her phone aside with a huff, as if she didn't care. After sneezing twice, Linhee rubbed her nose and smiled at Jiang Qiao, saying, "It must be that little troublemaker Chuyi cursing me." She went shopping with Zhao Qing today and said they would wear matching dresses to the party the day after tomorrow. The main guest at the birthday party is Zhao Qing's grandfather. I thought she would keep causing trouble, but it seems I underestimated our girl. Linhee definitely wanted to recognize her daughter soon, but revealing her identity too suddenly could make their relationship awkward and distant. So she needed to take her time. It's okay if her daughter dislikes her now. The more she dislikes her, the more she needs to understand her. Even biological mothers and daughters need to build their relationship. She will probably cause some trouble at the birthday party, Jiang Qiao speculated, pulling Linhee closer. In the past, Jiang Qiao was very clingy with Linhee, and after all these years, she thought he would have matured and become more serious. But it turned out to be even more intense. Jiang Qiao seemed to have a craving for closeness, wanting to be right next to her all the time. I will keep an eye on her. Jiang Qiao held Linhee's waist, pulling her onto his lap, and they embraced tightly. This was Jiang Qiao's favorite position. It allowed Linhee to snuggle into his arms, wrapped in his warmth. All of her is his. You don't need to worry. I will handle it when the time comes. If Jiang Qiao intervened, their daughter would only dislike her more, which is not what Linhee wanted. Her goal is for her daughter to understand her and to guide her growth through these experiences. Linhee had her own plans. She looked up and kissed the corner of Jiang Qiao's mouth, saying, "You're the best." Jiang Qiao's gaze deepened with the kiss, his eyes glimmering as if they could consume someone. He said in a hoarse voice, "Hee, I'm a bit jealous of Chuyi. He could attract so much attention from Hee. Am I being childish? Isn't that our daughter? Once the kids' issues are resolved, I'll make it up to you properly." "Okay, I'll remember that." After he spoke, Jiang Qiao's face fell as Linhee pulled it down. "How can you still be jealous? Aren't I the one cleaning up your mess?" If he were a decent father, she wouldn't have to worry so much. Thinking about how Jiang An hadn't contacted her yet, Linhee squeezed her hands again. There wasn't a single obedient one at home. Jiang Qiao felt guilty and let Linhee bully him, but he didn't let go of her. "Would you like me to take you shopping tomorrow?" 15 years had passed, bringing chaos to Linhee's life, but it also made her feel refreshed about many things. Going out for a stroll sounded nice. Linhee nodded. At that moment, she had no idea how lively shopping would be the next day. Over the past 15 years, the city has changed a lot, and technology has advanced significantly. Linhee was like a curious child. Curiosity is a hard emotion to hide. The sparkle in her eyes made it easy for others to notice. Moreover, Linhee didn't try to conceal it, which made her appear somewhat naive. Of course, This is just a metaphor. Lin He's demeanor didn't suggest she was inexperienced. So, onlookers guessed that Lin He was pretending to be innocent. This was the mindset of another woman shopping with Lin He. Especially after seeing Jiang Qiao behind Lin He, she confirmed her suspicion. The young girl was deliberately acting naive to attract the attention of mature men. Just look at that male companion. He was a successful person. The woman in a revealing outfit adjusted her wavy hair, deliberately showcasing her more refined left side. Not to mention that the young girl was scheming. Even she felt a little drawn to him. With deep-set eyes, a calm demeanor, and a gentlemanly elegance in every move, his casual outfit couldn't hide his great physique. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, he was simply perfect. The woman in the red dress bit her lip, thinking he was an exceptional man. She tugged at her shirt collar to reveal a bit more shoulder, standing tall to accentuate her curves, and casually picked up a dress as she headed to the fitting room. As she passed by Jiang Qiao, she pretended to twist her ankle, her arm reaching out to brush against the man's waist as planned. She imagined he would catch her, allowing her to fall into his arms, believing that with her soft figure, no man could resist her charm. The plan was perfect, but Jiang Qiao was not someone who followed the usual script. The moment the woman twisted her ankle, he quickly stepped back and pushed a nearby sofa towards her. By the time she realized something was off, she was already sitting on the sofa. No worries, if one plan fails, there's always another. The woman quickly composed herself, looking up with sparkling eyes and a sweet tone, saying, "You scared me." She intended to thank him and start a conversation, hoping to exchange contact information. Unfortunately, Jiang Qiao didn't give her the chance. He pulled out a black card and told the approaching staff, "Clear the area." The sales associate at the high-end store could easily tell this couple was not just any wealthy individuals. Upon seeing the black card, even though she was somewhat prepared, she couldn't help but swallow hard. "Of course, sir." The woman in the red dress was escorted away by the staff, apologizing that they needed to clear the area and could not provide service for the moment. The staff appeared calm, but the excitement in her eyes was unmistakable. It was no wonder she was thrilled. There were only 20 of these black cards in the world, and only 2 in the country. The cardholder had spent over 9 figures on clothing alone at their store. It was a card for the ultra-wealthy. As for why Jiang Qiao had such a card, it was simple. Over the past 15 years, whenever Lin He liked a brand's new release, Jiang Qiao would buy it for her. He firmly believed Lin He would return, and some clothing styles were limited editions. What if she wanted something new? For a full 15 years, if Lin He had bought for herself, she wouldn't have spent so much, as she wouldn't buy every piece. Jiang Qiao, however, bought everything without missing a single item. As a major client, having such a black card was only natural. In fact, Jiang Qiao had already bought all the clothes in the store for Lin He, but he didn't mention it. This was because Lin He had said that when shopping, it wasn't about what you bought, but the experience of shopping itself. The woman in the red dress thought she was skilled in her tactics, easily attracting other men, but Jiang Qiao was not swayed by such tricks. His status meant that even if he was married, women would still pursue him. Having experienced much, Jiang Qiao was immune to women's flirtations. In fact, he could see through them instantly. In this world, the only woman who can make him willingly take the bait is Lin He. Today, there aren't many customers in the store, so when Lin He came out of the fitting room, she didn't notice anything unusual. She heard some noise while in the fitting room, but because soft music was playing in the store, she couldn't hear it clearly. Did someone just fall? She thought she heard someone exclaim. The staff helped that person up. They should be fine. Jiang Qiao replied naturally. Looking at Lin He in her white dress, he couldn't help but say, "Hee hee, you look so beautiful. I want to kiss you." Lin He's attention was immediately diverted. She playfully hit Jiang Qiao's arm and said, "Be serious." He wasn't just joking. Perhaps because he had missed her for so long, Jiang Qiao often leaned in to kiss her while she was talking. But it was understandable. After all, she was his precious treasure that he had found again. It wasn't Lin He being vain. It was Jiang Qiao who was saying this while kissing her. Does this look good? Yes, it looks really good. By the scenic elevator across from the store, two girls were standing with their phones. They weren't secretly taking pictures. They were using their phone's zoom function to observe the people inside. That woman is so funny. When she turned her head and her eyes were darting around, I thought she was up to something, but her tricks are so old-fashioned, said the red-haired girl, chewing gum and laughing. Noticing that the person next to her wasn't responding, she awkwardly stopped laughing and cleared her throat, saying, Chuyi, I think your dad really cares about your stepmom. People outside say her uncle and aunt are in love, but her uncle seemed impatient when shopping with her aunt, unlike Chuyi's dad. Although she didn't know what they were talking about, it was clear they looked very affectionate. I'll say it again. She's not my stepmom, she is my dad's girlfriend, and they could break up at any time, Chuyi said darkly. After not finding any satisfactory clothes yesterday, the two girls came back to the mall today. After finishing their meal upstairs and preparing to shop at another store, Chuyi spotted her father. She intended to greet him but stopped in her tracks when she saw Lin He. Then she pulled Zhao Qing aside to spy. Chuyi felt very upset. Her father had never shopped with her, yet he was out shopping with that woman and seemed to be in a good mood the whole time. As his daughter, she didn't even have a black card from that brand, but her father used one for that woman. Initially, Chuyi didn't see what card her father gave to the staff, but she realized it when the staff started clearing the area. Beside her, Zhao Qing exclaimed, Your dad actually has a black card? Why did you wait 2 weeks to get that bag? You could have just used the card. This comment only added fuel to the fire. Considering Zhao Qing was there, Chuyi held back her feelings for the sake of appearances. If she were alone, she would have been in tears by now. This is what they mean when they say a motherless child is like, eh. If her mom hadn't passed away, that woman wouldn't have any place here. Chuyi glared at Lin He across from her and turned to Zhao Qing, saying, You have to help me at the party tomorrow. With our friendship, if I promise, I will definitely help. Don't worry, I've got your back, sister. Zhao Qing made an okay gesture. Chuyi nodded, took a deep breath, and glanced at the other side. She had to get rid of that woman. As night fell, luxury cars gathered at the brightly lit hotel entrance. Today was the 80th birthday of old Master Zhao, and the Zhao family was hosting a banquet for friends and family. Before the dinner began, old Master Zhao's eldest son was at the entrance welcoming guests with his wife and daughter. Most guests had arrived, but they were still waiting outside for one important person. Dad, Uncle Jiang, and the others are here. Zhao Qing tugged at her father's sleeve. Zhao's father, who was discussing the banquet details with the hotel manager, quickly stepped outside to greet Jiang Qiao as he got out of the car. Following closely behind, Mrs. Zhao's gaze landed on the person beside Jiang Qiao. The girl in a light blue dress showcased her great figure, looking like she was in her early 20s. Her beautiful face radiated youth and charm, resembling a blooming gardenia, exuding a unique fragrance. At first glance, Mrs. Zhao had a high opinion of her. She thought the girl was a friend of Chuyi's who had come along for fun, until she noticed the matching pattern on Lin He's dress and Zhang's formal suit pocket, and her eyes widened in surprise. This girl was Zhang's companion. For years, Jiang had attended events without a woman by his side. After his wife's unexpected passing, he had remained alone, and people said he was a devoted man. The young girl before her was the first he had brought along, and thinking of this made Mrs. Zhao's smile even warmer. Jiang Qiao introduced, This is my partner, Lin He. Hearing the words my partner made Zhao's father, who hadn't paid much attention to Lin He, look at her twice. Many guests brought partners to the banquet, and there was a big difference between them. Some partners were just beautiful decorations, receiving no introduction and merely standing by, pretty but unnecessary. Some female companions, like Lin He, have a clear relationship status and should not be neglected. Here, neglect does not refer to hospitality, but rather to the respect shown in conversation and behavior during interactions. The difference is significant. Zhao's father, who originally did not plan to speak to Lin He, changed his attitude upon hearing such an introduction and reached out to greet her. After a few casual exchanges, They headed toward the banquet hall. Lin He naturally linked her arm with Jiang Qiao's and leaned slightly against him. Seeing their close interaction, Mrs. Zhao thought to herself, this young girl can't be much older than a first-year student, right? Men really do prefer young and delicate women. Even Mr. Jiang is no exception. It's no wonder Mrs. Zhao misunderstood. Lin He's innocent, bright almond-shaped eyes are so clear and pure, lacking any worldly experience, like a student who has not yet engaged with society. As a mother of three, Lin He does not look like one at all. Her skin is tight and fair, and her youthful, radiant eyes make her seem even younger. Upon entering the banquet, Zhao's father pulled Jiang Qiao aside, saying that Director Jiang was over there and everyone should raise their glasses to greet him. Jiang Qiao did not move but glanced at Lin He. Mrs. Zhao immediately understood and smiled, saying, Mr. Jiang, you go ahead. I'll take Miss Lin to stroll around the flower bed. The banquet hall was large, with a traditional Chinese decoration style resembling an ancient garden, complete with rockeries and pavilions, very exquisite. The flower bed Mrs. Zhao mentioned was on the left side of the rockery, where the ladies gathered to admire the flowers and chat, creating a lively atmosphere. You go ahead, I'll stay with Mrs. Zhao, Lin He said. Hearing her words, Jiang Qiao finally left, reminding her that he would find her after meeting Director Jiang. Their affectionate demeanor surprised Mrs. Zhao. Mr. Jiang actually had this side to him. Although she was not very familiar with him, she had encountered him several times at banquets, where he always wore an aloof expression, never speaking so gently or with such warm eyes. This Miss Lin must have something special to have caught Mr. Jiang's attention. Others present seemed to be engaged in their own activities, but they were actually watching the scene at the entrance. It was the first time they had seen a woman linking arms with Mr. Jiang at a banquet, which was quite a novelty. As Mrs. Zhao led the young lady over, many approached to greet her, curious to know who this young woman was. When they heard Mrs. Zhao introduce Lin He as Jiang Qiao's partner, their attitude became even warmer. She is truly stunning. Watching Lin He, who was being admired by everyone, a first-year student by the pillar spoke with frustration. You know how impressive your dad is. They will definitely support you. Zhao Qing quickly corrected herself. I mean support that bad woman. If Jiang Qiao hadn't introduced Lin He as his partner, these wealthy ladies wouldn't even glance at her. The term partner carries a lot of weight. It's someone who can influence others. Building a good relationship with Mr. Jiang's partner may not guarantee benefits, but it certainly won't hurt. So, these rich ladies were very friendly towards Lin He. Have you arranged your people?
Chuyi asked.
Yes, it's all set. Totally reliable. Zhao Qing patted her chest. Just as she was about to say more, she exclaimed and pointed to the door. Chuyi, your brother is here. Zhao Qing's cousin, Zhao Jun, is classmates with Jiang An, and they have a good relationship, so Jiang An came with Zhao Jun. Chuyi raised an eyebrow. Is he here to watch the show? Isn't that Mr. Jiang's eldest son? Let me see. Yes, it is him. I saw him last year. Others also noticed Jiang An, and their gazes towards Lin He became more meaningful. Being a stepmother is tough. Although Miss Lin took the right path, Jiang family's children are not so easy to deal with. Mr. Jiang's daughter, who came along, hasn't spoken to Miss Lin at all. There might be trouble ahead. In fact, it could start right now. Everyone watched as Jiang An headed straight for Lin He, their curiosity piqued, eagerly awaiting the drama to unfold. Anan, you came to the party? Why didn't you tell Mom you were coming? If I had known, I would have had your dad pick you up. Seeing her eldest son, Lin He was overjoyed. Does this mean he has calmed down and is willing to see her, trying to accept her? Her words stunned everyone. Wow, Miss Lin is bold. No, she's crazy. She just called herself mom in front of Mr. Jiang's eldest son? The most vivid memory everyone has of Mr. Jiang's eldest son is from 7 or 8 years ago when he broke the nose of the Liu family's youngest son. At another birthday party, the Liu family's youngest son jokingly suggested that his aunt should be Jiang An's mom to help guide him. It seemed like innocent child's play, but it was actually a test from the Liu family, who wanted to form a marriage alliance with Jiang Qiao. In the end, Jiang An gave the Liu boy a beating, and afterward, Jiang Qiao cut off all ties with the Liu family. The Liu family ended up losing out.
So,
Will Miss Lin be okay? Young people are so bold. Do they think they can say anything in public? So naive. Last time, Lu's youngest son was beaten in front of everyone too. Jiang An paused when he heard Lin He's words and noticed the gasps from those around him. Thinking about Lin He's current situation, Jiang An clenched his fist, his lips moving but no words came out. Taking a breath, Jiang An spoke again. Mom, come with me. I need to talk to you. Everyone. Mom. Lin He was also taken aback. After saying that, seeing her son's hesitant expression, Lin He realized that An wasn't ready to face her, and she had assumed too much. Just as she was about to say something to ease the tension, she unexpectedly heard her son call her mom. Her eyes became a bit misty. Lin He understood that her son called her that to save her from embarrassment in front of others. An had grown up and changed, but his kind nature remained the same. He was still a good boy who cared for his mom. Be careful of Chuyi. Once on the balcony, Jiang An saw no one around and quickly got to the point. After receiving the message from Chuyi, Jiang An realized that Chuyi didn't know his mother's true identity. Though he didn't understand why they were hiding it, he knew they had their reasons. Jiang An decided not to get involved and didn't reply. Then, he received a second message. Chuyi acted recklessly and didn't consider the consequences. Jiang An felt a bit uneasy. He didn't contact Lin He partly because of his father's warning and partly because he still didn't know how to face Lin He. Jiang An told himself that his father would protect his mother, and Chuyi definitely couldn't get past him. After thinking it over, Jiang An felt he didn't need to intervene, so he went to bed early to rest, planning to sleep before sunset. But then he couldn't sleep. What if his father didn't protect his mother well, and Chuyi succeeded in her plans? No, he had to check on her. You didn't tell her the truth, did you? She thinks you're taking advantage. Jiang An paused. Taking her place and trying to get rid of you. The banquet will be crowded, and who knows what might happen. You need to be careful. After thinking for a moment, Jiang An added, it's best to stay close to Dad at all times. Seeing her son's awkward concern, Lin He couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about when he was little and wanting to ruffle his hair. Noticing Lin He's movement, Jiang An instinctively tried to pull away but took a step back and then stopped himself. When Lin He's hand touched his hair, he didn't pull away again. Thank you, An, for caring about Mom. You are really nice. Jiang An's ears turned slightly red under his hair. He pouted and said in a rough voice, I'm not a kid anymore. Even though he sounded unhappy, he let Lin He touch his hair until she pulled her hand away. Then he pretended to be annoyed and moved away. Lin He smiled wider, her eyes crinkling, feeling soft-hearted towards Silly, and in Jiang An. Chuyi walked over, gritting her teeth, and with a look of betrayal, whispered, Did you just call her Mom? Knowing everyone was watching, Chuyi felt like her teeth would break from grinding them, but she managed to keep a smile on her face. She wanted to show a happy family image, but Jiang An didn't care. He glanced at Chuyi and said lightly, What's it to you? With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Lin He frowned at the sibling interaction, wondering about the relationship between An and Chuyi. What did you do to make him call you Mom? Did you threaten him? What did you threaten him with? Chuyi didn't understand at all. She thought Jiang An should be the one opposing it the most. One day, you will willingly call me Mom. Lin He lifted her chin and walked away, mimicking her daughter's proud little swan expression. Chuyi was furious, but she didn't show it like she would at home. She nodded with a smile, as if they had come to an understanding and were on good terms. Then Chuyi walked away in another direction. From an outsider's perspective, the Jiang family's children were very friendly towards Miss Lin. They clearly heard the eldest son call her Mom. What kind of person is this Miss Lin? Not only did she win Mr. Jiang's affection, but she also got along with the children. Sitting on a sofa, Jiang An thought about the earlier scene and reached up to touch his hair. His mom used to love touching his hair when he was little. Jiang, even though I might get in trouble for asking, I can't help but wonder, do you really call your dad's new girlfriend Mom? Zhao Jun came out of the restroom and heard everyone discussing this. If no one had said they heard it with their own ears, he wouldn't have dared to ask. Even with such strong evidence, he still wanted to confirm it because it sounded too unbelievable. 3 young boys followed Zhao Jun, their faces showing a mix of curiosity and shock. I heard the chef your family hired this time is from a royal background? Zhao Jun, unsure how the topic changed, nodded blankly. I guess I need to try the food. Zhao Jun scratched his head and asked, shall we go eat at the table? Jiang An nodded and stood up, walking ahead, while Zhao Jun followed behind. After a few steps, he wondered if he had missed the point of the conversation. Didn't Jiang say he would only stay for 5 minutes before leaving? Why did he suddenly want to eat? Unfortunately, Zhao Jun only had the courage to ask once. He felt hesitant to ask again. He exchanged glances with a few people nearby, signaling them to join, but they all shook their heads, too timid to speak up. In the end, no one dared to ask. As witnesses to how Lucy's nose was broken, they all knew how strong Jiang An's punches were. One experience was enough. When Lin He returned to the crowd after speaking with Jiang An, she noticed that everyone was much friendlier, even a bit eager to please. Leading the group was Mrs. Zhao, and the other ladies were all smiles towards her. After a few exchanges, a familiar voice rang out, "Oh no, I'm late. Long time no see, Sister Zhao."
It was Jiang Manhwa.
Lin He turned to look in the direction of the voice and locked eyes with Jiang Manhwa.
Ah!
Jiang Manhwa gasped and shouted, then stumbled and ran out of the banquet hall. Jiang Manhwa was gone again. A woman in a dark green qipao, who had a conflict with Jiang Manhwa, remarked, "What's wrong with her? Miss Lin, don't let someone like that ruin your mood. Let's continue talking about that flower you like from my family." After she changed the subject, others joined in, continuing the conversation about flowers. Everyone secretly thought that Jiang Manhwa was acting strangely. As Jiang An's cousin, her earlier behavior seemed like she was trying to upset Miss Lin. It must be said that everyone truly misunderstood Jiang Manhwa. She was genuinely scared, thinking she had seen Lin He's ghost. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't fear ghosts knocking at your door, which indicated that Jiang Manhwa felt guilty, hence her reaction. Chuyi watched the whole scene in shock, wondering why even her strong cousin was unreliable. Why did she run away? Why did you leave, cousin? Chuyi messaged Jiang Manhwa and waited for a long time without a reply. When she scrolled up, she noticed Aunt who hadn't responded either. 20 minutes ago, she said she had entered the hotel, but now there was no sign of her. Chuyi had no idea that the 2 powerful allies she had brought along had been scared off by a brief encounter, while the other was trembling in fear. Aunt, who had planned to meet with Chuyi first before talking to Jiang Qiao, her only purpose for attending the banquet today was to clear up misunderstandings. As she approached the spot where Chuyi had mentioned, Hu Dai's steps faltered. Watching the woman chatting and laughing with the other ladies not far away, her limbs stiffened, and cold sweat streamed down her forehead. Lin He? I heard Mr. Jiang brought his partner. Who is it? Well, it's the one being taken care of by Mrs. Zhao.
Wow, she's so attentive.
2 women in mermaid dresses walked past Hu Dai, and their conversation reached her ears. At that moment, Hu Dai's mind was filled with a loud buzzing, like thunder on a rainy day, making her feel dizzy. Oh no! Lin He is back. No wonder Mr. Jiang blocked me. If Lin He is here, my actions are no different from a clown. After preparing for countless scenarios and justifying herself, Hu Dai never expected that Lin He, who had disappeared for 15 years, would return. With her gaze fixed on Lin He, Hu Dai trembled.
Why?
Why didn't she die? Hu Dai bit her lip tightly, her expression cold. Noticing Lin He was about to look in her direction, she quickly hid behind a stone pillar, too afraid to show herself. Chuyi, unable to find any allies, stomped her feet in frustration. None of them could be trusted. Forget it, I'll handle this myself. Chuyi walked over to Zhao Qing and nodded. Zhao Qing gave her an okay sign. About 5 minutes later, a server carrying a tray of drinks headed toward Lin He. As he passed by, he stumbled and fell. Most of the champagne splashed onto Lin He's dress. Hiding in the corner, Chuyi smirked, thinking her plan had succeeded. What a spectacle! But her smile faded when she saw how calm that woman was. There were no panic screams or harsh words for the server. Lin He simply let out a soft sigh, then helped the server up, asking if he was okay, completely unconcerned about her dress getting dirty. The people around her looked on with admiration for her composed reaction. Mr. Jiang's partner looked young but was neither boastful nor submissive, handling the situation with grace. No wonder Mr. Jiang was pleased. Chuyi felt a bit frustrated. Was she just boosting this woman's popularity? Mom, let Aunt Lin go to the 3rd floor to tidy up. This can be washed and dried in just 10 minutes, Zhao Qing suggested, noticing the fabric of Lin He's dress. Mrs. Zhao thought her daughter had grown up and appreciated the solution, so she decided to take Lin He upstairs. The entire hotel was booked by the Zhao family, with the upper floors reserved for friends and family who had traveled from afar. Mom, Aunt Chi is looking for you. It seems urgent. How about I take Aunt Lin upstairs? Mrs. Zhao thought Aunt Chi was not as important as Mr. Jiang's wife. Just as she was about to refuse, Lin He said, "Your daughter is so lovely. I really like her. Let her take me over." Mrs. Zhao thought that was fine, so she gave Zhao Qing a few instructions and left. "Aunt Lin, let me help you," Zhao Qing said sweetly as she stepped forward. Lin He reached out her hand. "Thank you. Can I call you Qing Qing?"
Sure.
After walking a few steps, Lin He exclaimed, "What's that on your wrist?" Zhao Qing looked down and noticed her small tattoo on the inside of her wrist was showing. It was tiny and could be covered with a bracelet, but it slipped out while helping Lin He. She quickly pulled her bracelet back to cover it completely. Zhao Qing braced herself for a lecture. Ever since she got the tattoo, the adults at home had all commented on it. But Zhao Qing didn't want to remove it. She liked it. "Is it Yi Yi?" Zhao Qing's eyes widened with surprise. "Aunt Lin, you know Yi Yi?" Lin He smiled. Not only did she know, but she had created the character. Yi Yi was a supporting character in her comic, a dandelion fairy. Hearing Lin He speak so knowledgeably, Zhao Qing believed she really knew about it. When Lin He mentioned how beautiful the design was, Zhao Qing felt even happier. Her face turned a bit red, both from excitement and shyness. Her stepmother in the first year had such beautiful eyes, sparkling like water, with a gentle tone and a lovely voice. The key was that she knew Yi Yi. Zhao Qing suddenly felt a bit rebellious. But then she remembered what her classmate had said. That woman is very persuasive. You can't trust anything she says. Zhao Qing thought it was better to stick to her plan. If Aunt Lin was a good person, there would be no harm. "Aunt Lin, I'm going to find someone to dry the clothes. Please wait here." Zhao Qing left, leaving Lin He alone in her bathrobe. Her gaze fell on a pile of dazzling jewelry on the table, and a glimmer flashed to her eyes. While changing clothes, Zhao Qing casually mentioned that the jewelry was brought by her mother and joked about her mother being careless. She had rushed out and grabbed a handful, losing several pieces along the way, and in the chaos, she didn't even know what was missing. Lin He chuckled softly. It was indeed a child's trick. Clearly, her classmate thought she was a materialistic person, so they set up this situation to tempt her into taking 2 pieces of jewelry. This would prove her poor character, and that she was unworthy to marry into the Jiang family. About 15 minutes later, Zhao Qing returned with the dry dress, and the wine stain at the hem had been completely cleaned. Lin He, who had changed into her outfit, didn't rush to leave. She smiled and waved at Zhao Qing. "Call Chuyi over." Zhao Qing blinked in surprise.
Huh?
"Brother Jiang, are you full?" Zhao Jun eagerly handed over a tissue to Jiang An, who had just put down his chopsticks. "I'm full. Can I ask?" Zhao Jun was still persistent. He had just gathered some information and was quite sure that Brother Jiang really called his stepmother Mom. He wanted to know what Jiang An thought. Zhao Jun couldn't understand what had changed Jiang An's mind. Just last month, Jiang An would get upset at the mention of his mother, and now he could call his stepmother Mom? Zhao Jun was extremely curious. Before he could finish his question, he was interrupted as Jiang An suddenly stood up, looked around, and frowned. Where did they go? Zhao Jun, who had been Jiang An's little follower for years, understood that they referred to Lin He and Chuyi. He replied, Miss Lin's dress got spilled on by a servant, so she went upstairs to fix it. Chuyi seems to have gone up too. He had heard someone mention it while he was looking around. Jiang An felt a sense of urgency and quickly ran upstairs. This is so unreliable. Jiang An complained about his father in his mind as he went from a brisk walk to a run. When he reached the third-floor corridor, he didn't know which room his mother was in. Just as he was about to call, he noticed his father knocking on a door at the end of the hallway. After finishing his socializing, Jiang Qiao found Mrs. Zhao and asked where Lin He had gone. Upon learning she was in room 310, he immediately headed over. Jiang An ran up to Jiang Qiao, panting, followed by a few young boys. Behind them were Mrs. Zhao and several other wives of executives. What's going on? Jiang Qiao frowned. Jiang An turned around and saw so many people behind him, realizing it was his fault, and his expression darkened. He had brought these people here. The group led by Zhao Jun had been following Jiang An, while Mrs. Zhao and the others had seen a bunch of kids rushing upstairs, especially Jiang An, who looked quite serious. They thought something was wrong and hurried over. At that moment, the door clicked open. Seeing the crowd at the door, Lin He was taken aback. What's wrong? Behind Lin He, Chuyi stood by the sofa, his eyes red, clearly having been crying. Jiang An sighed in relief when he saw Lin He was fine, while Jiang Qiao took Lin He's hand and brought her closer, showing a clear sign of affection. Lin He thought for a moment and explained, the child is just being childish and throwing a tantrum. The others. Miss Lin probably doesn't know the true nature of the young lady. If she were really throwing a tantrum, she wouldn't be so quiet. She would have already slammed the door. Clearly, she was being corrected. Everyone's opinion of Lin He rose a level. What woman becomes a stepmother without being careful? If she is too strict, it's not good. If she is too lenient, it's also not good. Being a stepmother is tough. A pampered young lady wouldn't just endure quietly. The fact that Chuyi is crying so obediently shows that Lin He, although a stepmother, can maintain the authority of an elder and keep the younger ones in check. Looking at the attitudes of Mr. Jiang and Jiang An, they showed no displeasure, allowing Lin He to educate her daughter/sister. Miss Lin is impressive. Everyone overlooked another person in the room, Zhao Qing, who was crouched by the corner sofa. Her expression was not much better than Chuyi's. Although Lin He hadn't said a word to her, seeing her scold Chuyi made Zhao Qing feel a sense of dread, as if she were being used as an example. The story goes back 20 minutes. When Lin He asked Zhao Qing a question, she chose to play dumb, but Lin He quickly uncovered their plan, leaving Zhao Qing with no way to pretend. There should be cameras at the jewelry store, right? Chuyi, you were watching in real time, weren't you? Don't hide. Come over here. Chuyi from the next room walked over. You caught me. You're better than me this time. Now that I'm here, what will you do? Chuyi was not afraid at all. What could Lin He do to her? Foolish and naive. Chuyi was stunned by the insult, and after a few seconds of confusion, when she wanted to argue back, Lin He's lengthy response left her even more dazed. Were you planning to bait me and then release the surveillance video to show everyone my character, thus ruining my chances of marrying into the Jiang family? Have you thought about what that would mean for your father? You came to the Zhao family to celebrate Mr. Zhao's 80th birthday, and you're causing a scene here? Do you think releasing such a video will reveal my true nature? No, everyone will only see the Jiang family as a joke. The young lady of the Jiang family sets a trap, creating a scene of a gold digger stealing, making her father. Family matters should not be aired in public. Your earlier behavior shows you know this, so why would you come up with such a plan? If you were doing this in your own home, I would praise your creativity, but causing a scene at someone else's family celebration and dragging their granddaughter into it is unacceptable. Don't you think people will laugh at you if this gets out? Everyone here is sharp and can see through your tricks. What will they think of you? Chuyi was brought to tears. No one had ever scolded her like this before. She had shared her plan with her aunt beforehand, and only after her aunt agreed did she go ahead with it. From Lin He's words, Chuyi realized that if her plan succeeded, It would put her father and herself in a difficult situation. She felt helpless, wronged, and anxious. Chuyi's emotions were very complicated. She wanted to say something in response, but found herself unable to speak. She recognized that she had acted impulsively. Zhao Qing, standing nearby, also turned pale, thinking about the trouble her antics could cause at home, and couldn't help but shiver. Reality isn't like a movie. The plot twists are too far-fetched. In real life, there are too many problems that could arise. They hadn't thought about the consequences. All right, stop crying. Nothing has happened yet, Lin He said to comfort her, but Chuyi cried even harder. Seeing her daughter in such distress made Lin He very sad, but she felt she had to do this. Chuyi had always had things easy growing up, and while that's not necessarily bad, life doesn't always have to be about suffering. The issue was that no one had properly guided her during her growth. Lin He could recognize Chuyi as her daughter, but as her mother, her guidance would only push Chuyi away, creating a wider gap in their relationship. So, Lin He preferred to take on a bad role at the start to help shape Chuyi's character. At the very least, after today, Chuyi would think more carefully about her actions. Just as Lin He was about to say more comforting words, she heard a knock at the door. When she opened it, the earlier scene unfolded. A boy who had secretly liked Chuyi since childhood, seeing her in tears, boldly asked, "Chuyi, did she bully you?" He looked ready to stand up for her, as if to say, "If your dad and brother aren't here for you, I will be." After just being scolded, Chuyi was now at her most clear-headed.
No.
"This is our family matter," she exclaimed before turning to the nearby restroom, embarrassed that so many had seen her swollen eyes. The boy awkwardly said, "Oh," and then froze when he met Jiang An's gaze. Oh no. This was just a small incident, and everyone quickly dispersed to continue enjoying the party. Miss Lin, Mr. Jiang's partner, holds a high position in the Jiang family, and this news spread quickly. The following banquet went very smoothly, with Jiang Qiao staying by Lin He's side the entire time. Chuyi followed behind them, lost in thought. Once Jiang An was sure nothing else would happen with Lin He quietly left. The commotion didn't stop there. When the three of them returned to the villa after the banquet, their car was blocked. Chuyi got out first and pointed ahead, asking, "Aunt, what are you doing?" The ground was covered with white powder-like substance, and candles were placed on both sides of the road, along with several unknown square objects covered in red cloth. The most outrageous sight was two middle-aged women in black tang jackets sitting in the middle of the road, their hair disheveled and reds on their foreheads. They had their eyes closed and were mumbling something unintelligible. This scene was beyond Chuyi's understanding. What was going on? Jiang Muhua looked around suspiciously, pulled Chuyi closer, and said, "You're too young to understand. Aunt is doing this for your own good. I'm telling you, whether or not they're close relatives, the living and the dead are different paths. If you get involved with spirits, it could shorten your life. Take one each for you and your dad, put them under your pillows for 3 days, and it will be fine." As he spoke, Jiang Muhua slipped 2 talismans into Chuyi's hand. Chuyi stared blankly at the talismans, feeling unable to communicate with her aunt.
What was she talking about?
"Hey, stop with the superstitions," Lin He shouted as she stepped out of the car. Lin He hadn't planned to intervene in what her daughter and Jiang Muhua were discussing. At this stage, Chuyi trusted Jiang Muhua more than her, so she wouldn't want to make things worse. But seeing those triangular red and yellow objects, were they talismans? Jiang Muhua wouldn't be using that strange water-drinking method, would she? Thinking about Jiang Muhua's reaction at the banquet and the strange symbols on the ground, Lin He guessed that Jiang Muhua must have thought she saw a ghost, which was why she did all this. Master, it's revealed." Hearing Lin He shout, Jiang Muhua glared at her annoyed. She was talking to her niece. What did others have to do with it? Seeing Lin He's face, she was startled and pushed Chuyi away, running behind the middle-aged women on the ground, her scream piercing. This was ridiculous. Inside the car, Jiang Qiao frowned in anger, ready to get out, but then he paused, his expression softening as he sat back down. He wouldn't allow it. Before getting out of the car, Lin He told Jiang Qiao, stay in the car and don't show your face. If Jiang Qiao confronted Jiang Manhwa, it would make Chuyi naturally side with Jiang Manhwa, creating two opposing sides, which Lin He did not want. Stay put. Lin He pointed her finger to emphasize again. Hearing Jiang Qiao obediently respond, she closed the car door and walked towards Chuyi. The driver inside the car secretly glanced in the rearview mirror. When he met Jiang Qiao's sharp gaze, he quickly looked away, sitting up straight and avoiding eye contact. While appearing serious, he thought to himself, so even someone so wealthy can be afraid of their wife.
Ghost. Ghost.
Help. Seeing Lin He getting closer, Jiang Manhwa was terrified and could only blurt out single words. The two middle-aged women also looked quite scared. Is there really a ghost? They looked around and then saw Jiang Manhwa pointing at Lin He. They sighed in relief, realizing it was just a shadow. Confirming it wasn't a ghost, the two quickly regained their mysterious demeanor.
Aunt.
What's wrong? She's not a ghost. The two middle-aged women echoed Chuyi's words, saying Lin He had a shadow, which helped Jiang Manhwa calm down. Upon realizing that the person in front of her was the same woman she had previously confronted, Jiang Manhwa murmured, "Has Jiang Qiao gone crazy?" Yes. Jiang Manhwa's first reaction was that Jiang Qiao had found a woman to impersonate Lin He and was using her as a stand-in. Especially after learning that the little was also named Lin He, she became even more convinced of this. Looking back at the car, even with all this commotion, Jiang Qiao hadn't come out. She had caused a misunderstanding, but Jiang Qiao must be going crazy over Lin He. This also indicated that Jiang Qiao had finally accepted the reality of Lin He's death. The chance for a stand-in to have any feelings was finally here. Excitement sparkled in Jiang Manhwa's eyes, filled with ambition. She had no doubt that the Lin He in front of her was the real one. After all, it was impossible for someone to disappear for 15 years and return looking just as young. Looking at Chuyi, could a mother not recognize her daughter? As Jiang Manhwa left, she shot Lin He a meaningful glance, as if to say she would be her defeated opponent. Back at the villa, Chuyi returned to her room feeling down. Her already unhappy mood worsened after seeing her mysterious aunt. Lin He did not comfort her daughter. What needed to be said had already been discussed in the room on the third floor. The rest was for her to think about on her own. On the second-floor balcony, 2 glasses of red wine sat on the table as Lin He and Jiang Qiao relaxed in a double lounge chair, gazing at the full moon in the sky. After the lively party, the quiet moment felt especially relaxing. An is so cute. The way she talks sounds like a warning, but it's all out of concern, just like when she was a child and would throw tantrums. Although Chuyi can be reckless, he listens to advice. He has such an innocent nature. As Jiang Qiao listened to Lin He share snippets of her day, he tugged at his shirt collar. His neat hairstyle was now messy, falling over his forehead, and a lazy smile played on his lips. He held Lin He's hand in his, feeling the warmth of their touch, his gaze resting on the profile of the person he loved, his eyes deep as if trying to imprint the moment in his heart. His eyes grew darker, deeper, like a hidden abyss beneath calm waters, with a hint of obsession. By the way, what's the story with An and Chuyi being siblings? Lin He suddenly sat up, as if remembering something. The rich color in Jiang Qiao's eyes quickly faded, leaving only clarity when Lin He looked at him. You don't mean to say you don't know about the conflict between the siblings, do you? Lin He pulled her hand away in frustration and stood with her hands on her hips. If Jiang Qiao dared to say he didn't know, today would not end well. She tried to pull him back into her embrace, but he dodged. Jiang Qiao sighed and began to explain what he knew. An, Chuyi, and the third sibling had a great relationship when they were younger until middle school. Jiang Qiao recalled a summer when the three suddenly had a big argument, ruining their plans for a trip together. They even sent the servants away during their fight, so no one knew the reason for their argument. When the housekeeper tried to ask what happened, the 3 children were tight-lipped and refused to say anything. The housekeeper later reported this to Jiang Qiao, who called to ask what was going on with the kids. In the end, all 3 insisted there was nothing wrong, even denying that they had argued, claiming it was just a little disagreement. Since then, their relationship had grown increasingly distant, and whenever they met, they would clash. So, you just accepted that they said there was no argument and didn't look into it further? Jiang Qiao fell silent. Lin He took a step back, feeling confused. When she was around, Jiang Qiao was a very responsible father, taking care of the 3 children just as much as she did. But in the 15 years she had been absent, based on the information she had received recently, she felt Jiang Qiao had become indifferent to his role as a father.
Why?
Lin He asked. Seeing Jiang Qiao remain silent, Lin He felt a mix of anger and a sense of injustice. Well, are you giving me this silent treatment now? Seeing Lin He with teary eyes, Jiang Qiao panicked and quickly said, He. At that time, I couldn't focus. How could you not focus? What could be more important than our child? Couldn't you spare a little time to care? If only an elder had mediated the conflict back then, and Chuyi wouldn't have acted that way at the banquet today. They should have been caring and close siblings. Thinking of this made Lin He want to cry. Back then on Wind Armor Island in the Pacific, I found the ID of a passenger from the plane crash and discovered signs that someone had lived there. I searched the area for 3 months. The signal in the Pacific was poor, and Jiang Qiao's calls were always choppy. In the end, Jiang Qiao returned from Wind Armor Island empty-handed. Every clue brought him hope, but also meant another loss, plunging him into endless sorrow.
I'm sorry, hehe.
I didn't take care of our child while you were gone. Jiang Qiao choked up, looking at Lin He with a pained expression, opening his mouth to say something but then closing it again. He hung his head, feeling abandoned, like a little dog no one wanted. You blame me, right?
I'm sorry.
Lin He looked up at the moon. She had taken a night flight on that ill-fated plane, and the moon was just as round as it was today. I don't blame you. Lin He reached out to embrace the downcast Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao buried his head in Lin He's waist, holding her tightly. Looking down at Jiang Qiao's head, Lin He gently stroked his neck and said softly, that plane crash was unfortunate. It separated our family for 15 years. Lin He sniffed and couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She continued, but it is also fortunate that after 15 years apart, we are reunited. She was alive, which was a blessing amidst the misfortune. Compared to Jiang Qiao's struggles, how could her 15 years of absence compare? She had faced the crash, while 6-year-old An was confused, and the 2-year-old twins were still unaware. Jiang Qiao was the one who suffered the most. How could she blame him? Qiao, let's make sure our family lives well from now on, okay?
Okay.
The two embraced for a long time under the beautiful moonlight and gentle breeze. Late at night, listening to the steady breathing beside him, Jiang Qiao slowly opened his eyes, gazing lovingly at Lin He. Thinking of their earlier conversation, Jiang Qiao gently placed a kiss on Lin He's forehead. His he was still so tender-hearted. Then, she gently picked up the phone from the bedside table and sent a message to Jiang An. I saw you with Chuyi. She was very sad and cried. At that time, Jiang An was still awake, having just separated from Zhao Jun and his friends, and had just sat down on the sofa at home. After reading the message, Jiang An remained silent for a long time. He knew that his father was not being straightforward. I don't want to talk about the past, so you can rest assured, he replied, and when he saw there was no further response, Jiang An scoffed and tossed the phone aside, realizing he was right. He placed his hands behind his head and stared blankly at the ceiling, thinking about the moment at the banquet when Lin He touched his head. That smile was too familiar, matching the scenes he often dreamed about. Jiang An had dreamed countless times of his mother smiling and touching his head, saying she was back. He got up and walked to the fridge, where the empty freezer held only a box of dumplings. Jiang An took out 2 pieces of ribs from inside. These were the ones Lin He had packed for him and left in the car. He carefully placed the ribs in the fridge as if they were precious ingredients. With a beep, the microwave finished heating the ribs. Jiang An looked down and took small bites, his eyes growing redder, and soon tears began to fall onto the table. Mom really seems to be back. The next day, Chuyi woke up with 2 big dark circles under her eyes. Last night, she had tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep because of the events at the banquet. Just as she was about to fall asleep, her phone rang twice, breaking her drowsiness. Aunt Hu had been silent all night, replied, "Chuyi, your mom is back? When did this happen?" It was a message that was very frustrating to read. If it were someone else, Chuyi would have ignored it, but the word mom was too glaring. She angrily replied, "Not my mom. I'm going to sleep." After sending the message, Chuyi turned off her phone. Aunt Hu was confused. What did she mean by not my mom? When she sent another message and got no reply, she asked acquaintances who attended the banquet. Only then did she learn that everyone thought that was President Jiang's new girlfriend. Aunt Hu realized too late. If it were Lin He, how could she look so unchanged? She had been too shocked and left in a hurry. She should have stayed to observe. Worried about this matter, Aunt Hu went directly to the door the next day. She dared to go because she was almost certain that the person she saw was not Lin He. Moreover, she wanted to quickly clear up the misunderstanding. If the paperwork abroad wasn't completed within 5 days, the company would lose a significant amount of money, and this year's fines were particularly harsh. She needs to rely on Jiang Qiao's connections. But Hu Dai couldn't even get through the front door. In the past, when Hu Dai visited the Jiang residence, she didn't need an appointment. The butler would directly take her inside to wait. This time, when the butler saw her, he wouldn't let her in. "Miss Hu, we are not receiving guests today."
Sorry.
The butler spoke politely, but in his heart, he thought that from now on, she wouldn't be welcome whenever she came. The master had instructed that anyone who used to come and go freely must follow the rules now, clearly referring to Miss Jiang and Miss Hu. "I came to see Chuyi." Before coming, she planned to use Chuyi as an excuse, but when she called in the morning, the other party's phone was off, and she couldn't reach him at all. That's not possible either. The butler was strict. Hu Dai was furious. She was arguing with the butler when she saw Jiang Qiao's car leaving. She wanted to chase after it, but it drove away too quickly. She could see herself in the rearview mirror, but the car didn't stop. At that moment, Hu Dai suddenly realized that without Lin He, even if she doubled the value of Beijing City, she still couldn't reach the Jiang family. Regret, endless regret. Why did she let her emotions lead the public opinion towards Lin He? Thinking that this was why Jiang Qiao didn't favor her, Hu Dai's face turned pale, and she left with a sad expression. I think she clearly hasn't given up. The butler told Lin He, who was having breakfast, about the situation, concluding with his own summary. Lin He didn't pay much attention to it. It wasn't that she underestimated Hu Dai, but rather that Hu Dai wasn't important right now, because she had a meeting with an. Jiang Qiao left for work early, so Lin He slept a bit longer. After getting ready, she found a message from Jiang An asking to meet. Lin He quickly agreed, and they set a time to meet. Looking at the location Jiang An sent, Lin He felt it was familiar. After taking a couple of bites of her bun, she suddenly remembered that the international road was right across from the Jiang group. The meeting was set for the afternoon, so Lin He didn't need to rush out. She leisurely enjoyed her breakfast, or rather lunch, since it was almost 11 o'clock. However, Lin He wasn't the last one to get up. Chuyi was. She yawned and sat at the dining table, while the servant skillfully set the plates. Chuyi's breakfast consisted of a sandwich and fried sausage. First, she grabbed a cup and gulped down half of the milk, then took a big bite of the sandwich, her cheeks puffed up. She deliberately ignored Lin He. Before going downstairs, Chuyi received a message from Zhao Qing. The message started with some concern for her, then mentioned that Zhao Qing didn't think Lin He was a bad person. After reflecting on yesterday's events, Chuyi, who had felt grateful to Lin He, quickly changed her mind. She realized she almost fell for it. That bad woman did it on purpose. Now, after everything, Lin He appeared to be virtuous, gaining favor and trust from her father. Everyone now thought she was a good person. Chuyi thought to herself that she absolutely could not be swayed by sweet words. She had to stay strong. Housekeeper, transfer 1 million to my card. I want to go shopping today. The C brand has new clothes out, and Dad said he wouldn't deny me anything I need. He will definitely agree to give me money for clothes. In the past, Chuyi wouldn't have explained that last part, but now she was purely saying it for Lin He to hear. Her father had agreed to limit her allowance, but he wouldn't stop her from buying clothes. After all, she was his own daughter. Thinking this, Chuyi felt more confident and glanced at Lin He, giving a small huff. The housekeeper didn't dare to agree. Without a mistress before was one thing, but now the master had said that everything in the house was under the lady's control, including matters of the children's education. Housekeeper, give her my card. She can buy whatever she wants and charge it directly. Hearing Lin He say this, Chuyi couldn't hold back her anger and asked Lin He, why should I? Lin He, not looking up from her bowl of porridge, replied, buy whatever you want. There's no limit. Do you have a problem with that? Chuyi pursed her lips. She wanted 1 million. Are you not afraid I'll spend it all? You can't spend it all. Do you really think you can bankrupt your dad in one day? Lin He put down her spoon and asked back, clearly implying that if Chuyi wanted to vent her frustration by spending, it was fine because the money was coming from her dad. Or, do you want to misreport and use the 1 million for something else? Lin He's tone was teasing. Chuyi felt insulted, thinking Lin He was mocking her, but in reality, Lin He was just joking with her. If she wanted to insult her, she wouldn't use such words. Chuyi fell silent, because Lin He had guessed right. She did want to use that money for something else. This family is under the Jiang name. You don't have the final say. I want to talk to my dad. After throwing down her words, Chuyi stood up to go upstairs. Halfway up, she angrily turned back and shouted at the housekeeper, traitor. Watching the young lady storm away, the housekeeper rubbed his nose. He just recognized who truly held the power in the house now. From the moment Chuyi mentioned 1 million, Lin He knew what her daughter was planning. Pay back Han Sun. Lin He had learned the basic information about Han Sun. He is a top student and plays basketball well, but he is shy and not good at socializing. He has a very handsome face and many female classmates like him. A month ago, Han Sun's father caused a scene at school, and that's when the students found out that Han Sun comes from a poor family. His father has a gambling problem, and his mother works odd jobs to support the family. Han Sun was brought to this high school because of his excellent middle school grades, and he receives a full scholarship along with financial aid, so he is not struggling financially. However, the incident with his father led some classmates, who thought Han Sun was pretending to be better than he is, to start mocking and bullying him. Han Sun's previously peaceful school life was disrupted. While there was no physical bullying, there were insults aimed at his character. Hearing about this from a friend, who was very upset, they planned to buy Han Sun a sports car, claiming it was money earned from stock trading. However, things did not go as planned. The friend not only failed to raise 8 million but also spent their own pocket money on it. A group of troublemakers from May restaurant demanded 950,000 from Han Sun, making it clear that the friend's request for 1 million had a purpose. Lin He did not care about where the money was going. If 1 million could truly help a struggling child, she would be happy to provide it. The key question was whether this child was worth helping. The friend usually took good care of Han Sun, but Han Sun did not appreciate it, showing a cold and hot attitude. Their interactions were mostly one-sided, with the friend being very enthusiastic. Under the premise that Han Sun was unaware, forced, and reluctant, the friend helped him solve many problems. Everything seemed straightforward, but Lin He felt something was off. Without investigation, there is no right to speak. She thought it was best to observe further. To see what was really happening, she needed to control the friend's money. Without the friend's help, how would Han Sun face his difficulties? Lin He would watch and see. Tall buildings stood proudly, showcasing the bustling city. This was the business center of B City, marked by the Jiang Group's skyscraper. Lin He was sitting in a tea house with a Jiang An style, reading a message from the housekeeper. The housekeeper said she had left about 10 minutes ago, and the young lady had also gone out. Lin He sighed, knowing she was likely going to find Han Sun. Young love is always poetic, Lin He remarked. Still, she reminded herself not to provoke her daughter's rebellious nature. Her main goal was to teach her to see the truth, learn to make choices, and understand the essence of things. Lost in thought, Lin He did not notice Jiang An approaching. Until he sat down, he didn't realize it. then smiled widely and said, I'm here. Jiang An remained calm, but Lin He wasn't discouraged by her son's cool demeanor. She continued to smile and said, Mom didn't order for you. Why don't you see what you want to drink? Regardless of whether her son acknowledged her, Lin He insisted on calling herself Mom. One of them had to take the initiative to strengthen their bond, and as a mother, she had to pamper her son. Just warm water is fine. Jiang An didn't like tea. Doesn't remember that Mom loves tea, so I chose this place? I'm so happy. Thank you. And in Lin He didn't enjoy coffee or similar drinks. She liked various teas, such as flower tea, longjing, and a hong pao. Jiang An fidgeted with a cup in his hand, feeling a bit awkward from her confession. Lin He was very expressive. She laughed when happy, cried when sad, and openly shared what she liked. She was good at expressing herself. Just like now, because of Jiang An's actions, someone more introverted would feel quietly happy, while Lin He directly expressed her strong joy. You're welcome. Seeing Lin He's bright, joyful eyes, Jiang An couldn't help but smile slightly in response. He hadn't done anything remarkable. Lin He's affirmation made Jiang An feel a sense of favor, that kind of love where no matter what you do, your mom is proud of you. It was something he had never experienced in the past 15 years. His memories of his mother became clearer. So what he was about to do was the right thing, right? Jiang An looked up. Shall we go check out Jiang Corporation? Why suddenly go to Jiang Corporation? Lin He was a bit puzzled by her son's suggestion, but agreed. Jiang An continued, I'll pack a cup for Dad. Lin He felt a surge of joy. Was her son trying to improve his relationship with his father? Should we tell your dad? Jiang An smiled gently. No, let's give him a surprise. Lin He had no objections. In fact, she was quite looking forward to it. This was her first time visiting Jiang Corporation's building. You've never been? This time, it was Jiang An who was surprised. While they talked, they didn't discuss their mother-son relationship. Jiang An didn't call her mom, and Lin He didn't press the issue. Lin He referred to herself as mom, and Jiang An didn't refuse. Rather than seeing this meeting as a reunion, it was more about getting to know each other. Jiang An had limited memories of his mother from when he was 6, and Lin He didn't know about her son's growth over the past 15 years. The unfamiliar distance created by their 15 years apart needed to be bridged. Don't be fooled by how impressive your dad seems now that everyone calls him Mr. Jiang. In his first year of running the company, he made several mistakes and didn't want me to come see him until he had some achievements. Once things got on track, I got busy with my own work. Lin He was sharing things that Jiang An didn't know. After their mother went missing, their father never talked about these matters with them. Jiang An couldn't remember what his father was like before he turned 6. Lin He didn't rush to Jiang Group. She talked about the past, mostly sharing while Jiang An listened. He listened carefully, and his expression softened compared to when he first arrived, especially when she mentioned things from his childhood, his eyes sparkling like stars. You, when you were little, would do anything to avoid drinking milk. Once, you even said the milk wanted to go home to find your mom, but you actually poured it into the sink secretly. At this point, Lin He paused for a moment. Your sister is different from you. This morning, she drank most of a big cup in one go. I wonder if 15 likes milk. That kid won't be back until next week. Lin He tried to bring up the twins to understand the issues between the kids. Unfortunately, Jiang An didn't give her a chance. As soon as she mentioned it, he said, let's go over now. He clearly didn't want to talk about his younger siblings and didn't even ask Lin He why she hid her true identity from Chuyi. Lin He thought it seemed difficult to ask Jiang An, so she would have to approach it through Chuyi and 15. Jiang Group, the 4 golden characters shone brightly in the sunlight, and the entire building was filled with Jiang Group employees. While most companies occupy a floor in a building, Jiang Group took up the whole building. Not only that, but even the land beneath it belonged to Jiang Group, making it extremely valuable in the high-priced B city. Lin He followed Jiang An, first passing through security and then using his employee badge to enter the elevator. Noticing Lin He curiously looking at his badge, Jiang An handed it to her and said, I work here every winter and summer break. Do they know who you are? Jiang An thought for a moment and replied, I'm not sure. Some people knew, some didn't, and some acted like they didn't know. He wasn't certain. Jiang An focused on doing his job well, neither hiding nor flaunting his identity. So far, no one had asked him if he was Mr. Jiang's son, but it was likely they could tell he had connections. Let's go check out your workstation first. Lin He was excited to see the place where her son worked every day. In the hallway, Assistant Fong noticed Jiang An and was about to greet him when he saw Lin He walking alongside him, and his eyes widened in surprise. Jiang An usually kept a distance from female colleagues, so walking closely like this was quite a friendly gesture for him. Assistant Fong rubbed his eyes, thinking Lin He looked unfamiliar and surely wasn't an employee, or else her beauty would have drawn attention long ago. Did Jiang An bring his girlfriend? Assistant Fong. Why are you just standing there? Secretary Li tapped Assistant Fong on the shoulder with some documents. Look, it seems Jiang An brought his girlfriend. After saying this, Assistant Fong noticed that both Lin He and Jiang An were looking at him. He quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had spoken too loudly. She's not my girlfriend. Jiang An frowned. Lin He added, you misunderstood. I'm a relative of his. Feeling that wasn't enough, she added, the kind with blood ties. Assistant Fong realized he had made a mistake and awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Where is President Jiang? President Jiang is in a meeting upstairs. Jiang An nodded and then left without introducing Lin He. Did I offend him? Assistant Fong sighed, blaming his own words. Secretary Li patted Assistant Fong's shoulder again, saying, take care. As the secretary and assistant to President Jiang, they were among the few who knew Jiang An's true identity. Others thought Jiang An was just a relative of President Jiang, not realizing he was actually his son, the true heir. The two who knew the truth kept quiet and treated Jiang An normally. In reality, Assistant Fong was overthinking. Jiang An didn't mind at all and was showing Lin He his workspace. A desk, a chair, and a computer. It was very simple. Ahem. I've been taking classes recently, and I'll come by next month when school is less busy. Jiang An explained why his workspace was so bare. Lin He smiled and said, in a few days, I plan to buy some potted plants. Would you like me to get you a couple? Jiang An nodded, a smile appearing on his face. He showed Lin He around the work environment, and when she asked, he explained what tasks he did every day. Jiang An's workstation is next to the secretariat. This floor has few employees, and aside from the two he just encountered, the rest are in the conference room upstairs. Jiang Qiao's office is also upstairs. Lin He and Jiang An went to Jiang Qiao's office. Secretary Li knew that Jiang An is Jiang's son, so she didn't stop them from going in to wait. She would just report to him once the meeting was over. Their meeting should end soon. You can sit here and rest, Jiang An said, pointing to a spot next to the coffee machine where there was a single sofa. This area was hidden by a screen, so anyone coming in wouldn't see it unless they specifically went around to make coffee. Jiang An had his own little plan. When Lin He sat down, Jiang An's eyes sparkled as he waited for someone to arrive. Jiang Qiao didn't return to his office alone. The three employees following him looked defeated, like wilted plants, having been criticized in the meeting and now facing more reprimands in the office. All three were at the vice president level and usually carried themselves with authority, but now they seemed like scared mice. Their eyes darted around, and sweat beaded on their foreheads. When Jiang Qiao entered and saw Jiang An sitting on the sofa fiddling with the tea set, he glanced over but said nothing. He didn't notice Lin He, and Jiang An didn't remind him. Lin He intentionally stayed quiet, hiding behind, as they planned to surprise Jiang Qiao when he returned. As for why Jiang An was playing with the tea set, he claimed that his father never drank beverages with straws, so he had to pour them into a cup. Lin He raised an eyebrow. When did Jiang Qiao develop this habit? Back in college, he often snatched juice and shared it using straws, and he enjoyed it. But thinking about it, seeing such a powerful CEO suddenly sipping a sweet drink with a straw did seem a bit odd. Hearing several footsteps, Lin He quickly shrank back to hide. Through the screen, she saw Jiang An calmly preparing his drink, and she sighed. The connections here were too strong. The three noticed Jiang An in the room, but since Jiang Qiao didn't ask them to leave, they dared not show any attitude, focusing on their own troubles. You've been with Jiang's for how many years? Jiang Qiao's voice was cold. Though it sounded like a question, his tone was flat, filled with a sense of oppression and severity. Jiang An heard his father's tone and calmly glanced at the coffee machine. See, this is how he usually is. The premise for your achievements is that you cannot compete maliciously within the company and must follow the rules. Wherever there are people, there will be struggles, and the Jiang group is no different. As long as no rules are broken, some healthy competition can be beneficial. But if it goes too far, what was once healthy becomes harmful. These three not only made a scene but also created a mess that couldn't be hidden, and soon they were brought before the boss for consequences. The three of them expressed their grievances and talked about their hard work over the years, pleading sincerely for themselves, knowing that Jiang's attitude could determine their fate. Leaving Jiang's company would mean middle-aged unemployment, and causing such trouble would tarnish their reputation when looking for new jobs. But these were not things Jiang Qiao needed to consider. Adults must take responsibility for their actions. Jiang Qiao was not one to show sympathy. Faced with the three swearing and even begging on their knees, Jiang Qiao didn't blink and called security to take them away. Jiang An was not surprised. This was his father's true nature. What are you doing here? Once the three left, the office fell silent, and Jiang Qiao's tone towards Jiang An was not much kinder than it had been with the others. This is for you, Jiang An said as he stood up and placed a cup in front of Jiang Qiao. When he returned to the office, the secretary mentioned that Jiang An was inside. She had intended to add that another lady was with him, but Jiang Qiao had already walked in quickly. Seeing the three vice presidents following behind with low spirits, she closed her mouth in disappointment. It was better not to stir trouble. After all, Jiang Qiao would see it when he opened the door. So, Jiang Qiao didn't even know Lin He had come to the company. Don't you want me here? Jiang An's question stopped Lin He, who was about to step out and make a scene. Jiang Qiao rubbed his temples. If it weren't for those three messing things up, he wouldn't have needed to come to the office today. He would have preferred to stay home with He. There's nothing going on, just leave. With much work still to do, Jiang Qiao began to dismiss Jiang An, his tone formal, as if Jiang An were not his son. Dad, do you really dislike me? Jiang An asked. Jiang Qiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he assessed his son. He was surprised not by the question but by the tone in which it was asked. Was there a hint of grievance? It had been years since he had heard his son call him dad. Usually, Jiang An was defiant, and the coldness in his voice seemed to want to send him away. How could he sound like a neglected child asking if he was disliked? Jiang An understood his father's nature, and similarly, Jiang Qiao knew his son well. The two of them locked eyes, and the atmosphere felt tense. At that moment, Jiang Qiao's ears perked up, and he glanced toward the screen behind him. The office floor was covered in white tiles. The CEO's office was spotless, so it wasn't surprising to see a blurred figure reflected on the tiles. Although unclear, it was evident that it wasn't the reflection of a coffee machine or anything like that. Someone was hiding. Jiang An noticed his father's gaze and suddenly felt a bad premonition. After hearing his father's words, he realized he had been found out. I haven't been a good father over the years. I regret not being there for you. I know it's too late to say anything now, and I accept any resentment you have toward me. That's enough. Jiang An interrupted. Warmth didn't suit their relationship. Lin He, who had been waiting for the right moment to appear, sensed the tension between father and son and quickly stepped in. Qiao, I'm here.
He.
Jiang Qiao was surprised and then turned to Jiang An, feeling touched. Did you bring Mom to surprise me? Jiang An turned away, unable to hide his eye roll. His father was really putting on a show. He was trying to act youthful in front of Mom, speaking in a higher tone, and at his age, it was just embarrassing. He usually spoke in a cold manner that could freeze anyone. Jiang An brought Lin He to the company to show her his father's true nature. He had witnessed the changes in Jiang Qiao over the years more than anyone else. People often said that his mother was his father's weak point, someone not to be mentioned lightly, but little did they know, his father was even worse. Jiang An remembered when someone deliberately tried to tarnish his mother's reputation to provoke his father. It worked. His father got angry, and that person faced severe consequences, not just physically but also mentally. From that point on, Jiang An started paying attention and noticed that anyone who messed with his mother ended up suffering terribly. This realization shocked Jiang An. His father appeared refined and articulate in public, seeming cultured and noble, but in reality, he was quite unstable. Now, his father acted so gently in front of his mother, but inside, he was just as unhinged. Jiang An feared that his mother's innocent actions could provoke his father into irrational and extreme behavior. His father was a madman. He knew that if he told his mother, she wouldn't believe him. He could see how much she relied on his father, but the man his father had become was not the same as before. 15 years was a long time, enough to change a person completely. Jiang An lowered his gaze. Only his mother remained the same. Hee, today was supposed to be bad, but you made it different. I'm really happy that you and An came to see me at the office. This cabinet is filled with your favorite snacks, prepared for the day you come back. Seeing his father showing his mother around the office, Jiang An watched coldly. He truly was a cunning businessman. He pretended to be weak, so that his mother would feel sorry for him and give him what he wanted. Jiang An suddenly felt a bit regretful. He should have prepared better before bringing his mother to the company. I have 2 hours left before I finish work. Shall we go back together? He looked at Jiang An, asking if he wanted to wait for his father to finish work too.
Sure.
We can take this time to explore the company. The Jiang Group office building was large, with a great working environment. There were relaxation areas, a gym, and some unique indoor decorations. The employee cafeteria was also worth checking out. Most importantly, they could learn about the Jiang Group's development over the past 15 years. The contrast between his father's strict methods and his current demeanor was quite striking. The gentleness he showed in front of his mother was just a facade. Then, Qiao, you focus on your work. We'll go home together after you finish. Jiang Qiao felt a twitch at his temple. He believed the employees wouldn't speak ill of him, but if that debt-collecting son stirred things up, who knew what could happen? Can I stay with you? Jiang Qiao suggested, but he quickly refused without thinking. With the big boss around, it wouldn't be a casual visit, but an inspection. It would make the employees too nervous to enjoy anything. No way. If you don't work seriously, we'll leave right now. Unable to argue with Jiang Qiao sighed and took out a card from his drawer, handing it to her.
Take this.
It was Jiang Qiao's work ID, which he had never used since Jiang Zong could simply use recognition to enter the building. I have my own card. Jiang An held up his employee card. My card works everywhere in the company. With that, Jiang An fell silent. As an intern, he could only access the floor where his workstation was. And Jiang An took the card and left, while Jiang Qiao smiled knowingly at their backs. Jiang An certainly wanted to leave his father in the office, so he wouldn't be disturbed. This way, he could share whatever stories he wanted in different work areas. For example, when they arrived at the legal department, they could talk about the acquisition case from years ago, the tragic aftermath of the CEO's failed threat, and then move to the administrative office to discuss the public relations strategies used by Mr. Jiang to handle online opinions. Jiang An agreed not to discuss those matters, but he didn't say he wouldn't talk about these topics. In fact, many of Jiang Qiao's activities over the past 15 years have been kept in the dark, which gives Jiang An something to say. Unfortunately, Jiang An's plans fell through again. It turns out that experience is invaluable. Though Jiang Qiao was not present, his card had a strong presence. The Jiang Group building has many departments, and each department contains several studios, along with various branches. Unrelated individuals cannot wander around the company. The elevators are locked, and the office doors are also secured, requiring identity card verification. Based on Jiang An's experience, he could just swipe his card to enter any department he wanted. However, he didn't know that not all identity cards are the same. An intern's card would beep and flash to grant access, but Mr. Jiang's card was different. As the head of the entire Jiang Group, his card was certainly not ordinary. When he placed her card on the sensor, the door swung open at a right angle, and a warm yellow light lit up above the door. A voice announced, "Please come in." This was He's first time, so she was unaware of the special process, But the other employees knew. Their cards did not work like this. For them, the door would flash green to indicate it was unlocked, and they would simply push it open. When did it become so fancy? All the employees turned to look. It turned out the door could open on its own without being pushed. There was even a voice. And lights. If Jiang Qiao were to visit the employee area, it would be a leadership inspection, and the managers would be prepared. The door would already be open before he arrived. So the employees truly didn't know the security door had such tricks. As a result, Lin He and Jiang An attracted extra attention. Normally, unfamiliar faces wouldn't draw much interest in such a large company, as it was impossible for everyone to know each other. But today, everyone was curious about these two, and one female employee even hurried over to ask, "Hello, do you need any help?" Just as she finished her question, a figure rushed out from the manager's office. Manager Chu greeted them with a warm smile, saying, "Please come this way. How can I assist you?" Ordinary employees don't know, but some managers are aware that only Mr. Zhang's ID card can trigger the special sound effects, which was an Easter egg designed by the team. Anyone who can use Mr. Zhang's ID card must be someone important. Even passing a message requires proper treatment. Manager Chu swallowed hard, his eyes eagerly fixed on Lin He and Jiang An. At that moment, both felt an urge to throw the card away. Nothing much, just taking a stroll. Hearing Jiang An say this, Manager Chu rubbed his hands and said, "All right, feel free, feel free." He then naturally stepped back, standing behind them, ready to follow. Jiang An's cold expression was completely ineffective. Other employees, noticing Manager Chu's signal, quickly focused on their work and tidied up their messy desks. Lin He. She felt like the strict principal checking the cleanliness of the school. Jiang An crossed his arms, looking displeased. It was hard to speak badly now. After a quick turn, the two hurriedly left the office area. Behind them, Manager Chu waved like an enthusiastic relative, saying, "Come back anytime. You're always welcome. This card can't be used anymore." Lin He's expression was serious, and Jiang An nodded in agreement. But it didn't matter. It wasn't that the card didn't work, it was that not using the card didn't work either. On the next floor, the two entered using Jiang An's ID card, facing another manager who was just as enthusiastic as Manager Chu, feeling utterly defeated. Their example proved one thing: there are no secrets in Zhang's building. The employees have good relationships with each other. They had only visited one department, and the news spread quickly. The higher-ups are here for inspection. Don't slack off. Getting caught could lead to consequences. Once the important message was shared, details about the two special guests were described. Lin He and Jiang An were easily recognized, whether they used the card or not. They were artificially locked in. Some employees even pretended to casually pass by the door just to witness the legendary way of entry. Did they think they could sneak in? No way. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator and approached the security door, they were spotted from a distance. Jiang An watched as they were warmly welcomed wherever they went, with managers following closely behind, feeling frustrated. How annoying! Wherever they went, it felt like they were being watched by the animals in the park, so what was the point of wandering around? The two returned to the president's office, and Jiang Qiao saw Lin He and Jiang An looking surprised. "Did you finish your tour so quickly?" Lin He shot him an annoyed glance and said, "It's all your fault for that broken card." She had wanted to quietly explore the company, but it turned out to be so high-profile. When Jiang Qiao asked what happened, Lin He recounted the VIP treatment from the past half hour. As one of the people involved, Jiang An didn't think it was that interesting at first, but listening to Lin He and recalling the situation made him find it amusing. Jiang Qiao occasionally chimed in, his gaze filled with warmth, as if Lin He was his entire world, bringing him joy. Jiang An smiled but hesitated slightly, feeling a bit surprised. He realized this was the scene he had always wanted as a child, a family together, chatting and laughing, warm and harmonious. It turned out to be so simple to achieve. As long as Mom was there. Actually, regarding the 15-year gap, Jiang An still found it hard to believe. Growing up in a stable environment, he had always believed in science. But aside from supernatural explanations, there was no other convincing reason, so Jiang An decided not to dwell on it. It wasn't important. Mom is mom, and she is back. That was enough. With this newfound clarity, Jiang An relaxed a bit. He remembered that while they were touring the departments, his phone seemed to have received a message that he hadn't checked. Looking at the message, his expression darkened, and just as he was halfway through typing a reply, a call came in. Hearing the ringtone, He paused her conversation, and when she saw her son getting up, she said, "I have something to take care of, so I'll leave first." After getting a nod from Jiang An answered the call and walked out. As for his father's attitude, it didn't matter. "Wait a minute." He called out to Jiang An, quickly running to the snack cabinet and grabbing a pack of dried fruit to stuff into her son's arms. "Eat this on the way." She smiled and pointed outside, saying, "Go on." Jiang An squeezed the mango slices he loved as a child into his jacket pocket, then stepped forward to give He a quick hug, lasting less than a second, before swiftly turning and walking away. He stood there in shock, then her face broke into a big smile. Her son hugged her. This time, she clearly felt that her son was no longer resistant to her. He was truly accepting her. "Qiao Qiao, did you see that?" He turned to share her joy with Jiang Qiao. Hearing that her son was leaving, he felt a bit disappointed, as she had wanted to have dinner together. But after the hug, her mood instantly brightened.
I saw it.
Jiang Qiao felt a bit jealous. He didn't seem as happy when he hugged her. He happily jumped onto the sofa, feeling great. She picked up her phone and scrolled a bit, unable to help but show a confused expression. Is Hu Dai out of her mind? There was a trending topic called Beijing clarification, and he clicked on it. The content was about Beijing announcing a refund for the 8th batch of cosmetics, which was the problematic one. Customers could apply for a refund through the purchasing channel, and this solution was well received online. That wasn't the main issue. The key point was that Hu Dai suddenly dragged her into it. Looking at the so-called informative post from a marketing account, it was clear it was Hu Dai's doing, promoting their friendship. Originally, netizens didn't know who the other partner was, but now they not only knew He's name, but also that she co-founded Beijing Cosmetics. Hu Dai pretended to be upset, saying she felt bad about the netizens blaming He, claiming it was her fault for not handling things well. Beijing's response was very humble this time, with Hu Dai taking all the blame. Public opinion online was even better than last time. Netizens were pleased with Hu Dai's attitude of standing there and accepting criticism instead of being defensive or shifting blame. People stopped criticizing Beijing and began to admire their fairy tale friendship, saying having a friend like Hu Dai for a lifetime was worth it. He was silent. During her 15 years away, Hu Dai had clearly mastered the online world. She came to the house this morning, but the butler didn't let her in. Jiang Qiao frowned, thinking Hu Dai was acting like a clown. He said, "I'll have someone remove the trending topic." As he spoke, Jiang Qiao was already thinking of ways to make Hu Dai back off, not in a legal sense, but to make her realize it was better not to provoke them. He waved her hand. "No need. We won't waste money on that. You keep working, I'll handle it." He wasn't complaining. She just wanted to vent to Jiang Qiao. Seeing he lying on the sofa, munching on a piece of dried fruit, focused on typing on her phone, Jiang Qiao smiled. Well, no matter what, he would support her and let her be happy. He's approach was straightforward. She directly posted on her own Weibo, the same account where Hu Dai left comments every year. "Not familiar. Thank you." She originally wrote a long message but felt it was too much, so she decided to send just 4 words. When netizens saw this post, their first reaction was doubt. Was there really a fake account pretending to be He so soon? Such a clever way to gain attention. But when they clicked in, they realized it was the real He. Everyone had accepted that He's online presence was managed by her family, so this response must also reflect her family's attitude. Oh no, Hu Dai just contradicted herself. She thought she could turn public opinion around, but with this post, things became lively again. Most netizens enjoy gossip and have detective minds, so they started speculating about the marketing friendship with Beijing. What was the purpose? There must be some profit involved. Remove the trending topic. Remove the trending topic. Seeing the situation online, Hudai quickly ordered her subordinates to take down the trending topic they had bought, and the marketing team promoting the friendship stopped their actions. She wanted to use Lin He to pressure General Zhang's new girlfriend and repair her relationship with Jiang Qiao, but how did it turn out like this? Yes, after 15 years of benefiting from Lin He, Hudai chose to continue using her as a breakthrough after one setback. But why was this so difficult this time? Who posted this tweet? It definitely wasn't Jiang Qiao. If he was unhappy, he wouldn't act this way. After thinking for a while, Hudai focused her attention on the lookalike who dared to log into Lin He's account. Did Jiang Qiao really see her as Lin He? Hudai gritted her teeth. It seemed she had to use her last card. In the office, Lin He saw the trending topic was removed and snapped her fingers at Jiang Qiao, saying, "Done." After hearing Lin He's plan, Jiang Qiao's expression became serious. This tweet would likely shock everyone. Are you ready to meet those old friends? Lin He smiled, just go with the flow. Her return wasn't for anything shameful. Aside from keeping some things from the kids, there was nothing else to hide. The most important thing was that she needed to stand up for her children. Jiang Qiao, as a careless father, had not been there, but now that she was back, she had to support her kids. Thinking about what she had discovered, Lin He couldn't help but take a deep breath. On the surface, the three children seemed to live in luxury and comfort. But in reality, they faced bullying during their growth. Some people took advantage of their youth and naivety, making her innocent children take the blame to achieve their own goals. She has been asking about the children's past lately, and many situations would have led her to seek an explanation if she had been around. Others claim they are doing it for my good, saying they want to help and offer advice, but they're just taking advantage and pretending to be nice. They benefit while trying to look good in front of the children to gain their favor. She acknowledges the Fong family, who treats her like a younger sister, and often visits the Zhang family, who treats her like their own grandson, and stayed at the Wen family for 2 years in middle school. None of them are good people. On the surface, they seem kind to the 3 children, but in reality, they are using them to get what they want. What can it be? It's just bullying the 3 kids who have a dad that only knows how to provide money and a mom who is missing. Lin He feels both angry and heartbroken thinking about this. When you have something valuable, you will encounter some wolves. It's not that there are no good people in the world. It's just that her children are surnamed Jiang, and bad people will always come forward. After the Zhao family banquet, news of Jiang Qiao's new girlfriend will soon spread, and those with ulterior motives will surely take action. She is waiting. She will settle the scores from the past 15 years one by one. Lin He is thinking about others, and others are thinking about her. Just as she expected, news of Jiang Qiao's new girlfriend spread within the circle on the night of the Zhao family banquet. Families with connections to the Jiang family began to inquire about this new girlfriend's identity. They couldn't find out her actual identity, but they heard a lot about her. It was said that this new girlfriend had a good reputation in front of Jiang Qiao and even passed the approval of the Jiang family's eldest son, who directly acknowledged her as mom. Even the Jiang family's eldest daughter treated her with respect, and it was said that she cried out of guilt after being scolded by this new girlfriend for making a mistake. Rumor has it that the aunt of Jiang Qiao's late wife was so scared after meeting this new girlfriend that she ran away. Who is this person? The unbelievable facts, after being passed around with embellishments, have turned Lin He's image into something almost mythical. Now, some people can't sit still, including the eldest sister-in-law of the Fong family, who directly contacted Chuyi. Chuyi, who was in middle school, was desk mates with Fong Luo, and they got along well. Chuyi often visited the Fong family to play with Fong Luo, and Fong Luo's sister-in-law, Minjun, always welcomed her warmly. One day, they somehow started talking about being close, and under Minjun's guidance, Chuyi said, "You treat me so well. I can be your younger sister too." Beside her, Fong Luo clapped her hands and said that it would be more convenient since they were like family. She suggested that on the first day of the new year, Chuyi could come over and stay at her house for a few days without any problem. Thus, they established a close relationship. Normally, deciding on such a relationship should involve discussions between both families, but Chuyi was just a middle school student, and kids often don't take these things seriously. However, the Fong family was quite bold and insisted on this relationship, publicly claiming that they recognized Jiang's daughter as a little sister. When Min-jun heard about the new girlfriend, he called Chuyi, wanting to invite her over for dinner to find out what was going on. If the Jiang family had a new mistress, the dynamics would change, and the Fong family needed to assess her character to decide how to proceed. The call connected, but Chuyi declined the invitation. She made up an excuse, saying she was busy with homework and would visit in a few days. Min-jun, as a caring older sister, couldn't press her and ended the call after showing concern. In truth, Chuyi was not overwhelmed with schoolwork, she just didn't feel like going to the Fong family. She had just seen Han Sun, who had been beaten because he couldn't pay his debts and his family's valuables had been taken away. His mother was in the hospital due to stress. Chuyi wanted to help him pay off the debt, but she didn't have that kind of money. No matter how comforting her words were, they felt empty in the face of Han Sun's silence. Feeling helpless, she took out all the cash she had. Over 5,000 yuan was just a drop in the bucket for his gambling debt, but Han Sun could use it to buy some supplements for his mother. Afraid he would refuse, she shoved the money into his hands and ran away, saying before she left, "I'll find a way. Wait for me." Chuyi didn't see how Han Sun, who usually held his pride high, frowned at the thickness of the money. Leaving the Han family, she felt very down. For the first time, she realized how hard it was to want 1,000,000 yuan. Since she wasn't yet 18, any property transactions in her name required her guardian's signature. She couldn't secretly sell her designer bags or jewelry. If her father found out or that woman noticed and reported her, it would only cause trouble for Han Sun. Her father could be much harsher than those debt collectors. The people around her were all spenders, and their pocket money wasn't much each month. Plus, if she borrowed money, what if her father found out? After thinking it over, Chuyi couldn't come up with a good plan. Just then, Min-jun called again. After hanging up, Chuyi wandered by the roadside for a long time. With no good ideas, she ultimately decided to borrow money. However, when borrowing money, one must be careful. If too many people know, it can easily be exposed. She only borrowed from one person and asked them to keep it a secret. Chuyi called Min-jun back. "Junjie, can you lend me 1,000,000? I have an urgent matter, and please keep it confidential. I'll pay you back in a month or two." Upon hearing this, Min-jun's eyes lit up. She said, "Of course, I can lend you the money." "Chuyi, are you in some trouble? Why don't you come to my house, and we can talk in person?" Chuyi was too afraid to speak face-to-face. She knew she couldn't hide things well, and worried she might slip up, so she used school issues as an excuse and asked Min-jun to transfer the money directly to her account. After hanging up, Min-jun quickly sent the money. Seeing the balance in her account, Chuyi jumped for joy. It got dark, and Han Sun needed to go to the hospital to take care of his mom. She decided to go home first and bring him money tomorrow. On the other end, Min-jun smiled with satisfaction. 1,000,000 was worth it. Now she had a good reason to meet Mr. Jiang's new girlfriend. Sometimes, money comes too easily and leaves just as quickly. Chuyi was an example. She received 1,000,000, and before she knew it, it was gone. Half an hour ago, after receiving the money from Min-jun, the first thing Chuyi did was reassure Han Sun. She texted him that she had 1,000,000 and would bring it to him tomorrow. Han Sun replied coldly with just one word, "No." Chuyi pressed her lips together. He always acted tough, but she understood his soft heart and wouldn't be discouraged by his cold demeanor. Thinking about Han Sun's personality, Chuyi decided not to visit him tomorrow. Instead, she would return the money directly to the group of troublemakers. Could Han Sun really ask for it back? Chuyi had the troublemakers' contact information. Before she received Han Sun's call at the airport, she had 2 missed calls from them. They had called first and then used Han Sun's phone. Chuyi called the troublemakers and arranged to pay Han Sun back tomorrow. Everything was ready. She just needed to meet the troublemakers to get the IOU back. Feeling pleased that she had helped someone she liked with a big problem, Chuyi hummed happily on her way home and even helped an elderly man who had fallen to rest by a flower bed. Then, she hailed a taxi and got in, still in a good mood. As she neared home, she instinctively checked her pocket for her card. It was gone. At first, Chuyi thought it was just her carelessness that caused her to lose something. She searched around but couldn't find it. Not feeling too anxious, she planned to transfer the money to another card and pay those people tomorrow just the same. She logged into her mobile banking app slowly, intending to make the transfer, but when she saw her balance, she rubbed her eyes.
0?
Looking again, it was still 0. What on earth? Her bank card had been drained. Staring at the numerous large and small transactions, Chuyi's eyes widened in shock. 1 million had just vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in an alley without surveillance, a young man with black hair was smoking and talking on the phone with a friend. Upon closer inspection, he looked just like the younger version of the old man Chuyi had helped up. No, he was the old man disguised as a young guy. Dude, I caught a big fish. I need to lay low for a while. That fool was on the street talking to someone, saying he would bring a card with a 60 password to meet up. I just stole it. 1 million. After losing her money, Chuyi went to the police station to report it. The police opened a case, but the transactions showed that the money had been transferred overseas, making it very difficult to trace. There was no way to get it back in a short time. Chuyi felt crushed. How could she be so unlucky? Facing this reality, she could only accept it. The money she had was gone. On her way home, Chuyi's mood had completely changed. With a tense expression, she thought about where she could get another million until she got home, but she couldn't find anyone suitable to borrow from. Seeing Jiang Qiao and Lin He sitting on the living room sofa, she called out to her dad that she was back, then ignored Lin He and headed upstairs. Stop. Jiang Qiao's expression was serious, his voice holding back anger. Chuyi felt a chill. She had a bad feeling. She had always been afraid of her father when he looked like this. What were you doing? Just shopping with friends. Their conversation showed there was clearly no trust between them. Chuyi didn't realize that her family already knew she had to pay Han Sun back tomorrow. While investigating Han Sun, Lin He also looked into the group of thugs. They were debt collectors, usually just aimless troublemakers. Lin He had the housekeeper disguise himself and communicate with those thugs. If there was any new information about Han Sun's gambling debt, like who was supposed to pay or if he owed more money, they should let her know. In return, she would offer a reward for the information. It would be foolish not to earn extra money. Who wouldn't want more? The thugs agreed. After the call to pay back the money, Lin He received news in less than 5 minutes. The child suddenly had money in hand, and everyone wanted to know where it came from. They waited in the living room for Chuyi to return and clarify. Where did the money come from? Jiang Qiao asked, and Chuyi turned pale. Her father knew. She burst into tears, sobbing, the money. It's gone before I could even use it.
Sobe.
Chuyi was very upset. The family wouldn't give her money, and after working hard to get 1 million, it was gone just like that. She also faced the pressure of not being able to pay the gangsters tomorrow, which could lead to them putting more pressure on Han Sun. With all this stress, when Jiang Qiao asked, she couldn't help but cry. Why couldn't she do anything right? In her emotional outburst, Chuyi accidentally revealed that the money was borrowed from Min Jun. In the end, she gave up and said to Jiang Qiao, Dad, I want to help Han Sun. He is a really good person, very smart, always ranks first in exams, and he is kind. As she kept listing Han Sun's good qualities, she saw him as perfect, with no flaws. Do you like him? Jiang Qiao asked directly. Chuyi's cheeks turned red as she softly replied, Yes. You are still young. You shouldn't be in a relationship. Jiang Qiao said this as a father, and it seemed reasonable. Chuyi protested, but you and Mom were in a relationship when you were young. And it was an age gap relationship. Lin He secretly squeezed Jiang Qiao's hand from behind, urging him to be careful with his words, especially since their child was arguing back. She felt embarrassed too. Jiang Qiao held Lin He's hand, remembering the sweet first love he had with his wife, and his stern expression softened. Chuyi thought her words had an effect, so she pressed on. Dad, please give me 1 million. To you it's not a big deal, but for Han Sun it's a lifesaver. Jiang Qiao was not someone who could be easily swayed by emotions. He countered, Does he like you? That question hit hard. Chuyi stubbornly replied, It doesn't matter if he likes me. I like him, and that's my choice. Jiang Qiao shook his head in frustration, seeming helpless about his daughter's stubbornness. In reality, he was disappointed, wondering how a great father could have a daughter who didn't seem to understand. Through his observations, Jiang Qiao knew that his daughter had been interested in Han Sun since her first year of high school. Now, she was about to enter her 3rd year, and after 3 years, she still hadn't won him over. She was nowhere near as good as he was. Many boys had pursued He back in the day. Did he win her over just because of his looks and grades?
No.
It was about strategy. Jiang Qiao remembered clearly that the handsome boy from the neighboring school had a crush on He. He was just as good-looking and smart as Jiang Qiao, but in the end, it didn't help him at all. Jiang Qiao quickly dealt with his rival before it could escalate, and He still didn't know about the boy's feelings for her. Without some clever tactics, how could one succeed? If it weren't for Lin He, Jiang Qiao would have definitely brought Chuyi over to listen carefully. Jiang Qiao could tell that Lin He strongly disapproved of his hands-off parenting style over the years. The fact that she didn't take it out on him was already a big concession. So, he dared not say anything extra and followed Lin He's orders throughout. I won't blame you for this, and I won't clean up after you. It's your choice who you like, so you should help the person you care about. Chuyi's tears started flowing again. Of course, with a stepmother, there's a stepfather too. This family can't hold me anymore. I'll just leave. Chuyi wiped her tears angrily and ran away. Seeing this, Lin He stood up to chase after her but was stopped by Jiang Qiao, who told the butler, arrange for bodyguards to follow her. He turned back to Lin He and advised, She's upset right now. She won't listen to anything. Most importantly, knowing Chuyi's personality, she would likely take her anger out on He, and no one should let He suffer, not even her own daughter. Lin He watched her daughter run away and ultimately decided not to chase after her. She thought that perhaps this was a chance for Chuyi to grow up. Though she thought that way, how could a mother not worry about her daughter? Lin He paced back and forth in the living room, waiting for the bodyguards to report back periodically. Since Chuyi was still a minor, she didn't have a driver's license and couldn't bear to return and ask the butler to arrange a ride. She just walked along the road in silence. When her anger had mostly faded, she began to feel tired, and her feet started to hurt. Eventually, she sat down on the roadside. After zoning out for a while, she picked up her phone to call a ride but realized she didn't have enough money. She had given cash to Han Sun, and the rest had been stolen, leaving only a few dozen in her WeChat wallet. Frustrated, Chuyi started pulling at the plants by the roadside. Suddenly, she noticed a black business car not far away. She stood up, brushed off her hands, and walked over. The bodyguards just reported that Chuyi got into their car. Lin He sighed in relief. She was worried that her daughter might do something irrational in her anger, but now it seemed she had calmed down enough to seek help from the bodyguards. After a while, Lin He received another message from the bodyguards. Chuyi went to the hospital where Han Sun's mother is, and then she went home with Han Sun. As she read to the end, her voice suddenly rose. One must always be cautious. What if that Han Sun does something bad? It's fine, the bodyguards will be right beside you. Jiang Qiao was very confident. With 4 skilled bodyguards following his daughter, nothing would go wrong. Let's hurry. We need to visit the Fong family tomorrow. Come on, let's rest. Right. They still had to settle things with the Fong family tomorrow. She couldn't go with dark circles under her eyes. She needed to look strong. After receiving a message from the bodyguard saying that Chuyi was sleeping in the guest room and that Han Sun had gone back to the hospital to take care of his mother, Lin He felt relieved and fell asleep. Even while sleeping, her brows remained furrowed. Jiang Qiao carefully held her in his arms, gently smoothing her forehead, thinking about those annoying kids. 1 or 2 of them made He worry. That night, Chuyi had a very restless sleep. It wasn't that she couldn't sleep. She just wasn't used to the environment. The bed was too hard, and the pillow was too soft, making her feel sore all over when she opened her eyes. Thinking about what happened last night, she suddenly realized she might have fallen into a trap. Wasn't the plan to drive that woman away? How did she end up leaving instead? She became the one who was pushed out. Remembering the reason for running away from home, Chuyi felt down again. Her father's attitude was the most important. He didn't like Han-sun. Feeling low, Chuyi left her room and saw the 4 bodyguards in the living room, which reminded her of their conversation yesterday, making her frown.
You can leave now.
We need to protect you. Not necessary. The bodyguards remained silent and didn't leave. If you don't leave, I'll call the police.
Trespassing.
The bodyguards were calm in response to Chuy's threat. Go ahead and call. Chuyi. Of course, she couldn't call the police. If it got out, everyone would know she ran away from home, and that would be so embarrassing. Finally, Han-sun said they were just doing their duty, and Chuyi reluctantly agreed. Since they couldn't be sent away, she might as well make use of them. Chuyi haughtily ordered, "Take me to the hospital." Who would have thought that the young lady of the Jiang family would also need a ride one day? In her rush to leave, Chuyi forgot her phone in her room and missed a call from Min-jun. She also didn't see the message that followed. Looking at the unanswered messages, Min-jun, who usually wore a smile, couldn't help but show a hint of frustration. Since receiving the call about the Jiang family visiting early in the morning, she had been feeling uneasy. Why would Mr. Jiang come? If it was to strengthen their relationship, Min-jun didn't dare to hope for that. Over the years, as Chuy's godsister, Mr. Jiang had never taken it seriously. On weekdays, when encountering the Fong family at the mall, there might be some leniency due to the relationship with Chuyi, but their private friendship is not deep. Outsiders think the Fong family is close to the Jiang family, but as the eldest daughter-in-law, Min-jun knows the truth well. The Fong family is closer to Chuyi, not the Jiang family. If it were any other day, she wouldn't think much of Mr. Jiang's visit, but it was the day after lending Chuyi 1 million. She intended to use this money to get closer to Mr. Jiang's new girlfriend, whether to build a connection or to ask for a favor, but she never expected Mr. Jiang to show up. Did Chuyi get into trouble with that money? Min-jun couldn't stop worrying, and when she found she couldn't reach Chuyi, she couldn't even smile anymore. As the agreed time approached, Min-jun felt increasingly anxious. Seeing her husband excited because of Mr. Jiang's arrival, thinking he was favored, she couldn't bring herself to tell him the truth. She was relieved her mother-in-law was visiting relatives, or it would have been even worse. Min-jun's eyes were filled with deep concern. It must be something serious for Mr. Jiang to come in person. When she saw that the person getting out of the car was not Jiang Qiao but a woman beside him, her bad feeling grew stronger. Mr. Jiang, your arrival brings great honor to our home. Please come in. Fong Ting stepped forward to warmly welcome Jiang Qiao and Lin He to sit on the sofa. Fong Ting looked at Jiang Qiao, waiting for him to speak, but Jiang Qiao seemed uninterested in talking, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. Mr. Jiang, you came here to, this is my partner Lin He. What a coincidence that they both spoke at the same time. Fong Ting forgot his own words and continued with Jiang Qiao's. So this is Miss Lin. My sister attended old Zhao's birthday party and praised Miss Lin highly when she returned. Compliments flowed freely. Min-jun's smile became stiff. She had hoped to use the 1 million to gain favor with Miss Lin, making her as dependent and trusting as Chuyi. But upon meeting, her husband was so humble. Mr. Fong, there's no need to be so polite. Lin He thought to herself, soon you won't be smiling anymore. Fong Ting misunderstood this as a sign of closeness from the Jiang family, and his smile deepened. Just as he wanted to continue building rapport, Lin He spoke softly, yet sharply. Let's talk about what it means to be close relatives. Why suddenly bring up the topic of close relatives? Fong Ting was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say, and looked at Min-jun. This matter of close relations was decided by his wife.
Hello, Miss Lin, I am Min-jun.
Hearing his wife's words, Fong Ting felt a bit embarrassed. After Mr. Jiang introduced his partner, he should have introduced his wife as well. When Chuyi was in middle school, she had a good relationship with my sister-in-law, Fong Luo, and often came to our house to play. One day, Chuyi suggested that she wanted to call me Big Sister. Since I already treated her like a younger sister, I thought it was nice. Min Jun explained, and Fong Ting nodded in agreement. Yes, Chuyi and my sister are like one person. I even have a room set aside for Chuyi at my home, and she really likes it. It sounded like the Fong family was kind and caring. Chuyi was young at that time, and Mrs. Fong is an adult. Doesn't she understand? Min Jun had directed her first sentence at Lin He, while the rest were aimed at Mr. Jiang. After she finished speaking, she was also watching Mr. Jiang's reaction, but unexpectedly, Lin He spoke up again. Min Jun felt a surge of anger. Mr. Jiang's new girlfriend was quite disrespectful. What right did she have to speak like that? She wasn't even a proper elder to Chuyi. Did she really think she was special just because she was with Mr. Jiang? What do you mean by that, Miss Lin? Min Jun asked deliberately, wanting Lin He to say more so she could find a flaw to counter. If Lin He lost her composure, Mr. Jiang would surely silence her. She was just a young girl who gained a bit of status by being with Mr. Jiang. Did she really think too highly of herself? Min Jun was ready for a response, but unexpectedly, Lin He shifted the conversation to her own issues. Isn't it obvious? I'm saying Mrs. Fong lacks judgment. Lending $1 million to a minor without understanding the situation isn't helping. It's harmful. Min Jun's face turned pale. She quickly looked at Mr. Jiang, who still wore the same expressionless face as when he entered. What million? What's going on? Fong Tung asked his wife, and even the most oblivious person would understand at this point. Mr. Jiang wasn't here to appreciate the Fong family. He was here to demand an explanation. Yesterday, Chuyi called me, saying she urgently needed to borrow $1 million. I was worried something was wrong, so I sent the money without thinking it through.
I'm sorry.
Min Jun tried to justify herself, claiming she had good intentions. She wasn't afraid of what others might say. Previously, Min Jun was worried that if something happened to Chuyi, Mr. Jiang would retaliate against her and the Fong family. But now, seeing Mr. Jiang and Lin He's attitudes, she felt more at ease. It seemed nothing had gone wrong. Recognizing a godparent without informing the child's father, thinking that if the child encounters something, there's no need to call the Jiang family. Mrs. Fong's way of doing things is truly unique. Eager to explain the borrowed $1 million, Min Jun overlooked some details and forgot about the earlier issue. After hearing Lin He's mockery, even she, who is usually eloquent, was left speechless. Lin He is skilled at arguing and never lets the other party lead her into a trap. Her main point is clear. When facing Min Jun, her goal is not to question why he borrowed $1 million. Instead, she believes that the Fong family has overstepped their bounds, assuming that their closeness to Chuyi gives them the right to take charge. If they were sincere, it would be different, but this well-meaning Mrs. Fong is actually self-serving, wanting to take the good things and the good reputation for herself. Lin He came today to break that illusion. What kind of relatives are the Fong family to the Jiang family? Just because they recognized a godparent, they elevate themselves to this level, claiming to act in the child's best interest? Who do they think they are? Chuyi is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, not a junior of the Fong family. I hope Mrs. Fong can act with some restraint in the future to avoid embarrassing herself. That's what I wanted to say today. Lin He stood up and said to Fong Tung, Mr. Fong, please advise your wife more often. We won't take up any more of your time. Jiang Qiao also stood up, and Lin He affectionately linked her arm with his. With someone backing her, she confidently tilted her head and said sweetly, I'm straightforward, but I mean well. It's all for the sake of the children. All parents can understand that, right? Fong Ting realized that Miss Lin was quite sharp-tongued. He didn't want to respond, but after receiving a cold glance from Jiang Qiao, he swallowed hard and said, I understand. What else could he say? The Fong family didn't have the capital to completely fall out with the Jiang family, and it was indeed his wife's actions that had caused the issue. After seeing off Lin He and Jiang Qiao, Fong Tung returned to the living room to find his wife still sitting there, staring out the door with a pale face. June, I usually trust you to handle things well. What happened this time? Fong Ting couldn't help but feel frustrated. The Jiang family came here with a mix of courtesy and aggression. Though it wasn't stated outright, the attitude was clear. If such a situation arises again, the Jiang family would not hold back. In the past, Mr. Jiang wouldn't have cared about these things. It must have been that Miss Lin stirring things up. Since entering the house, Mr. Jiang had only introduced himself briefly, and the rest was all Miss Lin talking, her words flowing like a stream. Did you offend Miss Lin? At first, I suggested that you attend Mr. Zhao's birthday party. If you had built good relationships that day, we might not be in this situation now. But you insisted on going to that charity gala instead. Min Jun suddenly stood up, feeling frustrated after so many years of marriage. For the first time, she thought her husband was useless. Not only did he fail to support her, but he also blamed her after the other party left. Thinking about how her husband nodded and agreed when he said he understood made Min Jun feel sick. You. She raised her arm to point at her husband, her fingers trembling with anger. No. Min Jun's whole body was shaking. She had been bullied in her own home. As someone who prided herself on being a refined lady after becoming Mrs. Fong, Min Jun felt utterly humiliated. Had she really been scolded by a young girl? With a lump in her throat, Min Jun's breathing grew heavier until she finally rolled her eyes back. Help! The lady has fainted. Miss Lin, the girlfriend of Mr. Jiang, visited the Fong family, and shortly after leaving Mrs. Fong, Min Jun was so upset that she fainted. This news spread quickly. So, it was Miss Lin who upset her? Probably because of the family connections. Mr. Jiang doesn't care about these things, but the new lady couldn't handle it and confronted her directly. I think so too. Mrs. Fong fainting was more about losing face than anything else. The ladies discussed the matter privately. While they had different opinions, one thing was clear. Mr. Jiang's new girlfriend was not someone to be underestimated. She had only recently appeared in the social scene, yet she was already taking charge at home and outside. Sometimes, one needs to show a bit of strength. Initially, people might have thought Mr. Jiang simply found a new girlfriend, but after this incident, many ladies became curious about Lin He and wanted to get to know her. Hearing about this incident, Hu Dai became even more convinced that the post on Weibo saying "not familiar" thanks was indeed the work of Mr. Jiang's new girlfriend. Lin He was too busy to care about what others thought of her. After leaving the Fong family, she had her own tasks to attend to. Going to the Fong family was just to stir up trouble. With her around, Min Jun could no longer treat the Jiang family as easy targets. From today onward, in any situation, the Fong family would no longer automatically associate with the Jiang family. Their relationship would be clearly severed. The news of Lin He visiting the Fong family spread as she expected, but the only surprise was that Min Jun actually fainted. The Fong family servants were not known for keeping secrets. Otherwise, how would there have been so many stories about how close Chuyi was to Min Jun and how well Min Jun treated Chuyi? This information spread quickly because of the servants, and Min Jun intentionally allowed it to happen. Today, the news spread so fast that it seems she is reaping what she sowed. I bet Mrs. Fong never expected that her troubles would come to light one day. For years, Min Jun has pretended to be confused while taking advantage of the situation with the Jiang family, which is quite annoying. Today feels like a small relief. On the way back, Lin He kept her head down, fiddling with her phone, while Jiang Qiao gently played with her hair, his fingers moving back and forth as if he were crafting a fine piece of art. They didn't speak, and the atmosphere was unusually harmonious. The road they traveled was lined with sycamore trees, and the sunlight streamed through the half-open window, casting shadows of the leaves that danced over them like a film. While waiting at a red light, the driver casually glanced at the two in the back seat. He had worked for the Jiang family for 8 years, and usually, Mr. Jiang was either busy with work or resting in the car. His expression was always serious and tense, like a robot without emotions, showing no personal interests or hobbies. He thought that even those who resent the wealthy wouldn't envy Mr. Jiang's fortune. It seemed too exhausting. He poured all his energy into work every day, as if he never got tired. But now, Mr. Jiang was different. In 8 years, he had never seen this relaxed side of Mr. Jiang before. Hearing the honk of a car behind them brought the driver back to reality, and he focused on the road again, pressing the gas pedal to move forward. The light turned green. He was busy replying to messages on her phone. Since she posted that tweet, her private messages exploded with activity. They weren't random messages from strangers. They were from people who had connections with He in the past. "Hello, is this really you? Hey, Sister He. Are you back? Miss Lin? Is that you?" Each message came from someone who followed He on that account. As Jiang Qiao had suspected, He's tweet caught the attention of her old friends. Some were asking if it was really her, showing doubt that the tweet was from someone else. Others sent voice messages, some even crying, asking if she was back. For the reason behind her 15-year absence, He took Jiang Qiao's advice and said she had been recuperating in a beautiful place, unable to contact the outside world due to her health. No one questioned this. They didn't need to. After receiving a reply from He, everyone expressed their desire to visit her and asked about her health. Some were abroad, while others were in different cities. He mentioned that she was very busy lately and couldn't find the time, but she would meet up and have a good chat when things settled down. She still had 3 kids to take care of. As she replied to each message, explaining her situation, He sat on the sofa after returning home from the Fong family. By the time she looked up from her phone, the sun had already set. She stretched and smiled, realizing that many of her old friends were quite different from who die. In the study, Jiang Qiao was reviewing documents while He sat on the sofa, looking at messages from the bodyguard about Chuyi. "Our silly girl," the bodyguard said. She spent the whole day at the hospital taking care of Han Sun's mother. Han's mother, who had her own son, kept making Chuyi do things just because she liked Han Sun. Unlike Han Sun, Han's mother was very good at talking. In a 1-minute video sent by the bodyguard, Han's mother kept praising and thanking Chuyi while asking her to do tasks, often mentioning her son, which made Chuyi even more eager to help. "Let her be. Chuyi isn't foolish. She may not see it now, but she'll figure it out over time," Jiang Qiao said. Their daughter had a stubborn nature and would only learn after facing difficulties with Han Sun. He exited the video call, feeling less bothered. She sighed and said, "Let's wait 2 or 3 more days. By then, if the Han family doesn't reveal their true nature, I will make sure they do." After a while, He seemed to remember something happy and said, "Oh, An is going to give me a painting." Jiang Qiao raised an eyebrow. "A painting?"
Yes.
An asked if I liked it, and I said it was beautiful. He said he would bring it for me next time we meet. He was delighted that her little one remembered her love for painting. She then pulled out a photo sent by her son and asked, "Is this from the auction house?" She pointed to the watermark at the bottom of the photo, which read Nuadi Auction House, and the date in the upper right corner indicated the auction was in 2 days. Jiang Qiao's expression became a bit complicated as he quietly asked, "You don't remember? What should I remember?" He replied calmly. Jiang Qiao pointed at the watermark, and He thought for a moment, "Nuadi, Nuadi."
Nodi?
He exclaimed in surprise. Seeing Jiang Qiao nod, He became excited and said, "Let's go. Are you free that day?" Jiang Qiao regretted reminding her. "I'm free." How could he not be free? Even if the sky fell, he would go. Why do you suddenly want to go there? I also want to pick something to take a picture of as a gift for An. This was the first gift from the mother to her son after returning. When Jiang Qiao didn't mention Nodi, He had this idea when she asked if it was an auction house. Jiang Qiao watched from the side, hoping there were no other intentions. Why was Jiang Qiao so nervous? Because Nodi is a man's English name, which he affectionately gave him, and the auction house is named after him. Even though he knew that Nodi would likely not be at the auction in a few days, Jiang Qiao still felt uneasy. Nodi had a bad history. He still tried to pursue He despite knowing she was Jiang Qiao's girlfriend. He showed no moral character. As long as he wasn't married, he felt he had a chance. Nodi had been single for years, claiming to be focused on art and not considering personal matters, but who knows if he still thought about Lin He. After failing to win Lin He's heart, it seemed he hadn't dated anyone else. Jiang Qiao mentally marked an X next to Nodi's name. Danger, danger, danger. At this moment, Jiang Qiao still held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking he wouldn't run into Nodi, but there's an old saying in China, enemies will meet. And, of course, Nodi would be at the auction the day after tomorrow. This saying applied not only to Jiang Qiao but also to Lin He, as Hu Dai and Min Jun would also attend the auction. It was going to be quite lively. Jiang Qiao was not in a good mood because he saw someone he disliked. Nodi was at the auction. As the owner of the auction house, this was his first time attending this year, and it was a last-minute decision. He immediately spotted Jiang Qiao. Their eyes met, and Jiang Qiao's expression darkened. He could tell that Nodi was coming over to greet him. And instead, he's almost at the door. Let's go greet our son. Lin He said as she walked outside, and Jiang Qiao glanced at Nodi before following her. Nodi, who wanted to greet them, stopped in his tracks. His personality was still so unpleasant. He scanned the back of the woman next to Jiang Qiao and found her somewhat familiar, but didn't think much of it. Having just returned to the country, he was unaware of the rumors about Jiang's girlfriend, thinking she was just an employee or secretary. But the next moment, he saw Jiang Qiao wrap his arm around her waist.
Nodi.
He had changed. He didn't keep his promise to only love Miss Lin for a lifetime. Jiang Qiao thought Nodi saw Lin He and was deliberately declaring his claim, not realizing that Nodi hadn't seen Lin He's face at all and was secretly cursing him as a bad guy. However, when they reached the door and Nodi didn't chase after them, Jiang Qiao figured it out. That clingy Nodi would definitely stick around if he knew his identity. At that moment, Jiang Qiao even considered knocking Nodi out, since he didn't come to the auction just to meet him. Lin He was looking for her son at the entrance and didn't notice someone nearby giving off a dark aura. And then over here, seeing her son get out of the car, Lin He waved. Jiang An wasn't alone. 2 boys around his age followed him. Jiang An turned back to say something to the 2, who nodded and went to the car's trunk to grab something, while Jiang An walked over to Lin He by himself. It's so hot. Why are you wearing such thick clothes? Lin He took out a tissue from her bag and reached out to wipe the sweat off her son. Under the blazing sun, Jiang An was dressed in a black long-sleeve sports outfit, and sweat was dripping from his forehead and nose. Jiang Qiao looked at his formal attire and felt uncomfortable. He was hot too. For the first time, he thought not sweating was a disadvantage. Those 2 are for my school. They're here for student council work, Jiang An explained when he noticed Lin He looking at his classmates. He still had that expressionless face, but the excitement in his eyes when he saw Lin He was undeniable. He was happy to see his mother. Good, I think that painting is nice. Thank you for picking it out for me, Anan. We'll let your dad take the picture. You're still in school, so you can use your own money to buy me something after you graduate, okay? A painting starting at 300,000 would likely sell for over $1 million, and Lin He was worried that Jiang An would spend all his money. She had only learned yesterday that after turning 18, her son wouldn't take money from Jiang Qiao anymore. He would pay for his own tuition. Jiang Qiao had an explanation. It wasn't that he didn't want to give money, but Jiang An refused to take it. The money just sat in the card unused, and there was nothing he could do about it. I'll buy it. But I want to buy it for you. Both father and son spoke at the same time, but Lin He only heard her son's words. This was the first time after their reunion that he spoke with a hint of a sweet, close tone. Okay, and can buy it. Lin He thought that once she got the painting, she would find a chance to give her son some extra support. She definitely couldn't let him be poor. A slight smile appeared on Jiang An's face as he extended his pinky and said, "It's a promise." This was a ritual that the mother and son always had when they were young, making a pinky promise. Lin He hooked her finger and smiled. Okay, Jiang Qiao was unhappy. He felt left out. Fortunately, Jiang An quickly left to go through another door with 2 classmates. Seeing his son leave, Jiang Qiao tugged at his suit collar and looked up at the sky, seemingly casual but with intention, saying, "Hee hee, I'm a bit hot." Lin He knew exactly what Jiang Qiao was thinking. Over the years, he hadn't changed at all. When she used to kiss her son's little face, Jiang Qiao would lean in for a kiss too. With a hint of mischief in her eyes, Lin He waved her hand in front of her face and said, it is a bit hot. Let's go inside. There's air conditioning. Jiang Qiao noticed Lin He's quiet laugh as she turned, and he smiled back, his eyes filled with affection as he quickly followed her. They didn't notice Hu Dai and Min Jun standing by the emergency exit. The auction was half an hour away, and most people had already taken their seats. The hall was filled with ordinary guests, mostly wealthy individuals who had come to help bid, or those who were not very involved in the investment process. Jiang An was on the first floor, and as a student council member, his task today was to attract investment for an upcoming school event. What if he met a willing investor? That seemed more reliable than waiting endlessly for appointments at companies. The second floor had leather sofas and separated spaces for important figures. Jiang Qiao was assigned to the best spot. He poured tea for Lin He, peeled an orange, and placed some of Lin He's favorite snacks on the table. Then he said, I'm going to the restroom. Lin He replied that it was fine, as she was looking through the brochure for the auction, trying to decide what to buy for her son. Just a minute after Jiang Qiao left, Hu Dai approached. Are you Miss Lin? Her casual tone carried a hint of disdain as she sat in Jiang Qiao's previous spot, her gaze fixed on Lin He. Hu Dai's expression was unreadable, but inside she was shocked. She couldn't find any flaws at such a close distance. She had expected to see some signs of cosmetic surgery on Lin He's face, but it was truly identical. No wonder Jiang Qiao was infatuated. Do you really think you have captured President Zhang's heart? Do you know why Jiang Muhua reacted to you the way he did? Aren't you afraid that everything you have now could suddenly vanish like a mirage? After 3 questions, Hu Dai smiled confidently and slipped her business card into the gap of Lin He's bag. I can answer your questions and help you. Seeing Lin He react with just a raised eyebrow, Hu Dai felt angry inside. This woman really stays calm. I've known Mr. Jiang for nearly 20 years, and I know everything about his family. I believe you have questions, so feel free to reach out to me. Worried that Jiang Qiao might catch her in the act, Hu Dai stood up and left with a smile that suggested she was in control. Lin He thought. After 15 years, Hu Dai has really become quite slick. Lin He wanted to interrupt Hu Dai's self-importance. If she realized Lin He was actually Lin He, her expression would surely be interesting. But after hearing Hu Dai's last words, Lin He changed her mind. Given Hu Dai's personality, she must have been keeping an eye on the Jiang family all these years, especially since she had been in contact with Chuyi. Perhaps she would know about the conflicts between the children. Lin He made a plan in her mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiao was also dealing with some issues. You actually brought your new girlfriend to my territory? Do you believe I'll get rid of her? At the restroom entrance, Noid was angrily shouting. People passing by turned to look, unable to help it. Gossip is human nature, and that statement was quite ambiguous. Jiang Qiao's face darkened. He rarely had a good expression when he saw Noid. You betrayed Miss Lin. Even if she's gone, you should still protect her. Don't you Chinese have that loyalty thing? Why don't you uphold it? Shut up. Jiang Qiao frowned tightly. After 15 years, Noid's Chinese hadn't improved at all. His speech was a mess. What does my relationship with my wife have to do with you? Miss Lin gave you 3 children. You've always wanted to see An, right? Jiang Qiao interrupted Noid. He didn't plan to explain anything to Noid and didn't want to waste time with him. He was still waiting for him on the second floor. Jiang Qiao didn't want to waste another moment with Noid. He quickly sold his son. An is here today on the first floor of the auction. When An was 3 years old, Noid had met him once and wanted to be An's godfather, but Jiang Qiao had refused. Over the years, Noid occasionally asked Jiang Qiao how An was doing, but Jiang Qiao never replied to any of his emails. Thinking of the little boy with a nose and mouth like Miss Lin, Noid's eyes lit up. He was the son of Miss Lin. Just as he wanted to ask more questions, Jiang Qiao had already walked far away. Noidi didn't feel like chasing him down. He wanted to see An soon. He could dream about what Miss Lin's son would look like when he grew up. However, Nodi steps to find Jiang and were interrupted by his assistant, who received an urgent call from the headquarters about a pressing matter. Glancing at his watch, Nodi said, "I'll give you 10 minutes to finish." He still wanted to see An in. As the saying goes, people from the same family often meet. Lin He and Jiang Qiao were also summoned, and Jiang An was no exception. Wow, the campus heartthrob Jiang is really here? A young man in a white suit looked Jiang An up and down, speaking with a smug tone. "You didn't even wear formal attire. If you hadn't borrowed my invitation, you would have been stopped at the door." "Oh, right, you probably don't know. Wang Hui borrowed the invitation from me." Jiang An's two classmates looked at him with concern. Jiang Qiao was trouble. Jiang Qiao, the young man in the white suit, was a student from the same school and couldn't stand Jiang An. To be precise, he was jealous. He was jealous of Jiang An's good looks and academic success, jealous that the girl he liked rejected him because she had a crush on Jiang An. There were too many reasons to be jealous. Since their sophomore year, he had been looking for ways to trouble Jiang An, but Jiang An ignored him, not taking his tactics seriously. This time, Jiang An came purely at the request of the student council vice president, Wang Hui, as he was the only one in the council fluent in French. While seeking sponsorship was a matter of chance, there were a few target individuals, two of whom were French directors who could decide on sponsorship. Wang Hui thought it would be good to have Jiang An try. To enter this auction, one either had to find a way to get an invitation or sneak in as a student worker. Jiang Qiao offered an invitation, which Wang Hui accepted, knowing the two had issues but thinking Jiang Qiao wanted to help the school. Now it seemed she had underestimated him. Jiang Qiao clearly intended to insult Jiang An. Since starting college, Jiang An had stopped using Jiang Qiao's money. In his freshman year, he worked hard, and by his sophomore year, he began managing his earnings from part-time jobs and investing in stocks. Now, he had enough savings to buy a gift for his mother at the auction. Of course, Jiang An was quietly successful. He wasn't one to show off. First impressions are very important. Everyone knows that during his freshman year, Jiang An worked part-time when he had no classes, so his classmates see him as someone from an ordinary family. After failing to embarrass Jiang An in various ways, Jiang Qiao came up with a new plan today. He wanted Jiang An to realize the gap between their wealth, making him feel inferior. The harshest way to break someone is to destroy their self-esteem. Even though they attend the same university, their lives after graduation will be like a deep divide. No matter how proud Jiang An feels now without connections, he will be nothing after graduation. You seem quite comfortable sitting there. Do you have any wealthy connections? Here's a suggestion. Why not stand on the sidelines and observe the people here? See who might bring you investment, Jiang Qiao said, his tone condescending and filled with malice. The people around glanced over, some with interest. Hu Dai came down from the second floor and walked over to Min Jun, saying, "Is this the person you brought? Isn't she a girl?" "No, the person I found is stuck in traffic." Hu Dai's plan was twofold. First, to find Lin He, and second, for Min Jun to send someone to intentionally insult Jiang An. Now, it was time to see how Lin He would react. If she intervened, Min Jun's person would make her uncomfortable, embarrassing Lin He. If she stayed out of it, Min Jun and Hu Dai would find a way to create discord, showing Jiang An that she wouldn't help in tough situations. No matter how Lin He responded, Min Jun would find a way to exploit it. But what frustrated her was that the person she sent was stuck in traffic. Just then, a young man in a white suit walked by. Even though the person she wanted to find didn't show up, someone else could fill that role. It all depended on Lin He's next reaction. Min Jun was very annoyed with Lin He, initially wanting to contact Chuyi to help deal with her, but Chuyi had been missing for the past few days. In the end, she unexpectedly connected with Hu Dai. One became a laughingstock in the industry because of Lin He, while the other became a joke online. They quickly teamed up. On the second floor, Lin He noticed the commotion on the first floor. The sound naturally traveled upward, and the private room on the second floor was designed without glass, allowing for clear hearing. Jiang Qiao was intentionally trying to make Jiang An lose face in front of everyone, speaking loudly. Lin He heard every word. When Jiang Qiao returned and didn't see Lin He at their table, he noticed her looking over the railing. He walked over and asked, What's wrong? Your son is being bullied, Lin. He pointed to the left. The one in the white shirt insulted your son, mocking him for not being worthy to sit here, implying that your son is poor. Hearing Lin he repeatedly say your son in a calm tone made Jiang Qiao feel uneasy. Oh no, he is angry. How could Lin he not be angry? What mother can stay calm when her son is insulted? What kind of life is an having at school that makes classmates think he isn't even qualified to attend an auction? Jiang Qiao looked downstairs, where his son sat confidently, while the troublemaker showed signs of impatience due to Jiang An's calm demeanor. Jiang An crossed his legs, and his expression finally changed, but it wasn't the reaction Jiang Qiao wanted. He simply said in an annoyed tone, noisy. Everyone around laughed. This was not what Jiang Qiao expected. He thought that after his remarks, people would look down on Jiang An, thinking he was pretending to be wealthy and making him feel embarrassed. But now, why were they laughing at him? Jiang Qiao was mistaken. Most of the people on the first floor were hard-working individuals, assistants, secretaries, and butlers, while the few wealthy individuals present were well-mannered and wouldn't mock someone for being poor, especially in light of Jiang Qiao's obvious intent to insult. At school, Jiang Qiao had gathered many friends because of his wealth, and when he mocked Jiang An, they would laugh along. But the people here had no ties to Jiang Qiao. Why would they pay him any attention? Look, our son isn't the type to be bullied. Jiang Qiao quickly pointed out the situation below, trying to praise their son. Seeing that her son had turned the situation around and didn't seem like someone who would usually be wronged, Lin He's tension eased a bit. Didn't they say the eldest son of the Jiang family has a short temper? When did he become so composed?
Minyones expression darkened.
If Jiang An didn't get angry, how would a stronger conflict arise? He has always been steady unless his mother is mentioned. Hu Dai had instructed Min Jun to provoke Jiang An by bringing up his mother, which led to a confrontation. Then, they heard Jiang Qiao say, "Can't you understand human language? No wonder your mom doesn't want you." Regarding your mom doesn't want you, it was just a rumor among classmates. On Mother's Day last semester, a street vendor aggressively tried to sell flowers, saying that not buying them was unfilial, and went on about how someone's mom was this and that. As a result, Jiang An ended up getting into a fight, and they had to go to the police station. Then rumors spread that Jiang An's mom left when he was very young. Jiang Qiao, feeling embarrassed and angry, used this as an attack point. Lin He noticed her son's suddenly stiff back and looked serious.
Stop it.
Suddenly, a well-dressed foreign man approached angrily. Lin He paused and turned to the person who was speaking. It was Nodi. The staff on stage were also getting ready, and the announcement was made that the auction was about to start. Jiang Qiao saw Nodi and didn't take it seriously. He glanced at the card in Jiang An's hand and said, "You won't even raise it. What are you holding it for? Just watch. The money I spend today you might never earn in your lifetime." With that, Jiang Qiao went to sit in the front row. Nodi walked over and, seeing Jiang Qiao, asked angrily, "Did he bully you?" Jiang An noticed that the foreign man had a staff badge and thought he was there to maintain order, so he replied that nothing happened. To Jiang An, Jiang Qiao was just a clown. The things he did at school didn't hurt him at all. Sometimes, a small counterattack was enough to make Jiang Qiao frustrated. After being tricked by Jiang An so many times, Jiang Qiao still didn't realize it and thought he was just unlucky. "There's something wrong with him," Jiang An said, pointing to his temple, genuinely thinking Jiang Qiao was foolish. Nodi decided not to argue with someone he considered foolish. "Are you free after the auction?"
I want to talk to you about something.
Nodi was concerned that the child might develop negative feelings toward his mother as he grew up, so he wanted to meet first and then reveal his identity as a friend of his mother. He also didn't want the child to think he was a bad person, so he pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "This is my business card." Seeing that it said he was the chairman of Nodi International Auction House, the other two male classmates were very excited. Could they really get an investment today? They secretly tugged at each other's sleeves, urging Jiang An to accept.
Okay.
Jiang An took the card. At that moment, the auction officially began, and Nodi stepped aside, appearing to watch the stage while secretly observing Jiang An. He looked just like her. He was definitely Miss Lin's child. After just one glance, Nodi felt a deep affection for the younger generation. Seeing that things had calmed down downstairs, he did not go down. She coldly watched Jiang Qiao's back and slightly curled her lips. The auction began. The first item was a jade bracelet with a starting price of 550,000. Jiang Qiao turned around and glanced disdainfully at Jiang An, raising his paddle. Number 30, 650,000. Number 75, 750,000. Bidding continued, and when it reached 1,200,000, Jiang Qiao's expression became serious. According to his budget, he thought the bracelet should go for around 1,100,000. Thinking about Jiang An's gaze from earlier, he gritted his teeth and raised his paddle again. Number 30, 1,200,000. When the auctioneer repeated it for the second time, Jiang Qiao felt a slight relief, hoping no one would bid higher. Number 8, 1,300,000. Jiang Qiao clenched his jaw, turning to see who was competing with him. Then his gaze returned with mixed feelings. Since no one on the first floor was bidding, it meant it was someone from the second floor. People on the second floor could raise paddles or press buttons, so the bidders below couldn't see them. Never mind, this was just the first item. He could always bid on the later jade pieces. The day after tomorrow was his grandmother's birthday, and his mother had given him 3 million to choose a gift for her. Jiang Qiao aimed to spend around 1 million on a jade accessory and keep the rest for himself. However, things didn't start well. Someone was already competing. It turned out Jiang Qiao had relaxed too soon. He soon realized that every time he bid on a jade piece he liked, number 8 would also compete with him. Even for a jade cicada worth less than 1 million, the other party dared to bid up to 1,500,000. Jiang Qiao wanted to raise his bid, but he feared that if he did, the other party might stop bidding, leaving him in a difficult position. After encountering the fourth item, a jade screen starting at 3 million, Jiang Qiao steeled himself and raised his paddle to 3,500,000, only for number 8 to raise it by another 100,000. After he put down his paddle, others continued to bid, but number 8 stopped. Jiang Qiao was sure that number 8 was targeting him. The other party was clearly very wealthy. Counting the items he had bid on and those taken from him, he had already spent nearly 10 million. Jiang Qiao's expression was extremely grim. He wanted to insult Jiang An for being poor, but now he was being outbid by someone even richer. At that moment, the painting Jiang An wanted to bid on was presented. At this moment, Jiang Qiao's mind was filled with thoughts about who number 8 was, eliminating one by one those he had conflicts with, trying to uncover the other person's identity. Suddenly, the auctioneer on stage struck the gavel and announced, "Congratulations to number 86 for winning, the Prelude of Dawn at 1,550,000. Jiang Qiao turned around sharply. He remembered that Jiang An's paddle had a number similar to 86. Seeing Jiang An holding number 86, Jiang Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief. It was impossible. The other person was just a poor student. How could he afford to spend over 1 million on a painting? The 2 junior students behind Jiang An were also stunned, filled with anxiety. What if their senior couldn't pay, and they were left to cover for him? At that moment, both juniors and Jiang Qiao shared the same thought. Their senior, Jiang An, seemed calm but was actually provoked and bought the painting to prove a point. The auction had few items and ended in just an hour and a half. Jiang Qiao intentionally stayed behind, wanting to see Jiang An's embarrassment when he couldn't pay for his impulsive purchase. He also wanted to find out who number 8 was, whether they had a personal grudge against him or were targeting the Jiang family. Soon, the auction house staff approached Jiang An. The 2 junior students lowered their heads, realizing they could never come up with that much money, even if they tried to cash out online. Some attendees who weren't in a hurry remained, including a young man in a white suit who clearly wouldn't let this go easily. They wanted to see what would happen next. "Swipe this card," Jiang An said calmly, as if he were just buying groceries. "I'll sign here," he added, not wanting to deal with the hassle of being entertained in the office. He quickly signed his name on the documents. The staff scanned the card smoothly, as if the amount wasn't 1,550,000, but just 155. "Send it to this address," Jiang An said, taking back his card. The staff exchanged a few pleasantries and then left. One junior pinched himself, and the other bit his tongue. Oh my, it was real. Why were there rumors that Senior Jiang An was poor? Previously, someone mentioned that Jiang An wore clothes from a niche luxury brand that cost over 10,000 each. Many thought they were fake, but now it seemed he might actually be wearing the real deal. When Jiang Qiao mocked Jiang An for pretending to be high and mighty while wearing fakes, he never expected Jiang An could spend 1,550,000 on a painting. The more the two juniors looked at Jiang An, the more he seemed to have the aura of a mysterious, wealthy young man. Others who stayed to watch were also surprised by this twist. They initially thought it was a case of underestimating a poor youth, but it turned out he wasn't poor at all. "Jiang An, where did you get the money?" Jiang Qiao did not believe that Jiang An had money. He said, "You don't even have an invitation, which shows you don't have enough funds." After a pause, Jiang Qiao continued, "This money didn't come from a good source, did it? I heard a wealthy woman has been very nice to you lately." This wealthy woman was the aunt of Jiang Qiao's rich classmate, who liked younger men. A few days ago, Jiang Qiao had intentionally made her notice Jiang An. The aunt was generous. Aside from being a bit overweight and older, she looked decent. If Jiang An ended up relying on her for money, it would be amusing to see him act proud at school. Right now, Jiang An could casually take out $1 million, and Jiang Qiao thought he must have gotten close to that aunt. He wished he had asked his friend before coming to the auction. He could have gathered evidence to embarrass Jiang An. "Shut up." Before Jiang An could get angry, Nodi, who was nearby, reacted angrily. "You brainless fool. What nonsense are you spouting here?"
Who are you?
Jiang Qiao sneered. "Oh, I see her with her. You really are something. Be quiet." Today, Jiang Qiao was disliked by many, and someone else had told him to shut up. When he turned around to argue, he froze at the sight of the person's expression. With a loud slap, the person struck his face.
"Dad, why did you hit me?"
Jiang Qiao felt humiliated. "This is the chairman of Nodi Auction House. What nonsense are you saying?" Jiang Qiao's family had a partnership with Nodi Auction House, which was why he could easily get an invitation. He also knew that Jiang's family needed this resource more. "I'm sorry," Jiang Qiao said. Though he was arrogant, he also knew when to be sensible, especially with his father watching. "That apology shouldn't just be for me." Jiang Qiao moved his lips but couldn't bring himself to say sorry to Jiang An. His father kicked him lightly, causing him to stumble. Seeing the anger in his father's eyes, Jiang Qiao knew he had to act quickly. "I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn." Jiang Qiao's apology meant little to Jiang An. It wasn't that he didn't care, but because he would retaliate in return. Jiang An's lack of concern was not out of generosity, but because he understood that he would repay the offense tenfold. The Jiang family valued their partnership with Nodi because their company was facing issues, and this was one of Jiang An's ways of fighting back. Don't be fooled by Jiang An's calm demeanor. He never shows mercy to those who threaten him. Jiang Qiao's face turned red from Jiang An's indifference. He swung his arm to slap Jiang An, but ended up hitting himself instead. The two younger students thought to themselves that every time Jiang Qiao tried to pick a fight, he only embarrassed himself. He kept trying despite failing repeatedly, leaving them speechless. Parents are responsible for their children's behavior. "Jiang, you should take care," Jiang An said to Jiang, who forced a smile. He had let his son back down for Nodi's sake, but the boy was still acting tough. Jiang Qiao was taken away by his father, casting a cold glance at Jiang An as they left. The two younger students also left, realizing they had received wrong information. The two French directors never showed up. During the auction, the younger students had been trying to gather support, but today was another failed attempt. Wait, maybe the senior could bring in sponsors. Back at school, the two younger students told the student council about what happened at the auction, but no one believed them. They were known for making up stories and were staunch Jiang An fans, so their words were dismissed. Jiang An spent over $1 million on paintings. Jiang Qiao got slapped by his father, and the auction house owner personally greeted Jiang An. These events sounded unbelievable, like something out of a novel. The two younger students decided not to waste their breath any longer. They were waiting for the day everyone would be shocked. That day came quickly. Because of Jiang Qiao, Lin He learned that Jiang An's university was going to hold an anniversary celebration. Besides the school's invitation to various guests, student clubs were also organizing many activities, seeking corporate investments. Lin He decided to dress up for her son's celebration. She glanced at Jiang Qiao beside her and said, "You have to go too. No matter what, make time for this." They were going to support their son. "Of course, I'll definitely go," Jiang Qiao quickly agreed, not daring to refuse. "Are we going now?" Jiang Qiao asked, seeing their son with Nodi downstairs. "No, An just messaged me that he left first." Jiang Qiao felt relieved. This was good because Nodi wouldn't see Lin He thought that since her son was still getting to know her, he could learn about her from others while interacting with Nodi. Nodi was a good choice. Not wanting to spend her father's money was fine. Her mother had money. At this moment, Nodi must have talked to An in 20%. Jiang An, who usually remains calm, couldn't hide his shock at that moment. Nodi mentioned that his mother owns 20% of the Nodi International Auction House. After the auction ended, the two went to a nearby restaurant to eat and chat. During the auction, Nodi learned about the situation from the staff, which left him with many questions. How could Jiang An, as Jiang Qiao's son, be seen as living in poverty by his classmates? This was also why Nodi was eager to reveal his identity. He asked An, "Have you been doing well these years?" Actually, Nodi wanted to ask if his father treated him well, but he hesitated to bring up such a personal question since they weren't very close. "I'm doing fine," Jiang An replied. Clearly, Jiang An wasn't inclined to open up just because Nodi was a friend of his mother. To build a connection and gain Jiang An's trust, Nodi mentioned that Lin He had shares in the auction house. "When my father passed away, my uncle took over the family inheritance, and I was kicked out.
It was your mother who saved me.
When I was feeling hopeless and considering living on the streets, she funded my education and invested in my business." Recalling the past made Nodi's eyes moist. Miss Lin was like an angel to him, rescuing him from despair. "I asked Miss Lin why she invested in me, and she said, 'Don't ask me why, just believe in yourself. You are worth it.' I will remember that sentence for the rest of my life." Nodi spoke about Lin He, a side of her that Jiang An had never seen. "Can you tell me more about my mother?" "Of course." Miss Lin is very principled, but also protective of those she cares about. Jiang An thought back to the auction and felt a strong intuition that number 8 was his mother. Nodi shared a lot, eventually mentioning Jiang Qiao. He said, "I saw your father today. He was there too, did you know?" Jiang An replied that he did. Nodi felt a bit frustrated. He took a sip of champagne and said, "He loves your mother very much, but it's also true that he is with another woman." Jiang An's eyes widened in surprise. Another woman? However, he doesn't seem to value this new girlfriend much. Today's auction wasn't very significant. The highest item didn't even exceed 10 million. Listening to Nodi's analysis, Jiang An's lips twitched, realizing that Nodi misunderstood the situation. As he hesitated about whether to explain, he received a message from Jiang Qiao. "Do not share anything about your mother with Nodi." Jiang An raised an eyebrow and, as soon as she hung up the phone, looked at Nodi and said, "That person is my mom." Chuyi and Min Jun's plan at the auction did not succeed. By the time the auction ended and most people had left, the girl they arranged finally rushed over, but it was too late. However, it didn't matter. Plan B failed, but Plan A succeeded. That night, Chuyi received a call from Lin He, asking when they could meet. Seeing that the other party was interested, Chuyi began to play mind games, saying she would be on a business trip for a week and they could meet and talk in detail afterward. After hanging up the phone, Chuyi felt very pleased, thinking about how the other person had stepped into her trap, and she couldn't help but smile. The week-long delay was meant to make Lin He anxious, and also because Chuyi really had to go abroad for business. The overseas agency matter didn't get resolved, and she needed to handle paperwork and pay a large fine, along with refunds for domestic consumers. This month, Beijing Company was losing a lot of money. If the sales performance didn't improve, there would be even more problems like a domino effect. Was Hyuri doing all this to vent her frustration? No, she was trying to reconnect with the Jiang family for her own benefit. Minjun, upon learning that Lin he contacted Hyuri, also showed a satisfied smile. According to their plan, while Hyuri was abroad, she would find a way to let Lin he hear about how Mr. Jiang and his original partner were still very close, making Lin he even more confused. That night, Minjun finally got in touch with Chuyi. She expressed her frustration and mentioned Lin he and Jiang Qiao visiting the Fong family. The main idea was to stir things up, telling Chuyi that her father was troubled by Lin he and had come to the Fong family. Minjun thought that after hearing this, Chuyi would react strongly and would go to Lin he to defend her older sister, and nothing could stop that. What? She went to your house? The suddenly raised voice made Minjun very satisfied. This was the reaction she wanted. But the next sentence took a sharp turn, as if the other party had something urgent to attend to. Minjia, I will definitely give you an explanation when I get back. I have something else to take care of, so I can't talk right now. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead, and Minjun was left speechless. Why did she feel like that response was so dismissive? Minjun realized the truth. Chuyi was being dismissive. At that moment, she was overwhelmed and couldn't focus on the Fong family matters. Chuyi, the melons are in season and taste the best. I'll buy some for you, okay? I heard the fruit seller calling outside. Just returned to the hospital room, Han's mother waved to her with a smile and said, "Come here." Seeing Han's mother getting an injection, Chuyi forced a smile and said, "Annie, let me go buy it." "That's fine. Get 20 pounds of cantaloupe. I'll share some with the nurses later. They've taken good care of me during this time," Han's mother replied, taking out some money and mumbling, $5 a pound, 20 pounds is 100. After handing a 100 yuan bill to Chuyi, she added, "Xiao Sun loves to eat them too. He doesn't have to work overtime tomorrow, so he will be very happy to see them when he gets back." Han Sun, being an adult, took a summer job to earn money, working day and night for extra pay. Chuyi became the one staying in the hospital. 20 pounds of melons filled a large bag, and the plastic handle dug into her palm, turning it red. Sweat dripped from her forehead, and after sharing a bowl of porridge with Han's mother for dinner, her stomach was growling from hunger. Sitting weakly on the steps by the street, Chuyi felt tears welling up in her eyes. On the first day, she was grateful for Han Sun's hospitality, and Han's mother was eager to help her. Then Han Sun received a call from his boss asking him to work overtime and asked her to help out. He mentioned that if she had nowhere to go, she could stay at the hospital and help care for his mother. This was the first time Han Sun asked her for help, and without thinking much, she agreed, feeling a bit happy about it. Han's mother was kind and spoke softly, expressing her gratitude and praise for Chuyi. Han Sun was right. His mother was a gentle woman, which is why she had been bullied by his father for most of her life. Chuyi felt sympathy for her and tried her best to take care of her. However, she became more tired each day. At this moment, Chuyi began to reflect on everything that had happened in the past few days. When did it start? When did Han's mother begin to ask her to do this and that without hesitation, saying polite words but becoming increasingly demanding? It started when she learned that she had no money. The next day, Han's mother tried to find out about her family situation. Chuyi was cautious, but not overly secretive. She didn't mention that she was the daughter of the Jiang family, but she did share her experiences. Her father had a new girlfriend and didn't care about her, leading to a falling out with her family. Chuyi spoke more about her feelings of injustice, revealing little about her family. At school, aside from the principal, others only knew that Chuyi came from a wealthy family. She never talked about her home life, and every year, it was the butler who attended the parent-teacher meetings. As for Han's mother, she only knew from her son that Chuyi was a rich girl and didn't know much else. Hearing this from Chuyi, Han's mother immediately pictured a scene in her mind. She thought Chuyi was like the characters in the dramas she used to watch, where fathers favored sons over daughters, leaving the family fortune to the sons and being cold to the daughters due to the influence of a mistress. After Chuyi cried about having no money, this idea became even stronger in her mind. As for the bodyguards arranged by Jiang Qiao, they left after Chuyi was hospitalized and a new team from the security company took over. The middle-aged woman in the same room as Han's mother and the two young men across the hall were all undercover bodyguards. Chuyi was unaware, and others didn't notice either. In Han's mother's eyes, Chuyi was a poor little girl. Her identity as a young lady wouldn't help her son at all. Her lack of skills and knowledge would only hold back her ambitious son. Chuyi thought her tears would earn her Han's mother's sympathy and understanding, but instead, she received disdain. Han's mother acted nicely on the surface and spoke sweetly, but her actions showed a complete lack of respect for Chuyi, whom she deemed worthless. She wouldn't consider that Chuyi, being a frail girl, might struggle to lift 20 pounds, or that giving her a perfectly good 100 yuan represented an attitude that belittled Chuyi's efforts. During breakfast, she intentionally said she wasn't hungry and would just eat what Chuyi left, subtly pressuring her to give more. From the first day of getting along well with Han's mother to feeling increasingly exhausted with more tasks to do, Chuyi began to realize that Han's mother wasn't so kind after all. She even thought that Lin He, who spoke directly, was better than Han's mother. All of this was reported in detail to Lin He by the middle-aged woman in the same room as Han's mother. Did she lose her temper? No. She only asked what time Han's mother and Han's son would be back. Lin He understood her daughter's feelings. She still had hope for Han's son. But she didn't consider what kind of son such a mother could raise.
Keep observing.
Lin He initially thought it was time to pick up Chuyi, but now it seemed she could wait a little longer. Hearing Lin He sigh, Jiang Qiao, who was working nearby, came over and sat next to her. What's wrong? As he spoke, his gaze fell on Lin He's computer screen. Is that the information on the Jiang family? Did you not see the look in the father and son's eyes when they left? Especially Jiang Ke's. It was clear he wouldn't let things go easily. Lin He saw it clearly. Not to mention Jiang's father, Jiang Ke's expression showed he had no good intentions. His behavior at the auction was enough to prove his poor character. Someone like him could do anything. Lin He wouldn't let her son fall into danger, so she needed to take the initiative. The Jiang family is just a facade now. Lin Henu sneered, thinking about how, after the downfall of the Jiang family, Jiang Ke would have nothing left to bully others with. Hey, I've already taken action. The Jiang father and son were so arrogant. How could he tolerate that? The Jiang family is struggling with cash flow. Coincidentally, they owe a debt to one of Jiang's subsidiaries. I've had someone push for payment. Given the current risk situation, we won't be cooperating with them anymore. Mr. Jiang's move was not simple. He not only reclaimed his money from the Jiang family, but also blocked their cash flow. With no way forward or backward, the Jiang family was stuck. Is this fatherly love?
No.
In Jiang Qiao's view, his son had not suffered any real injustice. At the auction, his son treated Jiang Ke like a clown, and with Jiang's foolishness, he couldn't bully his son at school either. Did Jiang An know that the invitation came from Jiang Ke? Not necessarily. Jiang Qiao understood his son well. He was not an easy target. He even suspected that Jiang Ke's insult was arranged by his son. Of course, bringing up such a thought would surely earn him a scolding from Lin He, so Jiang Qiao kept quiet. His son could do as he pleased, and he would use this to achieve his own goals. In Lin He's mind, Jiang Qiao was a father who didn't care enough for his child. To avoid future blame, he needed to perform well and improve his image. This was a great opportunity with the Jiang family. Hey, I'm An's father. I want him to be healthy and happy. I wasn't attentive enough before, but now that the Jiang family's actions are in front of me, how can I ignore it? Jiang Qiao actively sought to resolve the issue, and Lin He handed it over to him. Then, under Mr. Jiang's brave efforts, the Jiang family sacrificed. No, it should be said they brought it upon themselves. Jiang An had already set a trap for the Jiang family. Due to the auction incident, their cooperation with Nodi fell through, and with Jiang Qiao's pressure, it was a triple. In just 3 days, Zheng's father had turned gray. How quickly had the Jiang family declined? Headhunting companies were already eyeing them. Whether big or small, companies don't usually collapse in just a few days, but Jiang Qiao had taken action. The actual losses confirmed the rumors, and the situation the Zheng family tried to hide was now exposed to everyone. The Zheng family had collapsed. Companies that had worked with the Zheng family were calling for inquiries. Faced with their vague explanations, it was clear what was happening, and the rumors spread even more fiercely. The Zheng family's troubles escalated from 3 points to 9. When a family has problems, Jiang Qiao is affected too. Mr. Zheng has started selling off properties, including valuable items like the sports car under Jiang Qiao's name. The Zheng family's troubles have come on suddenly, and some people are saying that Jiang Qiao, the young master, went abroad to gamble and lost the family's fortune, leading to the collapse of Zheng's company. The downfall of the Zheng family has happened so quickly that it's hard not to think this way. This is the speculation from outsiders, while those in the know understand that the company's inability to stand on its own is just part of the problem. Many companies face similar situations, but they manage to survive. The Zheng family could have made it through too, but they didn't. Someone is secretly working against them. As for who it is, no one has figured that out yet. A small problem can lead to a big disaster. And who would have thought the root of the issue was Jiang Qiao bullying his classmates? Jiang Qiao has bullied others since childhood, even forcing a male classmate to jump off a building in middle school. In the end, his family used money to settle the matter, but in college, he ran into a tough opponent in Jiang, and Mr. Zheng has done many terrible things, and after the family's troubles, all of it has come to light, leading to numerous lawsuits. It can be said that they are getting what they deserve. In the living room, Jiang Qiao was hugging Lin He while talking about his achievements, mainly to show off his caring side as a father while also dealing with a terrible family. Lin He praised him for doing a good deed. My Qiao is amazing, the best husband in the world. How are you so impressive? It's really admirable. Wow, you're shining. This kind of flattery is suitable for a 4 or 5-year-old, and even a 6-year-old might not fall for it, but Jiang Qiao was very happy to hear it, especially coming from Lin He. However, he soon stopped smiling when the butler reported that Nodi had come to visit. Regarding Jiang An's words, Nodi was a bit skeptical, but upon recalling the familiar figure, it really resembled Miss Lin. He couldn't think too deeply about it, as the more he thought, the more suspicious it became. In Nodi's eyes, Jiang An was still a child, innocent and kind-hearted. He believed the child had been misled by his father. While he thought this, another voice in his mind wondered if it was possible. What if Miss Lin had returned? Then he noticed the situation online. Nodi, who was supposed to return to Country A, had unexpectedly stayed a few extra days. After tossing and turning for several days, he finally decided to visit the Jiang family, catching them off guard. He couldn't focus on anything else until he figured this out. When Nodi arrived, Jiang Qiao felt a strong urge to refuse him. If he could, he would have wanted to shut the door and not see anyone, but he didn't dare to because Nodi was Lin He's friend. Whether to meet or not was up to Lin He to decide. Then Nodi walked in. From the entrance to the living room, Nodi was so nervous that he kept swallowing hard. Nodi, long time no see. Seeing Lin He's face and hearing that familiar voice, Nodi exclaimed, "My God," 3 times in a row. He walked up to Lin He wanting to greet her with a kiss on the cheek, but as he reached out, Jiang Qiao pushed him back. With the force of the push, Nodi fell onto the sofa behind him, completely stunned and overwhelmed with joy. His actions were instinctive. "Miss Lin,
It's really you.
you're back. Oh my goodness, this is amazing." Nodi was an emotional person, a tall man with a strong build and a full beard, now crying with tears and snot. Ever since he defeated his uncle and regained control of the family business, he hadn't shown such a vulnerable side, crying without caring about his image. Eventually, Jiang Qiao couldn't watch anymore and handed him a tissue, saying, "Wipe your nose." Lin He was the one who reached out to help Nodi during his toughest times. His feelings for her were complex, more than just romantic. It was like family, someone he could rely on, a safe haven for his heart. Inevitably, Nodi asked Lin He where she had been all these years and why she had been out of touch, not forgetting to compliment her. "Miss Lin, you're just as beautiful as ever. Time hasn't left a mark on your face." For Lin He, the last time she saw Nodi was 3 months ago when he shared the good news of defeating his uncle. Nodi seemed much the same as before, still with that Shakespearean style, just with a thicker beard. Lin He used the excuse she had prepared, saying she had been recovering from injuries sustained in an accident. Nodi quickly asked how she was doing now, if she needed any help, saying he had remembered her words all these years and that his career was doing well. He had so much to say, and his mouth didn't stop. Jiang Qiao stood by with his arms crossed, a slight smirk on his face, and the tension in his smile grew stronger. 15 years had passed, and he still found Nodi irritating, like a little dog getting riled up. Lin He picked a grape from the fruit plate, popped one in her mouth, and then fed one to Jiang Qiao. All was well. Jiang Qiao. Even though I'm talking to Nodi, he is still thinking about me. Nodi didn't stay long. He was supposed to have lunch, but suddenly got a call about something at home that he needed to handle. Reluctantly, he said goodbye to Lin He, promising to come back and catch up after sorting things out. Jiang Qiao scoffed nearby, thinking there wasn't much to catch up on. After Nodi left, Jiang Qiao hesitated to speak to Lin He. She noticed but didn't ask. Finally, Jiang Qiao couldn't hold back and said, He, I can help you contact those private sellers. As the owner of the auction house, Nodi had connections with many private collectors. Earlier, Lin He had asked him to find out if anyone wanted to sell antique porcelain. Everyone has their expertise. This is easy for Nodi. You've been so busy with work lately. I thought it would be nice for you to have more time to spend with me. Isn't that good? Lin He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes sparkling like gentle waves, stirring something deep inside Jiang Qiao. To put it simply, someone was smitten. Lin He only felt a bit itchy from her hair and casually brushed it aside, but to Jiang Qiao, it seemed incredibly charming and tempting. Jiang Qiao didn't care about feeling jealous anymore. He was completely captivated. I plan to update my comic and continue with the previous idea, using porcelain as characters to start a new segment. I'll collaborate with the National Treasure to bring it back. Lin He was scrolling through her phone, trying to find an outline that was from last month for her, but was actually from 15 years ago. She didn't notice Jiang Qiao's intense gaze on her, as if he wanted to pull her into his arms. Lin He thought she was just being a little playful, but to Jiang Qiao it was quite exciting. Before she could find the document on her phone, Lin He suddenly found herself lifted into the air. When she got her phone back, it was already the next day. Lin He. Unbelievable. Isn't it said that most men in middle age lose their stamina? How come this guy is even more demanding than when he was younger? Feeling sore, Lin He decided to hold back, and Jiang Qiao readily agreed. I can control myself as long as you don't tempt me. Lin He was puzzled about what he meant by tempting him. Jiang Qiao explained. Just like yesterday, that rascal should have just said no. Was what she did yesterday really tempting? Qiao, do you think me talking like this is tempting you? Lin He swore her tone was just slightly playful and sweet, nothing to be shy about in public. It was a normal, gentle tone between lovers. This is definitely not seduction. In response, Jiang Qiao firmly nodded. It is seduction. Lin He laughed in anger. That's enough, don't. Lin He stopped her words, ready to scold him. Jiang Qiao leaned closer, and she could clearly feel the change in his body. Jiang Qiao's dark eyes were filled with desire, and he whispered hoarsely in Lin He's ear, I really feel seduced. Lin He ran away. She didn't want to waste any more time in bed today. That silly guy was so annoying. Left behind, Jiang Qiao's chest heaved as he breathed heavily. After a moment, the darkness in his eyes gradually cleared. Yes, he was the switch for his desires. Even though he already had 3 children, he never dared to be too reckless in the past. After being apart for 15 years, losing and then regaining her made him feel a bit overwhelmed. From the past to now, Jiang Qiao was never gentle in nature, in any aspect. He's scared He today. He needs to be more careful next time. Downstairs, Lin He sneezed, feeling a chill from her head to her toes. It must be because she didn't rest well yesterday. It's all Jiang Qiao's fault. That old flirt. On this day without a phone, something big happened. Chuyi fell in love. Seeing the details sent by the bodyguard, it can only be described with a cliché. First of all, Han's mother is not a good person, and that is beyond doubt. Her experiences are indeed tragic, but she also deserves it. She lived with a gambling husband who abused her for half her life, and despite having hands and feet, she chose not to leave, continuing to live with him. To this day, Han's mother still doesn't think she has a problem. In fact, when talking to others in the hospital room, she even boasts a little, saying, "I can't leave my family." This family refers to her and her gambling husband. Even though her husband is away for half the year and comes home only to demand money and cause trouble, Han's mother still believes she cannot get divorced, thinking that a woman without a man would be laughed at. Someone with such thoughts not only harms herself, but is also skilled at hurting others, like a terrifying ghost. Her current treatment of Chuyi shows she has learned some cruel tactics to torment her daughter-in-law. She makes Chuyi do more chores, thinking that if she gets used to serving others, she can better take care of her son. Han's mother pretends to praise while actually suppressing Chuyi. Any mother-in-law who has been a daughter-in-law knows the intention behind this. When Chuyi is out getting food and not in the room, Han's mother brags to others, saying that Chuyi likes her son, and that such a young lady willingly serves her without any title, showing how charming her son is. That expression is quite unpleasant. Han's mother was showing off to a woman in the same hospital room who looked to be around 45 or 46. This woman was one of the undercover bodyguards arranged by the Jiang family. As a female instructor from the security company, she played her role perfectly, and after getting close to Han's mother, she was treated like family. While pretending to be someone else in front of others, Han's mother revealed a bit of her true self to the female instructor, who shared her struggles. Given this situation, it seemed that Han's mother, who was both foolish and mean, wouldn't be able to keep up the act for long in front of Chuyi. However, just when Chuyi was about to confront her, Han's son returned. He looked exhausted from working day and night, and when he got back to the hospital, he said nothing and slept for most of the day beside the sickbed. Later, Han's son confessed to Chuyi, thanking her for taking care of his mother and sharing the pressure he had been under. He said that Chuyi made him feel warmth and comfort. What would you do if your longtime crush suddenly showed vulnerability and said you were his light and salvation? Chuyi fell for him completely. Although she thought Han's son's mother had some issues, she believed that people are individuals. Han's son is Han's son, and his mother is his mother. In the future, she would be with Han's son, not his mother. At the moment of his confession, Chuyi didn't think about that. All she could think was, say yes. Say yes.
Say yes.
They confirmed their relationship as a couple. After reading the news, Lin He rubbed her temples. Han's son definitely had issues. He was using Chuyi. From the moment he knew she liked him, the manipulation began. Lin He tossed her phone onto the sofa and glanced at Jiang Qiao, who was coming down the stairs, with annoyance. Once Chuyi and Han's son were together, that silly girl would surely find a way to pay off her gambling debts. The separation between her daughter and Han's son must be due to their own conflicts, not external reasons. Otherwise, it would create a mental block. Have you found out if Han's son has any problems? Lin He explained the situation with Chuyi to Jiang Qiao. That guy has been working these days, and there's nothing unusual, but one thing is quite suspicious. Han's son had excellent scores in his middle school entrance exams, and several high schools had offered him opportunities. He was originally set to attend a top school, but the day before registration, he suddenly changed his mind and ended up at St. and high school, becoming classmates with Chuyi. Lin He looked serious and said, "Are you suggesting that the moment Han's son appeared next to Chuyi, it was already a conspiracy?" Jiang Qiao had no evidence, but his intuition told him it was true. Han's son's attitude towards Chuyi was too careful, always keeping a distance that seemed carefully planned. Their encounters felt too coincidental, showing signs of being arranged. Once or twice could be a coincidence, but too many times felt intentional. Even without the matter of Chuyi and Han's son's relationship, Jiang Qiao wanted to tell Lin He not to rush into bringing their daughter home, but to observe the situation a bit longer. After all, everything was set up around them, and if things got out of control, they could bring their daughter back immediately. Lin He thought this made sense. Han Sun's presence was like a ticking time bomb, and not addressing it was a constant risk. While Lin He was calm, Chuyi was starting to feel anxious. Han Sun had been attacked again. That group of people took the opportunity to beat him up in a place without surveillance, threatening him to pay back the money soon, or next time would be worse. Chuyi was heartbroken but felt helpless. She had no money. She thought about borrowing from Sister Min, but she knew her father would find out immediately. If she borrowed from someone else, her father would notice that too. In the end, she would have neither the money nor her dignity. Finally, Chuyi decided to secretly sell her designer bags. Selling a few would be enough to get $1 million. Since things had escalated with her father, she was determined to sell. The problem was that the bags were at home, and going back would be too embarrassing. Chuyi thought about contacting 15 to ask where her sister was, hoping to find a way to return home. However, she found out that 15's phone was unreachable. She learned that he couldn't come home this week as planned because he was in another city for extended training. Even the call she received was relayed by a teacher, not from 15 himself. Back in the hospital room, Chuyi felt downcast. Not being able to reach her brother was one thing, but what weighed more heavily on her heart was that after being away for so many days, her family showed no signs of softening. She checked her phone every day, but her father hadn't called even once, and even the butler hadn't come to check on her. The annoying bodyguards had left, and while she didn't want to be followed, their absence left her with a mix of emotions that she couldn't quite express. Chuyi, what conflict do you have with your family? Do you think you should go back and see them so they won't worry? Han Sun asked with concern. His usually indifferent tones softened significantly after his confession. Chuyi, who was not used to this, felt her cheeks flush. Once she understood what Han Sun meant, she bit her lip and shook her head, remaining silent. Han Sun's eyes flashed with irritation. For the past few days, whenever he brought up the topic of Chuyi's family, she would go quiet. He spoke softly. Chuyi, is there a misunderstanding we can talk about? Do you want me to help explain it? Chuyi felt a bit hopeful. Her father didn't like Han Sun because he didn't know how great he was. Maybe her father would change his mind after meeting Han Sun. Do you want to come home with me? Chuyi asked shyly, looking down, feeling nervous about introducing him to her family. Sure, he replied. I hope Chuyi can clear up the misunderstanding with her family soon. A glimmer of excitement appeared in Han Sun's eyes. He would finally learn more about Chuyi's family background. Chuyi, not having faced the harsh realities of life, tended to think too idealistically. She believed that if she brought Han Sun home, her father would naturally understand her. She didn't tell Han Sun the specific reasons for the conflict, just that she wanted him to come home with her. When Han's mother learned about this, she smiled genuinely for the first time. She thought her son was being held back by family issues, and if someone recognized his talent and helped him, he would surely have a bright future. If Chuyi could reconcile with her family, it would definitely benefit her son in the long run. Han's mother never considered whether her son would be looked down upon. She believed Chuyi would be eager to have her excellent son as a son-in-law. Chuyi, my health isn't great, or I would definitely go with you. Just talk to your family and don't mind me, Han's mother said, pulling out some money to give to her son, instructing him to buy nice gifts, saying he couldn't go empty-handed. The other patients in the room rolled their eyes. If she remembered correctly, the girl had just said she wanted him to accompany her, but Han's mother seemed to act like the two families had already made plans. It must be said that Chuyi's attitude had changed a lot in just a few days. She realized that Han's mother was a sweet talker but could be sharp-tongued, yet she still managed to be polite in front of her. Even if she felt uncomfortable inside, she still responded positively in front of Han Sun. If Lin He were there, she would surely remark that this was a sign of growth. Han's mother, who came from a difficult background and had a tough job, could only boast about her son. Now she had something more to be proud of. In less than half an hour, the nurses on the floor below knew that Han's mother's son had a very wealthy future father-in-law, and her son was set to become a rich son-in-law. In a small village where Han's mother lives, Many young couples marry at 17 or 18, and she sees nothing wrong with it. When asked about her son's education, she simply says he is in high school, ignoring the curious looks from others. At 17 or 18, couples are not even of legal age to marry, and high school is often seen as a time for young love. It's surprising that she, as a mother-in-law and a young bride, can speak so openly about it. Initially, I felt sorry for Han's mother, but now I think that those who seem pitiful often have their own flaws. Just look at her attitude. She seems so materialistic. Han's mother is usually submissive at work, but now that she feels proud, she can't help but show off. To put it simply, she is getting carried away. She is quite pleased that her family is wealthy and they treat her with respect, especially towards her son, even offering to help with debts. Once she is out of the hospital, she plans to bring her husband back and help at his company, where their connections should ensure she is treated well. Her son is doing well, and she feels she has a bright future ahead with her daughter-in-law easily under her control. While Han's mother is boasting, he is learning about the situation, and the housekeeper has received a message from Chuyi. Chuyi asks the housekeeper when her father will be home, and the housekeeper immediately seeks He's advice on how to respond to the young lady. Don't reply. With someone like Han's mother, regular methods won't work. Han's son wants to be a successful man, but it depends on whether she agrees. The ridiculous dream will end with a harsh reality check. He gives her instructions, and the housekeeper looks serious. From now on, he will be the most loyal servant to the lady. No wonder Mr. trusts him, with such authority. Why hasn't the housekeeper replied to me? After waiting for an hour without a response, Chuyi looks disappointed and says, "It must be that woman stopping him." Han's son's eyes flicker with confusion as he asks, "That woman?" "The woman my dad found later." Chuyi bites her lip in frustration and says, "If it comes to it, I'll just wait at the door. Can she really stop me from seeing my father?" Han's son, "My mother has not been around since I was very young." Chuyi looks down, sadly sniffing. As a child, she wondered why others had mothers and she did not. Eventually, she realized that wishing for a mother was pointless, so she chose to ignore that part of her life. Without a mother, she has still managed to live well. Until now, another woman has appeared beside my father. Why does she obey Han's mother so much, even though she likes Han's son? With Chuyi's temper, she wouldn't have tolerated it many times. Because of her mother, she wants to know what her relationship with her mother would be like if her mother were here. She is experiencing what it feels like to care for her mother. Until Han's mother becomes more unreasonable, Chuyi thinks her mom would never act like this. Her mom would care for her. Holding back tears, Chuyi continues, "I've never mentioned my family at school. You can probably guess from my last name that Jiang Group is my family's." Actually, it's not easy to guess because many people at school have the last name Jiang, and they all seem quite wealthy. Chuyi stands out mainly because she is very generous. Even the richest families don't spoil their children that much. Rich kids usually have limited pocket money each month. Some get tens of thousands, others hundreds of thousands, and a few even millions, but the latter is very rare. Chuyi is one of the very few because she spends without counting. She casually talks about a sports car worth over 10 million, which she doesn't drive but keeps in the garage for photos. She gives away luxury items worth hundreds of thousands without a second thought. Han's son has guessed about Chuyi's background but didn't think of Jiang Group. He assumed she was the daughter of the president of Fuzhou Daily Chemical, whose last name is Jiang. This president dotes on his daughter, and the company's official account even shared a lottery to celebrate her starting high school, which matches Chuyi's age. Jiang Group? Han's son gasps in surprise, reminding himself to control his expression.
Wow.
That's a top-tier company he never dared to imagine. Jiang Group may not be well-known online, but any of its subsidiaries are familiar names. Han's son knows this well because his company had a bid with one of Jiang Group's subsidiaries. After learning about this company, he realized how impressive it is. It's not something an ordinary business can compare to. Chuyi is the daughter of Jiang Group? Han's son's breath quickens, overwhelmed by this unexpected revelation. Yes, my dad is a workaholic. He only provides money and rarely pays attention to me. This time, Chuyi sighs, as if encouraging Han Sun and convincing herself. He will definitely like you. As soon as Chuyi finishes speaking, a nurse rushes over from the elevator, panting. She is the nurse on duty in Han's mother's room.
Ah.
Li Xiaoti's family. I finally found you. Yes, Li Xiaoti is Han's mother's name. Li Xiaoti is causing a scene in the hospital room. You all should go and calm her down. Han Sun and Chuyi hurried to the hospital room. As they passed by the nurse, Chuyi noticed the nurse was looking at her strangely. Is it related to her? One shouldn't get too carried away, or it can lead to unexpected troubles. Since learning that Chuyi would be taking her son back, Han's mother felt that her fortunes were changing. Normally, people think that until things are settled, there are many uncertainties and marriage can lead to divorce. But Han's mother didn't see it that way. She believed Chuyi wouldn't run away. Rich families care about their reputation. She had heard all kinds of gossip in the hospital, and if Chuyi's family disagreed, the young lady's reputation would be ruined. In the hospital room, there was a middle-aged man who worked in real estate, and Han's mother had already started asking him about houses. She lived in a basement that cost $1,200 a month, but complained that the properties the agent recommended, priced at $50,000 per square meter, weren't good enough. She asked where the most expensive villas were in the city center. Wealthy families live in castle-like big houses with many servants. Han's mother dreamed of living a luxurious life like the old ladies on television and couldn't stop smiling. With her son's success, she wouldn't have to worry for the rest of her life. This one won't do. I think Yongla Road is nice. Are there any villas there? Seeing Han's mother continuously asking questions, the man felt helpless. How could there be villa communities in the commercial city center? City planning doesn't work that way. Who is Li Xiaoti? A rough male voice called out, and everyone in the room looked towards the door. Seeing a muscular man covered in tattoos, Han's mother felt a flash of fear and didn't dare to respond. But it was useless. The name was written by the bedside. The man walked in and scanned the room, finally locking eyes with Han's mother. Rich people can afford to be hospitalized but can't pay their debts. The man glared, his intimidating appearance making Han's mother tremble. I am using medical insurance, big brother. I really don't have any money. Han's mother prayed for the nurse to notice the problem quickly and call security to remove him. When will your man pay back the 1 million he owes? The interest had risen to 1 million. Han's mother's face, which had been flushed with excitement over buying a big villa, turned pale as she stammered, I'll have my daughter-in-law pay. Wasn't it said that debt collectors wouldn't come to the hospital? Han's mother looked around for help, but everyone in the room avoided her gaze. No good family wanted to get involved in this mess.
Who is your daughter-in-law?
Chuyi. My daughter-in-law's family is wealthy. I paused. I realized that the person asking the question was not the strong man in front of me. I looked back at the door and saw 2 men in suits standing there. The one in front was the butler. Sir, if you keep calling her your daughter-in-law, we will report your family for abducting a minor. I am 41 years old, but my hair is gray, and I have deep wrinkles around my eyes and forehead. My skin is pale but covered in sunspots, making me look like I'm in my 50s or 60s. While others might think calling me sir is fine, I felt upset. Before I could show my displeasure, the next words shocked me. What do you mean by abducting a girl? Don't accuse us falsely. I certainly couldn't accept that accusation. So, if you keep calling her your daughter-in-law, prison will be your home. Let me introduce you to Mr. Jiang, our lawyer. The man next to the butler stepped forward. Hello, I graduated from Haicheng University of Political Science and Law. I have been practicing for 15 years without losing a case. I believe I can bring you to justice. Everyone was taken aback by such a strong introduction. Are you family of the first-year student? I finally had a moment of clarity. We are here on behalf of the lady to convey her stance. The butler opened the document in his hand and began to read. In modern society, marriage is free, and families do not interfere in their children's romantic issues. However, one thing is clear, our family will not accept individuals with questionable morals. The child is a minor and not yet mature. As parents of a first-year student, we firmly state that we do not agree with her dating at such a young age. After finishing, the butler closed the document. Another person in the hospital room secretly took out his phone to record, but the butler shot him a look. Two men in black entered from the hallway and stood in front of the person trying to record. The man awkwardly put his phone away. He realized he couldn't mess with them. They looked even scarier than the thugs who had come to collect debts earlier. There's a saying about being polite before taking action. The butler first made the family's position clear, stating that the lady did not agree with early dating. Now it was time for action. Li Zhaodi, don't think you can gain anything from this first-year student. If you take one benefit now, you will owe 10 later. After saying this, the butler smiled at the man with tattoos and a tank top. You can continue. The tattooed man nodded and stood up straight. He had been impatient until the two big men entered, and now he was careful not to move. The butler left, and I understood the threat. Wealthy people can be really ruthless. The meaning is clear. If she dares to spend 10,000, her family will make her lose 100,000. If she has to pay back 1 million in gambling debts, they might demand she come up with tens of millions. What if she can't? Then her life would be at risk. If it were anything else, Han's mother might not have reacted, but this kind of threatening language was something she understood well. Over the years, her husband had caused many problems, and debt collectors had come one after another. After so many encounters, she had learned to recognize the signs. The shock from the butler wasn't over. Everything by Han's mother's bedside was smashed to pieces by a tattooed man. After warning her to pay up quickly, he slipped away before the hospital security arrived. With these two events happening at once, and the curious stares from those around her, Han's mother felt like the little dignity she had built up over the past few days had completely crumbled. Oh my, I can't go on like this. They're bullying us, a widow and her child. Seeing her cry out, the nurse hurried to find family members. The news spread quickly that Han's so-called daughter-in-law was not accepted by her family. It was said that Han's son had tricked the innocent girl. The girl wasn't even of age. Whether she was really a daughter-in-law was still up for debate. It could also be that the old woman was just talking nonsense. With a father like that, it was no surprise the child was in trouble. It was heard that the father was a gambler, with debts in the 7 figures. When Han Sun and Chuyi returned, they found a scene of chaos. Upon seeing her son, Han's mother fainted. The message was just one of the tasks he had given the butler. After leaving the hospital room, the butler continued with the second task he assigned. In a dim storage room, Han's father had 2 swollen eyes that he couldn't open. Please spare me. I was wrong. Don't hit me anymore. I'll do anything. Han's father didn't know who had captured him, but he knew that being polite was the way to survive. These people were ruthless. Every punch made his insides hurt. This felt different from the beatings he had taken before. He concluded that these people had significant connections and wondered how he had gotten into trouble with them. Anything? A distant voice asked, and despite the pain, Han's father nodded quickly. Yes. Go back and live with your wife.
Can you do that?
Yes, I can. Han's mother, lying on the hospital bed, shivered. Why did it suddenly feel so cold around her? Regarding the butler confronting Han's mother, Chuyi was not angry. In fact, she felt a bit pleased. No one in the family was ignoring her. If Han's mother pretended to be a good person in Chuyi's eyes, she would join in the anger, feeling that their family was being unfair. But Chuyi saw through Han's mother. Watching her lie in bed, pretending to be uncomfortable and moaning, Chuyi found it laughable. Xiao Sun, my heart hurts. It's fine if they look down on me, but I'm worried you will be wronged in the future. Han's mother, crying and pounding her chest, squinted to see Chuyi standing behind her. She was unhappy with Chuyi's reaction. Their family was being unreasonable, yet there was not even a word of concern or apology. Han's mother wanted to gauge Chuyi's attitude, but Chuyi didn't even raise an eyebrow, remaining indifferent. Han Sun wiped his mother's face with a wet towel and comforted her. Mom, stop it. You need to rest well. Stop it? Han's mother turned to look at her son. With his back to Chuyi, Han Sun had no smile on his face. His serious expression held a hint of warning. Seeing her son like this made Han's mother hold back her complaints. She pushed away the towel he offered and turned to the side, saying, "All right, I'm tired. I want to sleep for a while." Though it seemed like a loving mother and son moment, Han's mother was actually afraid of her son. After leaving the hospital room, Han Sun and Chuyi stood on the rooftop, looking at the distant view. Han Sun said sadly, "Chuyi, it's my fault." Seeing him blame himself for everything broke Chuyi's heart. "Han Sun, you are great. They don't like you because they don't understand you." Han Sun turned and hugged Chuyi, his tone filled with disappointment. "Chuyi, you are so good. I'm afraid I don't deserve you." The faint scent of soap in his embrace made Chuyi blush. She reassured him that the butler's message probably didn't reflect their father's true feelings, explaining that he didn't care about social status and listing his many good qualities. "Chuyi, I will work hard for you and our future." Han Sun's closed eyes were filled with determination, but it was not about love. It was a desire for power and wealth. Meanwhile, He received real-time reports about the situation in the hospital. When Han Sun didn't show anger but instead advised his mother to stop her antics, He realized they were fully committed to Chuyi now. Fortunately, she had a backup plan and smirked. That afternoon, Han's father went to the hospital, loudly insisting that Han's mother return home to cook, claiming no one was there to take care of him. Han Sun got angry and was ready to confront his father, but Han's mother held him back, crying and shouting for him not to act out. Then she insisted on being discharged, and no one could stop her. In the end, they packed their things and went home. The house where Han's mother lives is partially underground, and it's cheap because it's in a remote area. After Han Sun started staying at school, Han's mother rented a place near the factory. At first, Chuyi wanted to stay in a hotel because she thought it would be inconvenient to live at Han Sun's home. She borrowed some money from a friend and had a few thousand in her account. Han Sun mentioned that there was a small independent room next to his basement where people could stay. Han's mother also encouraged Chuyi, saying she should come home to try her cooking and that the small room had a secure iron door, making it safe. In the end, Chuyi agreed because Han Sun wanted to be closer to her. Han's mother was happiest when Han's father came home. She was no longer focused on how to manage her daughter-in-law but on how to take care of her husband and help him find his way back. To keep her husband's interest, Han's mother told him that Chuyi was the daughter of a wealthy family and would bring many benefits to Han Sun. Han's father was pleased to hear this, thinking of her as a new source of money, and he just wanted to enjoy life for now. Up until now, he still didn't know who had captured him or what their intentions were. He didn't dare to cause trouble and just wanted to live at home for a while to see how things unfolded. During the day, Han Sun worked, and at night he returned home. Han's mother invited Chuyi for meals 3 times a day, but really it was only 2, as Chuyi often slept in and missed breakfast. After 2 days of his routine, Chuyi found it unbearable. While in the hospital, she hadn't noticed much, but once back, she realized there were significant differences in their lifestyles. First, there was Han's father, who spat anywhere and left cigarette ash everywhere, with stains around the toilet seat. Then there was Han's mother, who rinsed the cloth she used to wipe the counter and then used it to clean dishes. If a spoon fell on the floor, she would wipe it with her hand and put it back in the soup bowl, always looking for ways to save a little. Finally, there was Han Sun. To Chuyi, the Han Sun at school was like a pure lotus, exuding an otherworldly charm with every move he made. But at home, though she didn't want to admit it, Chuyi felt like she was losing some of the idealized view she had of Han Sun. Growing up with such parents, Han Sun inevitably picked up some of their bad habits, no matter how refined he tried to be. Many small details of daily life were hard for Chuyi to accept, and things that Han Sun didn't see as issues bothered her greatly. Yes, it bothered her. Han Sun had always kept a distance from Chuyi, which had added an air of mystery to him. But now that they were closer, that mystery faded. In fact, while in the hospital, Chuyi had already started to feel that Han Sun wasn't quite as she had imagined him. Han Sun didn't realize he was making things worse for himself. He kept Chuyi close because he wanted Chuyi's affection. Seeing how twisted the family was, formed by his gambling father and weak mother, and noticing the pressure Chuyi was under, made Han Sun more eager to help him escape their painful situation. This was Han Sun's intention. When he saw Chuyi sometimes lost in thought, he believed it was because Chuyi felt sorry for him, thinking they were making progress. Little did he know, Chuyi was reflecting on his feelings. He liked Han Sun, but was it really love? 2 days passed quickly, and Han Sun grew anxious. Why hadn't Chuyi mentioned going home again? I can take a day off tomorrow. How about I take you out nearby to relax? Actually, Han Sun wanted to ask what Chuyi planned to do tomorrow. He had just overheard Chuyi on the phone saying he would go out. Asking directly felt too intrusive, so Han Sun tried a different approach. I need to go home tomorrow. What time? If there's time, I'll buy a gift tomorrow. If not, I can go out now. Han Sun's words implied he was going, knowing that if he didn't ask, Chuyi wouldn't mention it. This meant Chuyi didn't plan to take him, so he had to make his own effort. I'll go back first and see how things are. When Chuyi refused, Han Sun didn't press further. He smiled and agreed, saying some sweet words, reminding him to call if he needed anything and not to argue with his father. Chuyi responded, but didn't invite Han Sun to go back with him. Once back in his room, Han Sun's expression darkened. He pulled out a number from his phone and called it. Half an hour later, he left the house. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Qiao received the news and rushed to take credit. New discovery. Jiang Zong, who had been sent to the study to sleep due to his excessive demands, had been looking for a way to earn his return to the bedroom. Finally, he had found it. At this moment, Lin He was in her room admiring a painting that had just arrived this morning from the auction. She hung the painting in her bedroom, taking down the original wedding photo. If there was one change in the room since Lin He disappeared, it was that the blank wall now had a wedding photo of the two of them. Lin He didn't like the style of hanging wedding photos in the bedroom, but she hadn't found another decoration to replace it, so she left it for now. Now that the painting had arrived, she quickly took down the photo. The perfect size made it look like it belonged there all along. Jiang Qiao was nearby, feeling a bit envious, thinking that the wedding dress photos looked much better. He was somewhat dissatisfied but didn't want to show it too much, buzzing around Lin He like a bee. In the end, Lin He shot him a glance, and he immediately settled down. 20 minutes earlier, Lin He noticed a small English name in the lower right corner of the frame, which turned out to be Jiang An's name. She immediately asked her son, and learned that the painting was delayed to wait for this frame.
Jiang An made it by hand.
No wonder they say a mother and child share a bond. The jade pendant Lin He gave to Jiang An had a knot she made herself. Jiang An was very happy to receive it, replacing the necklace he had worn for years with this pendant. Both gifts were from Lin He, one from 15 years ago, and the other from 15 years later. Before ending the call, Jiang An said, "Mom, welcome back." After the call, Lin He felt joyful and cherished the painting even more. It was at this moment that Jiang Qiao came in and showed Lin He some photos. This is the person who met with Han Sun. In the photo, a woman could be seen wearing a hat pulled low and a black mask covering her face. In the restaurant's private room, the woman didn't eat at all and naturally kept her mask on. She looks a bit familiar. Lin He pointed at the woman's delicate gesture of moving the plate. Look at this one. Jiang Qiao swiped to another photo, which was a live image showing the woman quickly pulling her mask down and putting it back on within 3 seconds.
Manhwa.
Lin He turned to Jiang Qiao, surprised that he had this photo before revealing more details. According to Jiang Qiao's investigation, Han Sun's father had accumulated over 2 million in gambling debts the year Han Sun graduated from middle school. Just after Han Sun transferred to Seinen High School, the debt was suddenly paid off. The bank card used to pay the creditors belonged to Jiang Manhwa. It seems that Jiang Manhwa was behind Han Sun's transfer. Lin He took a deep breath and slowly said, I suspect that Jiang Manhwa is using Han Sun to manipulate Chuyi. Jiang Manhwa is quite distantly related to Lin He, and if Chuyi doesn't listen to her, she can't act like an elder. If the twins grow distant from her, Especially with Lin, he possibly missing or deceased, her connection to the Jiang family would be almost severed. As they grew older, the bond between the 15-year-olds and Jiang Manhwa became weaker, while Chuyi sometimes shared her thoughts with her. To maintain a connection with the Jiang family, Jiang Manhwa needed to keep a firm hold on Chuyi. Lin he felt colder the more she thought about it. No matter what, Han Sun's matter was closely related to Jiang Manhwa. Currently, Jiang Manhwa was the editor-in-chief of an international fashion magazine in the Asia-Pacific region. Thanks to the Jiang family's connections, she was thriving in the industry, and everyone had to give her some respect. She won't be able to rely on the Jiang group anymore. Jiang Qiao quickly stated his position. With the magazine's advertising investments and the relationships she built as editor-in-chief, Jiang Manhwa could only maintain her position because of Jiang Qiao's support. Without the Jiang group behind her, she would have been ousted long ago. With her abilities, she couldn't hold the editor-in-chief position. There were many capable people eyeing that role. However, some things couldn't be solved by ability alone. Some fashion resources could only be negotiated by the editor-in-chief, and others had no access to those channels. Now, Jiang Qiao planned to take those channels away. What she thought was someone helping her daughter turned out to be a poisonous snake lurking at her feet. The housekeeper said that Chuyi will come back by herself tomorrow. We'll see how it goes then. Not bringing Han Sun along showed that her daughter had been somewhat cleared of the influence of the Han family's issues. Linny thought it was time to wake her up. Jiang Qiao was also angry, but the situation had already happened. They would deal with their daughter's issues tomorrow. Right now, he was focused on, can I go back to my room to sleep? Seeing Lin He's narrowed eyes, Jiang Qiao quickly raised his hand and swore, I will be very honest. Then he changed his tone to a pitiful one. I want to hold you while I sleep. I haven't slept well these past few nights, always dreaming that you disappeared. It turned out that acting pitiful was effective. That night, Jiang Qiao hugged a pillow and went back to his room. Of course, it wasn't all an act. He really had trouble sleeping. Without holding Lin, Jiang Qiao couldn't sleep soundly. Some people slept well, while others did not. That night, Jiang Manhwa was sleepless. She had been working hard, only to be threatened by Han Sun. How dare he? For so long, Jiang Manhwa had not revealed her true identity in front of Han Sun, even using a voice changer during their calls. After finishing her middle school exams, Chuyi suddenly said she understood what love at first sight meant after seeing a boy in the exam room whom she thought was very handsome. At first, Jiang Manhwa didn't take it seriously, but she soon realized that Chuyi was increasingly resistant to her, possibly due to her teenage rebelliousness. She began to push back more and more. Even when Jiang Manhwa visited the Jiang family, Chuyi would have the maid tell her that she wasn't home, even when she was in the house. Jiang Manhwa absolutely would not allow Chuyi to slip out of her control, so she set her sights on Han Sun. Using Chuyi's description to investigate the students at the exam site, she quickly identified Han Sun and arranged for him to attend Xing'an High School, hoping to rekindle Chuyi's feelings for her white moonlight. Young girls often have poetic feelings. Since Chuyi had mentioned Han Sun to Jiang Manhwa before, she brought it up again after their reunion. Jiang Manhwa immediately became a caring cousin, offering advice and coordinating with Han Sun. The strategies Jiang Manhwa suggested worked very well for Chuyi, and next time, she would ask Jiang Manhwa again for guidance whenever she faced emotional issues. Her trust in this cousin grew stronger. Jiang Manhwa instructed Han Sun to keep Chuyi on her toes, allowing her to control Chuyi at all times. Everything was going smoothly until a few days ago, when Jiang Manhwa couldn't reach either Chuyi or Han Sun. Feeling that things were slipping out of her control, Jiang Manhwa discovered that Chuyi had run away from home and was with Han Sun. Moreover, Chuyi was deliberately ignoring her calls, believing her cousin was on her father's side and would lecture her. She didn't want to hear that. Additionally, Jiang Manhwa's strange behavior that day frightened her. Jiang Manhwa shouldn't have come to this meeting herself. In the past, she would never have met with Han Sun.
But times had changed.
Although Han Sun was unsure of her identity, he suspected she was someone close to Chuyi. When they met, Han Sun's request was for them to continue working together, but this time, he would take the lead. The ambitious young man. The thought that he would dictate the details of their collaboration made Jiang Manhwa so angry she couldn't sleep, realizing she was being outmaneuvered by a high school student. Han Sun was much smarter than Jiang Manhwa realized. She thought she was hiding well, but Han Sun had already guessed her identity. Every time he was asked to respond to something over the phone, it was because of what Chuyi's cousin had said. Although he couldn't see her face during their meeting, her gender and age matched closely with his previous suspicions. So, Han Sun boldly brought up the idea of working together. What he wanted was simple: to become the son-in-law of the Jiang family. Even if Mr. Jiang didn't like him and wouldn't give him any favors, that didn't matter. The title of son-in-law of the Jiang group was enough. This status was something he had worked a lifetime to achieve, but could never reach. Cousin is a relative on Chuyi's mother's side. After Chuyi's mother passed away, her father found a new partner, which is why the cousin wants to keep a close bond with Chuyi. Helping him and forming a bond with Chuyi are not in conflict. In fact, their relationship might become even stronger. Han Sun has considered this and finally expressed his thoughts clearly. He believes that the cousin can understand the situation, and what she can do now is inform him about the Jiang family's circumstances and align with him. You need to remember, if I am good, then you will be good too. No matter how frustrated Jiang Manhwa felt, she had to admit that this was true. Given the current situation, using money to control Han Sun like before would not be as stable as this kind of cooperation. What do you want to know about the Jiang family? I can tell you. Han Sun smiled. At that moment, he finally felt like he was in control, not just passively following orders. Achoo, achoo, achoo. After sneezing 3 times, Chuyi rubbed her nose. Standing at the entrance of the villa, she suddenly felt a bit nervous about returning home. Are you not coming in yet? Lin yawned. She had planned to take a nap, but upon learning her daughter had arrived at the door, she sat in the living room waiting. Half an hour passed, and Chuyi still hadn't come in. No, the young lady is sitting against the wall. The butler recalled the surveillance footage where the young lady hesitated, raising and lowering her hand. A smile flickered in his eyes. The usually energetic young lady was experiencing a rare moment of uncertainty. Hearing this, Lin also smiled and got up to walk toward the villa entrance. Chuyi remained seated, lost in thought. She wasn't really thinking about anything. She was just zoning out, and time passed without her noticing. It was at this moment that she realized that living with the Han family had made her feel heavy inside, even with Han Sun around. Arriving at her own doorstep, the contrast brought a sense of relief, making her realize that she hadn't been very happy in the past few days. Before returning home, Chuyi had planned to discuss Han Sun with her father in detail, hoping for his approval. But just before she pressed the doorbell, a voice in her head asked, "Is Han Sun really the person you believe in?" Chuyi hesitated. "Is the view at the entrance nice?" The casual tone was teasing and indifferent. Chuyi quickly sat up, knowing she couldn't argue with Lin He. She turned to the butler and asked, "Is my dad home?" "What's wrong? Are you afraid to come in if your dad isn't home?" After saying this, Lin He turned and walked away. Chuyi followed closely behind, feeling heavy footsteps. This was her home. Why should she be afraid to enter? Lin He's attitude actually relieved Chuyi. If the other person brought up the harsh words she said when leaving home, the shy Chuyi would surely feel embarrassed and not want to go inside. In the living room, when she saw the pastries the chef placed on the coffee table, all of which she loved, Chuyi remembered the little cakes that Han's mother used to buy from the market. She said that Han Sun loved them since he was little. Before Chuyi could try one, Han's father pinched each one, and then chose the softest to eat. To be honest, even if it was Han Sun's favorite, she had no appetite at all. I was the one who asked the butler to say those things. With someone like Han's mother, the more you force yourself to take care of her, the more she will think you are easy to bully, and she will only become worse. If Lin He had said this on the first day, Chuyi would have thought she had bad intentions. But now, after getting to know Han's mother better, she understood that Lin He was right. Seeing that Chuyi didn't argue, Lin He knew that Chuyi was not a foolish child. She had already sensed these things in her heart. Nowadays, when people mention the term social status matching, most voices online consider it a bias, but there is some truth to it. You and Han Sun grew up in different environments, so your perspectives and acceptance of things are different. If you really end up together, you might love each other and grow old together, but more likely, you will reach a point where you realize you're not compatible and end up disliking each other. Lin He had wanted to say this to Chuyi for a long time, but without personal experience, her daughter would not listen, and even if she did, she wouldn't take it to heart. If Han's family had a good reputation and Han Sun had good character, she wouldn't need to lecture Chuyi about social status matching. Lin He had discussed this topic with Jiang Qiao back in the day. The person her daughter would marry didn't have to have the same status and wealth as the Jiang family. As long as they had good character, ambition, and truly loved Chuyi, that would be enough. But then Han Sun appeared, a person of questionable character from a family with many issues. Lin He definitely did not want such a son-in-law. At this point, forget about freedom in relationships. As parents, they have the duty to intervene. Chuyi, do you dare to bet with me? Lin He asked. Chuyi looked up. A bet? Jiang Qiao was working late again tonight. After signing the last document, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city's night view. He received a message from Nodi questioning him about why he had kept Miss Lin hidden all these years, accusing him of confinement and saying a lot more. Nodi believed Lin He's story about taking time to rest, but he only trusted it halfway. No matter how much rest someone takes, they can't just disappear from this world. After thinking it over, Nodi suspected that Jiang Qiao was behind it. He had imprisoned her. You're pretending to be a good person in front of Miss Lin, but in reality, you're very despicable. You let her lose her freedom for your own selfish reasons. Jiang Qiao ignored him while he kept sending messages. Nodi thought this way because he had seen Jiang Qiao's dark side. When Lin He came abroad for a visit, she attracted many men's attention, including a small-time mob leader. That was when Nodi and Lin He first met. At that time, Nodi was drinking heavily due to personal struggles, but his sense of justice remained clear. He accidentally overheard the mob leader and his men plotting to break into the hotel to take Lin He away. He rushed to warn her. At that time, Jiang Qiao had not yet taken full control of the company, and Lin He's first reaction was to leave the dangerous place quickly. Watching them leave, Nodi felt relieved, but unexpectedly, Jiang Qiao came back later that night and asked him to lead him to the mob leader's place. Nodi stood guard outside, while Jiang Qiao sneaked in. An hour later, when they parted ways, Jiang Qiao handed him a stack of cash as a reward for his help. At that moment, Nodi knew nothing, but 3 days later, he found out that the mob leader had been replaced and learned that the previous one was in the hospital, in pretty bad shape, and wouldn't be out for at least 6 months. From then on, Nodi realized that Jiang Qiao was not as pure as he appeared. This guy was both ruthless and cunning. While observing Jiang Qiao, Nodi sometimes even wondered if he had antisocial tendencies. He was just too two-faced. He acted like a good person in front of Lin He, but was terrifyingly sinister elsewhere. Typically, people with antisocial traits can be very good at pretending. So Nodi thought Jiang Qiao could do something like this. He sent messages to criticize him and wasn't afraid of retaliation. Miss Lin was his benefactor, and he couldn't even speak up for her. Of course, Nodi was also testing the waters. After noticing that Jiang Qiao showed no signs of being angered, he began to reflect on whether he was being too conspiratorial. After all, Miss Lin seemed too well to be imprisoned. Great, that can be ruled out. Jiang Qiao's phone, which had been buzzing occasionally, finally fell silent. By the window, Jiang Qiao looked troubled. Recently, he had been focused entirely on their children and had neglected him for several days. Except for the first few days after returning, when she would cuddle with him, he has been growing colder towards him. If it weren't for his own efforts, he would still be sleeping in the study. Looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, Mr. Jiang felt a bit sad. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Qiao's voice, cold and distant, said, "Come in." After hearing the door open and a minute passed without anyone reporting on work. Jiang Qiao frowned and turned around, ready to ask sharply. But when he saw who it was, a joyful smile quickly spread across his face.
Hee.
Jiang Qiao never expected Lin He to suddenly appear in his office. I brought you a late-night snack and came to pick up my dear husband from work. Lin He raised the takeout box in her hand, her eyes sparkling, and smiled like a crescent moon. I made the ribs myself. In an instant, all his feelings of disappointment vanished, and Jiang Qiao smiled widely. I just finished my work. Jiang Qiao stepped forward and hugged her tightly, unable to contain his joy, swaying slightly as he held her. I wanted to give you a shoulder massage while you worked to be a good wife. Lin He joked, making a funny face. I brought food, so let's eat before heading back. Holding Jiang Qiao's hand, Lin He sat on the sofa and opened the takeout box. Besides sweet and sour ribs, there was also a dish of stir-fried vegetables, making for a balanced meal. She made this dish because she saw a post from Jiang An with a photo of a dark path captioned, "So hungry." After reuniting with his mother, Jiang An, who rarely updated his social media, occasionally shared updates. Knowing Jiang An was busy with school activities lately, Lin He decided to cook his favorite ribs and have the driver deliver them. This time, Lin He made a large portion. She had the driver deliver one to Jiang An and another to the first-year students, then brought this portion to Jiang's building. Jiang Qiao was sulking, and Lin He sensed it. It wasn't exactly sulking. He was just upset and didn't show it. He mostly just leaned his head against her shoulder and held her tightly. As a caring wife, Lin He understood Jiang Qiao's little temper very well. She knew she had been a bit distant lately and decided to make it up to him. Of course, she wouldn't mention that the ribs were also for him. I know you like them soft and tender, so I cooked them a bit longer. After saying this, Lin He nodded to herself, convincing herself that it was specially made for Qiao Qiao. Jiang Qiao was indeed very happy, enjoying every bite as if he were eating the best food in the world. Today is the first day of the month, and I wanted to talk to her about Jiang Manhwa, but then I thought that the evidence isn't strong enough, and she isn't completely over Han Sun yet, so Lin He was talking about her daughter while Jiang Qiao enjoyed the meal brought from home. At certain moments, they exchanged knowing smiles, bringing warmth to the usually cold CEO's office for the first time. I support whatever you decide, especially when it comes to the kids. I have no objections. After finishing the last piece of pork rib and the vegetables in the other bowl, Jiang Qiao patted his stomach, feeling warm. Qiao, you're so nice. Lin He playfully wrapped her arms around Jiang Qiao's waist and kissed his cheek. Who's better, me or Noid?
Huh?
Lin He was puzzled by Jiang Qiao's sudden mention of Noid, but she replied, "You two are not on the same level, sweetheart. There's really no comparison." Since they started dating, Lin He had always been good at handling sweet talk. Jiang Qiao tried to keep a serious expression, but a smile crept onto his face. He handed Lin He the phone from the coffee table and said, "Look." Why hadn't she blocked Noid after receiving so many messages? Of course, it was to report him. Lin He hadn't expected Noid to have such wild ideas. Was his personality really like someone who would be trapped? She was someone who would rather break than bend. Seeing Jiang Qiao's expression that seemed to say she needed to take charge, Lin He thought that since she had already calmed her man down, she couldn't mess it up now. She picked up her phone and sent a voice message to Noid. "Noid, please don't misunderstand Jiang Qiao. He's a really good person and we love each other. He would never hurt me." Lin He didn't go into detail about her disappearance over the years, as it wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. Instead, she emphasized their feelings for each other and her trust in Jiang Qiao. On the other side of the ocean, Noid was stunned. That cunning Jiang Qiao. He was actually reporting their conversations. Jiang Qiao laughed happily beside her. This was the most effective way to deal with a rival. No need to say much when Lin He would defend him. 15 years ago, Noid couldn't compete with Jiang Qiao, and 15 years later, nothing had changed. That night, everyone with the surname Jiang was in a good mood. Jiang Qiao was happy to be supported, and Jiang An was smiling from receiving love from her mother. Even on the first day of the month, she had a good meal. She didn't stay long at the Jiang residence after dinner. She left quickly, feeling preoccupied and not very hungry. After leaving the Jiang family, Chuyi wandered outside until it got dark before returning to the Han family. Han Sun received a call and went to the company in the afternoon, planning to work late into the night. Back in her room, Chuyi lay on her bed and heard her stomach growling, realizing she hadn't eaten all day. She picked up her phone to order takeout, feeling hungry, but when she saw all the delicious food pictures on the app, she didn't want anything. Just then, there was a knock at the door. By the small table, Chuyi looked at the ribs in the takeout box, feeling confused. The butler said nothing except that it was sent by the lady of the house. For some reason, Chuyi felt it was made by that woman. The chef at home never cut the ribs that way. She thought about throwing the box in the trash, wondering why she would want to eat something made by that woman. But strangely, she picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. Her hungry stomach felt much better. When she realized it, the ribs were all gone. She had eaten the whole box. Chuyi quickly threw the empty box in the trash and tied the garbage bag tightly, as if the ribs had never existed and she had never eaten them. But despite her thoughts, her rosy cheeks and the way she had looked just moments ago were very different. Suddenly, she remembered the bet. What kind of person do you think Han Sun is? Normally, Chuyi would have snapped. What does my relationship with Han Sun have to do with you? Why should I tell you? But this time, she really wanted to answer the question. He's very unique, almost like he has a barrier around him. His cool demeanor makes the summer heat feel refreshing. He's different from those noisy boys when he studies. By the end, he understood. The silly girl didn't actually like Han Sun. She was in love with the version of him she had imagined. It was all about the atmosphere, not really about Han Sun at all. Seeing he's silent, Chuyi continued. In my first year of high school, I lost my wallet and phone. Han Sun lent me his phone to call the butler. He seemed cold, and I thought he would refuse, but he didn't. Later, I heard that Han Sun had deliberately walked over when he saw me wandering. He usually didn't take that path. This was also the moment that led them to become friends. He shook her head, thinking that if this were after high school, she could reasonably suspect that Jiang Manhwa was behind the lost wallet and phone, and Han Sun was just playing along. In the end, he and Chuyi's bet was for her to pretend to have nothing in front of Han Sun and see how he would react over time. On the first day of school, Chuyi lied to Han Sun, claiming she learned a secret at home. She was not a child of the Jiang family. Her father said that the Jiang family had raised her for 17 years, providing a life of luxury, and it was time for her to become independent after graduating high school next year. After being raised for so long, there should be some feelings involved, but why was he so cold? It was because her late mother had taken advantage of her position to switch her child with the Jiang families, ruining another girl's life for her own child's better future. Moreover, she was cruel, mistreating the Jiang family's child. Now, her father also disliked her. Of course, these were not he's words, but Chuyi's own exaggerations. When he heard that Chuyi planned to use this excuse to make herself seem like a victim, she just smiled and said nothing. As long as her daughter was happy, that was enough. He wanted Chuyi to shed the image of a Jiang family princess and see if Han Sun liked her for who she was or for the Jiang family status. Unexpectedly, Chuyi added drama to her story, creating a bunch of melodramatic scenes. Chuyi told Han Sun all of this. After hearing it, Han Sun appeared very understanding, his eyes filled with sympathy, and his words were full of concern for Chuyi, showing no sign of caring about her loss of status as a Jiang family princess. Han Sun's open demeanor made Chuyi feel a bit guilty. Was it too much to test others with lies? If you do as I say, I can help you talk to your dad, she recalled he's words, feeling less guilty, as she was doing it for their future. Han Sun was calm and composed in front of Chuyi, but inside, he was anxious. After parting ways with her, he immediately contacted Jiang Manhwa. Jiang Manhwa was shocked. Chuyi was a fake heiress? What did that mean for all the connections she had built over the years? Her first thought was about how this would affect her. Lost in thought, She heard Han Sun's question and quickly replied, I understand. I'll find out what's going on. Then, Jiang Hua went to see Jiang Qiao. In the magazine she worked for, there was an interview with the vice president of the Jiang Group, so she came along with the reporter.
Jiang Hua.
Upon hearing the secretary, Jiang Qiao instructed them to let her in. Once inside, Jiang Hua shared what she had heard from Chuyi. Mr. Jiang, how could Chuyi possibly be the child who was switched at birth? She looks just like her mother. Have you been deceived by that woman, letting a wild child trick you? Jiang Hua firmly believed that Chuyi was Lin He's child, as her mannerisms were identical to Lin He's. She felt frustrated. She had never been treated properly since childhood. What does it have to do with you? The cold and emotionless words made Jiang Hua take a step back. Lin He had known Jiang Qiao for as long as she had. 15 years ago, when Lin He was gone, she tried to fill the gap, but in front of Jiang Qiao, she still felt like a stranger. That didn't stop there. Jiang Qiao's next words made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice pit. Jiang Hua, you have received enough from the Jiang family over the years.
Don't be too greedy.
You know how much of your feelings for Chuyi are sincere. From now on, take care of yourself and don't interfere with any matters of the Jiang family. Don't try to get close to Chuyi for your own purposes. Don't think you can use the Jiang family's name to do anything in the future. Jiang Qiao recalled how she had acted in front of Lin He, filled with disgust. What do you mean? Jiang Hua's face turned pale. Jiang Qiao had no patience to talk to her anymore and pressed the intercom to have his secretary take her away. Jiang Hua didn't dare to make a scene. She knew how cold Jiang Qiao could be, and causing a fuss would only embarrass her. I understand you're taking your anger out on me, but I didn't know Chuyi was switched. Lin He raised the child for 2 years, and even the mother didn't recognize him. Jiang Hua thought this was the reason for her treatment. Jiang Qiao didn't bother to explain. No matter what kind of Jiang Hua she was, he had never regarded her highly. All right, you don't need to push my arm. I can walk on my own. Not daring to lose her temper at Jiang Qiao, Jiang Hua shrugged off the secretary forcefully after leaving the office, glaring angrily. Being the president's secretary was no small feat, and the secretary remained expressionless, politely gesturing toward the elevator, saying, Have a good day, Ms. Jiang. In the elevator, Jiang Hua still didn't realize how heavy Jiang Qiao's calm words were. It wasn't until she got into the car that she received a phone call. Editor-in-Chief, out of the 20 top artists we invited, only 3 confirmed they would come. The heavyweight guest, Nodding K's manager, said he couldn't make it, and the assistant's voice paused, and Jiang Hua impatiently urged, Just say it all at once. Cone Jewelry just sent a message 5 minutes ago saying they want to withdraw their investment. Other sponsors might have heard the news and are also inquiring about the situation, meaning if Cone Jewelry pulls out, they won't invest either. The assistant had worked with Jiang Hua for 5 years and had never encountered so many problems arising in such a short time. The fashion gala organized by the magazine is just 2 weeks away. Every year, major magazines hold grand events under the pretext of charity or celebratory dinners, inviting celebrities and influencers. The success of these events reflects the magazine's influence and the editor's connections. Among the 3 major magazines, Jiang Hua often stands out the most. She has gained great respect and status in the fashion industry, with some stars showing her admiration. However, the current situation has left the magazine in chaos. Jiang Hua is so angry she feels like she might explode. K1 Jewelry is a subsidiary of the Jiang Group. The fact that those artists are collectively not attending must be due to the orders from Xingxing Entertainment. Indeed, Xingxing Entertainment is controlled by the Jiang Group. Even the fashion guru, Nodding K's, was invited thanks to connections with Xingxing Entertainment. Problems are everywhere. Jiang Hua feels overwhelmed. Work issues have kept Jiang Hua busy from dawn until dusk, and the worst part is that there is no progress. In the past, she could make a phone call or send an email to get things done, but now, even when she goes in person, they refuse to cooperate. After all these years, Jiang Hua has forgotten how tough her early days at the magazine were. She believes everything she is now is due to her own talent and hard work. So when Jiang Qiao hinted that it was time to stop pushing, Jiang Muhua didn't panic. As the editor-in-chief of the international fashion magazine for the Greater China region, recognized by headquarters and with obedient subordinates, she has held this position for 10 years, steady as a rock. However, her pride vanished within a day. After facing repeated setbacks, she suddenly realized that she still relies on the Jiang family's reputation. As the magazine's editor, she holds no value in the eyes of others. She initially aimed to secure her future, but the reality is that if she can't hold on now, she might lose everything. Sitting at her desk, Jiang Muhua stared blankly. Just then Han Sun called. Jiang Qiao has gone crazy because his daughter was replaced, and now he's taking it out on me. What does that have to do with me? My work is a mess. Venting her frustrations, Jiang Muhua expressed her grievances to Han Sun, feeling particularly wronged. Despite her years of hard work, she feels unappreciated and treated coldly by Jiang Qiao. Jiang Muhua thought she held some significance in Jiang Qiao's heart after all these years. She even planned to confront the substitute and finally confess her true feelings to Jiang Qiao, revealing her emotions from all these years. There's nothing left now. She turns out to be nothing at all. Han Sun didn't have time to deal with Jiang Muhua's complaining. He hung up the phone after getting the information he wanted. Surprisingly, Chuyi is really not the young lady of the Jiang group. If she can be treated this way now, she will only become less important over time, and the benefits she can get from the Jiang family will decrease. Han Sun's expression darkened. This news disrupted all his plans. No, he must do everything he can to help Chuyi gain advantages because whatever she gains will also benefit him. Han Sun's eyes were filled with calculations, and there was no trace of the ethereal quality that Chuyi once had. It was all so ordinary. Lin He only learned about Jiang Muhua being thrown out of the office 2 days later, from Hudai. Jiang Qiao never used such matters to gain favor, thanks to Lin He's proper guidance. When they first got together, Jiang Qiao had mentioned once seeking Lin He's praise by rejecting someone's confession. Praise was fine, but Lin He said it could only happen this once. When Jiang Qiao came back for praise again, he got scolded. In a relationship, it's basic morality to reject others' affections, and Lin He didn't think it was a big deal. If you think this is for me, then I'll make space for you two to be together. I can't handle such a big hat. Lin He's view on relationships was straightforward. Being together is a mutual choice. Occasionally mentioning rejecting others' confessions is cute for couples, but if it happens too often, it feels like emphasizing effort. And what kind of effort is that? Jiang Qiao remembered this well, and from then on, he stopped discussing others' confessions with Lin He. She was right. It was the right thing to do, not something to talk about. Moreover, Jiang Qiao thought he was solving a problem that day, not accepting a confession. Hudai exaggerated the story, hoping to see Lin He's reaction, but it backfired. After returning home, Hudai was eager to see Lin He and pretended to be indifferent, using Jiang Muhua as a conversation starter. Seeing Lin He's calm demeanor, Hudai appeared unaffected, but inside she was grinding her teeth. This girl was truly not easy to deal with. No wonder Jiang Muhua couldn't handle her. Lin He set down her coffee cup and asked directly, "You said you want to help me. How will you help me?" Before coming here, Butterfly had already ordered coffee for Lin He. Lin He didn't like coffee, so she picked it up, smelled it, and then put it down. To Butterfly, this action showed that Lin He was anxious. Butterfly was satisfied. She thought the other person couldn't be so calm inside. Jiang Muhua saw you panicking because she thought she saw her cousin, the one who looks just like you, Lin He. Oh, even your names are the same. You are a complete substitute. Lin He responded lightly, then leaned slightly forward, looking directly at Butterfly and asked calmly, "Is it only a 9/10 resemblance?" Butterfly's pupils suddenly shrank, and the image of someone she had buried in her memories for 15 years resurfaced. Up close, even the tiny mole at the corner of the eye was identical. In fact, it wasn't just a 9/10 resemblance. The young girl in front of her, smiling brightly, seemed like Lin He had truly come back to life. It was precisely because they looked so alike that Jiang Qiao had fallen so deeply. Butterfly had thought clearly during her days abroad. Attempts to deal with that woman always failed. What if she chose to win her over instead? The current situation was much more reliable than clinging to the memory of a lost love. Butterfly didn't share her thoughts with Minjun, who was focused on revenge. There was no need to lock that in. She returned to the country a day early just to see Lin He's attitude. There are no eternal alliances. If necessary, she could abandon Minjun, as their relationship wasn't that strong to begin with. You look very much alike, almost identical. I heard you two are very good friends. Why are you willing to help me? She is a very kind person. I know she hopes that everyone around her will be happy after she's gone. I didn't like you at first, but then I realized it's been 15 years. Maybe we should all move on. Butterfly felt quite sad. With this statement, her character was established. She intended to see if she could test her former friend's true nature, but hearing such nonsense, Lin He knew it was impossible. After all those years by her side, she had never noticed. What great acting skills. You are truly a good person. Lin He said it with all the sincerity she could muster, while internally, she felt mocking. Perhaps we could become very good friends. Lin He smiled and added, establishing her character. Who couldn't do that? After laying enough groundwork in their conversation, Lin He began to discuss what mattered most to her. I noticed that the relationship between Chuyi and Jiang An is not good. Is there some conflict or misunderstanding between them? Hudy took a sip of coffee and said, is there a conflict between the siblings? I haven't heard about it. Lin He leaned back in her chair, her gaze drifting to the floor, noticing Hudy's toes slightly lifting and swaying side to side. This was a telltale sign that Hudy was lying. Since you seem so insincere, there's no need for us to talk today, Lin He said as she picked up her bag to leave. Hudy quickly placed a hand on Lin He's shoulder, urging her to sit back down, and sighed, it's not that I don't want to talk, but it's hard to explain. I'm not really sure about this matter either. I asked Chuyi at the time, but she didn't give a clear answer. It seemed to be related to Mr. Jiang, but beyond that, I really don't know. Hudy was speaking the truth. She wanted to mediate and help the siblings reconcile, but Chuyi mentioned their argument was about their father, implying that it was a family issue and suggesting Hudy should not get involved. Having reached this point, and with Mr. Jiang involved, Hudy didn't dare to interfere further, fearing she might end up losing favor with both sides. Miss Lin, please don't ask Mr. Jiang about this. I'm not sure if it's true, and I might have misunderstood, Hudy said, trying to deflect. If she offended Mr. Jiang in an attempt to win Lin He over, it would be too costly. They chatted a bit longer, and Hudy shared many stories about Mr. Jiang and his ex-wife. Although she didn't say it outright, her message was clear. If Lin He wanted to win Mr. Jiang's heart, she should be more like the previous woman. Lin He nodded, appearing to listen seriously, but her mind had already wandered off for a while. After parting ways with Hudy, she pondered on her way home, wondering if the children's argument was indeed about their father. What could be the reason? She had asked before, but Jiang didn't know either. It really was puzzling. Once home, Lin He opened an email from Nodi, who mentioned contacting several sellers interested in selling their porcelain pieces and had sent images. There were 5 pieces in total, and Lin He immediately felt inspired. She replied to Nodi that they could discuss the price. Lin He wasn't short on money. She wasn't relying on Mr. Jiang, but had her own wealth. Though she wasn't skilled in business, she had a keen eye for investments. While Hudy had some character flaws, she had managed to run Beijing quite successfully, aside from this recent mishap. As for Nodi's auction house, it was thriving both domestically and internationally. In the past, Lin He had invested in more than just these 2 ventures. Most of the private messages on Weibo are from people Lin He once supported. Her investments have multiplied her wealth many times over. Even Lin He was surprised when she organized her assets. The people she invested in have done so well. In her study, Lin He was drawing on her tablet. Drawing helps her calm her mind. Inspired by a few pieces of porcelain, she painted with great skill, gradually losing herself in her artwork. She only realized how late it was when Jiang Qiao came home from work. Why haven't you eaten? He picked her up, sounding like he was scolding a disobedient child. Before entering the study, he had told the butler not to disturb her, so even though dinner was ready, the butler didn't dare knock on the door. Seeing the reheated food, Jiang Qiao hurried upstairs when he heard he hadn't eaten lunch or dinner and hadn't even changed her clothes. Is it nice? He showed him her current drawing. Jiang Qiao squinted and said it's nice. Then he asked, is it because you're not feeling well, or did something upset you? He placed his hand on her stomach and said seriously, you've lost weight. He laughed. It's not possible to lose weight so quickly, just from skipping 2 meals. Seeing her smile, Jiang Qiao relaxed a bit and kissed the corner of her mouth. Did Hu Dai upset you? Don't see her anymore. I'll handle it, okay? Don't hurt your health for someone else. He was about to mention her meeting with Hu Dai when she asked, how did you know I met Hu Dai? Jiang Qiao rubbed his chin against her head, his dark eyes flickering, I guessed. Didn't you two plan to meet? He responded, I heard from Hu Dai that the kids were arguing because of you. Their friendship was superficial, so she wouldn't keep quiet about it. When she promised Hu Dai not to tell Jiang Qiao, she mentally marked it with a big X, forgetting about it. Because of me?
Why?
Jiang Qiao looked just as confused as He. I don't know, Hu Dai isn't sure either. She just heard something vague. Jiang Qiao pulled her back into his arms, speaking slowly. It's possible she misunderstood. The 2 kids know her but aren't very close and don't tell her everything. Seeing that He was silent, Jiang Qiao said, I'll ask them tomorrow. And won't say anything. She had already asked at Zhao's banquet, and as for Chuyi, during this time, don't contact your daughter. We'll talk after the Han family's issues are resolved. Jiang Qiao agreed and started discussing the situation with Chuyi. Those troublemakers are planning to cause a scene at the Han family tomorrow. They don't know Chuyi's true identity. They only know she's a wealthy young lady, so they might resort to violence when they see her. Last time, when Chuyi called to ask for repayment, they had agreed on a time and place, but the troublemakers waited in vain until dark. At that time, Chuyi was still upset about losing $1 million. Later, a series of events made her forget about this issue. When she remembered, she didn't have $1 million to give, so she simply blocked the troublemakers' number. The troublemakers were pushing for the Han family's debt and felt tricked by Chuyi, so they were eager to take action. Jiang Qiao had been monitoring their situation and learned that they planned to vandalize the Han family the next day, so he came to inform He. Of course, he also wanted to change the subject. He had already received news that the troublemakers had called the housekeeper to make some extra money. After learning this, he sent a message to Chuyi. Yes, they had exchanged contact information because of that bet. According to He, it would be best for Chuyi to hide tomorrow. First, to avoid getting involved with the Han family, and second, to protect herself. The Han family's value was limited. The troublemakers would likely just vandalize the house and threaten Han's father. If Chuyi were present, it could be different. A girl in that environment was at a disadvantage, and those people could do anything if they had bad intentions. He let Chuyi decide for herself, but didn't tell her that there were bodyguards around to ensure her safety. Listening to the voice message from He, Chuyi was a bit dazed and listened to it twice. The other person spoke rationally, helping her analyze the situation, but Chuyi felt strangely cared for. Even though the words were far less gentle than Minjie's, the feeling was much stronger. When she heard he mention the troublemakers coming tomorrow and missed the rest of the message, her first reaction was to leave to avoid a confrontation. These past few days, she sensed Han Sun's urgency. He wanted her to come home. Though he didn't say it directly, she could feel that he wanted her to use their past feelings to ask the Jiang family for some financial support. How would she survive after leaving the Jiang family? The university tuition and future job prospects. Han Sun earnestly analyzed her situation for her. Was he being kind? Chuyi was unclear. But seeing Han Sun so eager for money shattered her expectations. The Han Sun she liked wasn't like this. The Han Sun in front of her, who believed money could solve everything, was no different from anyone else. For a moment, Chuyi felt like she had lost her bet. Before Han Sun could say anything, it seemed she had changed her mind. But Han Sun was doing it for her own good, and what he said was also for her benefit. How could she dislike him? Two conflicting emotions tugged at Chuyi, leaving her feeling stuck, not wanting to move forward or backward. The next day, Chuyi used going home as an excuse to escape. The troublemakers went to the Han family in the afternoon, leaving the place in ruins. Inside, nothing was in good condition. In the half-basement, there was a vent with a square window, and every piece of glass was shattered. When Han Sun returned from work and saw the mess, he silently started cleaning up. Then Chuyi came back, and Han Sun put down what he was doing to ask how things were. Chuyi said she hadn't gone into the villa and had just waited outside all day. Seeing that Chuyi was listening, Han Sun began to give her direct advice on how to pressure the Jiang family to let her in, suggesting ways to evoke their sympathy and the benefits of retreating to advance. Chuyi found Han Sun very unfamiliar. The once ethereal boy seemed so ordinary now. Noticing Chuyi's silence, Han Sun thought she was absorbing his words and kindly said, "Chuyi, think carefully. I'm doing this for your own good. Well, I'll head back now." Hearing the door close, Chuyi looked up at the doorway, feeling confused. Had Han Sun ever used those tricks on her? Later that night, Chuyi bought a plane ticket to leave. She needed to go to the beach to clear her mind and sort out her messy feelings. As for how Han Sun would react to her leaving, she decided not to think about it. Lin He soon received the news. Her daughter's emotions must be very complicated. It wasn't just a simple breakup, likely similar to the feeling of a beloved idol facing a scandal. A walk in the sun would be good, helping to evaporate the romantic thoughts. Lin He yawned and glanced at the time. 2:30 a.m.
Jiang Qiao wasn't in bed.
They had clearly gone to sleep together, and the bathroom was empty too. After reading the news and feeling less tired, Lin He gently opened the door and saw light coming from the study. Jiang Qiao was at it again. When he first took over the company, he often lulled Lin He to sleep before sneaking off to work in the study, and she had caught him several times. "Jiang Qiao, we agreed that when there's work to do, you should focus on that and not stay with me to sleep. It wastes time, and I worry about your health." Lin He stood at the door with her hands on her hips, looking disapproving. Jiang Qiao paused with the mouse, then smiled apologetically. "You caught me." He walked over to Lin He, wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and said as they headed to the bedroom, "I won't do it again. I just finished my work, and now we can rest. If work is really busy and you have to stay late, just sleep in the office lounge if it gets too late." Lin He couldn't help but nag. Jiang Qiao really didn't take care of himself. When she was around, she kept an eye on him, but after disappearing for 15 years, who knows how he managed his health. Okay, I'll listen to you, hee. With a click, the door closed as they entered the bedroom. After a minute of inactivity, the computer in the study went into sleep mode and locked the screen. Just before it turned black, the screen displayed a surveillance video of Lin He meeting Hu Dai at a cafe. Recently, B University has been very lively. First, there's the upcoming celebration. The school is taking it seriously this time, inviting many media outlets for coverage and even some celebrities. The second topic of widespread discussion is Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao is somewhat of a celebrity at school. Whenever there's bad news announced, he's usually involved, fighting, harassing female classmates, damaging public property, and so on. B University has many wealthy students, but why is Jiang Qiao so arrogant? Because he has an uncle who is the academic director. The academic director at B University is very different from those at regular colleges, making a huge difference in influence. So, Jiang Qiao often gets away with his mistakes, and students have become numb to his presence. No one expected that one day he would actually drop out. Wealthy classmates revealed that Jiang Qiao's family is in trouble. Not only did his company go bankrupt, but his father might also go to jail. The most shocked were the two younger students who went to the auction with Jiang An. They realized how impressive the senior's family really is. On the way back, they discussed how Jiang Qiao used to cause trouble at school and the senior ignored him. Now, at the auction, there were definitely many people who knew the senior's background. If the senior's family found out their child was being bullied at school, they would surely deal with Jiang Qiao. After talking until my mouth was dry, my classmates still didn't believe that Jiang An's family was wealthy. Then, two younger students boldly said, "Just wait. Within a month, Jiang Qiao will definitely get into trouble." This statement had a hint of frustration. The senior was indeed from a rich family. Why didn't they believe it? Jiang Qiao dropped out of school. The two younger students were full of confidence, saying, "See? Just as we predicted." But they became even more frustrated when others still didn't believe them. They had an attitude that suggested the younger students were just lucky and shouldn't get involved. Blind to the truth. One of the younger students commented. Another member of the student council heard this and said, "You guys are just blind fans. By the way, doesn't our school have parent observation tickets?" Jiang An asked the president for 2 tickets, and it sounds like his parents are coming. We'll see if it's true then.
All right.
Let's wait and see. The two younger students exchanged determined looks, fully supporting Jiang An. They weren't motivated by a love for wealth, but were standing up for Jiang An because many believed he was pretending to be humble due to Jiang Qiao's influence. They thought if it was proven that Jiang An's family was wealthy, the accusations would be invalid. Do you dare to bet? $500.
Sure.
Let's bet. It wasn't just about the money. It was about pride. Little did the two younger students know that their enthusiastic defense of Jiang An was drawing the ire of many, including Jiang Qiao's group. These people joined the betting to teach the two younger students a lesson, indirectly hitting Jiang An. As the number of people grew, it turned into the two younger students being the ones to take the bet. If they lost, they would have to pay nearly $50,000. That was a huge amount, and it was definitely illegal. In the end, it turned into a deal where they would exchange $500 for labor, like running errands, buying meals, or picking up packages. In the end, the two younger students agreed. After all, Jiang An was not the kind of person who pretended to be rich. Jiang Manhwa, annoyed, very annoyed, extremely annoyed. Recently, nothing has gone well for her. After hanging up on Han Sun, who was asking about Chuyi's whereabouts, her face was darker than ink. What was the point of asking her when the person was missing? She had acted confident, as if she could keep Chuyi under control, but when she turned around, the person was gone without a trace. Jiang Manhwa felt like she had been foolish in the past few days, believing the words of a high school student and even helping them with tasks. Jiang Manhwa, who is currently facing a lot of difficulties at work, can't think about anything else. He still hasn't sorted out his own tasks. The absence of major stars and guests is already enough to give him a headache, and he hasn't figured out a solution yet. Now, this issue has been leaked by marketing accounts. Confirmed. The Yum Fashion Gala might be cancelled. Most major stars and guests are absent. The Yum magazine's Fashion Gala is one of the most talked about events of the year, a must-attend for fans. The red carpet styles, the order of appearances, and performances all make it to the entertainment trending list, attracting top-level attention and discussion. This year's gala is naturally highly anticipated. Initially, people didn't believe the leak, but after digging deeper, it seems there might be some truth to it. Many stars have updated their schedules and no longer have the fashion gala listed. The usual process is for Yum to warm up the event a few days before it starts, then announce the guest list, and the stars share it on Weibo for promotion. So, if there hasn't been an official announcement about a star attending, and their schedule shows an event in M City, it's almost certain they will attend the Yum Gala. Now, many stars' schedules no longer include the M City event, indicating, just like the leak suggested, that they won't be attending the gala. This isn't an isolated case. Several stars are also not going. They've already uncovered 6 changes in schedules, and the rest are stars whose studios don't usually release schedule updates. Although there are only 6, that's still a significant number. These are not unknown artists, but big names with a following. This aligns with the leak. Most importantly, during a media interview abroad, Cass said he canceled his trip to China and plans to vacation in another country. The reporter didn't press further, but netizens know that this trip was to attend the Yum Fashion Gala. The Yum editor had previously posted on Weibo that this year's Fashion Gala would feature a heavyweight figure. Someone commented, "How heavyweight can it be? Can they really invite the fashion guru Cass?" The Yum editor liked this comment, and it even trended. Now, things have turned out this way. What happened to the gala that everyone was looking forward to? The leaker claims to know about the situation but doesn't know the details. Countless netizens rushed to Jiang Muhua's verified Weibo account, which is confirmed as the Yum editor, to ask questions. Actually, the inquiries are a small part. More netizens are there to mock and criticize, saying, "Oh, what's going on? Is Yum in trouble?" Jiang Muhua is not well liked. She has always come across as very proud. 2 years ago, she made a guest appearance on a variety show, and during her 20-minute segment, viewers criticized her in various edits online. There were also rumors about her disrespectful attitude towards younger stars, which led to a public feud. In the end, the young star apologized to settle things, while Jiang Muhua acted like a local bully that smaller stars dared not provoke. Unexpectedly, it seems that this bully has now been hit hard. At the Yum Awards, everyone speculated that the main target was Jiang Muhua, as the success of the event depended on the editor's skills. The magazine's employees thought the same, with all kinds of guesses linking back to her. Even the headquarters called to ask about the situation, clearly having heard some rumors. Under the pressure of online criticism and real-life stress, Jiang Muhua broke down. She realized she couldn't handle it at all. The connections and abilities she had been proud of for years vanished like bubbles in the wind. Unable to cope, Jiang Muhua decided to seek help from Jiang Qiao. Ms. Jiang has been waiting outside for 2 hours, the butler reported to Lin He, who was having lunch. Jiang Muhua had learned to be smart. It didn't matter if Jiang Qiao wasn't there. She would see Lin He. When people are well-fed and secure, they start to think about other things. In the past, Jiang Muhua's career was smooth sailing, and she began to dream of love. Now that her situation had changed, she quickly became realistic, putting aside her long-held feelings as she sought help from that woman to get through her current difficulties. "Let her in," Lin He said, wiping his mouth with a napkin. After finishing his meal, it was time to find something to do. The butler hesitated, saying, "Sir said Jiang Muhua is not allowed to enter the Jiang household anymore." Lin He remained silent and glanced at the butler. The butler felt a chill and quickly added, "I'll go right away." He must have been out of his mind. The lady of the house has the final say. Jiang Muhua's eyes were red and bloodshot, showing she hadn't rested well in days. As soon as she entered the room, she glared at Lin He and said, "You won." Before coming in, Jiang Muhua had told herself to be humble towards Lin He, but seeing that familiar face, she couldn't hide her resentment. "What right do you have to hate me?" Lin He replied slowly, looking at Jiang Muhua with a calm demeanor. "Did you whisper in Jiang Qiao's ear? Did you make her angry with me and cause trouble at work?" Jiang Muhua knew she couldn't say anything more. Continuing would only make things worse. She softened her tone, saying, "I overestimated myself. I will stick to my duties from now on." This sentence made her throat itch, and she felt a strong frustration inside. "I hope Miss Lin can speak well of me to Mr. Jiang, and let me off the hook." Jiang Muhua came from a small town, and reaching this point felt like a big change for her. The setbacks she faced recently made her feel like she was back to her old self in that small town. The pressure was one thing, but an indescribable panic kept her awake all night. "Jiang Muhua, I knew you were foolish before, but I never expected you to be so malicious." Thinking of Han Sun, Lin He felt no sympathy for her.
"You can say whatever you want about me.
It's understandable that you won't speak up for me. I'll wait for Jiang Qiao to come back." Jiang Muhua turned and sat on the sofa, determined not to leave. When she looked up again, she saw someone standing by the railing. It was Jiang An. He had come back today to give Lin He tickets, inviting her to a school event. Jiang Muhua wanted to greet Jiang An but ultimately stayed silent. They were never close. "Jiang Muhua, the Lin family doesn't owe you anything. You know how distant our cousin relationship is. You relied on this connection to receive care from my mother, and out of jealousy, you targeted me. Now you even harm my daughter. Do you think I will let you off?" Jiang Muhua felt her blood run cold. She stiffly looked at Lin He and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?"
Who do you think I am?"
Lin He replied, emphasizing each word. In elementary school, you wrote letters to my mother. They seemed like greetings but were actually complaints. You were not satisfied with the financial help from my mother and wanted to be her daughter. My mother already has a daughter. Why would she need someone else's? You think I am in your way, and you wish I would disappear. That's what you've always thought, right? Linhee spoke as if telling a story, and anyone who heard her words would find them absurd. Jiang Manhwa was truly an ungrateful person. Only Linhee knew these things, so the person in front of her. And no way. Finally managing to enter, Jiang Manhwa turned and ran away as if being chased by a monster. She stumbled at the door, her legs giving way, and scraped her wrist, but she didn't dare look back. Anan is very smart. Remember, Mommy said she is bad. Looking at her son sitting across from her, Linhee smiled slightly. Just now, Linhee could tell from her son's reaction that over the years, Anan must not have treated her well. Jiang An was nervously fiddling with the hem of his shirt. Although his face showed no emotion, his heart was in turmoil. Taking a deep breath, as if gathering courage, he asked, "Do you blame me?"
Huh.
Linhee was surprised and didn't understand why her son would ask such a question. You knew Jiang Manhwa had bad intentions but couldn't stop my sister from getting close to her, allowing her to take advantage. Jiang An pressed his lips tightly together, staring intently at Linhee. His cold expression hid his fear of being blamed by his mother. "I don't blame you. Mine was just a baby back then. It's the parents' responsibility to protect you and your sister, so how could I blame you? Mom knows you must have tried to stop her, but what could a child do? Everyone has their own thoughts. Just because you said something doesn't mean your sister would listen. And remembers what you said, and knows Jiang Manhwa isn't a good person. You've been cautious of her all these years, and that's already enough. Only incompetent parents would vent their negative emotions onto their children. In this situation, she couldn't blame the heavens, herself, or the child. After all, Anan was only 6 years old back then. Linhee's gaze softened. A mother's forgiveness for her child is never a falsehood. Even a child who makes mistakes can soften a mother's heart, especially since her An did nothing wrong. I said it before, she didn't listen. Later, I found out Jiang Manhwa had her own schemes, but she was still nice to me in the first year of middle school, so I didn't intervene. If Linhee misunderstood and blamed him, Jiang An would have remained silent, but her complete trust made him want to explain to her. Linhee smiled warmly, and An's words proved that the sibling relationship wasn't one of kill or be killed. Although there were misunderstandings, they could be resolved. And of course, I believe you. You will always be the best baby in my heart. At 21, still being called a baby made Jiang An's ears turn slightly red. Although he felt shy, he didn't say he didn't want to be called that. Ahem, I have things to do at school, so I'll be leaving now. As Jiang An was leaving, he bumped into Jiang Qiao. In the past, Jiang An would have ignored him, but after just being praised as a good baby, he felt different.
Father.
Jiang An greeted him before walking away. Jiang Qiao paused, watching his son's back and then looking up at the sky. Was the sun rising from the west? Why isn't it back? To deliver invitation tickets. My son invited me to their school's celebration. Linhee was not affected by Jiang Manhwa and remained in a good mood, smiling as she waved the ticket in her hand. Jiang Qiao noticed it right away and saw the word single ticket written on it. His mouth twitched. Just one? And took two. Seeing Jiang Qiao's eyes light up, Linhee added, "Our son said he wants to give the other one to Nodi." Jiang Qiao. Seeing Jiang Qiao's defeated expression, Linhee secretly laughed, thinking that as a father, he wasn't doing a great job and their son was ignoring him. I might not have a ticket, but why does Nodi get one? That greasy golden retriever. Our son said that on the day of the auction, they had a great conversation, and Nodi is very curious about B University, so he plans to invite him over to play. Jiang Qiao scoffed internally, assuring himself that Nodi would be very busy that day. Hee, will you choose our son or me? Linhee was confused by this sudden question. The principal of B University invited me, and you can be my date that day. We don't need that ticket. Jiang Qiao moved closer to Linhee, holding the ticket away, saying it wasn't necessary. Linhee felt troubled. She wanted to choose their son, but she knew this man would definitely make a fuss. 15 years had passed, and Jiang Qiao had become much more composed, exuding a mature masculine charm, but when it came to jealousy, he hadn't improved at all. If anything, it had only intensified over time. After thinking for a moment, she said, "How about this? I'll take our son's ticket to go in and look around first, then come out and enter the school with you?" After saying this, Lin He thought to herself that she was quite clever. However, Jiang Qiao was not very pleased with Lin He's proposal, as he felt that not being chosen meant losing. But he didn't argue, knowing Lin He's limits. If he continued to compete with their son, he would look like a bad father, and Lin He would definitely be upset with him. Even so, Jiang Qiao didn't generously say that Lin He could use the ticket their son gave her.
All right.
He agreed to Lin He's idea. Then Lin He told Jiang Qiao about Jiang Manhwa. Jiang Qiao had returned after a morning meeting, and if the other party stayed longer, they might really meet. To do something so unethical, and yet have such a fragile heart. Lin He hadn't expected that revealing her identity would have such a strong impact on Jiang Manhwa, but thinking back, it wasn't without reason. At the Zhao family banquet, the other party had a significant reaction. Perhaps it was because she knew she had done something wrong and felt too guilty. She came today to try to save her job. Jiang Qiao and Lin He talked about Jiang Manhwa's work situation. Even though she has worked at the magazine for 10 years, she is of no use. That place doesn't care about hard work without results. If you can't handle your job, you'll be out immediately. If this event doesn't go well, Jiang Manhwa will lose her editor position next month. Today, Jiang Manhwa came asking for help for her future. Leaving under such circumstances, no other magazine would want her. After years of being proud, Jiang Manhwa wouldn't want to go to a small magazine. If she loses her current position, she will have nothing left. Qiao, let's pick up Chuyi tomorrow. Jiang Qiao's plan for a date with Lin He was shattered. Children are indeed debts from a past life. Jiang Qiao forced a smile and said, "Okay." Chuyi went to Haicheng. It's not far. Lin He paused and then said, "Isn't the 15th in Haicheng?" She suddenly remembered that her younger son had changed training bases, and it seemed to be in Haicheng. The waves rolled onto the beach, and the vastness of the sea and sky was refreshing. Chuyi had been staying here for several days, and her mood had shifted from being troubled to calm after watching the sea all night. Once so infatuated with Han Sun, Chuyi now thought, the end of love is worry. It's better to be alone. Rather than a breakup, it felt more like a collapse after nearly 3 years of genuine feelings for a star, only to see her idol fall from grace. It wasn't a scandal that caused the fall, but a slow realization that the person had changed, or rather, was never what she had imagined. After going through many emotional stages, what remained for Chuyi was emptiness and
peace.
She might need to find a chance to talk to Han Sun. The thought of breaking up, the lies she told, and that bet, made her head ache. She no longer cared about Han Sun's attitude. No wonder fans want to stay away from their idols' private lives. Getting too close can lead to a big disappointment. She wanted to enjoy one last lazy day, but tomorrow she would return to B City to meet Han Sun and clear things up. After making this decision, Chuyi felt a sense of lightness. All this worry was self-inflicted. Unfortunately, she couldn't have her last day of peace because Han Sun was chasing after her. Chuyi. Han Sun wore a clean white shirt, his pale face showing signs of distress, with messy hair blown by the sea breeze. His pained eyes held deep feelings. He rushed over, wanting to embrace her, but Chuyi stepped back to avoid him. Han Sun froze, a hurt expression crossing his face. "Chuyi, please don't run off. It's dangerous for a girl to be out alone. Do you know how worried I am about you? Did something happen? Can we solve it together?" Han Sun, let's break up. Although Chuyi hesitated when she had a crush on him, once she understood her feelings, she wouldn't drag it out. A shadow quickly crossed Han Sun's eyes. He didn't understand why everything had suddenly become complicated. Something had happened with Jiang Manhwa, and Chuyi was no longer listening to him.
Why?
Did I do something wrong? Tell me how to change. Facing Han Sun's quiet plea, Chuyi felt a pang of sadness. In her eyes, Han Sun had always been proud and never bowed down. I thought I liked you, but then I realized. Chuyi chose her words carefully and expressed it more gently. What I feel for you is more like friendship. I must have done something to upset you. I'm sorry, I'll change. Chuyi, please don't leave me. If I hadn't seen the light, I could endure the darkness, but you've pulled me out, and now you want to push me back into the abyss? As Han Sun spoke, he knelt weakly on the beach. His dejected and gloomy demeanor was something Chuyi had always found hard to resist. Whenever Han Sun showed such an expression, Chuyi felt like giving him everything. At school, when Han Sun faced difficulties, he didn't need to say a word. Just looking at the sky with that expression by the railing would make Chuyi find a way to help him. Chuyi, I used to be lost, but now I have a goal. I want to give you the best of everything, but you don't want me anymore. Chuyi, I would give my life for you. Chuyi felt a dryness in her throat, torn between guilt and heartache. She felt like a sinner, hurting Han Sun's pure heart. You say you'd give her your life, but your life isn't perfect either. Why give her something that isn't good? A clear female voice broke the heavy atmosphere. Lin He and Jiang Qiao walked over from a distance, followed by a row of cars and several bodyguards standing nearby. This beach usually had a few visitors, but today it was unusually quiet. No wonder. She felt something was off when she woke up. It turned out there wasn't a single person here. Chuyi realized too late. Yes, Lin He has booked the entire place today. She believes in spending her own money to earn more. After booking the venue, she spoke to Jiang Qiao and learned that this area is a private beach developed by the Jiang Group. Of course, aside from Jiang being a bit annoyed, that wasn't important. Lin He mainly wanted to give Han Sun a stage. Once she found out that Han Sun was flying to Haicheng, she knew he was going to perform. Lin He and Jiang Qiao had been listening for a while, and indeed, the kids' confessions were much more sentimental than when they were young. Especially when they heard the part about giving everything, Lin He couldn't listen anymore. Jiang Qiao smiled at his wife's words. Back in the day, his sweet talk was often dismissed, but after much effort, he learned that sincerity is key and not to be too cheesy. That's when he went from teasing him to kissing him. He glanced at Han Sun with a dismissive attitude. He still had a long way to go. Han Sun felt a chill. He was warned. It was clear that someone in a high position could see right through him. His true thoughts, poor acting, desires. Cold sweat broke out on Han Sun's forehead.
Han Kek-sun, I'm sorry.
I lied to you. There was no mix-up with a real and fake heiress. It was just to test you, Chuyi said, suddenly feeling brave when she met Lin He's encouraging gaze. Chuyi, I don't blame you. Your doubts are valid. My family is like that. Han Sun struggled to continue, overwhelmed by pain. Jiang Qiao interrupted Han Sun, not wanting to see him act all emotional. He asked his daughter, do you still like him? Aside from the initial glance, Jiang Qiao didn't look at Han Sun again. He thought Han Sun was beneath his notice. With just one sentence, he could deal with him easily. If it weren't for he wanting to consider Chuyi's feelings, Jiang Qiao would have sent Han Sun and Jiang Manhwa away immediately. I don't like him anymore. These past few days of calm helped Chuyi clarify her feelings. Reflecting on past moments, she realized she had built up an image of Han Sun that wasn't accurate. That's why she felt disappointed after getting to know him better, but that was her own misunderstanding, not his fault. Dad, I don't like him, but I hope he does well in the future. Has Jiang Manhwa contacted you in the last few days? Jiang Qiao changed the subject, leaving Chuyi momentarily stunned. She replied, I don't know. I removed the SIM card. Chuyi noticed that the person in front of her seemed to stiffen. After you read this, decide if you still hope he does well. Jiang Qiao handed over the document. At first, Han Sun instinctively reached out to take it, but before he could open it, he suddenly saw Han Sun slump to the ground, his eyes blank. She seemed to realize something and quickly flipped through the document. Han Sun was very scared. The moment Jiang Qiao mentioned Jiang Manhwa's name, his heart started to tremble. He thought he had everything figured out, but it turned out that the connection had already been uncovered. Jiang Manhwa was a hidden card he planned to keep secret even after marrying Chuyi. Han Sun believed he was clever, and so did his teachers and classmates. But when facing Jiang Qiao, even just a glance made all his confidence vanish. All his past schemes felt like foolish tricks that were not worth anything. He had overestimated his own cleverness and underestimated others. He thought that by fooling Chuyi, he could control the Jiang family, but a wealthy family like the Jiangs was not something he could manipulate. A simple investigation would reveal all his information, including what he wanted to hide. At that moment, Han Sun realized he had been naive. Wealthy families were never simple. As Chuyi flipped through the pages of the document, her breathing became more rapid. She slammed the document onto Han Sun's face. "You lied to me." She wished for nothing but harm to the person in front of her. It turned out that from the moment they reunited, it had all been a calculated scheme. While she was feeling pleased about their relationship progressing, she had become in Han Sun and Jiang Manhwa's hidden game. Since childhood, Chuyi had known that very few people around her were sincere. Many friends were only interested in her wealth. Her cousin was someone with her own agenda, who loved money and status, and while Chuyi was aware of this, she believed her cousin cared for her genuinely. Then there was Han Sun, the one she had approached herself, one of the two people she felt she could trust, yet he had deceived her the most. "Chuyi, I was forced by Jiang Manhwa at first. I had no choice. But later, I really started to like you." Han Sun was still acting, trying to find a way to turn things around, even if it was just a little. "No choice? You threatened her first, and now you say you had no choice? Do you really think you can fool me?" The details in the document were beyond Han Sun's imagination, including the content of their conversations and messages. "Have you found out yet? Don't forget we're in the same boat. If I'm not well, you won't be either." "Not responding? I called you directly." The conversations revealed Han Sun's true attitude. How could he claim to be innocent? Han Sun, just wait. Chuyi cried nonstop. She didn't want to cry, but she was really sad. Sitting in the car as she left, she was initially just sniffling until he held her in her arms, and then she burst into tears. "All those bad people. They pretend to like me when they don't. I don't like them either. I'm fine on my own." Chuyi cried out these words, expressing not just her feelings about Han Sun and Jiang Manhwa, but also all the unfairness she had faced growing up. Everything felt fake. She was used to it and had nothing to cry about. She hadn't done anything wrong. Listening to Chuyi vent her feelings, he remained silent, her eyes filled with tears as she thought about the various situations her daughter had encountered while growing up. Considering Chuyui's status, there were many who acted one way in front of her and another behind her back, with only a few being sincere. Jiang Manhwa was someone Chuyi trusted, but he ended up betraying her. Jiang Qiao, sitting nearby, quietly handed he a tissue to wipe her eyes. At that moment, he could only lower his presence, afraid to say a word. But he still got scolded. "Go away, you clumsy one." He was already feeling upset, and Jiang Qiao's actions only added fuel to her frustration. He quietly withdrew his hand and leaned against the car door, looking rather pitiful as he curled up. Through her tear-filled eyes, Chuyi noticed her father being scolded, and for some reason, she felt a little less sad. "That Han Sun. I'm done protecting him." Saying this, she took out her phone. Without a SIM card, she connected to the car's Wi-Fi and posted an announcement in the class group and on the school network. "From today on, I am cutting ties with Han Sun, and I won't care about his problems anymore." Everyone knew that Chuyi, the wealthy young lady, had been very devoted to Han Sun, even changing his bed and filling his meal card with money. She had taken care of everything she could at school. "Is this for real?" Some brave classmates questioned her.
"Yes,"
Chuyi replied angrily. "Then should I change Han Sun's bed?" "Go ahead. Can we use the money you put on Han Sun's meal card?" "Spend it all." This time, the classmates believed that the two really had a falling out. It was definitely not just Chuyi throwing a tantrum, as she had gone too far. After posting all this, Chuyi felt a little relieved. Then she logged into WeChat, and the screen started flooding with messages. First, there were messages from Jiang Manhwa, which she quickly ignored and deleted. Among the many messages, she opened the chat with Min Jun. She still owed the other person $1 million. The first few messages were about Min Jun mentioning Lin He causing trouble for the Fong family, and then there were messages expressing concern for Chuyi's safety, while also subtly sharing her own grievances. When the voice messages played, Lin He and Jiang Qiao in the car heard them, and at that moment, Chuyi was still in Lin He's embrace. Min Jia, I will pay you back the money as soon as possible, and don't take the other things to heart. She quickly glanced at her father sitting by the car door and sighed. My dad is getting scolded too. That woman was tough, and neither she nor her dad could escape it. What did the Fong family have? They just had to endure a bit of hardship. Because of Jiang Manhwa's betrayal, Chuyi began to doubt the world. She felt that Min Jia might not be so good either. Just listening to the voice messages made her feel like they were trying to stir up trouble and cause fights with her family. It must be said that people grow up quickly. In the past, Chuyi wouldn't have thought so much. In contrast, Lin He, who had a not-so-great attitude towards her from the beginning, made her feel somewhat at ease. Plus, this woman's embrace was quite warm. Chuyi awkwardly shifted back in her seat, not wanting to admit that the person who had just cried in her arms was herself. How did you guys come? We were worried and wanted to see you. There were no sweet words, just a simple sentence that made Chuyi's nose tingle and almost brought her to tears. Not wanting to feel embarrassed anymore, Chuyi quickly changed the subject and looked out the window, saying, Do you want to check on Sherwoo? He texted me this morning saying he wanted to run away and borrowed money from me. I wonder how he's doing now. Chuyi felt she was still a good sister. After buying the plane tickets, she left some taxi money for herself and sent the rest to her brother. As for not checking on Sherwoo further, it was because he had time to message her. If there was really something wrong, he would definitely call the police. Given Sherwoo's personality, he was probably just causing a fuss. She had her own problems to deal with and didn't want to get involved. Little did Chuyi know that her own situation would end up like this. Not wanting to be nagged on the way back, she embraced the spirit of better to sell out a friend than to suffer, and sold out her brother. Lin He looked at her daughter, who was sniffling pitifully, handed her a tissue, and pointed to the road sign by the side. Chuyi wiped her nose and glanced out the window, wondering what she was supposed to look at. Welcome to Shillong Mountain Scenic Area. The blue background sign clearly displayed white letters. The first day, it turns out they didn't go to the airport. They came to see my brother. Shershur's training base is located halfway up Shillong Mountain. He originally planned to participate in a marathon for 2 days, but somehow ended up signing up for basketball training, so he hasn't gone home yet. But how did he manage to escape? Lin He asked she, who said she didn't know. They are fraternal twins, but they don't talk much and usually do their own things. You seem to care about him, she mumbled, rolling down the car window and taking a deep breath of the fresh mountain air. Lin He smiled. She cares about all her children. Seeing her daughter's hair blowing in the wind, just like when she was little, brought back memories. And it has an event at school next month. Our whole family should go. Who said we are a family? She thought but said nothing, crossing her arms defiantly. I'm not going. If you go, you won't have to pay back that $1 million. She lowered her arms, wanting to refuse, but remembering her dwindling allowance. Clearing her throat, she asked, Did my dad agree? She recalled that her dad wanted to teach her a lesson and expected her to pay back the money herself. Lin He looked at Jiang Qiao, who quickly nodded. Agreed. She thought for a moment and added, Then the limit on my allowance shouldn't count. Lin He raised an eyebrow and took a slow sip of water. If you don't want to go, that's fine. Realizing she couldn't raise her value and that the debt would still be hers, she quickly said, I'll go. What event is it? Do we need to dress formally? What time is it? Seeing her daughter fully focused on this, Lin He looked at Jiang Qiao, who immediately gave a very innocent smile. Father and daughter, both easy to please. The trees were tall and lush, and the weather in the mountains was particularly cool, with a gentle breeze carrying the scent of flowers. Lin He stood at the entrance of the base, thinking it was indeed a great place for summer training. At that moment, Jiang Qiao was registering at the gate, while Lin He and she waited in the shade. Shi signed up for this training himself, which lasts for 20 days and is fully closed off, with no internet or phone calls allowed. From the guard, Lin He learned that they were not the first parents to visit. Previous parents had met with teachers and chose to leave afterward. The teacher talks about encouraging children to be independent and advises parents not to be obstacles in their growth. They mention that if the training spirit is not maintained, all efforts may be wasted. Most parents would choose to leave, but Lin He is determined. I want to see our child. If the parents appeared ordinary, the teacher would adopt a stricter tone, and the parents would naturally comply. However, this family is different. The man in the suit remains silent, but his presence is commanding. The suit looks expensive, not something rented for an event or bought cheaply. After thinking it over, the young teacher finally says, "All right, please wait a moment." The office is left with Lin He, Jiang Qiao, and their child, Chuyi. Soon, 15-year-old Shi Wu arrives with the young teacher. He stands nearly 6 feet tall, wearing a black and white basketball jersey, with curly hair hanging low and a tired expression. When the twins were born, the son had curlier hair than the daughter. Lin He thought it would fade as he grew up, but now Chuyi's curls are not as noticeable, while Shi Wu's curls have become more pronounced. Shi Wu's hair is cut short and styled, with some strands falling over his forehead. He wears an ear cuff, and the sunlight casts long shadows from his eyelashes, making him look like a character from a comic book. Seeing his family, Shi Wu shows little change in expression, his indifferent gaze reminding Lin He of the time she surprised Jiang Qiao while he was in the bathtub. She has to admit that as the children grow, they resembled Jiang Qiao more. They looked more like her when they were younger. "What's going on?" Shi Wu asks, rubbing his nose with a tone that suggests he's not interested. "We're here to take you home," Lin He replies.
Huh?
Chuyi scratches his chin, confused. Wasn't it just a quick visit? He looks at his dad, who seems indifferent. When did they have a secret conversation? She was right there. Sister Sui Wang Wei. Hearing Lin He say she wants to take the child, the teacher tries to intervene but is interrupted. Jiang Qiao says not sister. Chuyi insists, I am the sister. The teacher. This lady, the teacher quickly corrects, finding a safer way to address her. We signed an agreement before the training at our base. If you want to withdraw midway, there will be a penalty, and it will negatively impact the child's training in the future. This time, Shi Wu interrupts the teacher, sizing Lin He up with a harsh tone. Who are you? Why is this outsider speaking when his dad and sister are here? The most important thing is, I won't go back. Lin He glanced at the teacher and smiled. Can we talk to him alone? The teacher left. Lin He said to Jiang Qiao, look at his thigh and his back. Shi Wu was taken aback and then let out a laugh. Where did this woman get the confidence to boss his dad around? She would probably end up crying and running away. The little spark in his eyes, waiting for a show, slowly faded as Jiang Qiao stood up and moved toward him. Shi Wu stepped back 2 paces. His dad really listened. Dad, why'd he listen to her? Don't touch me. My thigh is fine. As soon as he said that, his loose basketball shorts were pulled up, revealing a noticeable bruise above his knee. Jiang Qiao, with a serious face, lifted his younger son's shirt, revealing 2 deep scratches on his back and several bruises that looked quite alarming. Oh my gosh. Her younger brother loved to fight, but he had never been hurt this badly. As soon as you walked in, your posture was off. Every time the wind blew, your shirt stuck to your skin, and you instinctively tensed up. You kept glancing at the cookies and fruit on the table. Are you not eating enough? Shi Wu's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, that's all true. As twins, Chuyi and her brother didn't have a strong mental connection, but they understood each other quite well. Seeing his reaction, she knew she was right. How amazing! Looking at the person beside her, who was suppressing his anger, Chuyi instinctively sat up straight like Lin He, trying to appear graceful. He looked a bit cool, She wanted to learn from him. Jiang Qiao frowned, surprised by his son's injuries. The youngest was the most mischievous of the three and hated feeling wronged. If he was at a loss, he would want to turn the world upside down. This injury was clearly caused by someone else. Chuyi asked, "Aren't you supposed to run away? Why aren't you leaving?" Hearing his sister mention running away and seeing their dad's lack of reaction, Shiwu realized he had been sold out. "I haven't gotten my revenge yet. I'm not leaving. I was going to run to send Lin Qi away." "What happened?" Jiang Qiao asked again. Shiwu looked genuinely surprised, glancing back and forth at his father, and said in disbelief, "You used to only ask if it could be solved. If I said yes, you wouldn't care. Now you're actually asking me what happened." Jiang Qiao's face darkened. He had wanted to show Lin He that he was a good father to earn some points, but his youngest son had ruthlessly exposed him. This statement sounds like it could cost him dearly. "Stop talking nonsense. If you encounter something you can't solve, I will naturally step in. Why bring up the past now?" Jiang Qiao spoke sternly, glancing at the expressions of those around him, feeling anxious inside. Has He's expression worsened compared to before? Shiwu didn't respond, thinking to himself that it wasn't true. His father just didn't care, and he was used to it. He didn't know why he was trying to impress him now. Thinking this, Shiwu looked at Lin He. If there was one difference from before, it was that there was now another person involved. "Aren't you going to tell us who she is? First, talk about your situation." Lin He usually had a calm personality, becoming even more composed in serious situations, except when it involved family. Especially when it came to her child, from the moment she saw Shiwu's injuries, Lin He had turned into a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Hearing this, Jiang Qiao chimed in, "Quick, tell us your situation." Seeing his brother hesitating, Chuyi urged, "Hurry up." Shiwu. "Why do I feel like both my father and sister are looking up to this woman?" Increasingly curious about Lin He's identity, Shiwu decided to share his own story, which was a bit embarrassing. He lowered his voice and said, "We were tricked into coming here." After running a marathon, Shiwu was quite satisfied with his performance. That evening, he and two classmates who participated in the marathon, along with a new friend they met at the event, decided to go out for dinner. At the table, they talked about their hobbies, and everyone enjoyed playing basketball. The new friend mentioned a basketball training camp happening in Haicheng and showed them a flyer he had seen on the way. The four of them quickly agreed to join together. However, this so-called new friend was actually a sales agent. He was just introducing people to earn a commission and hadn't come to the training camp himself. He only said that to trick Shiwu and the others. The advertisement was also misleading. There were no famous basketball stars coming to guide them. The venue was very small. The Dragon Mountain base seemed to have official backing, appearing formal and impressive, but in reality, it was just a rented space for training. The instructor they had just seen, Teacher Kong, was formerly an unprofessional coach from a now-defunct gym. Shiwu gathered this information by sneaking a look at office documents and listening to conversations among the teachers. The flyer was filled with grand claims, but it was just a makeshift operation. And these people also want to bully and manipulate us. Shiwu said, feeling indignant. 15, who is fearless, intentionally acts out, thinking that the money he tricked others into giving him is easy to spend. He can't just muddle through the training for 20 days without a plan. If it were like what was said before, it would be fine. At most, 15 was just tricked, but things escalated. The person in charge selected class leaders from the students, and it seemed that those chosen were the ones who didn't like 15. They subtly indicated that they could use their authority, and the teachers would definitely support them. As a result, the conflict between 15 and the person in charge turned into a conflict with a few other students. The teenage boys, full of energy, gradually moved from verbal arguments to physical fights, especially with encouragement of the teachers. When 15 mentioned escaping, it was to help Lin Qi leave, but Lin Qi got hurt during the fight, and the teachers refused to give him a break, making things worse. In the end, 15 sneaked out with another student through a blind spot in the surveillance. As soon as they left, the teacher came looking for 15. He almost got caught. According to 15's plan, before the evening room check, He intended to confront the 3 group leaders and 2 class leaders who hurt Lin Qi, and then deal with the teachers who were biased against him. After settling the score, he would run away. 15 spoke quietly and closed the window. The teacher outside couldn't hear what was being said. The young teacher informed the person in charge that Jiang Suiwang's family had come, mentioning that they seemed quite wealthy. The person in charge said that if the students complained, they would just distance themselves from the situation. After all, the ones fighting were the students attending the training, and they were only responsible for poor supervision. If the parents caused trouble, they could call him, and he had ways to handle it. The young teacher felt relieved. Inside the room, 15 blinked and said, "Do you think things are as simple as you say?" Simple? He thought he was explaining it quite complicatedly. Beside him, the first-year student tilted her head, wondering if it was simple. To her, it sounded very complicated. Jiang Qiao placed his hand on Lin He's shoulder and nodded slightly. Lin He understood they were on the same page. "What are you doing?" 15 suddenly jumped up, pointing at his father's inappropriate hand and looking at his sister, saying, "Dad is being touchy with your friend." The first-year student was speechless. Her silly little brother had no sense at all, not even close to her. "She's not my friend," the first-year student whispered in 15's ear. "She's Dad's girlfriend." Of course, her whisper was loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. 15 had many guesses about Lin He's identity, but didn't think too much about it. He even considered that she might be the daughter of his father's benefactor. He didn't know where the benefactor came from, otherwise, how could his father have such a good attitude? He never expected that there was such a connection. 15 blurted out, "An old cow eating tender grass." Jiang Qiao's face darkened. One of his 2 sons was intentionally annoying him, while the other was also causing trouble. Seeing his father's change in expression, 15 quickly composed himself and said, "After so many years, if you want to find her, go ahead. I guess my mom won't blame you. I've said everything I needed to. You all can leave now. I will handle the rest." Lin He sighed. The younger son was quite frustrating. "Do you believe they are waiting for you to act tonight?" "Oh, this son of hers, strong but not very clever." 15, slightly shocked by Lin He's detective-like demeanor, didn't argue and waited for her to continue. Unexpectedly, she suddenly reached for a banana, peeled it, and handed it to him. 15 always thought bananas had no flavor, but this one was giving off a sweet aroma that made his mouth water. After being punished and not eating properly for 2 days, only having porridge for breakfast, he took the banana and took a big bite. It was delicious. Jiang Qiao cleared his throat, pretending to cough, and Lin He understood, grabbing another banana. Seeing her dad and brother eating, Chuyi felt that if she didn't eat a banana, she would be left out. Hearing her daughter hum, Lin He reached for another banana from the fruit bowl. "Jiang Qiao, Chuyi 15, today's bananas are especially sweet." As Lin He looked at her 3 monkeys at home, she smiled slightly. Although they were troublesome, none of them could escape her grasp. 15, having finished his banana first, tossed the peel into the trash can with a basketball-like motion and wiped his mouth, asking, "What did you mean by that earlier? Do your classmates and friends know about you participating in the marathon?" "Yes," he replied, adding that he was confident he could keep going and achieve a good ranking. "Was the person who introduced you to this the one who approached you first?" 15 thought carefully and recalled that the person had talked to him halfway through the run, and that's how they started chatting. Hearing her son confirm this, Lin He felt more certain. "You guys are just a makeshift team, but their base is a serious one. Do you really think the blind spots you mentioned are actual blind spots?" Lin He remembered waiting at the door for Jiang Qiao to register, where the sign clearly stated full coverage surveillance. Even the back forest, which had no one passing through, was clearly monitored, not to mention the back wall where people could enter and exit. "It seems like our escape was a bit too easy." She began to reflect. Normally, when an organization recruits for training, their main goal is to make money. If the recruitment ads don't match reality, they would just kick out any students who cause trouble. They wouldn't let you keep making a fuss and create a series of problems. Chuyi, realizing this, chimed in, "I get it. They have no reason to target she. Their actions don't make sense. Someone must be behind this." Linhee looked at her daughter with approval. It was nice to see her child being so clever. Chuyi happily shook her head a couple of times. It was strange. Just a look of approval made her feel great, even better than if someone had flattered her for ages. The other side must be prepared. Your next move will either backfire on you, or they're plotting something else to trap you, Linhee explained clearly, indicating that the trouble would fall on her son. She was shocked. He realized that what he understood was just the surface, and things were much more complicated than he thought. So, was my participation in the marathon a part of a conspiracy? At this point, even she, who usually avoided thinking deeply, understood what was happening. Do you need help? Linhee said, raising a finger.
Just promise me one simple thing.
She knew that if the other side was already prepared, he couldn't win alone. He wanted to keep things simple, but he wasn't foolish. My dad will help me. He refused to agree to a stranger's condition, even if they offered him a banana. I will help you, but you have to agree to one condition, Jiang Qiao said. She was furious. He knew that the condition would be the same as the one the other person mentioned. Thinking that his sister could help, he looked over, only to see her gazing at the other person with admiration, as if to say, how amazing! How can they be so impressive? Chuyi was indeed impressed. Just by observing and asking a few questions, she had analyzed the situation and got to the core of the issue. If only he could do the same, he wouldn't have to worry about being deceived by insincere people. 1 minute left. If you don't agree, we're leaving, Jiang Qiao urged from the side. Seeing that their father was being so unreasonable, Shiwu complained, Are you really just going to leave without caring about me? Just a moment ago, he said he would help if things couldn't be resolved. Chuyi clicked her tongue, thinking her brother was foolish. Shiwu, these people won't take your life. At most, they will embarrass you and make you suffer a little. But we gave you a chance to choose, and if you refuse, any suffering will be your own fault. After the incident with Han-sun, Chuyi had learned how things worked in their family. No, it should be said that she understood that woman's way of doing things. Dad completely followed her lead. Throwing a tantrum wouldn't help. It's best to accept things when that woman is being reasonable, otherwise. Chuyi recalled her time in the hospital taking care of Han's mother and living with the Han family. Sigh, reality teaches a lesson. Shiwu knew his sister's personality. She always acted on her own and didn't consider others' feelings. As long as she was happy, everything was fine. If she wasn't, nothing would work. Now, his sister was acting like a little lackey beside a big boss. He was her own brother. He glanced over and saw their father nodding in agreement. Shiwu's angry expression froze. What was the use of being a brother if even their father didn't help? He looked at Linhee with a wary gaze and said, Fine, I agree. First, deal with the outside. He would find out who was behind this later. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and a young teacher walked in. It's been almost half an hour. What have you decided? With the reassurance from the person in charge, the young teacher seemed much calmer. We're not leaving. The young teacher smiled broadly and said, Congratulations on making the right choice. Children need to leave their nests and grow away from their parents. We're going to call the police. The motivational speech came to an abrupt halt, and the young teacher's eyes widened in disbelief, doubting he had heard correctly. Linhee smiled, and his agreeable demeanor inexplicably made the young teacher break out in a cold sweat. There must be some misunderstanding. Why don't you talk to our organization's leader first? The young teacher suggested. Parents are supposed to argue a bit first, then make a scene. Calling the police isn't the last step. Why was this parent not following the usual script? Little did the young teacher know, things would get even more unpredictable. Half an hour later, the young teacher called the leader again. Seeing it was Teacher Kang's number, the leader guessed that the visiting parents might be difficult to handle. After the call connected, he directly said, Give the phone to parent. No, Principal Lee, something serious has happened. You need to come quickly. This situation couldn't be resolved over the phone. Even showing up might not help. Principal Lee didn't wait to ask for details before the call was disconnected. The young teacher turned to the police and the base leaders, forcing a smile, and said, Our principal will be here soon. His home is about 20 minutes away. After saying this, he quickly glanced at Lin He, saw that the other person wasn't looking at him, and secretly sighed in relief. Once the other party mentioned calling the police, they dialed the number, and he couldn't stop them. Of course, this was the young teacher's embellished version. In reality, he tried to grab the phone, but Jiang Qiao and Sherwu stood up on either side of him, looking fierce. The young teacher backed down. Seeing Lin He report the incident as a case of institutional harm to minors, they rushed to the base leader's office to file a complaint about the basketball training venue. They claimed the organization was running false advertisements and using the base as a cover to deceive people. The young teacher wasn't worried about these accusations. Their principal had some connections at the base. But soon he changed his mind as the charges grew more serious. Allegations of the organization abusing minors, whether it was directed by the base, and if the entire Longshan base was involved in wrongdoing, painted a picture of a huge criminal operation. With each accusation, the leaders in the office turned pale and asked the teacher what was going on. Initially, the base leaders wanted to pass the buck, suggesting the organization handle the issues with the parents themselves, clearly wanting to avoid involvement and handing the authority over to Principal Lee. Until Lin He mentioned calling the police, stating that the situation couldn't be resolved properly and that they would contact the media. He even waved his phone, saying he had recorded their earlier attempts to shirk responsibility and that it was automatically backed up to the cloud, with the police on their way. After this combination attack, the base leaders and the young teacher accompanied Lin He to wait for the police. When the police arrived and heard Lin He's concerns, they naturally sought out the person in charge for questioning. The young teacher then realized he hadn't contacted the person in charge and hurriedly made the call. It was just like the earlier scene. While waiting for the person in charge to arrive, Lin He had already criticized the organization in front of the police and base leaders, with all 15 teachers from the organization present. Lin He wasn't just ranting. He was making points while discussing the situation. What do you mean unfair? Wasn't corporal punishment set by you? Now it's just pitiful. A bunch of annoying people making a fuss. The student who is being targeted is weak and lying in bed, unable to even walk, and they still won't give him a break. Is this how teachers behave? Just because a muddy fish touches some seawater doesn't mean it's seafood. Some teachers tried to argue back, but in the end, they couldn't say a word against Lin He. They really were in the wrong. Yet Lin He didn't shout or scream. She calmly explained the situation, but her words were quite harsh. On the sofa against the wall, the three men watched Lin He debate with the teachers. Initially, all three wanted to help, but when they realized it wasn't needed, they just found a place to sit. She's amazing. The first-year student was filled with envy, wondering when she could be like that. Jiang Qiao felt proud. He was the best. Who is she anyway? Sherwu had already asked this several times, but unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. His father and sister were focused ahead, completely ignoring him. Sherwu was a bit surprised. He thought the other side would use his father's position to pressure the organization and deal with everyone. But in reality, they didn't use his father's identity at all, nor did they even have him step in. Looking at his father, then at his sister, and then at himself, he suddenly felt that the three of them were quite useless. What's going on here? Principal Lee arrived late. Hey, what brings you here, Captain Jiang? After greeting the base leaders, Principal Lee and the police looked quite familiar with each other. Oh, so it's an acquaintance? Acquaintances are easier to deal with. Lin He chimed in sarcastically.
He knew it.
Captain Jiang was genuinely afraid of this young girl. When Principal Lee greeted him, he sensed trouble, and sure enough, he was mocked. Miss Lin, please don't misunderstand. We have video footage of everything. We will handle it fairly, in line with our uniforms, Captain Jiang said seriously. He had only met Principal Lee once at a dinner, so they weren't close. Captain Jiang, don't get it wrong. I was talking about that acquaintance. Lin He pointed her chin at the base leader. Just moments ago, Principal Lee had called the base leader Brother Liu, and Lin He heard it clearly. The base leader was still thinking about how Xiao Li knew the police, but unexpectedly, the trouble had turned back to him, recalling Lin He's earlier comments about the organization being deceptive and possibly testing the waters. He stepped forward and quickly clarified, "Miss Lin, please don't speak carelessly. The base strictly enforces regulations. If Principal Lee truly violates the rules or the law, the base will definitely support the right path." Principal Lee frowned. Who was this young woman that she could make them distance themselves from him with just one sentence? Looking at the teachers in the room, they all appeared pale and defeated. "Can someone tell me the specific situation?" The young teacher suddenly remembered that in his panic, he had forgotten to explain the background to the principal. Checking his phone, he saw numerous messages from the principal asking what was happening. Had the parents caused a scene? There were over 20 messages. His phone was on silent. The police explained the situation to Principal Lee. "Our organization will definitely cooperate with the investigation. We may have some responsibility for the child's injuries due to inadequate supervision, but we do not accept blame for other issues. As for false advertising, our initial plan was indeed as stated, but plans change. This falls under a personal economic contract dispute, and we can sit down and discuss it. If you are not satisfied, you can file a complaint." No wonder he could become a principal. He remained calm in a crisis, providing reasons one after another. Lin He was not there to participate in a debate. She turned to the base leaders and said, "He admitted to false advertising." This indirectly confirmed that the organization was indeed operating under the base's name. "Miss Lin, our base is only responsible for renting the venue and is not part of their organization's leadership. We cannot manage this matter. We will communicate about their use of the base's name later." She nudged Chuyi with his elbow. "This is bad. The situation is turning against us." Chuyi's eyes flashed with concern. Yes, what could they do if they were faced with such unreasonable arguments? Now, in Chuyi and Shi's eyes, Lin He was part of their team, united against the external enemy. This was also what Lin He wanted, to bring her son and daughter closer to her, without them realizing it. Jiang Qiao was completely unconcerned. His he was capable of much more. "Sure enough," Lin He said, "it seems reasoning won't work with you." Hearing this, Chuyi's eyes lit up. So, the woman was just starting to prepare to be unreasonable. Is the base's fire safety up to standard? Are all the procedures complete? Lin He glared at the base leaders and then turned her gaze to Principal Lee. Are all the teachers' qualifications in order? The cafeteria of the entire base is suspected of food safety issues. About 10 minutes later, Lin He pointed out all the possible problems throughout the base. By the end, not only the base leaders and Principal Lee, but even the officers recording with their equipment couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Why did you provoke her? This lady clearly knows the law. She must be a law student. The officers straightened their posture, adjusting their uniforms. The base leaders didn't expect Lin He to be so difficult. They were sure the base had all the proper procedures, but if other areas were checked, they would definitely find some issues. Even if they were minor, with a formal complaint, it wouldn't end well. He remembered that this young lady mentioned wanting to contact the media. The recordings were already uploaded to the cloud, and she probably had some skills in this area. With a face like that, she might even be a social media influencer. If things escalated, the impact on the base would be immeasurable. At that moment, the base leader considered abandoning Principal Lee. Principal Lee was also feeling overwhelmed. He could clearly see the base leader's wavering attitude. When reasoning fails, it often leads to either aggression or illegal action. Lin He, being so law-abiding, would certainly choose the latter. "Principal Lee, don't think you can just quietly start over after this training session. Those you've wronged will be watching you closely. This leader Liu, in such a beautiful place like Longshan, how would you feel if it became known as a scam base?" Lin He had lived long enough to not let anyone act unreasonably in front of her. They could try, but it would only lead to their own downfall. Principal Lee's arrogance stemmed from the fact that his institution's bad reputation didn't matter to him. He could just change the name and continue, as there would always be new students to take advantage of. But if someone like Lin He was keeping a close watch, it would be a real challenge. In the past, Principal Lee would have chosen to settle things quietly, refunding people to make them leave without a fuss. But with Lin He, Principal Lee wiped his face, hiding his uncooperative demeanor, and forced a smile, saying, "Miss Lin, if there's any misunderstanding, let's discuss it. Communication is the best way to solve problems, right? Now you're willing to communicate?" Lin he sighed. "There are countless ways to deal with you, and you surrendered after just the first one." Principal Lee's lips twitched at her lingering expression, which he found truly infuriating. Finally, Lin He and Principal Lee went to another office to talk. About 20 minutes later, they came out, and it seemed they had reached an agreement. The police also took statements from others, including the students who fought with Shi. When Lin He left the office, she was surprised to see several students standing at the corridor door. It was a terrible sight. Some had swollen faces, bandaged wrists hanging from their necks, and others had dark circles under their eyes with bumps on their heads. Lin He looked at her younger son. She lifted his face. He was the one who fought. In that moment, Lin He understood what Jiang Qiao meant when he said her son was not one to back down. She pulled Shi's arm and brought him in front of the other 5 classmates. Lin He said, "Tell me what started this conflict. They are just being mean, targeting me. At first, they tried to block me and hit me, but when I fought back, they started making things difficult for my 2 classmates." Suddenly recalling what Lin He had just said to the teachers, she added, "They are acting like bullies." "That's not true. They targeted you because you mocked us, saying we are country bumpkins." Teenage boys are at a stage where they want to stand out and hate being called names. They even feel embarrassed if someone calls them a teacher's pet. When did I ever say you were country bumpkins? I never mock others based on their background. Mr. Zhang said it. Ms. Li heard it too. The students moving sports equipment into the office overheard the teacher's conversation clearly. They were angry and wanted to confront Shi to teach him a lesson. The 2 sides quickly clashed, and soon they were in a heated argument. When the teachers heard Zhengwu mention them, they immediately looked at Principal Lee, realizing he had encouraged them to speak up. "You must have misunderstood. We never said that. You definitely heard wrong." The 2 teachers denied it, knowing they had no choice but to deny it. "That's impossible. We didn't hear wrong. Even if we did, it couldn't be that 5 people heard it wrong together." Seeing the teachers still denying it, Zhengwu asked Shi, "You looked down on us, so you soaked our forms and stuck them on the table." "That was because your forms blew off the table and got wet, and I picked them up. After we became class monitors, you deliberately caused trouble for us, making our tasks harder and delaying our training. That was a task assigned to me by the teacher. It's not my fault I couldn't finish it, so why does it concern you?" As each person spoke, they realized in the end that it was all a misunderstanding. They looked at each other, suddenly unsure of what to say. Lin He knew that the misunderstandings were largely caused by the other teachers, who played an essential role in creating conflict among the children. They intentionally made the kids see each other as rivals. "I'm sorry, we misunderstood," said Zhengwu, who was straightforward. He had thought that Shiwu was looking for trouble, but now that he realized it was a misunderstanding, he apologized even after being beaten badly. "I also had my faults in the past." "I'm sorry," Shiwu said, softening his tone upon realizing it was all a misunderstanding and that the other side was willing to apologize. The group found a bond through their conflict. Seeing the children's misunderstandings resolved, Lin He looked at Principal Lee, who reluctantly stepped forward and said, "This time, the organization did not handle the situation well. We will fully refund the fees collected for the training. The situations of a few students are special, and the organization will provide compensation." Zhengwu and his friends were extremely happy. They loved basketball and had worked hard to earn the money to attend the training. After realizing they weren't learning much, they wanted to leave but were reluctant to lose their tuition. Now that they could get a refund, it was fantastic. Shiwu didn't feel much about this sweet deal. Was it about money? He now thought that Zhengwu and the others were okay, but the organization was truly despicable. They couldn't let this go. Shiwu waited for Lin He to take action again, but instead, Lin He communicated with the police for a while and then exchanged a few polite words before leaving. Leaving? Sitting in the car, Shiwu hesitated to speak, and Chuyi followed suit. Jiang Qiao was pouring water for Lin He and offering him wet wipes to clean his hands. being incredibly attentive. Is that it? Chuyi angrily echoed Sherwoo's sentiments. Those teachers are no good. Are we just going to let this go? As they watched the car drive out of the scenic area, the siblings couldn't sit still. Weren't they just talking about a hidden agenda? This abrupt ending was too frustrating. First, let's talk about our previous agreement. In 5 days, there will be an event at Anan's school, and our family will attend. When Sherwoo heard it was related to Jiang An, his expression showed some reluctance. Since it was an agreement made earlier, he reluctantly said, "Got it." He narrowed his eyes. Did his younger son have a conflict with Jiang An? Yes, they had argued together that day. Regarding the training camp, the matter is certainly not over. This statement immediately captured the full attention of Chuyi and Sherwoo. Those people are indeed despicable, but the real culprit is the one behind the scenes. That's right. I need to find out who is plotting against me, and I will make that person pay. Sherwoo clenched his fists. In my conversation with Principal Lee, he admitted that the issue with Sherwoo was due to money. Chuyi, why do you think I needed to talk to Principal Lee alone in his office? After a moment of thought, Chuyi quickly replied, because only in a private conversation would Principal Lee reveal the truth. In front of a crowd, he would never admit to such things.
Exactly.
He gave Chuyi a thumbs up. It was great to see her daughter thinking from others' perspectives, rather than just her own. Flattered, Chuyi smiled, thinking she would soon be just as impressive. Why did Principal Lee throw Xingwu and the others under the bus? Because this way they can shift the blame, and any issues will seem like conflicts among students. Right now, what good does it do us to pursue the teachers? If we want to find a way to address this, we must not misidentify the enemy. The real target is the person behind it all, and even Principal Lee is just in this. He continued, my request to Principal Lee is to resolve the issue of false advertising and refund the tuition fees. If many students withdraw, the teachers will no longer be needed, and how to handle the teachers will then be a conflict between Principal Lee and them. These teachers lack proper qualifications and will face fines. If they lose their jobs, they won't be able to return to the training camp. Although Principal Lee seems to have weathered the storm, his relationship with the base has soured. He has caused trouble for the base, and no matter how much he tries to appease the base leader, Lu Go, his own interests are what truly matter. He carefully explained the situation to the two children. Others might see it as a chance to show mercy, but the consequences for those people would not be good, and they wouldn't be able to rely on the Jiang family. Seeking temporary relief is a false solution, preventing them from harming others in the future, with a long-term effect of retaliation, is the real way to fight back. Sherwoo and Chuyi listened in silence, realizing for the first time that things could be handled this way. In the past, they felt joy when they were happy and sadness when they were sad. Just like the situation at the Longshan base, the siblings wanted a conclusion where the teacher would cry and admit their mistakes, while Principal Lee would kneel and beg for forgiveness, and the base leaders would acknowledge their failures and apologize. This was the outcome they initially wanted, but after hearing He's words, they realized that while they enjoyed the surface-level satisfaction, it didn't mean much in the end. However, the conclusion he created was something that would feel satisfying and worth reflecting on. Principal Lee said that the person who asked him for help was Lin-san, his classmate from middle school, who gave him a reward of 200,000 yuan for his efforts. Principal Lee thought it was just dealing with a child, so he agreed without hesitation, believing the money was easy to obtain. But it turned out that money doesn't come easily. Next, we need to investigate Lin-san and the person you met during the marathon. You'll need your dad's help for that. He wasn't one to take on everything herself, so she left the follow-up work to Jiang Qiao, the father. 15 looked at He with a complicated expression and asked, why do you have the same name as my mom? Knowing He's name and her relationship with his father, 15 kept asking who she was. He was genuinely curious about how someone like her suddenly appeared in his father's life. Do you have doubts about me? He asked, and not only did 15 nod, but Chuyi also nodded along. She still didn't fully understand He, the woman who made her father obey her so easily. Where did she come from? He smiled and said, if you want to know more about me, let's spend more time together. Over time, you'll learn everything. 15 and Chuyi each had their own houses, and they rarely returned to the Jiang home. Although they were family, they only saw each other a handful of times each year. So, the servants were quite surprised to see the young lady and the second young master coming home to stay. Chuyi had her reasons for returning home. She had run away because of Han Sun and had even removed her SIM card, cutting off all contact. Now that she had sorted out her relationship with him and posted an announcement on the campus forum, her friends were curious about what happened. She didn't want to face their curiosity, so she decided to hide at home for a while. 15, on the other hand, had no choice. Given the situation at the base, it was clear that there were people around him with bad intentions. Every classmate and friend was a suspect, so he decided to wait until his father found out the truth before interacting with them. Thus, he felt comfortable staying at home with Chuyi. Jiang Manhwa has lost her mind. Netizens no longer call her editor Yum. They refer to her as the crazy lady. The rumors turned out to be true. After Jiang Manhwa called out to various celebrities on Weibo, the fashion event was confirmed to be in trouble. Congratulations on winning Best Actor last month. I personally decided to feature you on the cover of Yum magazine last year, which means you should definitely come to the fashion event. Atlin fan, your new song is great. Why not perform at the Yum fashion event instead of just singing on a variety show? By Mo, not satisfied with your recent scripts. Many producers will be at the Yum celebration, and you could find better opportunities. At Yang Lulu, Jiang Manhwa tagged each celebrity who was supposed to attend but didn't show up. Her messages were straightforward and blunt, and each post sparked lively discussions among netizens. The tagged celebrities were taken aback, and their agents were confused, not expecting Jiang Manhwa to be so bold. They didn't know how to respond. It seemed like Jiang Manhwa had lost her mind, but in reality, she was trying to protect herself. After confirming that the so-called new girlfriend was Lin He herself, Jiang Manhwa began having nightmares every night, fearing Lin He would take revenge on her. Then, after learning from Han Sun that their situation had been discovered by the Jiang family, Jiang Manhwa lived in constant fear. She felt doomed. Jiang Manhwa decided to save herself. She needed to stay in the public eye. This is just the first step of her plan. If this event can attract attention, she is willing to play the fool. Next, she will slowly reveal her connection to the Jiang family, making it seem like her wild behavior was forced by Jiang Qiao. Once she gets into trouble, Jiang Qiao will be implicated. Then she will communicate with headquarters to transfer out of the Greater China region. The Jiang group has branches abroad, which are significant, but they can't compare to their influence at home. She will find a chance to establish connections abroad for support. She needs to survive. While Jiang Qiao and Lin He have no plans to deal with Jiang Manhwa, the latter is already scaring himself. If Jiang Manhwa is this anxious, how much more so is Han Sun? After meeting Jiang Qiao, Han Sun can't shake off that contemptuous glance. When he realizes they are enemies, he desperately finds that no matter what he does, he feels powerless. He doesn't even need Jiang Qiao to do anything. Just that initial announcement is enough to make him suffer. First, he lost his job. When he got that job, it was because of his connection to the initial announcement. The company was run by a friend of his, and without that connection, he wouldn't have gotten the job at his age and experience level. Working there would have added valuable experience for future job searches. After the initial announcement about their breakup, that friend naturally wouldn't help Han Sun anymore, and the company found a reason to let him go. This is just one of Han Sun's troubles. The student council also informed him that his previous scholarship and financial aid documents were incomplete. He either needs to complete them or he won't receive aid next semester. The scholarships and financial aid were issued in the name of the initial announcement, and now that the initial announcement is unwilling to help, the student council has to clarify this with Han Sun. If Han Sun thinks there's an issue, he can consult with the teachers, but he must submit all the required documents. Because he initially didn't submit everything, the initial announcement had to find ways to help him. Many applications required his father to provide proof, such as a certificate from his village. Han Sun has no idea who to ask for that proof or how to contact his hometown. If he asks his father, The latter will help, but only if Han-sun gives him all the money he received. Knowing his father's nature, Han-sun decides to give up. After learning about this, the initial announcement paid out of her own pocket to protect Han-sun's pride and asked others to keep quiet. In truth, Han-sun knows that the scholarships and financial aid he received were all from the initial announcement. He just pretends not to know. With all these issues piling up, Han-sun was about to go crazy. It's still the holiday, and he can't imagine how many problems await him when school starts again. Han-sun used to find dealing with Chuyi annoying, but when she became distant and took away all her previous affection, he realized how much he had been cared for. The only solution to the current dilemma is to win Chuyi back.
I'm sorry, Chuyi.
You're so good, but I was terrible. Han-sun replied at the bottom of the post, causing the discussion to take a turn. What started as teasing turned into speculation about love and hate. It seemed like there was more to their story than just a simple fallout. Chuyi hadn't logged into the school network, so she learned about this the next day when Zhao Qing messaged her. Have you softened up? Zhao Qing was the only person Chuyi had been in touch with lately, mainly because she didn't ask too many questions. What do you mean by soften up? Chuyi sent a confused emoji. Zhao Qing sent a screenshot of Han-sun's reply from the school network, along with some other discussions below. Chuyi angrily hit her bed, thinking, what nonsense is he talking about? He really can act. Chuyi planned to confront Han-sun when school reopened. She had to get back what she had given away. Looking at Han-sun's actions, Chuyi thought about her past self. Did he really think she could be easily swayed with just a few words like before? Chuyi, don't act impulsively. Everyone is discussing or gossip. Don't give them more material. Zhao Qing was anxious, regretting bringing it up when she thought about Chuyi's impulsive nature. Chuyi was upset and replied to Han-sun's comment. Being careless could create rumors about herself. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Seeing this response, Zhao Qing was still worried. She kept refreshing the school network. If she hadn't gone on vacation, she could have gone to Chuyi's house. Now, there was no way to stop it. Zhao Qing refreshed for about 10 minutes, and besides the anonymous classmates gossiping, there was no reply from Chuyi. Given Chuyi's typing speed, she could have easily written hundreds of words by now. So, she really wasn't acting impulsively. Then, she saw an anonymous reply. Han-sun is quite interesting pretending to be a romantic. As someone in the know, I can summarize their situation. Chuyi sees Han-sun as a buddy, while Han-sun wants to be a rising star. It's basically a story of I see you as a friend, but you want more. Is what you said true, or just your guess? Of course it's true. It is said that Han-sun wanted Chuyi to help him pay off his father's $1 million gambling debt. When Chuyi discovered the trickery, she realized he wasn't a good person and cut ties with him immediately. The upstairs gossip seems a bit biased against the girl, but I think the core of the story hasn't changed. The girl definitely sees Han-sun as more than just a friend. There were some feelings involved. However, when she found out about his character, she decided to end things. I agree. Among all the previous speculations, this one seems the most credible. A long string of classmates also chimed in with their agreement, believing the insider's information to be reliable and reasonable. Zhao Qing's expression changed from surprise to realization. She recognized the IDs of the two people chatting. She was 80% sure they were Chuyi's alternate account. The gossip contained information even she didn't know, which could only have come from Chuyi herself. Daughter, what are you looking at on your phone? Grandpa and the others have already arrived at the scenic spot. Mom, Chuyi has suddenly become so smart. Zhao Qing exclaimed. If only one person had shared the gossip, it would have been unbelievable, and many would have refuted it, possibly making things worse. But with a small alternate account questioning it, the conversation between the two accounts stayed within a manageable range and guided the discussion. This made the credibility shoot up to 99%. Just look at all the classmates agreeing below. It shows how effective it was. It turns out a person can really grow so quickly in a short time. Zhao Qing didn't go into detail with her mother about what happened. She promised to keep Han Sun's situation a secret from Chuyi. Her mom might hear about it from other sources later, but she wouldn't say anything. She wanted to uphold her friendship. Of course, Zhao's mother didn't press for more information. She recalled the bright face from the banquet and asked, "How is Chuyi getting along with Miss Lin?" "It seems to be going well." Previously, Chuyi referred to that woman in a much harsher way, but now she used she instead. As a friend, Zhao Qing could tell Chuyi's attitude had softened. That girl is clever. It's only a matter of time before she wins over Jiang Qiao and charms Chuyi. Just remember not to speak ill of Miss Lin. As for your observation that Chuyi has become smarter, it must be due to Miss Lin's guidance. Zhao Qing had known Chuyi since childhood. Why hadn't she noticed this change before? Wasn't Miss Lin the one who had scolded Chuyi in the lounge before? Children really do need a proper elder to guide them. Miss Lin, who seemed gentle and delicate, turned out to be quite complex after the banquet. Zhao's mother was right in her guess. This was indeed the influence of Lin He. If it were the old Chuyi, Zhao Qing's concerns would have been entirely justified. Now, in her first year of middle school, she has experienced the Han Sun incident and observed how Lin He handles things at the training base. She remembers the idea of using strength against strength. She tried it herself and saw the comments below starting to criticize Han Sun, calling him two-faced, acting one way in front of her while being different behind the scenes. She knew she had succeeded. It felt great to turn things around using her own intelligence, without relying on money or power. The sense of achievement was so big. Then, she became even more eager to learn. "Go ahead. What's up?" Lin He made a cup of strong tea. She was a bit tired from staying up late to draw comics, but even in her fatigue, she noticed something different about her. "Nothing much," she said innocently, blinking her eyes. 15, who was watching TV, took a bite of an apple and cheerfully pointed out, "You've been following her around all afternoon. It's strange if there's nothing going on." She shot her brother a glare and then emphasized to Lin He, "Really, it's nothing. She just wanted to learn." She had already decided to stop drinking milk tea and coffee and would only drink tea from now on. Quickly glancing at Lin He, she thought that drinking tea seemed more sophisticated and made her look smarter. "She's copying you, I saw it. The way you hold the teacup is just like that." 15 mimicked the pose and added, "My sister is learning from your actions, and now her hands look like claws." Jiang Wang, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. If you're so capable, go find friends to play with. Now you're too scared to even step outside. TSK, what a timid one. I'm just trying not to trouble Dad. It's my filial piety. Ha, filial piety. That's laughable. The siblings began their usual banter, and Lin He watched with a smile. Although the twins often bickered, it was clear there was no real conflict between them. At the same time, Lin He noticed another issue. The two kids called Jiang Qiao Dad affectionately, but there was no real closeness. In the 2 days since the kids moved back, they seemed carefree, but when Jiang Qiao was around, they instinctively became more reserved. For example, during their current argument, they would never bicker like this in front of Jiang Qiao. When discussing any issues, they would bargain with him, but if his expression turned cold, the kids clearly became fearful. It felt more like an instinctive reaction, or perhaps a stress response. Looking at Jiang Qiao with the kids, Lin He didn't see anything wrong, but inside, she felt a bit uneasy. It seemed like their home was shrouded in a faint, dark mist. 15 years is still too long. Lin He thought it was okay. Her most important family members were there, and all the darkness could be blown away. "Are you two ready to go into your brother's school with me first, or will you go in with Dad later?" Lin He had already discussed this with Jiang Qiao. As a guest invited by the school, he would enter with the other distinguished guests, and Lin He didn't want to mix in. She preferred to walk around the campus and see the places where An had studied over the years. They would split up to do their own things and meet again during the ceremony. After Jiang Qiao made a series of shameless requests, Lin He agreed, and he did too. Lin He hadn't been sleeping well these days. Staying up late to draw comics was part of it, but someone was the real troublemaker. Lin He had asked Jiang An if she could bring her younger siblings, but Jiang An didn't respond. Later that night, he sent Lin He 2 tickets through a delivery service. Single tickets. Still no Jiang Qiao. I'm going with you. The first-year student didn't even think and immediately made a choice. I'm going with Dad. The 15-year-old quickly said, as he didn't want to walk with two women. There was too much going on. He had fully realized who was in charge at home. He didn't expect Dad to be so controlled by his wife. Whatever she said went. He wanted to cause some trouble, but his sister wasn't on his side. She acted tough but was almost a fan of that woman. Whatever that woman did, she copied. The most shocking thing was that he heard Jiang An call that woman Mom. That was terrifying. During the days he stayed at home, he hadn't found a moment to be alone with his father. This trip to school was an opportunity. He wouldn't be fooled by that woman. As the only clear-headed person in the family, he had a duty to wake his father up. Thinking about that woman's behavior at the base, the 15-year-old reminded himself to be cautious. Lin He was unaware of the drama in his heart. She said, "All right, then tomorrow, the first-year student will go with me, and the 15-year-old will go with your dad." The first-year student's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then he pretended to be reserved and said, "Dad is really boring. It might be better to go with you." Lin He thought about the auction incident and smiled slightly. "Don't worry. That day will be very interesting." Attending the event wasn't her main goal. She was just trying to create an opportunity for her son. "Good boy. Mom is here to support you." At the school, Jiang An, who was preparing for tomorrow's event, sneezed loudly. Jiang An already knew about the bet. "Hey, Jiang An, if those two younger students lose, they probably won't have time for classes all semester." The boy with the spiky hair dribbled the basketball as he approached, then exchanged smirks with the two behind him. It seemed like they were talking about the younger students, but they were actually mocking Jiang An. How can they still believe in fairy tales at their age? Which rich kid doesn't have a sports car? Which rich kid doesn't have the latest phone? Which rich kid is crammed into a 4-person dorm? Jiang Qiao may have left, but his influence remains. His friends still find joy in teasing Jiang An. They don't believe he comes from a wealthy background. Look at him now, still doing menial tasks.
Zufu, Yehui, Gao Ming.
Jiang An pointed at them. "You did pretty well on the exam a couple of days ago." Jiang An's words made all three of them change their expressions. They had been sharing answers. Cheating on the exam and repeatedly breaking school rules could lead to serious consequences.
"What are you talking about?"
"Don't slander us." Their tone was still arrogant, but their faces showed clear panic. "Do you dare to bet again?" They were betting that he had no evidence to report them. Winning would just be a verbal victory, but losing could mean serious trouble. The two behind Zhu Fu were already having second thoughts. It wasn't worth risking their futures for a moment of bravado. "I don't know what you're talking about. Let's go." Zhu Fu was all talk, but now he was caught off guard. "Did I say you could leave?" Jiang An continued to organize his materials, focused and calm, speaking slowly. His voice was soft, but it was clear to the three of them. In the past, when they mocked Jiang An, he would walk away without a glance. But this time was different, because Lin He was coming. Jiang An didn't care about the barking of others. Their childish taunts about his family's wealth didn't bother him. Who would want to engage with barking dogs? But now it mattered because his mom was coming. Jiang An didn't want Lin He to worry about his school life, so he decided to set an example to prevent these people from speaking carelessly in front of her tomorrow. "What do you want?" Zhu Fu's confidence was fading. Jiang An's attitude showed he really had evidence. "Don't do anything foolish tomorrow, or I will take this seriously." Jiang An's calm warnings sounded oddly ominous. Previously, they never realized how frightening Jiang An was. His sharp gaze sent shivers down their spines. What counts as a foolish act? The three didn't ask, feeling that it would make them seem foolish. They thought they were being considerate by only mocking Jiang An himself and never involving his family. Zhu Fu was right about one thing. The jokes were always about Jiang An's false humility and his shabby appearance. If he had involved his family, he wouldn't be so calm. Zhang could mention it once, but then he dropped out and disappeared. "Who are you trying to scare?"
Zufu mattered.
Jiang An glanced over, but said nothing, continuing with his work. The three stood there for 3 minutes, realizing Jiang An had no intention of speaking. "We're leaving," Chao Meng said loudly behind Zhu Fu. Jiang An ignored them, but also didn't make any more threats. The three exchanged glances and walked away. After turning the corner and ensuring Jiang An couldn't see them, they all sighed in relief. Suddenly, their expressions changed to one of discomfort. Why did they feel like they had just escaped danger? Were they scared of Jiang An? They felt uneasy but wouldn't dare go back to confront him. Let's see if he can still smile tomorrow. He's probably scared of being embarrassed tomorrow, so he's taking it out on us. People like him, who act secretly, are the worst. He might be watching us when we don't notice. The three were filled with righteous anger. If they knew they were scared by baseless accusations, they would probably be upset for days. No one can predict everything, not even Jiang An. His harsh words yesterday were meant to stop others from bothering his mother, but it seemed to have backfired. The three had conveyed Jiang An's attitude to others, who were understandably upset. Who was he trying to threaten? But to actually speak ill of a mother was too cruel. In the end, others decided to retaliate against Jiang An and make him embarrassed. Starting from the school anniversary event, the group that had made bets organized a welcoming team to wait at the entrance for Jiang An's parents. They wanted to publicly expose Jiang An's hypocrisy, knowing that many naive students could be deceived by his appearance. Today, they planned to make a big scene and ensure Jiang An faced public humiliation at school. To make their actions seem justified, they bought water out of their own pockets to give away for free to those entering the campus. They also secretly checked the registration list to find Jiang An's parents. Tickets 87 and 101 have appeared, so we can rule out these two numbers. The boy with light brown hair glanced at Lin He's registration form, saw her invitation ticket numbers, and quietly told the person behind him, who marked off those two numbers in a notebook. Lin He had always had sharp hearing, and even in a noisy environment, she could catch their conversation. When the president gave Jiang An the tickets, it was before the 23rd. At that time, the ticket numbers in the president's hands were 36 to 127, so we have already ruled out half. Why are Jiang An's parents so late? Usually, families prepare early for such celebrations and arrive on time. Lin He raised an eyebrow. Were they looking for her? What are you recording? Lin He, with her keen ears, noticed that the crossed-out numbers in the notebook matched her ticket number. Curious, she asked. Chuyi had a deceptively innocent face, and when she widened her eyes, she looked completely naive, her eyes clear and bright. The innocent appearance made people lower their guard. We're looking for someone to expose a liar. Seeing Chuyi still tilting her head in confusion, the boy taking notes smiled gently and explained, "There's someone who pretends to be a rich second generation. Today, his parents are coming, and we plan to reveal his lie." The boy's brief summary made Lin He understand what was happening right away. Remembering Zheng Ke's words, Lin He thought to herself that her and must be quite low-key at school. You and your sister definitely have nothing to do with him, so we marked off those ticket numbers. Lin He was about to respond with a smile when she saw Jiang An walking over in the distance. She waved her hand and called out in an "Over here."
Who?
Who was she calling? That name sounded both strange and familiar. Everyone followed her gaze and saw Jiang An approaching. An? The beautiful sisters followed Jiang An. Everyone exchanged glances, unable to believe that the plan they had discussed late into the night was so ineffective. They had tried to use the appearance of Jiang An's parents to confirm that he was lying all along. The fundamental requirement of this plan was that Jiang An had given those two tickets to his own parents. Now, it was clear that this was not the case. Why hadn't they thought of this? Because those two younger students had been so confident. Everyone assumed it was Jiang An's parents who had come. Moreover, Jiang An wanted the parent admission tickets. Which of those two young girls could be Jiang An's parent? Not only was the plan a complete failure, but everyone was also confused. TSK, it seems you're not very popular at school. Chuyi casually mocked while looking around. Have you eaten breakfast? The event starts at noon. There are food stalls over there and an art exhibition over here. Jiang An ignored Chuyi's words and patiently introduced the campus to Lin He. Chuyi pouted and kicked a pebble by the roadside as she walked. Then, she noticed a group of people following behind her. Normally, Chuyi wouldn't know anyone else in the school besides Jiang An, but they had just met. "We have a bunch of followers behind us. It's that group of people from the entrance," Chuyi said to Lin He, deliberately turning her back to Jiang An, not wanting to acknowledge him. "Here's the thing, after the last auction, 2 younger students who were with me came back." Without Lin He asking, Jiang An explained everything to her, of course skipping the part about looking for trouble and only mentioning the bet with those 2 younger students. Smart as Lin He was, she knew that every person betting against those 2 younger students was Jiang Qiao. They looked down on An. Seeing Lin He frown, Jiang An added, "I don't care about them at all. If their childish behavior affected me even a little, I would have dealt with it long ago. I usually ignore them because spending time on them feels like a waste." Then Jiang An awkwardly changed the subject. Uncle Nodi originally said he would come, but he suddenly had something come up. "Your dad did that." Lin He knew very well how petty Jiang Qiao could be. After An gave her 1 ticket and the other to Nodi, she was sure Nodi wouldn't be able to come. "He's really petty." Jiang An openly spoke ill of his father. Nodi was touched that Jiang An met him and established a strong friendship, even inviting him to the campus event. After he couldn't come due to a sudden issue, Nodi called Jiang An for a long time, expressing how regretful he was. In reality, Jiang An didn't feel regretful at all. When he gave the tickets, his purpose wasn't to have Nodi come but to speak badly about his father. Dad controlling others' lives to satisfy his own desires, isn't that a bit wrong? Chuyi suddenly spoke up. This was the angle Jiang An originally intended to take when applying eye drops. It didn't matter if she didn't say it herself, the effect would be the same. "You can go home and ask your dad about this question. Let's see how he answers, okay?" Lin He's attitude confused Jiang, and was she angry or not? Did she take it to heart? Since that was the case, she would ask her dad when she got home. If her dad got angry, she would just blame Jiang An.
Chuyi thought this way.
The group behind didn't seem interested in asking questions, and Jiang An didn't look back at them either. Since that was the case, Chuyi also chose not to look back. It didn't concern her anyway. The group quietly followed behind, not making any rash moves, wanting to observe the situation further. While the students were being so calm, the teachers became more anxious. Lin He and Jiang An walked along the roadside when a passing female teacher suddenly called out to Jiang An, saying, "Why are you wandering around the campus instead of helping in the auditorium?" Her tone was quite stern. The group of followers took advantage of this moment to move closer, eager to hear their conversation. "I was just helping in the auditorium, not in charge. On the day of the school celebration, wherever I am, I have the rights of a student." What did she mean by wandering around? How ignorant. Jiang An was usually quiet. He just didn't want to talk, not that he couldn't. The female teacher was left speechless by his rebuttal. Jiang Qiao dropping out was his own choice. "Is it fun for you to come and trouble me instead of asking him why?" This wasn't the first time the female teacher targeted Jiang An. Since Jiang Qiao dropped out, she had frequently made remarks that belittled Jiang An, believing he was the cause of Jiang Qiao's troubles. "Is he your friend?" Teacher Rui was 36 this year. Though middle-aged, she still had charm. Her husband ran a tutoring center across from the university, and they had a good relationship. Students often called them a perfect couple. But had Teacher Rui cheated? With her own student? That was shocking. How could Jiang An know about this? The female teacher was even more convinced that Jiang Qiao's dropout was somehow related to Jiang An. As she thought about what threatening words to use to silence Jiang An, her gaze shifted to the flower bed behind them. About 10 students were crouched by the greenery, all with excited expressions as if they had just heard a big scoop. They had overheard. The female teacher bit her lower lip, losing all color, and glared at Jiang An, saying, "Don't say nonsense. You don't need your ID to check hotel records, but you know there are cameras in hotels, right?" Hearing Jiang An's words, the female teacher thought he had hacked the hotel's surveillance and copied the video. She didn't dare to provoke him further and quickly left after saying not to speak carelessly next time. The onlookers remained silent. Teacher Rue had a fierce temper. If the situation were false, how could she leave so dejectedly after being accused? Everyone began to believe Jiang An's words, and their perspective changed. How did he have such reliable information? They spent most of their time with Jiang Qiao and hadn't noticed anything. Does she always cause you trouble? Lin he asked softly. It's not really trouble, Jiang An replied casually. She wasn't his mentor. She just gave him a cold look when he visited the office. This was their first direct conflict. Lin he didn't pursue the topic further and glanced at the group. Have you seen your dad? He arrived before me and Chuyi. The eavesdropping crowd perked up. Dad? Jiang An's dad was here? They had been watching the entrance for visitors and hadn't spotted anyone fitting Jiang An's father's description. Their supposedly foolproof plan had several mistakes. They hadn't recognized the two young girls, but they didn't even notice Jiang An's father? Other students thought they hadn't seen Jiang An's father because he was too different from what they imagined. Could Jiang An's father be an old man? They remembered there were 4 or 5 elderly people who had come earlier. They had no idea that Jiang Qiao didn't enter through the main gate, but was personally received by the principal and others in the lobby, with the car driving straight onto campus. At that moment, the group realized their target was too prominent to hide. Teacher Rue had even glared at them when she walked by. Hey, beautiful ladies. What's your relationship with Jiang An? A breeze tousled Li Shiyang's hair as he felt quite charming, striking a pose as he approached. Jiang Ke's lackey, Jiang An bluntly introduced Lin he in front of him. Jiang An had anticipated the downfall of the Zheng family, but the speed and severity of their decline were surprising. He knew his family was involved. After all, it wasn't a big deal. His father would typically let him handle it, but his mother might worry he would face some unfairness. So, Jiang An mentioned Zheng Ke's name to Lin he directly, without needing further explanation. Jiang An, watch your words. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. It seems that Zhu Fu and the others were right. Jiang An has really become reckless. If it weren't for the 2 beautiful ladies, I would have punched him hard. Li Shiyang turned his gaze to Lin he, feeling a spark of affection. She was exactly his type. He thought to himself, there are indeed people like this in the world, just like he imagined. Hello, beautiful. I'm Li Shiyang, the president of the Street Dance Club. I enjoy photography and have won the top 10 photography award in B City. My parents run a business back home, and I have an open-minded personality. The friends following Li Shiyang changed their expressions from wanting to see Jiang and get in trouble to feeling speechless at Li Shiyang's boldness. What are you doing, man? Is this a blind date? So, what do you think of me? Li Shiyang raised an eyebrow confidently. Throughout his life, he had always been the one receiving confessions. Whenever he showed a little interest, the girls would come to him. Now that he had confessed, he expected her to be excited. But the expression on her face seemed unchanged from the beginning. Lin he smiled, and her polite attitude made Li Shiyang's heart flutter. He thought her smile is so perfect. Golden dragon fish wears a flower crown. After Lin he said this, she walked away. Jiang An, who had been looking at Li Shiyang with some hostility, felt a bit of that fade after hearing her words. Seeing that Lin he and Jiang An had left, Chuyi thought the fun was over and hurried after them. Li Shiyang stood there, staring at Lin he's charming figure, murmuring, "What was that? A code? A riddle?" Revealing the next meeting place or contact information. Zhu Fu, unable to watch any longer, said, "From head to tail, you're all showy." Li Shiyang snapped back to reality, confused. Yi Hui, always quick to speak, added, "Golden dragon fish wears a flower crown, showy from head to tail. They said you're flashy and not interested in you." The scene fell into a heavy silence. Li Shiyang clenched his fists, feeling humiliated and angry after being insulted publicly. He stormed off. The group of over 10 people exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Finally, someone suggested they shouldn't give up and should try to find Jiang An's father. Everyone agreed and began searching for older men who looked like they might be related to Jiang An, from those in their 30s to those in their 80s or 90s, leaving no one out. They were once again wasting their time because the place where Jiang Qiao was located was not accessible to students. In the spacious conference hall, comfortable single sofas surrounded the room, where 7 or 8 people sat chatting about various topics, both domestic and international. 15 yawned quietly, feeling regretful. The woman beside him might have had more to say, but it was better than being bored. He was even feeling a bit sleepy. He found the conversations of these uncles more tiring than his least favorite physics class. Talk of foreign resource balance and network ecology sounded easy to understand individually, but together they felt like a foreign language. On the way here, 15 had a serious conversation with his father, starting with his distrust of Lin He. He believed she was a master of disguise, hiding bad intentions. He had a lot of arguments to express, but unfortunately, he was told to be quiet right from the start. Jiang Qiao's attitude was clear. There was no need to discuss such meaningless matters. Father, if your judgment was accurate, you wouldn't have been tricked into the training camp, nor would you need my help to find the person who wants to harm you. Jiang Qiao's reasonable words completely silenced 15. The boy felt defeated. Jiang Qiao was not the type of parent who indulged his child. When 15 didn't respond, he ignored him, leaving him to reflect alone. After his reflection, 15 concluded that he had underestimated his enemy. During his time away from home, Miss Lin had already won everyone over. Father, the housekeeper, Jiang An, and Chuyi. It was terrifying. The whole family seemed to have fallen under her influence. At the most boring moment, 15 received a message from Chuyi. Why are you asking such a random question? Chuyi replied, a guy just tried to flirt with her, and she responded like that. Jiang An understood, but I didn't. 15 realized that Chuyi, wanting to avoid looking clueless, was dying of curiosity and couldn't resist asking, so he sent him a message instead. I don't know either. 15 knew Chuyi must not have found the answer online, so he didn't bother searching himself. What he was really thinking about was something else. Finally, there was a chance to escape the boredom. Just as 15 was about to leave, he was denied after asking his father for permission. Jiang Qiao meant that since he had chosen to come with him, he wasn't allowed to wander off. While that was the case, it was actually because Lin He had instructed Jiang Qiao to keep an eye on his son, and Jiang Qiao didn't dare to disobey. The younger son had a knack for getting into trouble. Even a brief moment of freedom could lead to a heap of problems. Stuck around himself, it was fine if his younger son faced some difficulties, but if he got involved with He, that would be unacceptable. When someone approached, before Shiwu could speak, Jiang Qiao directly denied no. Shiwu looked serious. Chuyi told me that Miss Lin was confessed to by someone on the street, and she responded. Jiang Qiao's expression changed slightly. After taking a deep breath, he returned to his usual self, but the change was enough to attract attention. Jiang, the head of Jiang Group, was known for staying calm even in tough situations. Su, the head of Dingsheng Group, asked with concern, "What's wrong, Mr. Jiang?" "Nothing, just a temporary matter. Please continue chatting, I need to handle something." After saying that, Jiang Qiao left the room, asking Shiwu to follow him. Shiwu felt uneasy. Was he really leaving just like that? What was the point of his earlier pleading? Was he even his real son? Is this person? Zhu Fu only had time to take a photo of the man passing by him from behind. He had just replied to a message in the group chat, so he was looking down while walking. When he looked up again, he could only see half of the man's face, but the profile seemed a bit similar to Jiang An. He instinctively took a picture and sent it to the group, only to realize afterward that he hadn't captured the man's face. What would everyone look at? However, the reactions in the group were quite lively. Even without seeing the face, they quickly started making guesses. Zhu Fu, you've been acting strange since yesterday. Did Jiang An scare you? That man's suit looks very expensive.
East is right.
Some suits are off the rack and look cheap if they don't fit well, but tailored suits can enhance one's figure and make proportions look better. The man in your photo clearly has a handmade suit, which likely costs at least 6 figures.
Wow, so rich.
10,000 for a piece of clothing? No wonder he's from a family of tailors. They can spot quality right away. Let me add, although you only caught a glimpse of the man's watch strap, if you zoom in, you can see the logo. It's a luxury brand's latest mechanical watch, probably in the 8 figures. Even the person next to him, though you only got half of him, those shoes are what I've been eyeing but couldn't afford.
Huh?
Even young Master Lu wouldn't buy them? They must be really expensive. Watching the lively conversation in the group, Zhu Fu face-bombed, realizing he had truly lost his mind. Because Jiang An had his own evidence and was afraid of being threatened by someone who held it over him, he was the most eager to find Jiang An's father. Starting with the other party's family, whether through threats or temptations, he needed to quickly obtain evidence that was unfavorable to him. Next time they searched, they would definitely be more discreet and not be discovered by others. With this mindset and calculation, Zhu Fu searched diligently, but unfortunately, there was no progress. At this time, Jiang Qiao and Lin He had already met up. Through the initial report, Jiang Qiao quickly identified Lin He's location. When he arrived, Lin He had just come out of Jiang An's dormitory. Jiang An lived in a 4-person dorm, but he spent limited time at school, often staying overnight at his own apartment. Of course, those who mocked Jiang An believed he was working outside and had provided employee housing, not believing he had a place near the school. In terms of daily life, Lin He went to the cafeteria, walked around the playground and classrooms, and even checked her son's dormitory, feeling a bit complicated. It was hard to believe that the little boy she once taught to add and subtract within 100 was now about to graduate from college. She had been absent from her son's life for too long. Lin He didn't notice the complicated expression on her face. She was still puzzled about what that phrase meant, and she couldn't find anything about it online. The more she couldn't find, the more curious she became.
He.
Just as Lin He was about to say something to Jiang An, she paused. Did she just imagine that? Hearing Jiang Qiao call her name again, Lin He turned around and saw her younger son standing with Jiang Qiao a few steps away. Lin He looked around and didn't see anyone else. She said, "Didn't we say we would meet up during the ceremony?" This plan was to keep her identity hidden. If people knew she was a guest invited by the school and that the Jiang Group's CEO was her family, the students would definitely keep their distance. She wanted to understand her son's campus life without raising any suspicions, just like earlier. If Li Shiyang knew her identity, he wouldn't dare to approach her. 15 insisted on coming. What was her son for? Of course, he was there to take the blame. Jiang Qiao said this, without hesitation. It was my idea to come. They had already reached a consensus on this during their journey. Jiang Qiao was more cautious, and previously, he had allowed him to be persistent to get his agreement. She certainly couldn't go back on her word. Since he couldn't sit still there, he decided to shift the responsibility to 15. Jiang Qiao's cost would be to find out who was behind everything, and then let 15 handle it without getting involved. Jiang Qiao agreed without hesitation, and he would definitely agree to let her son handle his own matters. And so, the 15 card-bearer came online. "Are you going to join us?" Lin He asked. 15 looked at his father and nodded vigorously. "All right, come on." Lin He waved him over. When her younger son reached her side, she gestured to Jiang Qiao, saying, "You can go back to what you were doing. We'll see each other during the ceremony." Jiang Qiao reluctantly walked away. Seeing that there was no one else around Lin He felt relieved. Suddenly remembering something, Jiang Qiao touched his face. When he agreed to his confession, she had said, "Who told me I like your pretty face? Is his face still that fair now?" Watching the young, vibrant male college students pass by, Jiang Qiao felt a strong sense of crisis. He was still but he was no longer young. Stopping in his tracks, Jiang Qiao turned around decisively. He was going to find "I heard someone confess to you. With such a young and handsome guy, do you feel like being with my dad is a loss?" As he approached, he heard 15's voice. Jiang Qiao quickly stepped back behind the wall, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. Jiang Qiao is the most handsome man in my heart. No young and handsome guy can compare. Let me tell you, Jiang Qiao was once incredibly charming. He's not just good-looking, he's an all-around ace. Lin He's words flowed like honey, sweetening the air. Jiang Qiao's frown relaxed. He had called him her treasure. Those college students couldn't compare. He smoothed out the non-existent wrinkles in his clothes and walked away with a confident stride. 15 and Chuyi thought Lin He was great at saying nice things. Even when their father wasn't around, she was careful with her words. Jiang An glanced at the shadows on the ground near the wall. They had disappeared. Anyway, no one can compare to your dad. After Lin He finished her last sentence, her gaze drifted to the corner. Jiang An thought that his mother wasn't as weak as he had imagined. At least when it came to handling his father, she was quite skilled. Lin He didn't have any special skills. She just knew how to handle things. Ever since she started dating Jiang Qiao, he was always a bit jealous. Sometimes, when Lin He spoke sweetly to others, he would feel envious. It was a mutual game. Lin He enjoyed it. Over time, she figured out Jiang Qiao's personality, knowing exactly what made him happy or sad. She understood everything clearly, knowing how to keep him in line. Having taken care of the big one, now it was time to focus on the little one. After glancing at the 3 little ones in front of her, Lin He let out a sigh. Her son and daughter were finally all together. On the side of the road, Jiang An was on Lin He's left, Chuyi was on the right, and Shiwu lagged 2 steps behind, casually swaying and occasionally pretending to shoot a basketball. Looking at her 2 sons, both over 6 feet tall, and her daughter, who was even taller than her, Lin He felt nostalgic. The little bundle she once held in her arms had grown so big. Does that mean you and my dad knew each other a long time ago? Chuyi, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke up. Lin He fell silent. It was hard to fool a child who was good at thinking. Shiwu stepped forward, wanting to question if Chuyi had any unclear relationship with their father and if he was disrespecting their mother. But then he remembered their mother had passed away 15 years ago. Lin He looked like she was in her 20s. How old was she back then? The anger he felt quickly faded away. Seeing his brother bounce ahead and then quietly step back, Chuyi looked at him with disdain. You and your father met when we were in high school. Shiwu rolled his eyes, thinking it was a stretch. How could she remember that? She might not have even been born yet. Seeing Jiang An and Chuyi listening so seriously, Shiwu couldn't believe they hadn't noticed such a big flaw. They must have been brainwashed. Lin He wanted to continue sharing stories about Jiang Qiao's high school days, but just then, a male classmate ran over, sweating and anxiously said to Jiang An, Senior, "It's bad. Something happened. Li Shiyang is shouting at the square, criticizing you." Jiang An wanted to say it wasn't worth worrying about, but Lin He was intrigued. What? Where? Shiwu and Chuyi looked at Lin He, surprised that she seemed a bit excited. The classmate who delivered the news was one of the juniors who had gone to the auction with Jiang An. He explained the situation at the square. The school celebration was divided into 2 parts. The part on the playground, including the square, was organized by the student council, featuring student performances, small competitions, food stalls, and more. It had been lively since early morning. School leaders and invited guests would give speeches on stage, all of whom were top talents in their fields who had graduated from the school. Their speeches were rare opportunities. Parents could watch the speeches in the auditorium, which was the second part of the event. Those with tickets could see the speeches inside, but the auditorium couldn't hold all the students, so the speeches would be projected on a big screen in the square for everyone to watch. Li Shiyang was in a square with a big screen that could broadcast events. The anger from being insulted by Lin He shifted more towards Jiang An. What started as a dislike turned into a desire for revenge. Jiang An must have said bad things about him. What does sycophant mean? He must have said many negative things about him before. Otherwise, how could Jiang An have this attitude? Looking for evidence to expose him online was too slow. He decided to confront Jiang An directly. Angry but still rational, Li Shiyang chose this moment to make a scene in the small square because the school leaders wouldn't be paying attention here, and many students were gathered, which could spread the news quickly. He couldn't let his personal grudges be obvious, so he chose to attack Jiang An instead. Jiang Qiao, who was already unpopular on campus, was brought into the spotlight by Li Shiyang. Jiang Qiao's troubles are closely related to Jiang An. The place where he interned was the company that acquired the Jiang family business. A dog that bites doesn't bark. He uses information to achieve his goals, and he is actually just vain. Today, I will expose his true nature. Many people gathered around Li Shiyang, but fearing the teachers would notice, he didn't dare use a microphone and shouted with his voice instead. By the time Lin He and the others arrived, his voice was already hoarse. The welcoming committee stood at the upper left of Li Shiyang, feeling pressured to stay, each wanting to leave, but not wanting to be the first to go. Li Shiyang had declared a direct confrontation with Jiang An, and everyone thought he was going to do something significant, so they came along, only to witness this. Especially when he pointed out Jiang An's faults and named people who could testify, the desire to disappear became overwhelming. They had no evidence. All their previous thoughts about Jiang An were just guesses. The people named could only laugh awkwardly, feeling 1,000 frustrations inside. Was Li Shiyang out of his mind? People shouldn't be vain. If something is true, it is true. If it isn't, it isn't. He stays silent all the time. Not clarifying is the same as admitting it. Such shameless behavior. As Lin He and the others approached, Li Shiyang was getting more heated in his rant. Someone is coming, someone is coming. Who? Jiang An? I've never seen him. Who is he? The one in the white shirt over there.
Wow.
He looks like that? Not all students at B University had seen Jiang An. Hearing about him was not as impressive as actually seeing him. I thought I would see someone who only looks good on the outside, but is empty inside. Instead, the person's presence, from their heels to their hair, is completely different from what Li Shiyang described as a pretentious show-off. The school has invited many media outlets and celebrities to celebrate this good day together. Yet you are causing trouble here because of personal grudges. Li Shiyang, you are being very selfish. Who wouldn't want to take the moral high ground? Jiang An's words changed the expressions of the students who were originally just watching the scene. Indeed, was Li Shiyang out of his mind? Why cause a scene on such an important day? Doesn't he know that family issues should not be aired publicly? Everyone usually complains about the school, but they definitely defend it outside. By acting this way, Li Shiyang made the school look bad and became a topic of gossip for other schools, making it hard for everyone else to hold their heads high. The welcoming team kept their heads down, feeling scolded too, as their original plan was to target Jiang An today. They wanted to take advantage of the special occasion to put him down without considering others. This group, brought together by Jiang Qiao, had little sense of collective honor. Now, they bowed their heads out of fear of angering the crowd. Do you want me to admit that I'm poor? Fine, my family is very poor, is that enough? Stop causing trouble. The media will be here soon to set up. Jiang An's words were filled with a sense of justice, making Li Shiyang seem even more unreasonable. This was not what he expected. Li Shiyang didn't understand why things had turned out this way. He knew this was not the right time to cause a scene. He wanted a quick resolution, to finish everything in half an hour without affecting the school celebration. It had only been 15 minutes since Jiang An arrived, and there was still time. Jiang An's reaction was unexpected, and his attitude towards handling the situation was even more surprising. They were investigating Jiang An's parents, claiming to expose the villain in the name of justice. Now, Jiang An raised an even bigger flag, and he became the target of everyone's anger. What are you all causing a fuss about? A teacher rushed over, feeling anxious. The principal had decided to take the guests for a tour of the square and had sent a signal to check the situation. Seeing a large group of students gathered together almost made him faint. Are they fighting? If the principal brought the guests and saw the students fighting, the school celebration would be declared a failure. What a mess. No one at the scene spoke. Everyone secretly looked down on Li Shiyang, but in the end, this matter had nothing to do with them directly. If they reported it to the teacher and Li Shiyang held a grudge and caused trouble, that would be unfair. This student claims that another student is vain and wants to expose him in front of everyone, making a big fuss about it. Lin He summarized with a serious expression. Which department are you in? What's your name? And who is your advisor? Teacher Li directly confronted the instigator with a stern look. Luckily, He arrived quickly. If the principal had come with guests and seen this scene, he wouldn't stand a chance for any awards this year. He was responsible for maintaining order in the small square, and this chaos happened just while he was stepping out to the office. Class 2 of Financial Management. Advisor Lin Kongwen, Li Shiyang didn't speak, but Jiang An helped to answer. No, Li Shiyang tried to explain himself, but Teacher Li didn't want to hear it. He shouted, all right, everyone disperse and go back to what you were doing. Just 2 minutes after he said that, there was a commotion at the north entrance of the square as the principal arrived with many well-dressed people. They were followed by cameras with a television station's logo. Not to mention being near the principal, anyone who could be in that group was not ordinary. They either had power, fame, or wealth. In simple terms, the people invited by the school all had some capital. Jiang Qiao stood out among the crowd of important figures. The guests were astonished. They recognized that suit. After a classmate from a tailor family mentioned the price of the suit, everyone in the group had the same reaction. They zoomed in on the picture to examine the details closely, and even Zhu Fu, who took the photo himself, reacted similarly. So, everyone had a strong impression of that suit. However, Zhu Fu had another detail that caught his attention earlier than others: the shoes worn by the boy who came with Jiang An. They looked exactly like the ones in his photo. Why was this boy next to Jiang, and when he was supposed to be with the important person beside the principal?
Could it be?
Zhu Fu had a terrifying guess, and he was so panicked that he couldn't stand and collapsed to the ground. Those 2 younger students might actually win their bet. The principal walked ahead, introducing the guests beside him. The television station filmed his back and then moved to capture a wide shot. The principal led the guests to the center of the square. Facing the students' greetings, he appeared very friendly, responding with a warm hello to each one. What are your thoughts on the future? Is your major difficult? Where is your hometown? The principal spoke kindly to the students around him, like a caring elder. As the principal and his group were about to leave the square, the last student he asked was Jiang An. How do you feel studying here? If you have any difficulties in your studies or life, you can seek help from the school. Li Shiyang wanted to rush out and tell the principal that Jiang An was not what he seemed, but he knew he couldn't. No matter if Jiang An had problems or not, going over now would only cause trouble for the school, and the conflict would fall on him, not affect Jiang An at all. Li Shiyang felt regretful that he couldn't take this opportunity. A minute later, Li Shiyang changed his mind and was very glad he hesitated and didn't rush out. The man beside the principal spoke. My son is doing very well at school, studying at a top-ranked university in City B, so I am very relieved. The principal looked at Jiang Qiao in surprise and asked hesitantly, is this student Jiang Zong's son? Jiang Qiao nodded with a smile. The people outside didn't hear clearly, but the students around the principal, including Li Shiyang, did. Soon, the news spread rapidly. Oh my, who said Jiang An is poor? The most handsome man here is Jiang An's father. What? He's that impressive? And the principal calls him Jiang Zong. If the principal addresses him like that, his family status must be beyond our imagination. Haha, so Li Shiyang just now was like a clown. As the news spread, everyone learned that Jiang An's family was indeed wealthy, and being invited to be a guest by B University was quite impressive. Before long, the principal led the guests away. Before leaving, Jiang Qiao glanced at his son with reluctance. This is what the students thought. In reality, Jiang Qiao was looking at Lin He, and his nod to leave was also a signal to Lin He. This action led the students to misunderstand that Jiang An had a very good relationship with his father. Li Shiyang stood there in shock, and the welcoming group remained silent for a long time until someone nervously said, as far as I know, the only one with deep ties to our school is Jiang Zong from the Jiang group. There is no other Jiang Zong. The experimental building at our school was donated by this Jiang Zong. The library, too. Lin He, hearing their conversation, turned around and smiled. You just found out? I thought the names of the 2 buildings were already quite obvious. The library is called Yuan Building, and the laboratory building is called Yuan Building as well. Officially, both buildings were donated by the Jiang family, but in reality, Jiang Qiao donated one building, and Lin he donated the other. Lin he wanted to do a good deed and create blessings for her child, while Jiang Qiao didn't think about these things. He just followed whatever Lin he, the mother, decided. As for why they donated the buildings, it's unclear. When he donated, he just followed suit. The names of the buildings were also chosen by Lin he. Many donors name buildings after themselves, but Jiang Qiao didn't want to do that. Instead, he decided to follow Lin he's example and gave them a couple name. Of course, Jiang Qiao sincerely hoped that his son would grow up well. The onlookers were amazed. Oh, it turns out the N in the names of the two buildings is the same as Jiang An's name. The crowd looked at Jiang An with admiration. He truly is the son of a wealthy family. He doesn't waste money.
He studies well.
He is low-key, yet luxurious. Jiang Qiao must be jealous of him. There is no comparison at all. Jiang An was just as surprised. It was the first time he heard about the origins of the two buildings, and they were actually donated for him. It was confirmed. The Jiang family is indeed wealthy. Everyone's gaze turned to a group of people beside the platform. If Jiang An is really rich, then what Li Shiyang said before doesn't hold true. All the accusations were baseless. Everyone instinctively turned their attention to Li Shiyang and his group. Jiang Group. When Li Shiyang heard these 4 words, it felt like a thunderclap in his head. A corporate group must meet certain criteria to use the term group, such as having a parent company with a registered capital of a certain amount and owning a specific number of subsidiaries. Among their group, Jiang Qiao was considered relatively wealthy, but compared to Jiang Group, he was far behind. Jiang Qiao's family couldn't even compare to one of Jiang Group's subsidiaries. They mocked Jiang An for being poor, but it turns out Jiang Group belongs to him. Li Shiyang, aren't you going to apologize? Someone in the crowd shouted. Li Shiyang's eyes lit up. Yes. They had a way to remedy the situation. If they made a mistake, they could just apologize. If they were sincere, no one could say anything against them. They could just say it was a misunderstanding, and if Jiang An caused trouble for him later, it would make him seem petty and narrow-minded. After all, he was just making a comment. He didn't actually do anything. Unfortunately, they didn't get that chance. By the time Li Shiyang figured this out and jumped down from the stage, Jiang Qiao and the others had already left. Lin he had called Jiang An to go. She anticipated Li Shiyang's next actions and did not want to give him an easy way out. In front of everyone, she revealed Jiang An's identity, not to make Li Shiyang apologize, but to open everyone's eyes to the fact that Jiang An has family support. Although her son doesn't care about these people, she cannot allow him to be bullied. She also considered that the semester is ending soon, and next semester, An, who will be in his senior year, won't be at school all the time. Even if his identity is exposed, it won't have much impact. Jiang An didn't bring these matters home, not just because he didn't care, but also because he didn't see Jiang Qiao as a reliable father. Lin he understood this very well. By acting this way today, she showed her stance as an An's mother. Knowing her son faces such situations at school, she could never just stand by. Lin he wanted her son to know that he might not trust his father, but his mother would always protect him. After today, the wrongdoings of Li Shiyang and his group will start to backfire. Looking at their behavior, it was clear they had caused trouble before. They likely targeted more than just Jiang An, and many others would also be unhappy with them. Everyone believed that Li Shiyang and his group would face consequences, and someone would surely come to throw vegetables at them, both openly and secretly. What made Li Shiyang and his group even more anxious was Jiang An's attitude. While they could handle other people's retaliation, if the Jiang group took action, they might not get any internship opportunities during their senior year. Those people who bully in small groups should be worried for a while. Lin he was furious. They had been mocking An for a long time, and if it were a child with a weaker heart or truly poor background, it would be unbearable. These people laughed at An for so long, and not a single one was willing to investigate. Just the claim that Jiang An wore fake brands went unverified. They quickly judged him without caring about the consequences, because they were the stronger side. Now that they faced someone stronger, they should experience that feeling themselves. Lin He always believed that true empathy doesn't exist unless someone has gone through the same thing. Her favorite way to retaliate is to use their own tactics against them. If someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them. Being soft-hearted is fine, but don't go overboard. Through Jiang An's situation, Lin He expressed her thoughts and attitude about the entire matter and its future developments. Lin He intended to teach the children that raising kids is not just about providing food and drink. Their values are closely linked to their parents. There is a saying that parents are a child's best teachers. If the three children grew up around her, she would carefully explain every situation they encountered, teaching them how to better protect themselves. Lin He did not have children on a whim. She had already planned how to educate them while they were still in her. Once they were born, she took on the responsibility of being a parent. However, life is unpredictable, and she never got the chance to fully embrace this role. Chuyi and Sherwu listened attentively, finding it a novel experience. No one had explained things to them in detail, including how to deal with the darker aspects of situations like the one involving Jiang Qiao. Jiang Manhwa, who was close to the twins, spoke carefully, choosing her words to avoid making Jiang Qiao think she had ulterior motives. If she was cautious, others were even more so. Jiang Qiao was laid back and indifferent, while the professional caregivers were just workers, hesitant to speak out. This environment shaped the twins' personalities. Wow, there are so many twists and turns, Sherwu remarked, realizing that even seemingly simple matters had deeper meanings. He felt that Lin He was more complex than he thought, and his head felt a bit itchy, as if he was starting to think more deeply. Chuyi smiled brightly, realizing that Lin He likely didn't want Jiang An to accept the other person's apology. In the past, she wouldn't have noticed these things, but now, thoughts came naturally to her. Being around Lin He made her smarter. Jiang An listened quietly, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes. Though he didn't express his thoughts, his obedient demeanor showed his attitude. After turning 6, Jiang felt his mother's gentle guidance for a long time. If there was one person in the world who would love him unconditionally, it would be his mother. As for his father, Jiang An smiled more broadly. He thought of him as useless. Achoo! In the auditorium, Jiang Qiao sneezed loudly, feeling it was a sign that he was being discussed. After leaving the square, he anticipated that for a long time, the students' main topic would be Jiang An, and he would be mentioned frequently. A few days before the event, Lin He had already told Jiang Qiao to publicly acknowledge Jiang, and Jiang Qiao agreed without hesitation. He wanted to acknowledge his son both at school and at the company. In the past, his focus was on work, and he only missed Lin He when he was busy. Jiang Qiao was willing to teach his eldest son how to manage the company step by step, preparing him to be the successor of the group. There was no rush. He could take his time since he planned to work until the day he died. After Lin He returned, Jiang Qiao's thoughts changed. He often wanted to stay home with Lin He, but had to leave for work. If he could help Jiang An grow up quickly and take over the company sooner, he could enjoy a life just with Lin He. At that time, whether they chose a beautiful place to live or traveled the world, he could do it. Jiang Qiao also had his own plans. Once Jiang An's identity was revealed at school, it would be hard to hide it at the company. He could confidently let Jiang An gain experience by working at a subsidiary. Everyone has their own perspective on things. Jiang An was the son of the president of Jiang Group, and this news spread quickly, even more than the rumors about him wearing fake goods. After all, many students at the school were eager to intern at Jiang Group. Even if it wasn't at the headquarters, working at a subsidiary and having the Jiang Group stamp would be a mark of success. If they couldn't stay at Jiang Group after graduation, it would still be easier to interview elsewhere. Jiang Group was a valuable addition to their resumes and a benchmark in the industry. Then, when classmates learned about what Li Shiyang and his group had done, the campus network exploded with activity. The school anniversary event was lively, but many students were glued to their phones, overwhelmed by the hot topics. Jiang An is the heir of Jiang Group. Li Shiyang got into B University by pretending to be a fresh graduate after repeating a year. Zhu Rui admitted that last year she said Jiang An was vain because she was threatened and bribed by Zheng Ke. Suddenly, Things that had been quiet in the past surfaced like mushrooms after rain. All the posts pointed to Jiang Qiao and Li Shuyang's group, and the content was well supported. Students wanted to let things settle, but the quality of the posts made it hard to ignore. Li Shuyang contacted the campus network administrator, but they refused to lock the posts, pretending to be offline while he watched one revelation after another about his past mistakes. His initial anger turned into fear, and now he didn't even dare to open the internet on his phone. Everyone sat on the floor of the piano room, feeling hopeless and dejected. Zhu Fu's face turned pale. He remembered what Jiang An said yesterday, and now everyone thought those posts were a backlash from the past. No, it must be Jiang An's doing. But what could he do? In the past, when they didn't know Jiang An's background, they couldn't compete with him. Now that he had support, it was even harder. The more Zhu Fu thought about Jiang An's harsh words, the more scared he became, his fingers trembling slightly. If he could turn back time, he would avoid Jiang An and go as far away as possible. He even wished he hadn't applied to this school. In the auditorium, Jiang An was sitting and scrolling through his phone, seeing the new trending posts on the campus website, a dark light flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to put his phone away, he paused, his gaze fixed on the latest post. Revealed. You know Jiang An's father, but do you know his mother? Jiang An clicked on the post and saw the homepage read, Jiang An's mother comes from the wealthy Lin family, which is said to have produced 7 top scholars in the past, and even had relatives who served as prime ministers. At first, everyone found it interesting, but as they read on, it felt more like an encyclopedia. Wasn't the focus supposed to be on Jiang An's mother? People wanted to know who could win over President Jiang, but the poster started talking about the Lin family's ancestors. That wasn't what everyone wanted to know. Just saying the Lin family was impressive would have been enough. Please share something more valuable. Don't pressure the poster. He's just sharing what he found, or it would be better to say it's a translation, because this introduction was posted by someone on Weibo. You can search for it. Jiang An opened Weibo and indeed found the same passage. The person who posted it was Jiang Manhwa. The wife of President Jiang from Jiang Group is my cousin. My cousin's surname is Lin, and the Lin family is prominent in our hometown, with a family tree. The rest of what Jiang Manhwa posted was similar to what was shared on the campus site. Mom, look. Jiang An handed his phone to Lin He. 15, sitting nearby, widened his eyes. It was the first time he heard Jiang An call someone mom. So it was true. Seeing how casual Jiang An was, 15 pouted, feeling that his own abilities were too insignificant. In just a few days of contact, he couldn't even come up with the moves Lin He used at the base or in the square today. What could he use to compete with them? If he couldn't win, he would join them. Wait for the right moment to strike. 15 clenched his fist and leaned closer to Lin He, looking at the phone screen, saying, Look, Annie, can I take a look? When he raised his eyes again, he met 3 curious gazes. Chuyi was the first to speak. Are you okay? Speak clearly. Lin He placed her hand on 15's forehead, worried. Do you have a fever? Jiang An didn't say anything but glanced sideways, clearly annoyed with him. 15 pouted and returned to his seat, feeling that even joining in was so difficult, it made him feel isolated. Teenagers often have their moments, and Lin He understood, so she continued to look at her phone. She wasn't surprised by the content and calmly said, It's not surprising what Jiang Manhwa does now. It's normal for a golden egg that has been nurtured for years to suddenly run away. Chuyi scoffed. How dare she provoke you? I haven't settled the score with her yet. She hasn't been idle all these years. She asked me to talk to Dad about many work problems and Dad agreed, which was also helping her. This was something Chuyi realized after returning from the base. Why should she feel guilty towards Jiang Manhwa? The moment the other party planned to use Han Sun to tie her down, she could completely dismiss any feelings from Jiang Manhwa. After all these years, if there were any real feelings, she wouldn't have acted this way. It's okay, I have a plan. After Chuyi spoke, Lin He patted Jiang An's shoulder, knowing her son was concerned about her. Seeing the strong bond between the 3 beside her, 15 felt frustrated and puffed up his cheeks.
Hey.
Who is that woman next to my dad? At that moment, 15 pointed to the left at the VIP stage, squinting to take a closer look, and exclaimed. Lin He, Jiang An, and Chuyi all turned their heads in unison to look at Jiang Qiao. They saw a young woman in a black evening gown, resembling a replica of Audrey Hepburn, standing in front of Jiang Qiao, bending slightly, as if saying something. The low-cut dress, without any gesture of modesty, looked quite revealing. From Lin He's angle, she could only see the back of the woman, while Jiang Qiao's expression was hidden. Although the two were just talking, Lin He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, especially when she thought the woman was about to leave, only to realize she was just shifting her weight and returned to the same position. It had been about 10 minutes since Lin He noticed their conversation, and they still hadn't finished talking. Jiang Qiao was not someone who would chat idly with others. Moreover, the woman was wearing a badge, so she must be a staff member at the school. How does Jiang Qiao know her? Jiang An sat next to Lin He and softly said, Mom, don't you think this person looks familiar? Just then, the woman turned her face. Lin He looked closely and found nothing familiar about her. Jiang An's eyes sparkled as he sighed. Her back looks a lot like yours. Wu and Chuyi turned to look at the woman. When she tilted her head, they had to admit, there was indeed a resemblance. Lin He couldn't see her own figure, but the kids' reactions confirmed that the woman did share some similarities with her. Dad has always paid more attention to women who look like you. There's a manager named Feng Fong who especially resembles you. Maybe because of that, Dad treats her well in their work together. Jiang An cleverly hinted at their father, and he wasn't lying. There really was someone named Feng Fong. Lin He narrowed her eyes slightly and let out a very soft hum. Jiang An heard it, Wu heard it, and Chuyi heard it too. The three siblings had a silent understanding, and they all looked at their father. As if sensing the intense gaze, Jiang Qiao looked up at his family. The first person he noticed was Lin He, and his eyes brightened as he waved to greet her. Then his waving hand slowed down. Why does He's smile seem a bit unsettling? When he saw his two children on either side, one looked sympathetic while the other, who usually had a grumpy face, was actually smiling.
Danger, danger, danger.
An alarm went off in Jiang Qiao's mind. He quickly picked up his phone and sent Lin He a message, who made my He unhappy. The woman who looked somewhat like Lin He wanted to say something, but Jiang Qiao was too impatient to listen and waved her away. As the woman left, she looked back longingly, her eyes filled with emotion. Jiang Qiao, focused on his phone waiting for a reply, didn't see it, but Lin He noticed everything clearly. Humph, Lin He scoffed. Chuyi and Wu exchanged glances and quietly slipped away to the restroom. Something's off. Did you hear what Jiang An said? Chuyi paced back and forth by the window at the end of the hallway. I heard. What does he mean by saying Dad has been looking for someone who resembles her? Wu frowned, feeling overwhelmed, and then added, they couldn't have a past together. The age difference is too big. The twins have learned to think, but in the confusing situation they are in, they have no idea what to do. Just when they were staring blankly, unable to say anything, the girl suddenly spotted a familiar figure. With her hands on her hips, she confidently called out, Hey, you in the denim skirt, stop. Lin He felt a bit angry. She knew Jiang Qiao would never betray her, but jealousy is hard to control. The scene in front of her was already annoying, and when her son mentioned someone named Fun, her anger flared up even more. During the years she was away, Jiang Qiao might have made new friends, including female ones. When he was sad, would that female friend come for him? Perhaps she would even take care of him when he was drunk. The school anniversary event was ongoing, but Lin He couldn't focus at all. Her mind was wandering with various thoughts. She told herself to stop thinking like that and to concentrate on the stage. After 10 minutes, she realized she was lost in thought again. She had been away for too long, not just 15 days or 15 months, but 15 years. How's your dad? Lin He started to ask but stopped, feeling conflicted. She never doubted Jiang Qiao's love for her, yet she subconsciously questioned human nature. The questions she wanted to ask were the same as those she didn't want to. I don't know, Jiang An replied. He understood what his mother wanted to ask, but he truly didn't know. He had been with his father all the time, and even if he hadn't moved out and stayed at the Jiang house, his father still had business trips. I can only say that over the years, he hasn't introduced any women in formal settings. It felt like he was defending his father, and Jiang An frowned slightly before adding, but he has had many rumors. Each rumor tends to die down quickly. Some believe that his relationships are fleeting, while others think he is very principled. Those are just baseless speculations. Jiang An didn't think this last statement was excessive. It was simply an objective observation. Of course, he wasn't saying this to protect his father's reputation. That was not worth much to him. Even if he were to criticize his father, he would base it on facts and some hearsay he wasn't sure about. In any case, Jiang An wasn't making up lies. He would never stoop low with his mother. People in their circle were more inclined to believe the latter, which is why there was a saying that Jiang Qiao was not interested in women. They were also very surprised by Lin He's appearance. Lin He's gaze darkened. She had been missing for 15 years, and her fate was uncertain. No, in the eyes of the world, she was already dead. In this situation, she couldn't expect Jiang Qiao to wait for her. Even if he had another woman, she could understand. She understood, but she couldn't accept it. Lin He was tough on herself. Even if separating from Jiang Qiao would cause her a lifetime of pain, she couldn't keep that thorn in her heart. If your dad and I get divorced, who will you go with? Lin He asked, a bit sulkily. He. Before Jiang An could say, he would definitely stay with her. Jiang Qiao's incredulous voice rang out, his face filled with hurt. Could divorce be something to casually mention? Jiang Qiao, who should have been sitting in the front row, slipped out to find Lin He. Lin He and Jiang An were sitting on the side, and despite the loud music on stage, Jiang Qiao heard that line. He sat in the front row, feeling restless. The more he thought about Lin He's expression with the children, the more uneasy he became, so he decided to come find her. Then came the shocking moment. Just as Jiang Qiao said he, the performance on stage reached its, with drums beating and the serious music creating a tense atmosphere. Jiang An looked gloomy. Angry? Then let it out, just like before, hysterical and irrational. Show your true self to your mother. Recalling unhappy memories, Jiang An's expression grew colder. Why don't you reply to my messages? Want to see an angry lion? No, right now. Jiang Qiao resembled a drenched kitten, even one that hadn't learned to extend its claws yet. Aggressiveness. 0 sympathy level. 99.99 indeed. Lin He, who was caught but showed no shame, softened her stiff neck. My thoughts are a bit extreme right now. I don't want to say anything hurtful to myself or others. Lin He understood herself. Occasionally, when she felt troubled, she thought about destruction or the end of the world. But when she was happy, even the dirt by the roadside seemed cute. Her current mood was like the former, self-inflicted troubles leading to a kind of chaotic despair. Love or not, she would live her own life. At this moment, she also controlled her emotions, not letting herself act irrationally or say hurtful things. Calculating the days, her period was due in a couple of days, and Lin He's emotional fluctuations peaked at this time. I'll wait for you to calm down before we talk. Didn't we agree before that for matters concerning us, we must communicate thoroughly before making any decisions, and only then will those decisions take effect? Jiang Qiao spoke with great understanding, but deep down, he stubbornly denied the possibility of divorce. It would never happen, not in this lifetime. What about the 1st and 15th? Jiang Qiao changed the subject to the twins, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. Lin He then noticed that the brother and sister who had said they were going to the restroom before had not returned yet. She called Chuyi, but it took a long time for the call to connect, and it felt more like an accidental pickup than an actual answer. Lin He called out several times, but no one responded. The background noise was loud, filled with chaos and cries. Due to the crowd in the hall, the signal was poor, and the intermittent sounds made it hard for Lin He to understand what was happening on Chuyi's end. I'll go check it out, Lin He said as she quickly walked toward the second-floor restroom, the direction the twins had seemed to go. Such a pity. Jiang An's mocking voice followed closely behind, directed at Jiang Qiao. It was clear that Lin He's mention of divorce was closely tied to her eldest son. Jiang An, have you had enough of this? Jiang Qiao faced his son's disrespect with calmness, but he felt anger rising when it came to matters related to Lin He. Enough? Jiang An looked directly into his father's eyes and said, "You can't fool Mom forever." With that, Jiang An walked away, not wanting to hear any more excuses. At that moment, the lights in the entire hall went out, leaving only a set of laser lights shining on the stage where a female classmate began to perform a cello piece. The deep, sorrowful notes filled the air. Jiang Qiao blended into the darkness, as if becoming one with it. The entrance to the second-floor restroom was very lively, with two groups fighting. When Lin He arrived, she saw two male classmates lying on the ground, clutching their stomachs and groaning, while 3 security guards were pinning down one of them. Chuyi was a few steps away, grabbing a long-haired girl in a denim skirt. 2 security guards rushed over, one trying to hold Chuyi's arm to control him. Although Chuyi and the girl were pushing and shoving each other, the security guards only restrained Chuyi, clearly showing bias. Seeing Chuyi being held down, the girl's hands were free, and a malicious glint flashed in her eyes as her long nails aimed for Chuyi's face. Her beautifully manicured nails were as sharp as weapons. Lin He stepped forward and grabbed the girl's hand before she could strike. Then, she turned and kicked each of the 2 security guards, using all her strength. The guards, seeing a young girl rushing toward them, were unsure if she was joining the fight or trying to break it up. "I never thought I would come to fight them." The 2 were caught off guard and knocked down. When Chuyi saw Lin He, her eyes lit up with joy as she said, "You're here." She didn't realize how much comfort Lin He's presence brought her. "Stop fighting for now, let go." Chuyi said this, but her hands obediently released their grip. Lin He also let go of the girl in the denim skirt. The moment the girl was free, she tried to rush forward to scratch someone. When her gaze met Lin He's, she suddenly remembered the security guard who had been kicked down, awkwardly lying on the ground like a turtle. She froze. Seeing that the 2 wouldn't fight, Lin He turned to see her younger son lying on the ground, while one of the security guards used a riot control stick to subdue him. If that was the case, she wouldn't be angry. Security has their duties. Regardless of who is right or wrong, they must first stop anyone who is being aggressive. But there was no need for insults. Clearly, her son had lost the ability to fight back, yet one of the guards was pressing his head to the ground with his hand and knee. After the guard flashed a flattering smile at the girl in the denim skirt, Lin He's anger peaked. She realized why these guards were biased. They knew the girl. Even their actions during the arrest were humiliating on purpose. With a quick run and a big jump, Lin He kicked the guard, who was smiling at the girl. The other guards were shocked that Lin He dared to act. Just moments ago, she had calmed the situation after kicking 2 guards and stopping the fight, so they thought she was being rational. Now, it was clear she was acting on purpose. She even took a running start before kicking. 2 guards were holding her son down, one with a stick on his waist and the other pressing his arm. They didn't dare to move, fearing he would get back up. "Wang Wu, Qin Liu, hurry up." The 2 called were the ones Lin He had kicked down first. "Have you lost your mind? Do you want to keep fighting?" The 2 guards, just getting back on their feet, were stunned by Lin He's stern reprimand. That weren't they the ones who started it? "Chuyi, come here." When Lin He called her, Chuyi hurried over and stood by her side. At that moment, Jiang An also arrived. Seeing her son pinned to the ground, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What happened?" "They were trying to fight me." Lin He pointed to the 2 guards, Wang Wu and Qin Liu, who were a few steps away. Jiang An's playful expression suddenly turned serious, and his gaze at the security guard was as cold as winter. He clenched his fists and moved his neck from side to side, saying, "Are you all coming at me together?" Without asking for any reason, Jiang An only knew that 2 people were trying to bully his mother, so he was ready to fight back. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward, throwing a punch. Lin He didn't expect her son to move so quickly. She quickly said, "Wait." The punch stopped just 5 centimeters from Wang Wu's nose. He instinctively swallowed hard, Was that the chill of the punch's wind?
So fast.
Wang Wu was sure that if the other person really threw a punch, he wouldn't stand a chance. Even with Qin Lu, they couldn't win. The fierce look on Jiang An's face made him feel like he was facing someone dangerous. He was just a small security guard, not someone here to get hurt. He quietly stepped back, his eyes wide and innocent. He was very honest. Lin He quickly pulled Jiang An behind her, realizing that her older son's temper was just as fierce as the twins. What happened? Lin He asked Chuyi. Chuyi pointed at the long-haired girl in the denim skirt and stomped her foot, signaling to Lin He, "It's her." "It's her." Lin He looked at the girl in the denim skirt but still didn't recognize her. Seeing this, Chuyi leaned closer to Lin He and whispered, "The one in the black evening dress." Lin He suddenly remembered and raised her eyebrows, saying, "Did she change clothes so quickly?" Yes, the girl who fought with Chuyi was the same one who had been talking to Jiang Qiao in the black evening dress. It was no wonder Lin He didn't recognize her. She hadn't seen the girl's face clearly, and who would expect someone to change outfits in just 10 or 20 minutes? Lin He realized she was getting sidetracked and brought the conversation back, asking, "How did you all end up fighting?" "Big sister. Help me." In just a moment, the 15-year-old was in trouble, pinned to the ground. While calling for help, his eyes were pleadingly fixed on Lin He. Lin He hadn't forgotten her younger son. She simply wanted him to endure it a bit longer. If it weren't for the security guard's deliberate actions, she would have been happy to let her son face a little hardship. Don't think she didn't know that the little rascal chose to side with his father to talk badly about her. However, Lin He underestimated her own ability to handle the situation. Just as she was considering whether to let her younger son come over, the security guard noticed her gaze and, without needing to be told, wisely stepped aside and let go. 15 quickly pulled down her lifted shirt to cover her stomach and let out a heavy grunt at the two security guards. The guards twitched their lips, feeling intimidated. "I was the first to act, but she has a dirty mind and a sharp tongue." Lin He didn't recognize the woman, but Chuyi immediately noticed her and asked, "What did you just say to Mr. Jiang in the auditorium?" Chuyi avoided calling her my dad to maintain her authority. When the woman heard Chuyi mention Mr. Jiang, she looked her up and down, smirking sarcastically. "What? Are you trying to attract Mr. Jiang? With your flat figure, good luck with that." After saying this, the woman puffed out her chest, showing off her low-cut denim dress that highlighted her curves. Chuyi was surprised that the seemingly delicate woman spoke so harshly. "So you were trying to flirt with him?" Chuyi quickly connected the dots and found a flaw in the woman's words. She returned the same scrutinizing gaze, mocking, "Even if you throw yourself at him, it won't work. Young lady, don't you know to respect your seniors in college?" Chuyi had dressed up a bit today, looking like a vibrant freshman, which led the woman to misunderstand her age. "You, who would be thrown out of Mr. Jiang's bed, shouldn't mock others. Let me tell you." The woman's words became increasingly inappropriate, and Chuyi felt offended. Remembering the woman's earlier comment about her figure, she replied, "Respect who? You? You look like a pig standing up, probably had several litters, right?" At the end of her sentence, Chuyi's gaze fell on the woman's chest, and she added disdainfully, "It's all sagging." During her days at home, due to the incident with Han Sun, Chuyi hadn't been using her phone much, while Lin He was often on her iPad, researching something. Lin He sat in the living room with the TV on as background noise. With nothing else to do, Chuyi watched a variety show that featured witty comebacks, learning some sharp lines from it. She didn't expect to use one so soon, and seeing the woman's furious face made Chuyi feel quite proud of her newfound wit. "You speak so harshly. Is that your boyfriend?" The woman pointed at 15 standing by the window. "Having a boyfriend and still wanting to chase after rich men? Do you believe I can make your life miserable at school?" From a different perspective, you were standing in front of Mr. Jiang without any clothes on. The woman's words were cut off by a slap from Chuyi. She admitted that she had started it, but the other person was being too rude, especially since she was Mr. Jiang's daughter, making those words particularly hurtful. The woman was not one to back down, and immediately tried to hit Chuyi back, leading to a fight between them. Seeing his sister in a brawl, Sherwoo rushed over to separate them. At that moment, two male classmates who seemed to know the woman approached to help, but they were not there to break up the fight. "She's a crazy person, hold her down," the woman shouted, and they were about to follow her orders. Sherwoo, however, could not allow them to bully Chuyi. Even though he didn't know how the fight started, he joined in against the two boys. In a 1v2 situation, Sherwoo handled himself well, and as the security arrived, the situation escalated. Then Lin He arrived and saw the scene. The girl who had been aggressive just moments before froze when she saw Jiang An. She was an intern counselor at the school, and she had heard that Jiang An was Mr. Zhang's son. Hearing Chuyi carelessly share their conversation made the woman feel uneasy. "Just because she tried to flirt with my dad, I should be allowed to hit her," Chuyi concluded confidently. She spoke boldly, but her gaze wandered, stealing a glance at Lin He's expression. Chuyi bit her tongue, wondering if Lin He thought she was wrong. Before Lin He could respond, the woman quickly interjected, "It's all a misunderstanding." At this point, it was clear that the girl with the ponytail was Mr. Zhang's daughter. The woman felt a wave of panic. Chuyi crossed her arms and looked at her sideways, saying, "You're just talking to my dad in the auditorium. Wasn't that flirting? You admitted it yourself." The woman's tone confirmed it for Chuyi. "No, that's not true. I was passing by when Mr. Jiang called me over to ask how long the event would last. He even asked me to take some snacks from his plate, and, before I could ask who they were for, he waved me off." The woman was not lying. Her explanation matched what they had seen. Lin He had said they would meet after the ceremony, so Jiang Qiao asked when it would end. The guests at the front table had snacks, and Jiang Qiao wanted someone to send some to Lin He. However, he lost focus, his mind occupied with why He hadn't replied to his messages. Of course, the woman also had her own motives. She wore a rented evening gown that was very expensive, costing nearly 2 months' salary. As the person in charge of the auditorium's stage setup, she took the opportunity to leave while she still could, timing her exit to avoid the arriving VIPs. She dressed up to catch the attention of the important guests, hoping someone would notice her. Jiang Qiao was her first choice. He was handsome and a super-rich man. When he called out to her, her heart soared. Unfortunately, before she could pose a few times to attract him, she was quickly sent away. Next, she had to manage the food stall, and wearing the evening gown that was not suitable, mainly because she didn't want to dirty or damage it and lose money. So, as soon as she left the auditorium, she went to the restroom to change. Unexpectedly, she ran into Chuyi and ended up in a dire situation. Not only did she want to cry, but the security guards also felt like crying. What was going on? They thought it was just two young kids causing trouble, and since this intern instructor was related to Professor Lee, they tried to help, but it backfired. The people sitting in the front row were all distinguished guests invited by the principal. What had they just done? She is Teacher Rue's sister, and Professor Lee from the school is their uncle. Lin He remembered Teacher Rue, who was involved with Jiang Qiao, and looking at the verge of tears, her impression of Professor Lee also diminished. At that moment, Jiang Qiao came up the stairs. Seeing the tense situation, he approached Lin He, gently placing a hand on her shoulder and asking, "What's wrong?" His concern revealed their close relationship, leaving the woman across from them stunned. Oh no! She had really walked into trouble. "Why are you out here?" Jiang Qiao asked. "I can leave any time. I don't have to stay until the end." He hadn't planned to come at first. He was there because of Lin He and could leave whenever she wanted. Lin He glanced past Jiang Qiao at the woman in the denim skirt with long hair, who was nervously avoiding her gaze. "Let's go." After saying that, Lin He turned and walked toward the door, and Jiang Qiao immediately followed. Chuyi and Sherwoo also left with them. Today, Lin He had specifically arranged for a business car, so their family of 5 had plenty of space. "Are we just leaving like this?" Sherwoo felt a bit frustrated. Had he just been embarrassed for nothing? Chuyi, however, was not as impatient. She believed that every step Lin He took had a purpose. "If we stay there while father is present, no matter what, it will seem like we are using our power to bully a small intern teacher." If someone with bad intentions creates a media story, people who don't understand will attack our family. Chuyi said while touching her chin. Feng suddenly remembered how the woman kept glancing back at them and even adjusted her body position after watching. There was a camera over there. That woman is not trustworthy. Feng slapped his thigh, realizing this. Luckily, he hadn't acted impulsively. Initially, it could be seen as a child's misunderstanding, but when Jiang Qiao appeared, the situation changed. During this meeting, the principal wants me to invest in the research institute. Doing research is very costly, and the principal wants to use this school celebration to make connections. He explained, "Your father left suddenly without a word, so there must be a reason. The principal will naturally look into that intern counselor." Chuyi's eyes lit up. She could handle this. By then, the school will deal with that woman, and how they handle it won't concern us. Even if there are waves, it won't involve the Jiang family. He nodded, amazed at her daughter's progress and intelligence. The intern counselor's behavior was questionable, and Chuyi could see through her intentions. It's almost certain that, given the intern counselor's style, she has violated rules. To show Jiang Qiao a stance, the school will likely dismiss the woman with the long hair and denim skirt. Then, they won't be able to hide teacher Rue's situation, and even their uncle, Professor Li, will be caught up in it, including the security guard involved. It's a win-win situation. With Jiang Qiao's identity exposed and this chain reaction, others in the school will surely think twice before bullying An. He sighed softly. If things had developed as planned for Feng, she would have achieved success in her career without needing her mother's support or relying on her father's name. "Did you come up with all this on the spot?" Chuyi suddenly asked, her curiosity piqued. Such a well-thought-out plan would take her a long time to implement. So when did he plan this? Sort of. Once I realized the other party wasn't innocent, the plan started to form in my mind. This kind of thing doesn't require much planning. During the course of events, a little distraction can lead to ideas. He spoke so casually. Chuyi clenched her fist in determination. One day, she would become just as capable. "You're amazing, he." Jiang Qiao shifted closer to he, bringing them even nearer. He didn't pull away. She was thinking about what the woman in the denim skirt had said. In the end, it was a misunderstanding that made her upset and wrongly accused Jiang Qiao. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she said, "I misunderstood you earlier." Jiang Qiao didn't seem as cheerful as he appeared. He was still bothered by He's mention of divorce. They had been in a relationship for many years and had been married for 6 years. He had never brought up divorce or separation before. Standing in the dark of the hall, Jiang Qiao reflected on whether he no longer wanted him because he was older now. He knew he had always liked clean-cut, well-dressed young men. He was aware of this because he had been like that in high school. Even after becoming a CEO, he dressed young because he feared his wife would lose interest. Jiang Qiao's thoughts were all over the place, scared by the word divorce. Is it because of that staff member? Jiang Qiao had a good memory since childhood. He recognized the staff member from upstairs as someone he had seen in the hall before. "She seemed to be flirting with you. The kid said she looked a bit like me, and I thought you were talking to her because you liked that type." Jiang Qiao reacted strongly, feeling very wronged. "I was just asking her when the event would end, and wanted her to help bring you some snacks." After explaining, Jiang Qiao seriously reiterated, I like you. Not someone who looks like you. No one can replace you." He thought that women really do enjoy sweet talk, and she was no exception. Jiang An found this side of his father unfamiliar, while Chuyi and Shiwu had gotten used to it. After staying at the Jiang house for a few days, the twins realized just how clingy their father was. He was quite forward in every way. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they might not have believed each other. The idea that their usually cold father could say sweet things was absurd. At that moment, Jiang Qiao's phone on the table rang. He casually glanced at it and squinted when she saw the name. Jifan Fong, the woman their son had mentioned. It seemed she had been too quick to relax. This phone was Jiang Qiao's personal number. Jiang Qiao wasn't in the mood to answer the call. He swiped the screen to hang up, but the first attempt didn't work. Just as he was about to try again, he stopped him. Answer it. Expressionless, his tone was short and firm, leaving no room for refusal. Jiang Qiao was taken aback and said softly, okay. He pressed the speakerphone button. Hello, Mr. Jiang, it's me, Jifin Fong. This is my new number. I was worried you might not answer, haha. The female voice on the line was cheerful and familiar, creating a sense of closeness. Chuyi and Shiwu immediately perked up their ears.
Griffin?
The one Jiang An mentioned? What do you need? Compared to the lively tone on the other end, Jiang Qiao's voice was much colder, as if he were speaking to a stranger. I graduated from B University too. I just arrived at my alma mater for the celebration and heard you were here, so I thought I'd call to say hello and share some good news. Thank you for the opportunity you gave me back then. Jifin Dairy made progress overseas last month. Jifin Fong talked about her company's achievements and finally said, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to dinner today, Mr. Jiang? I was hoping to see you at the summit next month to thank you in person, but due to matters overseas, I will be stationed abroad for the next 6 months. Jifin Dairy? He suddenly remembered hearing about it at the Zhao family's birthday party last time. Mrs. Zhao mentioned introducing her to a powerful woman, the owner of Jifin Dairy. She said this woman was very decisive and worked as hard as any man, earning her the nickname Iron Lady. Mrs. Zhao didn't elaborate, and he only recalled it now, after hearing Jifin Dairy mentioned on the phone.
I'm Buse.
Jiang Qiao's responses grew shorter. Although he seemed to listen to Jifin Fong, his gaze was focused on Lin He.
Ah?
Are you very busy, Mr. Jiang? Then I won't disturb you. Let's meet next time. Hearing Jiang Qiao hum an acknowledgement, Jifin Fong hung up the phone. She was the owner of a small business that Jiang's company invested in back then. Jiang Qiao introduced the caller's identity to Lin He in a very official tone, as if Jifin Fong were just a passerby to him. Weren't you quite attentive to her back then? Jiang An said softly from the side, clicking his tongue and adding, what's with the pretense of being unfamiliar now? We weren't close to begin with. Jiang Qiao retorted, noticing Lin He's unchanged expression at Jiang An's words, his gaze turned colder. What nonsense are you saying? The pressure from his father's question was palpable. Although it didn't concern them, Chuyi and Shiwu couldn't help but swallow hard and sit up straight. Jiang An didn't respond. He elongated his voice and called out for their mother. Why are you being harsh with the kids? Lin He spoke more sternly than Jiang Qiao. Her son wasn't just talking nonsense. If it weren't for him, could Jifin Fong have a personal phone number? After hearing Jifin Fong's words during the call, didn't An say anything wrong? Using her status as an elder to take out her frustrations on her son? Before, the child didn't have a mother, but now he does. In her anger, Lin He made Jiang Qiao soften. He didn't dare to treat Lin He the same way he treated Jiang An. He moved his lips and awkwardly explained, I wasn't harsh. Chuyi looked out the window, thinking that his father was being too submissive in front of that woman. How could he have ever thought to rely on him for support? He couldn't control anything at all. Shiwu, sitting nearby, looked thoughtful, a rare serious expression on his face. Lin He shot Jiang Qiao a glare, ignoring him completely. She turned to Jiang An and asked, and then after this event, will you be on summer break? Yes, I'm starting work at Jiang's the day after tomorrow. Jiang An replied, glancing at his father, hesitating to say more. Lin He noticed her son's concerns and said, if you're not happy at Jiang's, I can help you find another internship. I have many friends. Hee, I'll take care of it and don't worry, Jiang Qiao said. Though he said that, Jiang Qiao already had a plan in mind. He had recognized Jiang An at school, and soon the company would announce Jiang An's identity. He would push him hard, making Jiang An lead a team. Whether Jiang An could handle it would depend on his own abilities. If Jiang An's internship at Jiang's was just the beginning, leading a team would be a whole different challenge. Jiang Qiao didn't care. He wasn't the type of parent to spoil his child. He needed to toughen him up. Especially since this eldest son often tried to create misunderstandings between him and he. He needed to keep him busy, so he wouldn't have time to sow discord. Lin He still ignored Jiang Qiao and asked Chuyi and Shiwu what they wanted to eat. Jiang Qiao began to realize that Lin He's unease might be related to Ji Fengfeng. Could it be that he was feeling jealous? Just a moment ago, he was anxious about the word divorce, and now he suddenly felt a sense of warmth. Jealousy is good. It shows affection. He knew he wouldn't easily lose interest. In the end, at Chuyi's suggestion, the family went to a restaurant called Hero's Retreat. It was a private dining place, and the waiting list was already 6 months long. Chuyi had been there once and couldn't stop thinking about it. She wanted to see if her father could get them in without waiting. But it turned out that money wasn't everything. Mr. Jiang had no special privileges at this restaurant. No matter who you were, everyone had to follow the rules and wait in line. This place is no longer available. Jiang Qiao's attempt to use money failed. The other party was a descendant of an imperial chef and didn't care about money at all. Food is everything. Chuyi felt disappointed, realizing that her father's reputation wasn't always effective. Seeing Jiang Qiao return empty-handed, Lin He said, "I'll make a phone call." In just 5 minutes, Lin He returned with a private dining staff member who invited them in. "How did you do that?" Chuyi didn't expect things to turn around. If her father's influence didn't work, how could Lin He resolve it with just one phone call? "I asked a friend for help." "Friend?" Chuyi repeated. Jiang Qiao glanced over, wondering who this friend was, and if he knew them. "I have many friends." Lin He repeated the same thing. Initially, Chuyi thought she was just comforting Jiang Qiao, but now she considered that it might be a statement of fact. Coming to the private dining place was a last-minute decision, and Lin He had suggested it without any prior arrangements, which wasn't necessary. Chuyi was surprised. Lin He seemed to be even more capable than she thought. Seeing this, 15's eyes deepened with thought. Jiang An was pouring water for Lin He from a porcelain pot, a clear smile on his face. At that moment, feeling protected by his mother made him very happy. Buzz, 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 the phone on the table rang a few times. Jiang An put down the porcelain pot to check who had sent the message. Jiang Qiao seized the opportunity to flatter. "Thanks to you, we can enjoy a delicious meal today." Just as Jiang Qiao wanted to say more, his eldest son interrupted. "It's been handled at school." Jiang An was genuinely surprised. It had been less than an hour. The message was from the 2 younger students who had made a bet. If the Jiang family isn't considered a wealthy family, then there may not be any wealthy families in the world. Unsurprisingly, the 2 younger students won the bet. Many people expressed their willingness to pay $500 for freedom, just like the initial bet. At that time, it was because 2 people were making things difficult for a group. Now, a group was trying to negotiate with 2 people, and they felt they could adjust the terms. The 2 younger students didn't like being served, and since the group wasn't particularly obedient, they worried that having them run errands for food later might affect their appetite and nutrition. In the end, they agreed. The 2 younger students made a small fortune. Feeling happy, they wanted to share their joy with Jiang An. However, they couldn't find him and instead heard a lot of gossip. Since it was related to their senior, the 2 juniors decided to send what they heard to Jiang An's senior. "The teaching assistant you had a conflict with has been fired." The president personally heard about it, and the vice president got angry and had the person removed. The news about teacher Rue and Jiang Qiao caused quite a stir. It turns out some students had already caught them meeting privately, and there are even photos of them kissing. After the rumors spread, someone printed the photos, put them in an envelope, and slipped them into the principal's office. Professor Li was so upset by his 2 nieces that he almost fainted. He was already on a temporary contract, and now he says he can't stay at the school anymore. He plans to go to New Zealand to find his son and settle there for retirement. Teacher Rue was called to the principal's office, and when she left, her eyes were red. It seems she might be on leave without pay while they look into the situation. Jiang Qiao's departure put some pressure on the school. The Jiang Group has many collaborations with B University. Just the funding for student research amounts to several sums, and the principal is afraid Jiang Qiao might withdraw everything in anger. After hearing about the intern counselor, the principal was so angry he wanted to throw his teacup. He doesn't want to work hard and insists on taking shortcuts. It's ridiculous. Because of all this, B University quickly resolved the issues. When the fight in the first year happened, many students were watching, and the school didn't try to hide it. Word spread quickly among the students. Everyone understood that the school's strong reaction and handling of the situation were to give Jiang a proper explanation. Even the school leaders had to respond this way, showing that the Jiang group not only has power but also significant influence in other areas. Jiang An comes from such a family. Li Shiyang and his group became increasingly anxious. Each of them felt very complicated emotions. Looking back, they had mocked Jiang An for wearing fake brands and pretending to be high-minded, especially acting so pretentious. Every insult they threw now felt like a boomerang hitting them back. The fear of retaliation would linger for a long time. Their heightened anxiety often led them to scare themselves, resulting in many of them getting sick and taking leave one after another. Of course, that's a story for later. The students realized that the Jiang group was someone the school needed to please. From now on, the name Jiang An would carry weight at B University. No one would be foolish enough to provoke him. He achieved her goal. Even after learning about the school's handling of the situation, Jiang Qiao and he didn't rush back after dinner. They went straight home. On the way, he received a call from the principal, and they naturally exchanged pleasantries. It seems they had a good conversation and were both satisfied. This time, Jiang An also returned to the Jiang family home. He thought it would be more convenient for her son to go to work at the Jiang company with Jiang Qiao and stay at home. Jiang An agreed. One benefit of this arrangement is that he could keep an eye on his father. If he ever sensed that his father had wronged his mother, he would immediately move out with her to get away from a bad man. In the evening, he sat on the living room sofa watching TV, while Chuyi joined her to watch a comedy show. Jiang An relaxed in a single chair nearby, reading a book. The book had an English title and was filled with English text. Chuyi glanced at it, but quickly looked away. Both Jiang An and Chuyi had a talent for languages, but for her, learning foreign languages was difficult. Even if she memorized words and meanings, she would forget them after a few days. To her, an all-English book seemed like a foreign language. She walked over from the dining room, placed a cup of tea in front of He, and said, "The chef just brewed this to cool off." He thanked her. Soon after, she returned from the kitchen with a plate of fruit and suddenly stood up, saying, "Is the TV too loud?" She went to find the remote to lower the volume. Chuyi tucked the remote into her lap, surprised. She had already turned the volume down to 20. How could it still be too loud? "What are you doing?" Chuyi asked. Seeing her brother moving around, she realized he was circling He hadn't done that before. "I'm not doing anything," he replied, winking at Chuyi to signal her to follow him. Chuyi sat up, cleared her throat, and muttered, "I'm a bit tired. I need to stretch my legs." The two of them had a bit of unspoken understanding in this regard. As they walked toward the back door, Chuyi ran into Jiang An. He spoke first, his eyes pleading, "Sis, don't ruin my chances." "Don't you dislike He?" she asked. "I do, but when you're under someone else's roof, you have to be respectful. A wise person knows when to adapt." Jiang An realized that no matter how the family hierarchy was ranked, He was at the top. The most important thing was that their father listened to her. After witnessing He's authority in the house, Jiang An decided to play along. He still has doubts about He, but that doesn't stop him from getting along well with her. She is someone who can make his father back down. If she can support him like she did for Jiang An today, he won't have to fear his father anymore. Then he can do whatever he wants, and just thinking about it makes him happy. Since you can befriend her, why can't I? I haven't befriended her at all. Chuyi felt wronged. Her interactions with He were normal and didn't indicate a close relationship. As the twins bickered back and forth, Chuyi's phone suddenly buzzed with a series of message alerts. She took out her phone and nearly dropped it when she saw the content. Forgetting about her brother, she hurried to the living room. At the corner of the stairs, she bumped into Jiang Qiao, who was coming down. After chatting with some executives in the VIP lounge during the school anniversary, he smelled strongly of smoke. Knowing he preferred him fresh, he went upstairs to wash up as soon as he got home before coming down. Seeing her father, Chuyi quickly handed him her phone and said, "Look at this." 10 years ago, I officially became the editor-in-chief of Yum magazine. I still remember how I felt back then. I was a child from a small town. Chuyi was showing Jiang Qiao a Weibo post by Jiang Manhwa. After the incident with Han Sun, Chuyi had been closely following Jiang Manhwa's Weibo with a secondary account, keeping an eye on her movements. Chuyi had mixed feelings about Jiang Manhwa. She remembered how she cared for her in childhood, but also recalled their collusion with Han Sun. Chuyi understood that Jiang Manhwa's current actions proved she had bad intentions when she first approached her. She was interested in knowing what Jiang Manhwa would do after being exposed. Chuyi had seen Jiang Manhwa's previous erratic posts. Those who do wrong will face consequences. Today, it seemed she had brought trouble to her own doorstep. The Weibo post appeared to reflect on past experiences, but was actually guiding netizens to dig into her history. The references were subtle, but anyone could tell that the so-called wealthy relatives referred to the Jiang family. When Jiang Manhwa became the editor-in-chief of Yum, there were rumors about her connection to the Jiang group, but those claims had faded away. Now that Jiang Manhwa brought it up herself, it carried a different meaning. Was she trying to drag the Jiang family down with her? On the first day of school, Chuyi noticed that Jiang Manhwa mentioned her mother in a long Weibo post. Jiang Manhwa talked about how she moved to B-City to stay with her aunt, feeling anxious in the unfamiliar environment and struggling to get along with her cousin. Her cousin, a city girl, seemed fashionable and confident, while Jiang Manhwa felt insecure and sensitive coming from a small town. In her last sentence, Jiang Manhwa said, "Later, I realized that to achieve what you want, you have to fight for yourself." When I became the editor-in-chief of Yum, this thought stayed with me. But 10 years later, I learned another truth. Some things you can't have no matter how hard you try.
What does she mean by that?
Chuyi thought Jiang Manhwa was intentionally mentioning her mother to create tension with Lin He and stir up family conflicts. In blended families, the identities of ex-spouses are often sensitive topics. Glancing at his daughter, who seemed to be drifting away, Jiang Qiao chose not to explain. It was clear that Jiang Manhwa's Weibo post wasn't finished yet. She was setting the stage for her next post. Indeed, Jiang Manhwa had her own plans. Although nothing had happened between Chuyi and Han Sun, no one cared about that. Once it was online, netizens would surely jump to conclusions and insult Lin He. Online bullying is frightening, and Jiang Manhwa didn't believe Jiang Qiao would let Chuyi suffer such treatment. Therefore, the other party would feel restrained. She knew that if she hinted at anything, it would lead netizens to speculate wildly and spread rumors. In her Weibo post, if the Jiang family reacted, she would quickly leak other information. If they didn't react, it meant there was hope for a resolution. Perhaps she wouldn't have to leave the country in disgrace. Jiang Manhwa waited for Jiang Qiao's response. As long as the Jiang family didn't pursue the matter, she would be fine. She still held onto a glimmer of hope. Unless absolutely necessary, she really didn't want to leave her home. After reading, Jiang Qiao walked away without saying a word, leaving Chuyi confused about her father's attitude. In the living room, she saw Lin He talking to Jiang An, while her father sat in a single chair with an unreadable expression. Chuyi guessed he was probably being ignored again. Ignoring others would lead to being ignored in return. Ahem. Excuse me. Chuyi cleared her throat to get attention, and Lin He looked over. Jiang Manhwa is causing trouble again, Chuyi said, sitting next to Lin He with her phone in hand. If her father wouldn't respond, she would find someone to talk to. Lin He was unaware of the online situation, but as she looked at Chuyi's phone screen, her expression grew increasingly cold. On the first day of school, I regretted showing her, especially since it involved her biological mother. Lin He's role as a stepmother must be quite awkward. Mainly, she felt that Jiang Manhwa posted on Weibo to make it public, and if Lin He remained in the dark and later found out, it would be very unfavorable for her. Since Lin He helped Chuyi expose Han Sun, they shared the same attitude towards Jiang Manhwa. No matter what Jiang Manhwa's intentions were, it was better for Lin He to know now than to find out later. Plus, after her father finished reading, he acted coldly, clearly still treating her like a child and saying nothing. Lin He was different. She would explain the reasons behind many things. After listening, Chuyi would understand the logic and feel it was very beneficial. In fact, Chuyi thought that next time something happened, she would just go directly to Lin He, as her father was not much help. Chuyi wanted to say it was useless, but even though she had negative thoughts, she softened her words. It was completely ineffective. She is using this to threaten your father. Lin He, being sharp, immediately saw through Jiang Manhwa's tactics. After all these years, the other party hadn't really improved.
Huh?
Chuyi was confused. What did she mean? The previous outbursts, including this one, are clearly a setup. She is a semi-public figure and isn't afraid of online opinions, but you're different. When she reminisces about her cousin and her cousin's husband online, she is testing the waters. Lin He explained everything thoroughly, just as Chuyi expected. Chuyi realized that Jiang Manhwa had this plan all along. She's dreaming. Even if Chuyi missed the old days, Jiang Manhwa's relentless schemes left her feeling disheartened. Nothing had happened between her and Han Sun. Chuyi understood that if this went online, people would definitely criticize her for being inappropriate, or some so-called insiders would spread rumors. There was even a chance of being falsely accused. As the daughter of the Jiang family, her identity would make her a target for envious internet users, especially with Jiang Manhwa's exaggerated background. She could be severely criticized. Chuyi's face turned pale. She didn't expect Jiang Manhwa to be so ruthless and felt the hypocrisy from the past. It's okay, I won't let her bully you. Lin He gently patted Chuyi's head. She was still a young girl, and it was normal to feel anxious and flustered in such situations. Having family support during tough times would make a big difference. Chuyi nodded, her voice a bit choked with emotion. She felt sad about Jiang Manhwa's harshness and regretted not treating Lin He better in the past, especially since Lin He always reached out to help when she was in trouble. She just felt cold all over, but after hearing Lin He's words, she felt calm again. Thank you, Chuyi said, looking a bit shy with her head down. Lin He smiled, thinking her daughter was becoming cuter. When Sherwu came over, he saw this scene and paused for a moment, feeling a mix of emotions. It seemed she really liked her sister. Looking at Jiang An beside her, she also liked Jiang An. But what about him? Sherwu sat on the sofa, lost in thought, feeling heavy-hearted. He didn't care if others liked him. He just felt. He felt isolated. Yes, isolated. This home used to be cold, with everyone ignoring each other. Now, the four of them seemed like a family, and he was left out. Lin He went upstairs, followed closely by their father, and Chuyi yawned before heading back to her room. Sherwu pursed his lips, glancing at Jiang An. He wanted to ask what they were talking about, but they had already left. When his gaze landed on the green jade pendant, he asked, "What is that?" "It's a jade pendant my mom gave me." After asking, Sherwu realized it was a pointless question because usually people wouldn't respond. To his surprise, this time she did. Hearing her call her mom felt quite warm. Sherwu pouted. "It doesn't look very good." Sherwu didn't know much about jade, but he knew that the clearer and more lustrous it was, the better. "My mom gave me a box of them, about 20 pieces. The bookmarks and pendants are easy to scratch, so I picked the worst one." Sherwu. He didn't know why, but even though her tone was plain, he sensed a hint of pride. 20 pieces, even if they were of the same quality, wouldn't be cheap. That was quite generous. Thinking about how Chuyi wanted to cut back on her allowance, which Lin He and their father decided, he felt it was unfair. They were stingy with pocket money but turned around and gave Jiang An these expensive gifts. It was really biased. Sherwu didn't realize he was feeling this way. He just felt a little sour, a little hurt, and his nose. Just a tiny bit hurt. They were all the father's children. Why was he treated this way? "Oh, she really treats you well." That comment made him feel even more frustrated. Jiang An smirked, casually crossing her legs and flipping a page in her book, saying, "Yes, she said I'm her favorite child." Although she said this before the twins were born, Jiang An firmly believed that her mother's words had always been true. Sherwu rolled his eyes and didn't respond as he got up to go upstairs. There was nothing more to talk about. At that time in the bedroom, Lin He was thinking the same thing. Why did she return to the room so quickly? Because Lin He noticed that Jiang Qiao couldn't hold back any longer. This guy could be as mischievous as a child. To avoid being embarrassed in front of the three kids because of Jiang Qiao, Lin He hurriedly took him back to the room. Sure enough, as soon as they sat down, Mr. Jiang started. Hee, you said that no child can outdo me. This was something Lin He said when the twins were a month old because Jiang Qiao was showing signs of feeling down after the birth. Yes, after having the baby, Lin He, the mother, was not depressed. It was the father who started to feel gloomy. The main reason was that Lin He was struggling to balance her life and didn't leave Jiang Qiao any time. To ensure that the eldest child didn't feel neglected after the arrival of his siblings, Lin He spent half of her time with Jiang An, their first child. The remaining time was divided between the twins for feeding, putting them to sleep, and so on. There was a lot to do. Although they had a professional nanny team at home, Lin He preferred to take care of things herself. She didn't feel tired. In fact, she found it very enjoyable. As a result, the children's father felt overlooked. When Lin He finally paid attention to Jiang Qiao again, she noticed he had lost weight and, upon hearing her concern, his eyes turned red with a sense of grievance. It took Lin He a whole month to cheer him up. She didn't do much, just paid more attention to him. When she first saw the twins, Lin He had said, "Oh my, these two little ones are so cute. Their little eyes are just adorable." Noticing the father's gloom, Lin He changed her words to, "Oh my, these two treasures are so lovely. They look just like my dear Qiao Qiao, so well-behaved and not troublesome. They must take after their dad." She used a technique she learned from reading to connect the children to Jiang Qiao. Whenever she talked about the kids, Lin He always made sure to mention Jiang Qiao, emphasizing that they were the result of their love. Gradually, Jiang Qiao's gloom faded, especially when Lin He said that her greatest love would always be Jiang Qiao, and that her love for the kids couldn't compare to her love for him. He felt completely better.
But now,
Lin He was clearly not being truthful. As soon as Jiang Qiao mentioned this, Lin He immediately understood the underlying meaning. She had gained plenty of experience dealing with Jiang Qiao's antics. With just one sentence, she resolved the crisis. Love runs deep, and so does the responsibility. Lin He sighed meaningfully. With that one sentence, everything changed. Jiang Qiao suddenly realized that Lin He was strict with him because she had the highest expectations for him. She loved him the most. Seeing that Jiang Qiao's eyes were no longer drooping, she knew she had passed this hurdle. Hee, are you calm now? Can we talk? How quickly can a person change? For Jiang Qiao, it only took a second. Leaning closer, his focused gaze was deep and mysterious, his eyes sparkling like a whirlpool, encouraging Lin He to speak freely, with a gentle smile. The playful little puppy suddenly transformed into a cunning wolf with glowing eyes. Little Red Riding Hood, he quietly looked away, realizing this guy was using his charm. Jiang Qiao had somehow undone the buttons of his shirt, revealing a well-defined, sculpted abdomen beneath his delicate collarbone. Every time Lin He hugged Jiang Qiao, she would sneakily touch it. In their first year of dating, Lin He was still shy about it, but by the second year, she was much bolder. Jiang Qiao knew what Lin He liked. Sometimes he didn't understand what he did wrong, but if Lin He got upset, he would pull her hand to touch his abs. While apologizing, whenever he showed that pitiful look, Lin He found it hard to resist. This time, Jiang Qiao was more straightforward, undoing all the buttons of his shirt, making it seem like the room was hot, even though the air conditioning was quite strong. Lin He knew that if she couldn't resist and touched him, she would have to take responsibility. At that point, they would have to clarify things about the ceremony, as this clingy guy wouldn't let her off easily. Lin He turned her face away, pretending there was nothing to discuss. But Jiang Qiao was not willing to let it go. His instincts told him that if they didn't clear things up today, he would be in trouble. He needed to understand why Lin He was upset, so he could explain himself. Jiang Qiao squeezed in next to Lin He, planning to use his charm again when there was a knock at the door. "Is anyone there?" "It's 15. Put on some clothes," Lin He said, noticing her son had arrived. Jiang Qiao took a deep breath and fastened the last button as Lin He said, "Come in." 15 walked in holding a USB drive, raising it and saying, "I found this. After seeing what's inside, I think I need to say something." Upon seeing what 15 was holding, Jiang Qiao's expression changed dramatically. In the Jiang residence, there was only one forbidden area, the room where the previous lady lived. After the arrival of the new lady, that room was no longer off-limits. In the study, Jiang Qiao never revealed much. The servants cleaned it every morning, and besides that, they didn't go in. On the 1st and 15th of the month, they showed no interest in it either. But there are always exceptions. Today, Sherwu suddenly felt curious and went into the study, which led him to discover a problem. "We have important matters to discuss. You go play somewhere else and don't disturb us," Jiang Qiao said sternly, clearly wanting him to leave. Sherwu replied, feeling wronged, "I'm not playing around. Enough, go out." Lin He thought Jiang Qiao was annoyed because he was disturbed and she was frustrated with Sherwu. But now, she noticed that Jiang Qiao seemed genuinely upset. Noticing Lin He's gaze, Jiang Qiao took a breath, realizing he had overreacted. He calmed down and said, "Let's talk about this tomorrow."
What do you have in your hand?
A USB drive? Lin He ignored Jiang Qiao's attitude and felt that Sherwu's arrival was timely. Excited about his important discovery, Sherwu suddenly felt deflated, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown on him. He mumbled, "It's a USB drive." Jiang Qiao wanted to say more, but Lin He shot him a glare, and he fell silent. Lin He stood up and pulled Sherwu to the nearby sofa, speaking gently, "Does the USB drive contain anything related to our family?" Sherwu bit his lip, suddenly understanding why his sister had been brainwashed. If there was something important, he would be willing to share it with her. His dad was like a tyrant. Seeing Lin He willing to listen and smiling gently, Sherwu glanced at his father, who was left staring in shock, and felt a strange sense of balance and revenge. Jiang Qiao, unable to stop it, felt anxious and kept his eyes on Sherwu. His expression remained calm, but only he knew how nervous he was, with a cold sweat forming on his back. As he watched Sherwu open his mouth, Jiang Qiao felt his heart race. Then his younger son said seriously, "I suspect there is a spy in our family." Jiang Qiao. "A spy?" Lin He instinctively repeated, and Sherwu nodded vigorously. Feeling isolated from this family, Sherwu became a bit frustrated. He didn't want to go back to his room, nor did he want to see Jiang An's smug face in the living room. He thought about lying on the balcony's rocking chair for a while, but as he passed the study, he suddenly wanted to take a look inside. Just as he reached for the doorknob, the door opened. A maid stepped out, and when she saw him, she took a step back in fright, clearly startled and flustered, as if she had done something wrong. She hurriedly explained that she was cleaning the study, and then left. Usually, the study is tidied up early in the morning, but today, since his father had been out and hadn't used it, why was it being cleaned now? 15 hesitantly walked in and found a USB drive on the floor. He picked it up and placed it on the table, feeling increasingly uneasy about the maid. He decided to plug the USB into the computer to check its contents. After viewing the files, 15 quickly took the USB to the master bedroom to find someone. "This must belong to that maid. She is a spy sent by someone else. She has been watching your every move." 15 pointed at the phone screen, showing evidence he had captured on video of Lin He meeting with Hudai at a cafe. In a corner where Lin He and 15 couldn't see, Jiang Qiao let out a quiet breath, feeling as if he was about to break down. He almost thought he was in big trouble. "Do you remember that maid? Money can influence people." Although the Jiang family servants had worked for many years, they were essentially just hired help. If someone offered a large sum, it was normal for them to be tempted. From what Lin He knew, a few of the Jiang family servants were introduced by Jiang Manhwa and Hudai, making it possible for them to act as spies. As Lin He and her son analyzed the possibility of the maid being a spy, Jiang Qiao touched his nose. He had already dealt with those people. It wasn't just Jiang Manhwa and Hudai. Even ladies who had a good relationship with him, like Min Jun, had considered getting involved with the Jiang family. Jiang Qiao would never allow that. He didn't need to beat around the bush. He gave a direct warning, telling anyone with ill intentions not to meddle in his family affairs, or they would face serious consequences. This warning was quite intimidating. The next day, 5 maids received orders to resign. After that, any new maid entering the Jiang household would undergo a thorough investigation by the butler, as if they were digging into their family history. The requirements were extremely strict. Even close relatives with criminal records were not allowed. Of course, money could tempt people, so it was possible that some maids could be bribed, but the situation with the USB was purely a misunderstanding. As for why it was on the floor, Jiang Qiao vaguely remembered hearing a thud when he finished an online meeting that morning and had accidentally knocked it down while going downstairs. He analyzed the USB with 15, trying to comfort him. She could see that he was feeling down. The boy was conflicted. His natural instinct made him want to be close, but the reality of the situation left him feeling troubled and confused. 15 turned the USB in his hands, glancing around nervously, and said, This discovery is pretty, important, right? He smiled, her eyes brightening. Of course. 15 is amazing. Seizing the potential danger around him. 15 wanted to smile, but remembered he shouldn't let He think he appreciated her praise. He cleared his throat, trying to look serious and composed. I'm done here. I'll be leaving now. From the moment he stood up to when he left the room, he didn't give Jiang Qiao a single glance, something he wouldn't have dared to do before. It might have been because of his father's attitude or He's presence. He didn't say, Dad, I'm going back to my room, and just walked out confidently. Once back in his room, 15 let his shoulders drop and patted his chest to calm himself. That was scary. Usually, Jiang Qiao wasn't strict with the kids, but 15's attitude had clearly been provocative. If he hadn't been there, Jiang Qiao would have definitely called his younger son back for a serious talk. Moreover, Jiang Qiao was focused on the USB drive. Seeing he playing with it thoughtfully, he said, Tomorrow, I'll have the butler check on that maid. He nodded. This response made Jiang Qiao a bit uneasy. Did he suspect him? After that, he didn't bring up the USB drive again and asked about other matters. Have you found out what happened with 15 at the base? Who is trying to harm him? In a few days, and will start working at the company. How do you plan to arrange that? Jiang Manhwa is starting to cause trouble. Has the cleanup from before the first day of the new year been finished? When it came to the kids, it was he's top priority. Jiang Qiao listened to these pressing questions and didn't dare to be vague. He couldn't afford to think about his own issues. As a father, Jiang Qiao had already fallen short. If he couldn't answer these questions, the no-blame agreement he had mentioned before might just fall apart. The matter regarding 15 had already been uncovered. It wasn't difficult. The person behind it used rather crude methods and likely didn't expect 15 to investigate further. Some traces were left behind. When Jiang An and the others were at school, their classmates didn't know their identities, but 15's classmates did. His older siblings were unwilling to discuss family matters, and when faced with curious inquiries, they either changed the subject or outright refused to answer. Not 15. He felt there was nothing wrong with saying his father was Jiang Qiao. Why did the person behind this still target him, knowing he had a strong family background? They thought 15 wasn't valued by his family, so they felt they could bully him. The one who set up 15 was named Feng Shou. They had been classmates since middle school. From the first year of middle school to the second year of high school, Feng Shou had never seen the parents of Sherwu. Not only did they not attend the usual parent-teacher meetings, but they also didn't show up for the important day of middle school graduation. Later, he heard that Sherwu's mother had passed away. After cautiously asking Sherwu, he found out it was true, and this made him think that Sherwu was not well loved at home. He discovered that Sherwu lived outside and assumed that Sherwu's father must have remarried, leading to Sherwu being pushed out by his father's new family. Moreover, Sherwu's casual way of dressing and living made Feng Shou think he was just pretending to be important. Feng Shou was always jealous of Sherwu, who easily gained the affection of teachers and classmates. He believed that Shiwu only played with him to create a contrast, using him as a stepping stone to highlight his own superiority. With such dark thoughts, Feng Shou interpreted everything Shiwu did with suspicion, and his resentment grew deeper. The simpler and happier Shiwu seemed, the more jealous Feng Shou became. Eventually, he couldn't hold back any longer and sought a chance to make Shiwu suffer, wanting to inflict mental pain and distress. Jiang Qiao didn't dare to bring this up with Lin He because Feng Shou had the courage to act this way, knowing that Shiwu had no one to support him. It was a failure on his part as a father. He had planned to talk to Shiwu the next day, but since Lin He had already asked, he felt he had to tell the truth. This is the unfairness we've discovered, and there might be more. Don't be fooled by Shiwu's carefree appearance. He has things on his mind. If Shiwu were truly a simple and happy child, he wouldn't be so guarded around her, indicating he had experienced something bad. As for what that bad experience was, Lin He knew, but if she asked Jiang Qiao, he wouldn't be able to explain it either. After receiving a disapproving look from Lin He, Jiang Qiao quickly changed the subject to discuss Jiang An's job arrangements, planning how to train his son, mentioning that there might be setbacks, but that it would help his son grow quickly. Lin He didn't interrupt. She had little work experience and trusted Jiang Qiao in this area. When Jiang Qiao mentioned the name Jiang Manhwa, he only felt disgust. Was he someone who had been threatened? This is what I think. That night, social media was buzzing. It seemed like the stars had all agreed to respond together, as they reposted their previous tweets mentioning Jiang Manhwa, all with a similar reply, not going. Just 2 words, but it was a loud slap in the face, showing that no one was giving Jiang Manhwa any respect. If one person shares something, they might face criticism, but when so many people do it, it feels like the law does not punish the crowd. With negative fans and online trolls joining forces to attack, the situation becomes weaker when faced with so many stars. Plus, there are fans from various groups defending their idols. The trending topic online became chaotic, with those supporting Jiang Manhwa being overwhelmed. Later, a marketing account summarized that in the past 10 years, nothing has united fans who usually fight among themselves like this situation has. Fans of several stars, who have been in constant conflict over the past few years, found that even calls for peace from major fans were ineffective. This time, everyone turned their attention to Jiang Manhwa. Fans were already frustrated with Jiang Manhwa's previous actions, but they felt they had no choice. If one group retaliated, they had to deal with not only Jiang Manhwa but also the original trolls and rival fans. Losing would be fine, but if it harmed their idol's image or led to criticism from higher-ups, it wouldn't be worth it. So, everyone held back. This time, they all stood united. There was no one dragging anyone down or plotting behind the scenes. For now, their common enemy was Jiang Manhwa. The reason why the fans felt so confident was not just because of their idol's shares, but also due to the support from others. Industry producers, fashion designers, famous models, and magazine collaborators suddenly spoke out, criticizing Jiang Manhwa for her inappropriate behavior and for seeking attention during the celebration. Some netizens noticed how suddenly the anti-Jiang Manhwa wave became so loud. Was someone stirring the pot? However, no one delved too deeply into conspiracy theories. They just saw it as a case of the crowd pushing against a falling wall. The accusations against Jiang Manhwa had their basis. Many were found to be true upon further investigation by netizens. In no time, Jiang Manhwa was like a rat crossing the street, facing a storm of criticism online. Seeing this, other fans also took action. Those who decided to attend the event but were not mentioned by Jiang Manhwa started messaging their studios, asking their idols not to participate in the celebration. So many issues arose even before the event started. Who knows what other problems might come up? Jiang Manhwa achieved her goal of drawing attention, but her reputation and credibility were severely damaged. Fans are worried whether Jiang Manhwa can successfully organize the celebration event. They fear that their idol might attend and end up disappointed. Jiang Manhwa, still unaware of the online chaos, received a call from headquarters. The online buzz was overwhelming. While the event needed attention, Yum magazine also valued its reputation. Headquarters initially believed Jiang Manhwa could handle the public opinion, but now it seemed she was losing control. They first consulted the deputy editor and the director about the event, only to discover that Jiang Manhwa had lied. She claimed everything was under control, but with only a few days left, many guests had not confirmed their attendance. It wasn't just that they hadn't confirmed, they simply weren't coming. This was outrageous. Headquarters conducted an overnight investigation, and by the time Jiang Manhwa received the call, it was to inform her to stop all work and let the deputy editor take over the event. If the deputy editor successfully completes the celebration, Jiang Manhwa would have to step down from her position. The next morning, an email was sent company-wide, stating that headquarters did not approve of Jiang Manhwa's handling of the situation, leading to her suspension. If the event fails, it wouldn't just embarrass Jiang Manhwa. It would reflect poorly on the entire Yum brand. Jiang Manhwa stared blankly at the documents. After a long moment, a wild look crossed her eyes. They were pushing her to the edge. On the second day of the new year, Chuyi, while having breakfast, expressed concern about the situation online, saying, "What if she acts out of desperation?" Jiang Manhwa had some tricks up her sleeve. He smiled calmly and replied, "Let's wait and see what she does." It seemed they had a plan, which reassured Chuyi. She glanced at her brother across the table, giving him a disapproving look like an old man on the subway looking at a phone, and asked, "What's going on with him?" At that moment, Jiang An came downstairs and slammed a stack of papers onto the table in front of Chuyi. Chuyi had damp hair, clearly just washed, and stared blankly at the table, looking lost. Chuyi thought her brother looked particularly foolish in that moment. Chuyi was affected by the news. 5 minutes ago, Jiang Qiao had left the Jiang residence for work, and 6 minutes ago, he had shared the investigation results with Chuyi. Yes, he summarized the complex situation in just 1 minute. "The person plotting against you is Feng Shou. You can ask him why." Jiang Qiao simplified everything into one sentence. Then Chuyi seemed frozen, looking dazed. During this time, Chuyi thought about who might harm him. After considering everyone around him, he never suspected Feng Shou. They were middle school classmates, and when he saw someone bullying Feng Shou, he stepped in to help and scared the bully away, leading to their friendship. Until now, they had never had any conflicts. A friend who always stood by him was actually the one who harmed him? Chuyi was more shocked to realize that his trip to the base was a trap set by someone else. Jiang An threw a pile of papers at him, which he had asked him to print out as evidence. The documents looked very clear. "You're clueless, fool," Jiang An said after tossing the files, then sat down to eat. Ignoring Jiang An's mockery, Chuyi urgently wanted to understand the situation, so he quickly flipped through the documents. They contained chat records, entry logs, and some photos. "I'm going to find him and ask," Chuyi said as he rushed out with the evidence. He didn't stop him. Chuyi sighed but didn't call him back, scratching her head and saying, "Did you find out who harmed him?" It seemed like an important person to Chuyi. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so upset. "A friend named Feng Shou, who is very close to him," Chuyi said, shaking her head with a sigh, not asking further. After breakfast, Chuyi went out and met Zhao Qing to go shopping together. They decided to grab a drink first. In the cool cafe, sitting by the window and basking in the warm sunlight felt nice, and they were quite comfortable. Zhao Qing shared her latest news. Han Sun seems to be with Liang Jie from class 2. Hearing Han Sun's name, Chuyi was about to say she didn't want to talk about him, but then she heard Liang Jie's name. Seeing the surprise in Chuyi's eyes, Zhao Qing felt a sense of satisfaction in sharing the gossip. "I made sure to find out before telling you." Of course, getting the full scoop was the best. After learning this, Zhao Qing immediately reached out to her contacts to uncover the details. Previously, Han Sun was only somewhat known in school, but after the announcement on the forum, he became famous and everyone knew him. With more people interested, it was easier to gather information, and Zhao Qing quickly found out what happened. Liang Jie has secretly liked Han Sun since freshman year. After being rejected, she didn't express her feelings again. Her friends thought she had given up, but She kept her love hidden. Listening to Zhao Qing's dramatic recounting, Chuyi's lips twitched slightly. Was she like that in the past? Since being deceived by Han Sun and Jiang Hua, the girl in her first year of middle school had her heart broken. All her sentimental and sad thoughts disappeared completely. What used to sound touching now just feels pretentious. This is what Liang Jie's friend said. Liang Jie is a bit of an artsy person. She thinks Han Sun needs redemption, so she went to confess to him again. She even said it's okay if he rejects her. She knows he's hurting and will always stand by him. Zhao Qing rubbed her arms. This was all from Liang Jie's plastic friendship talk, and she found it quite believable. After thinking for a moment, Chuyi asked, "Did Liang Jie pay off Han Sun's gambling debt?" Zhao Qing was taken aback. This was what she was about to say. How did Chuyi know before she even spoke? You really have become smarter. Have you been taking health supplements? Zhao Qing's focus shifted. Let's talk about the main issue. Chuyi rolled her eyes. She was already quite smart. Linny said so. Zhao Qing chuckled and continued. Liang Jie's family is wealthy. The popular Jingdian livestream is from her family, and since she is the only daughter, she is very spoiled at home. Just like the old Chuyi, she never had to worry about money. As for why Zhao Qing said she was like the old Chuyi, it was because during this reunion, Chuyi suggested that Zhao Qing treat her, and she would pay her back when she got her allowance next month. Now, Chuyi also had limits on her pocket money. Han Sun has turned things around, but really, Zhao Qing wanted to scold Han Sun for being superficial, but since that would also involve Chuyi, she held back. Really has no self-respect. Han Sun used to be so proud, with an air of a refined gentleman, but now
He seemed so ordinary.
he hasn't turned things around, Chuyi said with a cold smile, looking out the window. If he really had, he wouldn't be handing out flyers. Zhao Qing's eyes widened. What a twist of fate. Han Sun was right outside handing out flyers. They could see him clearly from their window seat. Han Sun is ambitious, and Liang Jie can't satisfy that. This was the person who once countered Jiang Hua's schemes against the Jiang family. His greedy appetite would only grow, not shrink. No matter how spoiled Liang Jie was at home, what she could offer Han Sun was limited. Rather than saying they were together, it was more accurate to say Han Sun was using Liang Jie, using her to quickly pay off his gambling debt. At that moment, Han Sun, who was handing out flyers, looked toward the cafe, as if he discovered something, his face filled with surprise, and the flyer fell from his hand.
Han Sun quickly walked over.
Is he coming over here? Let's go. Chuyi remained calm. She knew she would meet Han Sun today, and seeing him again only confirmed her feelings. There was no love. She had never loved Han Sun. Once the illusion shattered, everything became clear. She didn't like Han Sun's personality at all. She had moved beyond being shallow and only caring about looks. Chuyi knew she might run into Han Sun because of Lin He's reminder. Jiang Qiao had planned to ask the butler to investigate the maid the next day, but that night, while talking with his wife, they felt they couldn't wait any longer and went to find the butler right away. The butler stayed up late to check the maid's information and indeed made a discovery. The maid's documents were fake. The level of detail in her school and work experience was so convincing that if Jiang Qiao hadn't noticed, Lin He wouldn't have either. Surprisingly, they had caught a big fish. The maid had been working for the Jiang family for 2 years. Her identity was layered. She appeared to be an ordinary maid, but was actually quite bold and sold information for money. For example, people like Jiang Hua and Hu Dai would pay her to learn about the Jiang family situation, and she would share what she knew. She had gone undetected for so long because she was very discreet, but beneath her identity was a deeper layer of being a corporate spy. Before Lin He returned, Jiang Qiao always went straight to the master bedroom when he entered the Jiang residence and stayed there for a long time, hardly ever working in the study. It felt less like going home and more like going to the master bedroom to recharge. So the maid had no chance to steal anything, but that changed when Lin He returned. She used to prefer staying at the office, but now she spent her days at home. She tried to take documents home whenever possible, working from there as much as she could, and only stayed late if necessary. Otherwise, Jiang Qiao would leave on time. With more time spent working at home, more documents were stored, and the maid went to the study to look for useful files. Jiang Qiao and Lin He didn't want to raise any alarms. They hoped to find out who sent the maid. If they couldn't, it was still fine. She could serve another purpose, practice. Lin He informed Chuyi and Jiang An about the maid's identity, planning to tell 15 later, since he had left in a hurry. She wanted the kids to be aware. So Lin He told Chuyi, "You're going out shopping with Zhao Qing. The information has probably already been sold." The butler noticed the maid pretending to check her phone while actually sending messages. "I saw Han Sun," Chuyi messaged Lin He. It is clear that the maid is still in contact with Jiang Manhwa. It's also clear that Han Sun is still colluding with Jiang Manhwa. At this moment, Chuyi feels extreme dislike for Han Sun. There is no need for any disguise. Han Sun has no chance of redeeming himself in Chuyi's eyes. Zhao Qing is carefree and doesn't take things to heart, simply thinking that Chuyi left through the back door to avoid seeing Han Sun. By the way, did you know? My favorite manga artist is resuming updates. Everyone in the group is so happy. It's like they're setting off firecrackers. To be good friends, they must have some similarities, and Chuyi has a big heart. In the coffee shop, she felt a bit down, but after shaking off Han Sun, she quickly forgot about it and eagerly discussed manga with Zhao Qing. After learning about that incident in the morning, shopping was no longer Chuyi's main goal. She was there to confirm the situation. The task was complete. When Lin He received her daughter's text, she was not surprised. As expected, Jiang Manhwa was indeed in contact with the maid. She had talked with Jiang Qiao late into the night. Business espionage means that if someone can infiltrate the home, they must also have access to the company. There are likely similar roles within the Jiang group, and Lin He advised Jiang Qiao to pay attention to the situation in the company. As for the mastermind behind the business espionage, there are many possibilities. It could be a company from a competing field wanting to bring down the Jiang group, or foreign headhunters trying to take a bite out of Jiang's business, or even Jiang Qiao's personal enemies. With the maid's example in mind, the Jiang family's recruitment process would be much stricter. The butler also had a new task, keeping an eye on spies. Jiang Manhwa didn't just pass the information to Han Sun, she used it herself. Knowing where Chuyi was going shopping, she waited inside, hoping for a chance encounter. An hour passed, then 2, and she didn't see a trace of Chuyi. Instead, she saw Han Sun wandering around the mall several times, clearly not finding anyone. Then they spoke on the phone. Jiang Manhwa learned that Han Sun, who was handing out flyers at the mall entrance, saw Chuyi in the cafe, and she saw him too. When he crossed the street to the cafe, he found she was gone and assumed she went shopping. Han Sun returned to wait, but ended up with nothing. Jiang Manhwa's expression darkened, feeling frustrated with Han Sun for being more of a hindrance than a help, as his presence caused Chuyi to change her plans. She chose to continue pulling Han Sun, as if she had made a mistake. Jiang Manhwa wanted to meet Chuyi mainly because she felt desperate. Before becoming the editor-in-chief, Jiang Manhwa was a bit rebellious and often criticized various phenomena online. When she got emotional, her words sometimes crossed the line. These past incidents were dug up, and Jiang Manhwa was banned from posting on Weibo for a whole month. By that time, the event had passed and the excitement was gone. Even if she could post, it would be too late. Jiang Manhwa tried to post on Instagram, but no one followed her account. Marketing accounts didn't want to share her posts because someone else had already posted about her on Instagram. There were several accounts pretending to be Jiang Manhwa, with various claims. Some said they were possessed, others claimed to be stating facts, and some said they were being controlled. With so many impersonators, which one could people believe? Verification would take 15 working days, and time was running out. This incident disrupted all of Jiang Manhwa's plans. She had intended to post a long Weibo message, linking Han Sun from the first year to Jiang Qiao and he, ultimately focusing on herself. In short, Jiang Manhwa had everything prepared. But now, she was at a loss. She was sure her account suspension was related to Lin He. Jiang Manhwa wanted to turn the situation around through her work and escape the Jiang family's grasp, She lost her job. She also tried to use public opinion to keep the Jiang family in check, but her account got banned instead. She decided to meet with Han Sun, hoping to appeal to their long-standing relationship, believing it couldn't just end like that. However, when she planned to meet, Han Sun disappeared. Han Sun was even more stubborn than she thought, refusing to meet her. Jiang Muhua was still plotting. She was unwilling to give up. After receiving a call last night, she felt like dragging everyone down with her. But when she saw the sun rise the next day, her heart told her not to act rashly. It wasn't over yet. There was still a chance. It seemed she would have to use that method. After all, they were cousins, weren't they? Jiang Muhua's eyes turned with a lifeless gaze, and a stiff smile crept across her face, looking quite eerie. Inside the Jiang residence, Lin He sneezed 3 times in a row. Ring, ring, ring. As Lin He was about to head back to her room, she heard the phone in the living room ring. She walked back and picked it up. After answering, she said hello several times, but there was no response. She could hear the static on the line, so it wasn't a bad signal. The person on the other end was deliberately silent. Who is it? If you don't speak, I'm hanging up. Seeing that there was no response, Lin He thought it was a prank call and was about to hang up when a voice came through the receiver. It's me. Just hearing those 2 words, Lin He knew it was she. She asked she? Why didn't you say anything earlier? She fell silent again. This time, Lin He didn't rush him or say she would hang up. She waited for about a minute. The minute felt especially long, but Lin He stayed on the line. I'm at the cafe across from the school. Do you want to come? Lin He frowned at the time. It was noon. Why was she suddenly calling her to come over when he was supposed to be out settling something? The brief silence while Lin He thought made she feel rejected. I'm just kidding. I won't be going home for dinner tonight. Before Lin He could respond, she hung up, leaving only the busy signal in her ear. When Lin He tried to call back, the line was busy. She's call started after he left home. High school students on summer break either participate in summer camps like she or, like Feng Shou, sign up for several classes to catch up. The tutoring classes are near the school, and Xi's class is a key class where most students get in through hard work, so summer classes are common. Xi, however, is the type who plays around and only studies hard a week before exams, yet still ranks among the top students. This is one of the reasons Feng Shou feels jealous. The tutoring classes end 10 days before school starts, and Xi always shows up right on time. The teacher of this tutoring class is quite famous, and half of Xi's class is there. Feng Shou was not surprised to see Xi at the classroom door and said in a flat tone, You already know? Xi's forced calm broke under Feng Shou's indifferent attitude, and he threw the paper he was holding at Feng Shou. This action caught the attention of other students who were shocked to witness the fallout between the two. Their friendship was well known.
Why?
Xi didn't understand what he had done to deserve such scheming from Feng Shou. You're too full of yourself. Have you thought about my feelings? You always make decisions for me. Why do you get to do that? Feng Shou was not tall and didn't like basketball. When classmates asked him if he wanted to participate in the class competition, Xi had directly said, he doesn't play. Originally, Feng Shou planned to refuse, but after hearing Shiwu say this, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. There are many situations like this. Feng Shou feels wronged everywhere, while Shiwu believes he understands his friend well enough to speak up for him. If Feng Shou expresses what he wants to do, Shiwu wouldn't stop him. He thinks he is just helping his friend respond, not making decisions for him, and Feng Shou can express his own views. It's a conflict between someone who doesn't speak up and someone who talks too much. Ultimately, Feng Shou is cautious about Shiwu's status. He wants to please him and see Shiwu as somewhat superior, while Shiwu views Feng Shou simply as a friend. There's a saying that if you don't explode in silence, you might become twisted in silence. This unbalanced relationship has made Feng Shou the latter. I just hate how you act like you're the best in the world all the time. Why do you get everything you want? Feng Shou's complaints continued, and Shiwu's response was a hard punch to his face. Besides being good at fighting and having money, what else do you have? Feng Shou spat out blood, his eyes filled with disdain. Other classmates chimed in. Jiang Suiwang. Haven't you pressured Feng Shou enough? Now that he's not obedient, you hit him? How unreasonable. Yeah, Feng is soft-hearted. He must have reached his limit to react like this. You should reflect on yourself. Feng Shou managed to pretend for so long that even the perceptive Wu didn't notice the problem, showing how good he was at acting. He easily confused his classmates with a false front. Wu usually enjoys playing basketball with friends from the nearby sports university and doesn't interact much with his classmates, only becoming familiar with them. Even the classmates he runs marathons with are from another class. Most class activities are relayed to Wu by Feng Shou, who unintentionally reveals things that shape classmates' impressions of Wu as someone wealthy and disrespectful. When the two argued today, classmates unaware of the training situation thought it was just a quarrel, and Feng Shou exploded after being pushed too far. At their age, they are full of a sense of justice and can't stand seeing someone like Feng Shou being bullied, so they spoke up for him. Wu disdainfully refused to explain himself to classmates, believing it unnecessary to prove himself to unimportant people. He found it particularly detestable to see Feng Shou smirking while others defended him, which made him strike harder. 15, who loves sports, has a lot of strength and easily beat up Feng Shou, leaving him with a bruised face. He came over to give Feng Shou a chance, thinking there might be a misunderstanding. However, Feng Shou's acceptance of the situation made 15 give up on their friendship. The Jiang family never drags things out. At first, some classmates tried to intervene, but they were easily pushed aside by 15, who even shook his fist as a threat. Helping out with words wouldn't cost them much, but charging in to help could lead to real pain. And they couldn't stop him. Finding a reason to stand by and feel justified, no one stepped in. 2 quick classmates went to find the teacher. When the teacher arrived, they were finally separated, but by then, Feng Shou's face was already swollen and looked quite bad. Yet he was smiling. 15's anger showed his weakness. He had won. Even if 15 discovered the truth later, what would happen then? The classmates' words would remain a thorn in his heart, and his betrayal would only become a hurdle for 15 to overcome. 15 would doubt himself and look for faults within. He wanted to destroy 15's confidence, and the shadow he carried from middle school to high school needed to fade. It was time for him to become the shadow of the other. Feng Shou felt quite satisfied, with icy eyes turning dark, just one step away from his goal. Zhang Suiwang, what are you doing? The agency leader who rushed over recognized 15. She was Miss Fan, his former middle school teacher, who had resigned after teaching his class to open a tutoring center. Feng Shou was injured at the tutoring center, so the agency had some responsibility. Ms. Fan took Feng Shou to the medical room while asking 15 to wait in her office. Ms. Fan had treated 15 well in middle school, and he respected her a lot. He didn't plan to run after hitting Feng Shou. Feng Shou's face was bruised and looked scary, but thankfully, it was just soft tissue damage. The punches 15 threw landed on his cheeks and chin, while the rest of the injuries were on his body. The wounds weren't serious, but they hurt a lot. Every step Feng Shou took caused pain all over, as 15 had shown no mercy. When a child gets hurt, the parents must be notified. Miss Fan had a video call with Feng Shou's mother, and upon seeing her son in such a state, she immediately got angry. She said she would rush to the tutoring center and insisted that the one who hit her son should not be allowed to leave. Feng Shou's mother lived in a nearby city and would take about 4 hours to arrive, estimating she would be there around 1 o'clock. Ms. Fan told Feng Shou to rest in the room while she went to her office to discuss the situation with 15. Now that 15 was already 16, if the Feng family pursued the matter, it could definitely affect him. Moreover, Feng Shou's mother is a well-known internet celebrity, so this matter is unlikely to end easily. Teacher Fan knows about Xi's family situation, but a mother's protection of her child is unwavering. From Feng Shou's mother's attitude, it's clear she cares deeply for her son. No matter what, you should have your parents come. Teacher Fan has interacted with Feng Shou's mother, who always likes to document everything with her phone. She is an impulsive child, and Feng Shou's mother is skilled with words, easily making Xi say inappropriate things. It's uncertain how things will unfold. Teacher Fan believes that having both parents present will make the conversation fairer. Although she has mainly communicated with the housekeeper during the 3 years of middle school, having an adult present is better than she facing Feng Shou's mother alone. Furthermore, Teacher Fan does have a slight bias. She doesn't want Shi to suffer too much. Listening to Teacher Fan, she realized he had acted impulsively. He should have left after Feng Shou admitted his mistake and then secretly confronted him later when no one was around. He wanted to hit him so hard that his mother wouldn't recognize him. Now, he was pulled away before he could finish. Just because Shi is straightforward doesn't mean he's foolish. He understood Teacher Fan's words and knew he needed an adult to step in. Over the years of being friends with Feng Shou, Shi had never met his mother. He only knew that she divorced Feng Shou's father for work and usually contacted Feng Shou to send him money. Shi had never heard Feng Shou mention his mother much. He felt a sense of camaraderie with Feng Shou, as if they shared similar struggles. Teacher Fan didn't say much more, but from her expression, it seemed Feng Shou's mother would be difficult to deal with. During lunch, Shi first called Jiang Qiao, but the housekeeper could only come if his father instructed it. Just as he dialed, he hung up before it connected, suddenly wanting to call Lin He instead. Lin He would definitely be more capable than Feng Shou's mother. Before calling Lin He, she hesitated for 20 minutes but ultimately decided to go ahead. Then the conversation took place. After hanging up, she felt a mix of emotions and suddenly didn't want to call his father either, as he rarely showed concern for him. He thought he could handle it alone. After all, it was Feng Shou who had acted unpleasantly, plain and simple. Even if the housekeeper came, he would likely use the same excuse. He decided to handle it himself and then tell his family later. Whatever happens to his father can happen, whether he gets a beating or learns a lesson from being detained. He accepted it all. With this in mind, he resolved to face Feng Shou's mother alone that afternoon. He wanted to ask her, "Do you know your son is so bad?" In the room, Feng Shou was awakened by loud crying. Feng Shou's mother rushed in as fast as she could, arriving half an hour early. "My dear child, who did this to you? I will confront them." Oh my, how could someone be so cruel? Tears streamed down her face, and her heart ached deeply. As Feng Shou felt a bit moved, he looked up and saw an assistant filming with a phone. He lowered his gaze, feeling a sense of sarcasm. His mother was always like this, recording every moment, even when she divorced his father. She never missed a chance to capture something that could attract attention. With her dramatic personality, Feng Shou felt her love was so insincere. It didn't matter. He had long stopped hoping. Because of this, he could hit Shi hard. In the video, his mother would show her love in an exaggerated way. In contrast, Shi, standing behind the butler, looked pitiful. No one loved him. This was Feng Shou's final to Shi. "Look at you, you're just a pitiful creature. Classmates don't believe you, friends betray you, and family doesn't love you." He wanted Shi to feel self-loathing. Once a person loses their spirit, it's over. This was what Feng Shou wanted, so he was willing to play the role of a loving son in front of the camera. Mom facing her son's embrace and affectionate tone, Feng Shou's mother was momentarily stunned, then her eyes sparkled with surprise. Her son was distant. She had often suggested recording their daily life together, but he always refused. Online, there were always haters saying she abandoned her husband and child, that she was irresponsible. In the past, sharing money transfers could silence some critics, but now it was getting harder. People said money couldn't buy a mother's love, that it wasn't everything, and these comments disrupted her live streams multiple times. Now it was different. She believed that posting this video online could change the narrative. Plus, her son had seen the phone recording. His lack of refusal meant the video could be shared. With countless thoughts racing in her mind, Feng Shou's mother acted even more sincerely. In the office, Mr. Fan glanced at the recording phone across from him and the one on the desk, his expression somewhat stiff. Now influencers have to keep up with the times and have 2 cameras? "Ms. Feng, please don't rush. We still have 10 minutes until the agreed time." After a pause, Teacher Fan added, "I don't mind being on camera, but Jiang and his parents might." This was a gentle hint from his phone to turn off her phone. If she saw it, she might get upset. When the parents met, the focus was on keeping the peace. Teacher Fan knew that Shiwu could be a bit mischievous, but during the 3 years of middle school, his fights were understandable. There was likely a lot to discuss between the two kids, and Feng Shou might not be entirely in the right. Of course, Teacher Fan's slight bias didn't matter. She was just providing a space, and it was up to the parents to communicate. She wasn't responsible for mediation. This calm mindset changed when she saw Shiwu coming alone. Don't worry, Teacher Fan. I'm recording just to have proof in case something happens. I just want to seek justice for my son. I don't bully others, but I won't let anyone bully my son. Is that kid running away? There are only 5 minutes left. If he doesn't show up, I will call the police. He is 16 and can be held responsible. Ms. Foam spoke rapidly, each sentence trembling with emotion. At that moment, she was not a strong influencer, but just a worried mother. In the corner, Feng Shou kept his head down, looking meek and easy to bully. I'm here. Shiwu heard Ms. Feng's last words and found it amusing. He never ran away. Teacher Fan glanced behind Shiwu and noticed no one there, sounding a bit anxious. Jiang, where are your parents? I can handle this myself. Feng Shou and his mother felt a wave of relief. This was great. Shiwu thought it would be good to explain Feng Shou's actions to his mother. His innocent mind didn't realize that Miss Feng had no intention of giving Shiwu a chance to speak. She was not an ordinary parent. Why did you hit my son? Shiwu barely started to say he. When Miss Feng fired back, just because my son is smaller doesn't mean you can bully him. I heard from other classmates that you two were good friends, but today you were so harsh. Are you using friendship as a cover while actually bullying my son? I tell you, Feng Shou is my treasure, something I would protect with my life. Don't think that just because I divorced his father, you can bully this child from a single-parent family. At first, Shiwu wanted to argue back, but when he heard the words treasure and protect with my life, he was stunned. No one had ever said such things to him before. My word stand. If you hurt my son, I will not let you go. Seeing her son being hurt, as a mother, she had no rationality left. Feng Shou's mom felt that her reaction was justified, and fans would sympathize with her and agree that she was right. At this point, Feng Shou's mom finally gave Shiwu a chance to speak. She waited for a response, ready to twist any argument to fit her own meaning. What a bold statement. Under Feng Shou's mom's gaze, the boy in front of her remained silent, and a sweet female voice rang in his ears. Shiwu's eyes lit up as he suddenly looked up towards the door. If our child makes a mistake, he will admit it, but if he is not at fault, no one should blame him. He stared coldly at the mother and son in front of her, walking over with a strong presence. When she reached Shiwu, she pulled him slightly behind her. If she hadn't come, Feng Shou's mom would have taken it out on her child. Then she slightly turned to nod at Teacher Fan, saying, Teacher Fan, I appreciate your help with Shiwu. Not a problem. Both of them were my students. It's good that you're here. Parents should communicate well. This was the first time Teacher Fan met Linhee. She thought the girl looked very young, not like Shiwu's parent, but more like his sister. She had seen Shiwu's older sister, who didn't look like this, but the grace in this young woman's eyes resembled Shiwu's. She still used the term parent, and seeing Shiwu not argue, Linhee smiled in response, so Teacher Fan knew she hadn't made a mistake. The way this woman looked at Shiwu was definitely that of a mother. As for why the other person looked so young, Teacher Fan thought it must be due to good medical care. In contrast, Feng Shou's mom looked at Linhee with hidden jealousy, admiring her naturally beautiful face. Are you Jiang's mother? Feng Shou looked at Shiwu, surprised. Is this his mom? He had never heard him mention her. Although Shiwu doesn't have a deep impression of his mother, he isn't someone who would easily recognize her. If he were, he would surely argue back, but now he remains silent. Feng Shou feels confused. Does Shiwu really have a mother? Shiwu is completely lost in his thoughts, not even noticing Feng Shou's gaze, or hearing the conversation between the teacher and Feng Shou's mother. He is absorbed in his own feelings, triggered by Linhee's words, our child. This phrase feels very strange to Shiwu. For most families, it's a common term, but for him, it carries a strong sense of family that he has never experienced before. His father has never said anything like that. Shiwu feels a mix of sadness and happiness. He is someone who cares for him. Seeing Shiwu's gradually brightening expression, Fengshu feels a surge of irritation. How could this person suddenly have a mother? Are you Feng's mother? Lin He asks, but instead of answering, she returns the question. Her tone is filled with doubt, and her attitude seems a bit challenging. It's clear that her words imply another meaning. Just you? Before Fengshu's mother can respond, Lin He starts a long series of questions. You can ask me about why your child hit someone, but please choose your words carefully. We don't fully understand the conflict between the two children yet, so jumping to conclusions about my child seems a bit hasty. You are an adult and should take responsibility for what you say. Lin He slams her hand on the table, making a loud noise that even makes teacher Fan flinch, and the assistant filming with a phone shakes the camera. Lin He glances over, and the assistant stiffens like a statue, breaking into a cold sweat. The intensity of her gaze is striking and sharp. Who allowed you to film me without my permission? Her tone is less fierce than before, but the calmness only adds to the pressure the assistant feels. Almost instinctively, he turns the camera down to the floor, acting before he even thinks about it. Recording video is for accurate documentation, and the content will not be shared without your permission, Fengshu's mother replies, her expression turning serious. She pulls Fengshu closer and angrily says, "Shouldn't your child apologize to my son? Look at how Jiang hit him." The short, chubby boy seems innocent, but has been secretly plotting against Shiwu. Lin He's eyes deepen. Let's talk about the apology first. Shiwu, why did you hit someone? When Lin He asked this question, she did not seem like a parent wanting to scold a child. Instead, she gently adjusted her son's collar, creating a scene of a caring mother. Fengshu's mother pressed her lips together tightly, glancing at the phone on the table, thinking to herself, let's see how long you can act so boldly. Finally getting a chance to speak, Shiwu bent down for Lin He to fix his collar, then stood up straight and said, "Why do I hit him and not others? It's because he deserves it." Lin He patted Shiwu on the shoulder, telling him not to be so cheeky. When Fengshu was bullied in middle school, I helped him chase away the bullies. From the moment we met until yesterday, I always considered him a good friend. But he plotted against me behind my back, tricking me into a training camp where the teachers pressured and humiliated me. If it weren't for my cleverness, Shiwu paused, quickly glancing at Lin He before continuing, and my family discovering the problem in time, I would still be suffering in that place. Your son Fengshu is exactly that kind of cunning person who deserves a beating. After saying this, Shiwu raised his chin, feeling he had done nothing wrong. I heard you want to hold my child legally responsible? Lin He said with a slight smile. In that case, Feng should also be responsible for his actions, right? Watching Fengshu's mother's displeased expression, Lin He stretched out her words, big. Internet celebrity. Her meaning was clear. Being an internet celebrity is a double-edged sword. If you want to use that status to escalate things in your favor, you must also be ready to face the consequences if things go wrong. At that point, being an internet celebrity could become a burden. You can't claim to be a strong, principled person while raising your son like that. Like father, like son, a mouse's child will dig holes. A flawed persona will be attacked fiercely. Without logic or basic principles, negative public opinion will have an impact. After Lin He mentioned being a big internet celebrity, these thoughts raced through Fengshu's mother's mind. She quickly thought of a counterpoint. What evidence do you have to slander my son? You can't just say whatever you want. The evidence was destroyed by your son. When teacher Fan left, Shiwu saw a classmate who was close to Fengshu picking up papers from the ground. Now, it would be impossible to find them. Shiwu felt a bit frustrated. He should have calmly distributed the materials to the whole class so everyone could see Fengshu's true nature, instead of angrily throwing the papers. The conversation between Fengshu and his mother felt more like a reflection for him, trying to figure out where he went wrong. Fengshu's mother thought this was just an excuse from him, Her tense expression finally softened a bit as she felt she had found a way to respond. Just then, Lin He opened her bag and said, "It's okay, I have more." Lin He handed the documents to Shi Wu and said, "Here, give this to her." Shi Wu waved the documents in front of his phone camera and said, "Make sure to record this well." Then he flicked his wrist and tossed them onto the table next to Feng Shou's mother. Shi Wu was not in a good mood, and after Feng Shou's mother's earlier attitude, it was surprising he even showed her any kindness. The moment Feng Shou's mother received the documents, Lin He suddenly raised her hand and clapped 3 times. Feng Shou's mother paused, confused, looking at Lin He, wondering what it meant. Then a bodyguard appeared at the door. "I remember there are 26 kids in Feng Shou's tutoring class, right? Distribute a copy of the documents to each of them. Knowing the truth will help them see things more clearly in the future." Feng Shou's face turned pale. He wanted to rush over and stop the departing bodyguard, to explain that the evidence was problematic and to ease the unfavorable situation. But he couldn't. It was all in vain. His stiff limbs filled him with frustration. Memories flooded back to when he was bullied. He had thought about fighting back, but he couldn't move. When facing those people, it felt like his body was frozen just like now. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. Feng Shou's mother didn't notice her son's unusual behavior, but Lin He looked at him a few extra times. After reviewing the documents, Feng Shou's mother clenched her teeth. Many parts of the documents could be faked, but there were also undeniable pieces of evidence. She was starting to believe her son had truly done something wrong. If hidden well, it might have been fine, but now he was caught red-handed. This child was too cunning. Even she, as his mother, had no idea what he was up to. "Let me look into this. If it's true, I will give you an explanation." Lin He chuckled lightly. "The explanation you give may not be what we want." "Shi Wu, what do you want to do?" Shi Wu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Lin He to ask him. If his father were handling this, he would probably have sent him away as soon as they entered the office and later told him everything was resolved. Then it would be over. Now, would he really do what she said? "If he tries to scheme against me, I'll just hit him once, and we'll be even." Shi Wu didn't want to be involved with Feng Shou anymore. Today's events had turned into a valuable moment for him. Lin He didn't show it on her face, but she couldn't help shaking her head inside. She realized that among her 3 children, the youngest son was the most naive. How could things be so fair? The eldest, on the other hand, was already planning to get back at Han Sun after the new semester started. Actually, Shi Wu was aware of the situation. What he didn't say was that Feng Shou's circumstances would not improve. First, his reputation was ruined. Lin He had people share the information with the classmates, and they would naturally see what kind of person Feng Shou was. Second, with Feng Shou's tendency to offend others, Shi Wu believed that without his support, those who disliked Feng Shou would definitely cause trouble for him. Outwardly, he claimed to be protecting Feng Shou, but given the current situation, Shi Wu wouldn't continue to take all the blame, claiming he controlled his life. Now, it was up to Feng Shou to figure out what kind of school life he would have. "My child is kind-hearted. I hope you take care of yourself." After Lin He said this, she ignored the reactions of Feng Shou and his mother, exchanged pleasantries with Teacher Fan, and then took Shi Wu to leave. As they reached the door, she seemed to remember something and turned back to Feng Shou's mother, saying, "Oh, my memory. We don't hold grudges, but that doesn't mean others won't. Feng Shou's mother, feel free to pursue the matter of my child hitting yours. We are ready to face it. As for the apology you want, that will never happen. Not making your child apologize is already generous." According to Lin He, she definitely wanted Feng Shou to admit his mistake, but Shi Wu seemed to find it unnecessary and distasteful.
So be it.
In the car, Shi Wu was playing with his fingers, looking out the window with a carefree expression, but inside, he was conflicted. In the end, he still asked, "Why did you come? Wasn't it that she didn't want to come?" He didn't ask the second part, but Lin He caught on. "I never said I didn't want to come. I just wanted to understand why you suddenly called me over." But before I could ask, the call was disconnected, and when I tried to call back, it was turned off. Lin He glanced at her youngest son. Wu avoided her gaze. Could he say he was angry and embarrassed, and then felt sentimental and wanted to isolate himself from the world? After realizing her child was upset when the call didn't go through, he immediately grabbed her phone and rushed over, arranging for the housekeeper to make 50 copies of the evidence on the way. By the time she arrived at the school gate, the housekeeper staff was already waiting with the copied materials. No time was wasted. A quick inquiry revealed the location of the tutoring class, and she hurried to support her son just in time. "Do you think I'm being too soft-hearted?" Wu asked again. He didn't hesitate and replied, "I believe you have your own considerations." "Really? I didn't even know." 15 mumbled as he looked out the window again, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. After he and 15 left, the Feng family also departed. When Feng Shou returned to class to pack his bag, he noticed that his classmates were looking at him differently. Although Feng Shou had a unique personality, he generally got along well with everyone, especially with Jiang Suiwang around, which helped hide his own issues. His classmates were quite curious about Jiang Suiwang. Even with Feng Shou's misleading comments suggesting that 15 had a bad temper and was disrespectful, 15 remained a popular figure at school. Just passing by could spark discussions. Feng Shou thought he had tarnished 15's reputation, not realizing that his peers actually saw it as a form of individuality. Even the two classmates who had just offended Feng Shou weren't doing so out of loyalty. They wanted to impress 15. Feng Shou believed he had won over his classmates, but even that was due to 15's influence. Then this balance was disrupted. "How disgusting!" someone shouted, and soon the classmates began to chatter. "Can't judge a person by their appearance. I didn't know how many times I was fooled by him." Feng Shou could tell from their attitudes that they wouldn't believe him. He thought that given his relationship with them, they would at least be willing to listen to his explanation. With his backpack on, Feng Shou walked away silently, his face pale. From the tutoring class to the apartment, the two didn't say a word. After making himself a cup of coffee and sending his assistant away, only the mother and son remained in the room. Feng Shou's mother, Hanning, finally spoke up. What exactly happened? Hearing her tone, which was no longer friendly and her expression cold, Feng Shou scoffed. "It's just as you saw. What kind of background does Jiang Suiwang's family have?" As his mother changed the subject, Feng Shou's gaze fell on the phone that had just recorded the video. He replied, "No background, just some nouveau riche." Hanning didn't press further, her expression thoughtful. Meanwhile, 15 returned to the villa. Halfway there, he received a call and redirected to Jiang's group. It was Jiang An calling for help. "Mom, please come quickly. Dad is acting up."